Chapter 1. Brain Storage. Introduction. 1. Mr. Satan's real name is Mark. 2. This book will not follow the original plot. 3. The content is based on the Dragon Ball worldview, and it will not be so outrageous that elements such as cultivation and fantasy will appear. 4. It belongs to the supporting role as the protagonist, so it must be supported by the system. I wish you a happy reading. May 8, 749 AE. The capital of the south, also known as Nandu. In the southern part of the earth, Nandu is located on the largest island. It is only a few dozen nautical miles away from Papaya Island where the Budo Temple is located. The world's first martial arts meeting that has just been held has caused a surge in the number of tourists in Nandu. In Old Jack's restaurant, Mark sat at the wooden table, listening to the teacher talking. Do you know, Mark, when I was young, your teacher also went to look for Master Wu Tian. It's a pity that the speedboat I took has been circling the sea for a long time, but I haven't found any trace of him. Mr. Jackie Chan, the champion of this world's #1 martial arts tournament, is likely to have looked for Master Wu Tian like me. The only difference is that I didn't find him, but he did. What a pity. After all, Master Wu Tian is the strongest martial artist in the world. After taking a refreshing sip of iced draft beer, Mark stared blankly at his teacher's constant chatter. In fact, Mark's real name is Mark. He is an authentic modern Earthling. Of course, this is fundamentally different from the Earth in the Dragon Ball world in front of him. Mark, dump truck, you know. Just 10 minutes ago, the original Mark fell down when he followed his teacher into the restaurant, and his eyes went black. When he returned to normal, the soul of Mark on modern Earth had already occupied this body. The world's #1 martial arts tournament. Teacher Wu Tian. Isn't this the world of Dragon Ball? Mark, who was in a daze, did not attract the teacher's attention. After all, this kid was in a daze more than once or twice, he was used to it. Old teacher, where are we? Also, how many days have passed since the martial arts competition? In the world of Dragon Ball, the world's #1 martial arts competition runs through the whole process. But Jackie Chan, that is, Master Roshi, won the championship only once, which was the 21st. As a senior Dragon Ball fan, it can be estimated that the current time is 749 years of the Age of Ages. But the question is, where is he now and what is his identity? Most importantly, Mark is eager to know where the plot is going. Hey? Of course we are in Nandu. We just watched the game yesterday, and you forgot it today? Mark, what's wrong with you? Teacher Mark looked at Mark, his proud disciple with amazing bones, with a look of mental retardation. To be honest, Mark is usually quite smart, but he occasionally gets stupid. After staring at Mark with dissatisfaction, the teacher continued to talk about his own views. After all, Nandu is known as the capital of martial arts. At this time, there were many martial artists wearing martial arts uniforms eating in the restaurant. It's okay to talk about your own experience, and it's okay to exaggerate a little. On the contrary, it can attract other people's attention and satisfy your vanity. Some diners who are closer to the two are waiting for him to continue talking with expectation. After a slight cough, Teacher Mark continued, "This trip is worth it. I can actually see two disciples of the Kame Senryu in the Kamehameha battle. Such a world-class martial art can only be mastered by martial artists of the Kame Senryu. Alas, I have no chance to see it." The world's #1 martial arts competition is held in the Martial Arts Temple every time. The Martial Arts Temple located on Papaya Island is not particularly large. Naturally, there are very few people who can go to the scene to watch the game. Most people can only watch it by watching live TV. Under the vivid description of Teacher Mark, Kame Senryu has become the strongest martial arts school on earth. For a time, it attracted a lot of discussion among the people present. I didn't expect that there is such a magical martial art as Kamehameha. It's a pity that I didn't go to Papaya Island in person this time, what a pity. Jackie Chan looks a bit old. Since he knows Kamehameha, he should be considered a member of Kame Senryu. Then Goku and Krillin, although not as powerful as Jackie Chan, seem to be very powerful now. I'm afraid that the martial arts world will become the world of Kame Senryu in the future. Humph. Kame Senryu is nothing. Our Crane Senryu is the best in the world. Just as everyone was discussing, someone in the depths of the restaurant sneered coldly. The heated discussion came to an abrupt end. At the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, the Kame Senryu amazed the world in both martial arts and disciples. When everyone was praising, they suddenly heard someone criticize in such a disdainful tone, and they all looked at the person who spoke in surprise. Black robe, pink jacket, with a big kill written under the left chest. His eyes were gloomy, he had a pigtail, and a slightly upturned beard at the corner of his mouth. Those who looked at him lowered their heads and stopped talking. This guy is not easy to mess with. Mark, who also heard the words and looked at him, was shocked. Isn't this Tao Bibai? How could he appear here? The most important thing is that he actually met this plague god at this time. You know, before Xiao Wukong drank the super holy water, this guy was firmly ranked in the top 5 in the combat power of the Earthlings. What's more terrifying is that this guy is proficient in various killing techniques. A strong man who can kill General Lan with a straight tongue. Mark just reached out to tug at the corner of the teacher's martial arts uniform, but found that he didn't pull it. He stood up and walked to Tao Bibai in 3 or 2 steps. Could it be that his teacher is a hidden master in the Dragon Ball world? However, this idea was completely overturned by Mark 3 seconds later. I saw his teacher walked in front of Tao Bibai, and before he stood firm, he pointed at Tao Bibai and scolded, "What is Hexian Liu? How can it be stronger than Wu Tian teacher? You idiot with ugly braids!" Unfortunately, the next second Tao Bibai had already stabbed his teacher's eyebrows with one finger. Plop! Teacher Mark's body fell directly to the ground, and the blood and brain matter that flowed out soon gathered into a small pool of blood. That's fine, after all, he had just known this teacher for a few minutes, and Mark felt that there was no need to do any revenge drama for his teacher. After all, they were not familiar with each other. Just as he was about to pat his butt and leave, he found that Tao Peibei had already blocked him. Tao Peibei! What are you doing? When faced with such a thing, Mark had no intention of resisting at all. Just now, he felt that although this body was very strong, but it was only limited to ordinary people who wanted to fight against Tao Peibei, whose combat power was at least over 100. Basically, it was like a weakling challenging a super scion. Tao Peibei, who wanted to kill everyone, was stunned to find that Mark actually knew him. But then a cold smile appeared on his face. Hehe, you actually know me? He is your teacher, right? Today is the 20th anniversary of my assassin career, so I will give you another chance. In the end, who is stronger, my Crane Senryu or that bastard Kame Senryu of Kame Senren? If your answer does not satisfy me, hehe. Halfway through the last sentence, Tao Peibei chuckled, and the consequences are self-evident. Mark finally traveled to the Dragon Ball world, and he didn't want to die. Just as he was about to speak, he found that the surrounding environment was trapped. His hands and feet could not move, but a semi-transparent screen with a sense of technology appeared in front of him. Congratulations to the host for being threatened and binding the strongest selection system. Please choose the only answer in the following options. Option 1, don't say a word and be an ostrich, the system guarantees that he will not kill you. Reward 5 points of combat power. Option 2, lick Tao Bibai comfortably, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Reward 10 points of combat power. Option 3, do whatever you want, tell the truth, and focus on sincerity. Reward the secret technique of Hexian Liu Sun Fist. Mark read the last word, and the light screen disappeared. Tao Bibai is still waiting for his answer. Chapter 2. In the restaurant, there was a mess because someone was killed. Some people rushed out of the door in panic, and some hid under the table in fear. The restaurant owner directly touched the phone on the cash register and called the police. For Tao Bibai, none of this mattered. Her eyes stared at Mark coldly, waiting for the answer he wanted. But for Mark, a long time had passed. Mark was naturally familiar with the concept of the system. This was simply the standard configuration of a time traveler. After a quick analysis, Mark suddenly expressed his opinion. There is no doubt that in terms of the types of martial arts, the Crane Immortal School, which has the whole wave, sky dance, Qigong cannon, and 4 demon fists, is undoubtedly better than the Kame Immortal School. But in terms of the understanding of martial arts, whether it is the insidious and cunning Crane Immortal or your cruel Tao Pai Pai, they are not worthy of being compared with Kame Immortal. So, my conclusion is that the Crane Immortal School is a bunch of defense. Option confirmed. Congratulations to the host for learning the Sun Fist. In an instant, a cold system prompt sounded in Mark's mind. Almost at the same time, all the details of the Sun Fist appeared in his mind. The escape skill Sun Fist, mastered. And Tao Pai Pai, who was less than 5 meters away from Mark, was already red with anger. He thought Mark would be a coward. Who knew he would be so brave? Damn bastard! Go to hell! Raised his hand and took a stance. Tao Pai Pai was already furious. The cat and mouse game ends here. Although, Tao Bibai still has doubts in his heart. Why does the kid in front of him know so much? But in the face of death, this is no longer a big problem. As the younger brother of Crane Immortal, he is also a member of Crane Immortal School. He has already had the intention to kill the bastard who insulted his brother and master. But just as he was about to do it, he found that the curly-haired boy opposite him actually raised his hands. Sun Fist. Learning and using it now, looking at Tao Bibai who was about to do it, Mark directly made the starting posture of the Sun Fist. The little chi in his body was concentrated at the center of his eyebrows. After the transformation, the chi became a strong and dazzling light. In an instant, the restaurant was covered by the blazing light of the Sun Fist. Taking advantage of the opportunity when everyone covered their eyes, Mark rushed out of the restaurant with a whoosh. He took out a capsule from his arms and threw it on the ground. With a bang, a motorcycle appeared in front of him. Without any hesitation, Mark jumped up and fled to the crowded commercial area. A minute later, Tao Bibai in the restaurant regained his vision. Mark had already disappeared. The angry Tao Bibai was about to kill everyone in the restaurant to vent his anger. But the mobile phone in his arms rang. Moshi Moshi, is it Mr. Tao Bibai, the world's #1 killer? I'm from the Red Silk Army. The customer asked about the business, and the dedicated Tao Bibai could only leave Nandu angrily. After a while, Mark, who hid in a shopping mall, let out a wail. Mark, who was planning to buy a set of clothes and change his outfit, only found out his identity when he looked in the mirror. Full name, Mark. Nickname, Mr. Satan. Mark, who realized it later, remembered the memories in the corners of his previous life. Mark, that is, Mr. Satan's real name. When he was young, he met Tao Bibai, the world's #1 killer, in a restaurant in Nandu. As a result, Mark's teacher was killed and Mark himself was seriously injured. From then on, he vowed not to fight with the strong man he could not see through. Now it seems that this time is the pain of losing a teacher in memory. Of course, this cheap teacher has no emotional foundation with the current Mark. This is a doomed disaster, and Mark can't help. However, Mark was confused about how to go in the future. According to history, Mark in the future will go to a martial arts hall called Satan City to study. After completing his studies, he challenged everywhere. Soon, with his good fighting ability and very good luck, he finally won the title of World Fighting Champion. During this period, Mr. Satan Mark married the big star Miguel. Gave birth to his only daughter, the future daughter-in-law of the Sun family, Vidali. Later, with his shameless spirit, he successfully became the savior of the earth. It can be said that among all the characters in the Dragon Ball world, Mr. Satan is the happiest. First of all, he is famous and rich. He lives a luxurious life. Although his wife died early. But there is no shortage of women who take the initiative to climb into his bed. Secondly, Mr. Satan is the only earthling who has never experienced death. Although, he suffered a little at times. But compared with others, what is that little bit of suffering? In the end, he himself is not strong, but there are many strong people behind him to support him. Closed disciple, Mr. Bu. In-laws, Son Goku. Son-in-law, Son Gohan. Granddaughter, Xiao Fang. As long as you don't be too wild when you are young, this is simply an invincible middle-aged and old-age life. Such a life is much better than the blessed life of 996 and 007 in the previous life. Mark grinned and stood in front of the fitting mirror. The waiters and customers in the store whispered, "Where did this big fool come from?" Mark suddenly realized that he had lost his composure and quickly paid for the clothes. When he walked out of the mall, he found that he didn't know where to go now. If you notice that the host is confused about life, please choose. Option 1, find the Satan City Martial Arts Hall, join the Martial Arts Hall to study, and reward 50 points of combat power. Option 2, find Master Kame, become a disciple of Master Kame, and be rewarded with 50 points of combat power. Option 3, find Master Crane, become a disciple of Master Crane, and be rewarded with 50 points of combat power. Note, before the end of the options, the coordinates of 3 locations will be given. The system suddenly popped up as if it had telepathy. Mark read the content carefully. Option 1 is the simplest, this Satan City is actually in Nandu. Option 2, which is Master Kame's coordinates at this moment, has been stable at a place not too far from Nandu. Option 3, Master Crane's coordinates are almost motionless. The reward for the 3 options is 50 points. There is no doubt that these are 3 choices of life paths. The first one to be passed was Master Crane. This guy is not a genius. Even if I travel through mountains and rivers to find him, I might be killed by him. What's more, this guy is Tao Bibai's brother. He and Tao Bibai have an irreconcilable feud. Even if he is not familiar with the cheap teacher, he will never be a disciple of the Crane Immortal School. As for teacher Wu Tian, it can be considered. However, in the next few days, they should encounter Tao Bibai and the Red Silk Army. The 2 sides are fighting gods. Mark thought about his own combat power, it is better not to join in the fun. After thinking about it, he twisted his butt. Mark walked directly towards the Satan City Martial Arts Hall. Half an hour later, Mark stopped in front of a martial arts hall with a wide front. After paying the tuition with all the Sony on his body, Mark successfully became a student of the Satan City. Congratulations to the host, get 50 points of combat power. Combat power exceeds 50 points, unlock the panel function. Chapter 3. Name, Mark. Age, 13 years old. Combat power, 72. Martial arts, basic boxing, sun fist. Overall evaluation, a rookie who has just started to learn martial arts. The system has a panel function. Mark did not hesitate and called it out directly. Mark, who was born in 736 AE, is only 13 years old today. Before that, Mark was just an ordinary boy in a small town. Because he was strong and had a good foundation. That's why he was chosen by the teacher and began to wander with the teacher. At the age of 13, he has 22 points of combat power. To some extent, Mark is indeed a very talented boy in martial arts among ordinary people. He is about the same age as Goku, Krillin, and others. In fact, the biggest difference is that he did not meet a famous teacher when he was young. Now, Mark from the modern world occupies Mr. Satan's body. With the help of the system, Mark stood in the martial arts arena of Satan City, his hands in his pockets, full of vigor and vitality. Of course, the last evaluation was directly ignored by him. Other people were not much better. After carefully checking his simple panel attributes, Marco gradually had some ideas in his mind. Mark had nothing to miss about his life before crossing. Not long after he graduated from college, his parents were unfortunately killed in a traffic accident while traveling. Originally, Mark also had a girl he liked. They chatted online for a long time and then met in person. Unfortunately, when they met in the coffee shop, the girl asked for a gift of 500,000 yuan plus a fully paid car and house before she would reluctantly marry Mark. Mark, who had no financial foundation, could only part ways with the girl. But when the two met in the foot massage parlor at night, the girl was taken down by Mark as long as she worked overtime. Mark, who was bored afterwards, also saw clearly what love was. Mark, who was alone, did not think there was anything wrong with living again in the Dragon Ball world. This is a passionate, exciting, and challenging world. In particular, he accidentally became Mr. Satan when he was young. Even if he does nothing and follows the plot, he can still become a winner in life smoothly. What's more, he now has a system that is essential for time travelers. In this life, Mark wants to live a more exciting life. At the very least, he can't become a laughing stock of others or a funny person in the Dragon Ball world. Martial arts, career, love, family, Mark wants them all. However, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Even if Mark becomes the world fighting champion in the future, it is because he has put in enough sweat and effort when he was young. The first place among ordinary people is not so easy to get. For a man, if he wants to get everything, the most important thing is to have enough ability. With strength, reputation will naturally rise. With reputation, money and love will come uninvited. Mark is not a philosopher, but he still knows this most basic truth. Looking up at the surrounding environment, Mark walks straight into the martial arts hall. This will be the starting point of his road to fame. Satan City Martial Arts Hall is one of the largest martial arts halls in Nandu among the hundreds of martial arts halls. Although no one in the martial arts hall has been able to enter the finals of the world's first martial arts competition for several consecutive sessions. But before that, many predecessors had achieved outstanding results in the martial arts competition. It is also because of the wealth of his ancestors that the martial arts hall has a certain guarantee when recruiting new students. Unlike the training of Kame Senryu, the martial arts hall only provides a place for students to train, and does not include food and accommodation. Mark, who is short of money, just took a walk in the martial arts hall and found that there are places asking for money everywhere. A cup of purified water for training costs 1 soni. At noon, the cafeteria will sell healthy and full student meals, and a meal of 5 soni is full. There are also dormitories prepared for students in the martial arts hall. It also costs money, and the cost of 1 day and 1 night is 20 soni. This price is not expensive compared to the prices in Nandu. But the problem facing Mark is also very simple: no money. Walking in the world, Mark and his teacher's food, clothing, housing and transportation are all taken care of by the teacher. Mark only has some pocket money in his pocket. Now that the teacher was killed by Tao Bibai, Mark dare not go back to old Jack's restaurant to lick the bag for the time being. What can be done now is not to practice, but to be able to support yourself first. Asshole, you lost again, Kakan, you are such a waste. This time it's my turn, I'll bet 500 soni on myself. Just when Mark frowned like a river, thinking about how to make money, he heard a rough voice came. In the martial arts arena, male hormones are free in every oxygen molecule. It is common for students and instructors to fight over a disagreement. But the word Sony was mentioned in the voice, which successfully attracted Mark's attention. Not far away, in the octagonal cage in the center of the martial arts hall, two martial arts instructors were making harsh remarks. Both of them were muscular strong men, and neither of them was good at verbal battles. There was no point in saying more. A fight that was only about winning and losing, not life and death, officially began in the octagonal cage. Mark stood outside the octagonal cage and watched the game with interest. After a while, one side was knocked unconscious and lost the game. The guy who won the game was the muscular man who appeared later. From the conversations of the students watching the game around him, Mark learned that this guy was called Rico. This guy is very famous in the Satan City Martial Arts Hall. He is one of the top 3 instructors in terms of strength. Ah! The victorious Rico roared at the audience like crazy, venting his strong hormones. Who else? You bunch of trash, one by one. Whoever can beat me, all this money is yours. Ha 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 ha. After winning the game, Rico won the bonus accumulated by his opponent. Mark raised his foot and stretched his head to take a look. The colorful banknotes looked like several thousand Sony. Sensing the greed in the host's heart, please choose. Option 1, defeat boxer Rico within 10 minutes on stage and get 1000 Sony. Option 2, defeat boxer Rico within 5 minutes on stage and get 5000 Sony. Option 3, defeat boxer Rico with one move on stage and get 10,000 Sony. This time, the system did not give him rewards in terms of combat power and martial arts, but the money that Mark needed most at the moment. Mark looked up at the extremely arrogant Rico, who looked like he was in his early 30s. Judging from the combat power he showed in the previous fight, it should be around 20 to 30 points. He is definitely much stronger than ordinary people, but he is definitely not his opponent. Among the 3 options of the system, there is no doubt that the one-hit KO reward is the most. But the problem is that after obtaining the combat power rewarded by the system, he has not yet fought in actual combat. It is not a big problem to defeat Rico. But how to defeat him and what kind of reward Mark can get is really unclear in his mind. In particular, strictly speaking, this should be his first time to fight with someone. Just when Mark was hesitating in his heart, someone had already entered the octagonal cage to challenge Rico before him. It's a pity that the challenger was defeated by all-round crushing in less than 3 minutes. I'll do it. It's not a solution to drag it on like this. There will always be a day to fight with others. Mark got ruthless and went straight into the octagonal cage through the iron gate with gritted teeth. Mark, who had just joined the martial arts arena, was definitely a stranger here. This also caused Rico to start looking at Mark carefully. After a moment, he asked with a little doubt, "Hey, kid, who are you? Why haven't I seen you in the martial arts hall?" Chapter 4. The decoration of Satan City Martial Arts Hall is pretty good. The lights outside the octagonal cage are bright, and as Rico questioned, several beams of light quickly converged on Mark. Mark ignored it, just kept moving his muscles and doing warm-up exercises. In Nandu, the martial arts atmosphere is very strong. Almost every day there are people coming to challenge, and find fault. In the martial arts world, fighting is the most effective way to solve problems. Although Mark signed up to become a student of Satan City Martial Arts Hall, he did not change into the unique T-brown martial arts uniform of the Martial Arts Hall. Now he is still wearing ordinary casual clothes bought in the mall. Twisting his wrists and neck, his bones crackle. After the warm-up, Mark raised his lips slightly and explained his identity. "My name is Mark, I just joined this dojo, you can call me Mr. Satan from now on." When Mark said this, Rico, who was puzzled, and the instructors and students who were watching all looked at each other in surprise. In the martial arts world, I have seen arrogant people and those who look down on others. But it is the first time for everyone to meet such a guy as the curly-haired boy in front of them. FXXK. Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself Satan? Damn you, you're a student who joined the dojo? I think you're just a bastard who came here to challenge the dojo on purpose. Damn, come on Rico. Kill this ignorant bastard. Boy, I declare that you won't be able to leave the city of Satan alive. Guys, open the market. If you bet on Rico to win, you'll get 1.2 to 1. If you bet on this bastard to win, you'll get 10 to 1. As fighting became popular, it was inevitable that some people would place bets and invest. For a while, the scene was in chaos. You know, most ordinary martial artists don't know how to tell the strength of their opponents by their breath. Body shape, age, and fame are the common means used by the industry to measure the strength of a martial artist. In terms of body shape alone, although Mark is only 13 years old, he is also very strong. He is nearly 1.8 meters tall, and although his muscles are not very developed, they should not be underestimated. Judging from his age, he didn't have a beard on the corners of his mouth. He was obviously a boy of 13 or 14 years old, and at most he looked more mature. But in terms of fame, the people present did not find out who knew who Mark was. On the contrary, Corey was different. This guy was also well known in the Satan City Martial Arts Hall. Although he was not a first-class martial artist in the entire southern capital, he had at least made some name for himself. The people present almost didn't hesitate at all, and they all bet on Rico to win. Entering the octagonal cage, life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by heaven. In the previous matches, Rico would still hold back and not kill people. But Mark was too pretentious, and Rico had already moved his killing intention. In a match without a referee, what does it matter if you accidentally kill an incompetent and arrogant person? Even if the police knew about it, they would only give a warning at most. With determination, Rico did not hesitate at all and punched Mark in the face. The force of the punch caused air friction, producing a whistling sound. The speed and power of this punch were very intuitively displayed in front of everyone. Oh my God, he is worthy of being our instructor of Satan City. He actually made a sound with one punch. Hey, look at that idiot named Mark, he is so stupid. He doesn't even know how to dodge. With this level, how did he think of coming here to die? Maybe the ignorant are fearless. Look at his age. Maybe he came from a remote area to Nandu to make a name for himself. It's a pity. He is not old and has such a good physical condition. If he is not so arrogant, he may really become a master in the future. What a pity. It's a pity, there is no way. Who told him to be so arrogant? What? How is this possible? The audience had not finished sighing, and the fight in the octagonal cage was over. In the eyes of ordinary instructors and students, Rico's punch was indeed powerful and extremely fast. But in the eyes of Mark, who had just witnessed Tao Bibai's strength, this guy's movements were really as slow as a snail. Easily dodging, Mark didn't think much at all, and instinctively punched Rico in the ribs. Crack! A crisp sound spread throughout the scene, and the movement also stopped the chaotic discussion at the scene. Mark exerted all his strength in the subconscious attack. With one punch, Rico's left ribs were broken several times, and he collapsed directly to the ground and could never get up again. There is no doubt that Mark defeated with only one move. The top 3 instructors in Satan City. Selection completed, rewards issued. Instantly, 10,000 Sony appeared in Mark's hand. Because everyone's eyes were focused on Rico lying on the ground. This scene was not noticed by anyone, and Mark did not panic. He picked up a pile of banknotes that were originally on the ground and stuffed all the banknotes into his trouser pocket. Good. 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 No wonder you dare to call yourself Mr. Satan. It's really amazing. Just when the scene was silent, a slightly hoarse voice came from behind the crowd. When everyone heard the voice, they quickly turned their heads to check who was talking. But soon they all greeted the person who was talking. Master, sir. Hello. Good evening, Master Baka. Hello, Mr. Baka. Master Baka, this guy is here to challenge the gym. You have to avenge instructor Corey. That's right, this guy is here to pick a fight. You must teach him a lesson. There were nearly 100 people present, almost all of whom were instructors and students of Satan City. Seeing the master of the martial arts gym appear, some people came forward to greet him, while others took advantage of the situation and asked the master to teach Mark a lesson. Of course, in fact, most of those who took advantage of the situation were so angry that they lost. Standing outside the octagonal cage, Master Baka stretched out his hand and pressed it, signaling everyone to calm down. Everyone, as a martial artist, you should have the most basic martial arts ethics. Mr. Mark, I watched the whole game. You are very good. Are you interested in becoming the chief instructor of Satan City? Master Baka, who was not very tall, did not attack Mark. In fact, he had no confidence in defeating Mark. As for Instructor Rico, even if he took action himself, it would take a lot of effort to deal with him. But under Mark's hands, he couldn't survive a single move. Master Baka already had some white hair on his temples. As a martial artist over 40 years old, his body functions were already declining. He was no match for Mark, so he naturally didn't want to ask for trouble. As the owner of Satan City, how to run the martial arts school so that it can flourish and earn more tuition fees. This is what Master Baka cares about most. In this way, after simply instructing other instructors to carry Rico to the hospital for treatment, Master Baka directly extended an olive branch to Mark. With a turn of his eyes, Mark didn't think there was anything wrong with becoming the chief instructor of Satan City. But the question is, what benefits will he get after becoming the chief instructor, which is what he cares about most. Of course I'm interested, but I want to know what I have to pay for it and what I can get. Put all the money in his trouser pockets, and the sides of his trousers instantly became bulging. This greedy behavior also made the owner of the Baka Pavilion brighten up. Greed is good. I'm afraid you have no desires. Almost at the moment when Mark's voice fell, the owner of the Baka Pavilion hurriedly said, Mr. Mark, it's not convenient to talk here. I have a good wine in my office. Why don't we? Oh, then what are we waiting for? Please. Mark smiled and made a gesture of please with his hand. Chapter 5. This dojo has a history of 200 years. Thanks to the efforts of our predecessors, we still have a good reputation and good income today. How about it, Mr. Satan, are you interested in accepting my proposal? In the master's training room, Baka and Mark each knelt on a cushion, facing each other. Master Baka carefully explained the treatment given to Mark and Mark's responsibilities. When opening a martial arts dojo, the tuition paid by students only accounts for 20% of the total income. The bulk of the income actually comes from the octagonal cage. During the day, Satan City is a martial arts dojo. At night, it is a legitimate place for boxing matches. However, the audience will buy tickets to watch. In name, they are all students of the martial arts dojo. The matches they watch will only be announced as internal competitions. In fact, Mark instantly understood what was going on. This is an underground black boxing under the guise of selling dog meat. However, existence is reasonable. Without exciting competitions, how can the tuition alone support the expenses of the entire dojo? Even the police turned a blind eye to this kind of thing. In the famous dojos in Nandu, basically all do this. Mark was about to speak when the system options appeared in front of him again. Option 1, collect money to fight in black boxing. This is an insult to martial arts, you have to pay more. Reward martial arts Kame school. Option 2, I am the light of justice, turn around and leave, people with different paths cannot work together. Reward a senzu bean. This time, there are only two options. Either stay and pay more, or turn around and leave. Mark's current combat power can almost rank in the top 10 on Earth. It doesn't matter which one you choose. As for the light of justice, it's nonsense. As long as I don't talk about morality, morality can't restrain me. In this way, it is relatively simple to choose. 5,000 Sony a month, not enough. You have to pay more. At least 10,000. Select to confirm. Congratulations to the host for learning martial arts, Kamehameha. Mark's idea is very simple. Senzu beans, when you become stronger in the future, you can go to the cat fairy to ask for them. Once you have learned the skills, they are yours. At the moment when the system taught Mark Kamehameha, Baka did not hesitate and directly made a decision and shouted, "Okay. Don't worry, I haven't finished talking yet." When watching the owner Baka slap his thigh and prepare to agree, Mark interrupted directly and said, "In the future, 20% of the net profit every month will belong to me. If you don't agree, I will kick you out until your dojo goes bankrupt." Ding! The host is detected to be too shameless, and the system rewards a critical hit. Congratulations to the host for learning martial arts, Super Kamehameha. Mark had just expressed his request to become a shareholder, and the system was directly stimulated by his shameless behavior. However, Mark didn't think too much at this time. Because the owner of the Baka had taken off his coat, revealing his muscular body. "Boy, you are too arrogant." With a fierce light in his eyes, although Baka's condition declined, he did not admit defeat. "Old man, you are not my opponent, why don't you sit down and listen to me?" 5 fingers spread out, and the breath on his body gathered on the palm. The light yellow breath spread. Mark also learned and used it immediately, and directly released a Kamehameha with one hand. Of course, the target was not Baka, but the solid wood sofa next to him. Boom! The sofa was blown to pieces. This is because Mark controlled the size of the breath. Otherwise, it would definitely hurt the owner of the Baka standing aside, dumbfounded. "I will participate in the World Fighting Tournament at the end of this year as the chief instructor of Satan City. If nothing goes wrong, I will win the championship. One championship in exchange for 20% of the shares, old man, congratulations on making a fortune." Combined with the posture of the villain pretending to be cool for many years. Mark said this with his hands behind his back and a dominating smile on his face. His pupils squinted at Baka, who was slumped on the ground at a 45-degree angle. Those who know, this is a business negotiation. Those who don't know, think Mark is forcing a sale. May 9, 749 AE. At 10 o'clock in the morning, there was silence in the Satan City dojo. Mark, wearing Mr. Satan's classic uniform and white cloak, listened to the speech of the owner of Baka with high spirits. "From today on, Mr. Satan Mark is the deputy head of our Satan City Martial Arts Hall. At the same time, Mr. Satan will also be the new chief instructor." Everyone applaud and encourage. "Pa pa 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 pa." These words were said with emotion and intonation. The owner of the Baka gym took the lead in applauding, very hard. Last night, Mark and Baka signed an employment contract. Baka voluntarily transferred 20% of his shares to Mark. Overnight, Mark made his first pot of gold in his life. The system's evaluation on the panel, a negotiation genius. At the same time, Mark will receive a salary of 10,000 Sony every month during his time as the chief instructor of the martial arts field. Not counting the division of labor, just the salary. Mark earns 120,000 Sony a year. 120,000 a year, 360,000 in 3 years. The prize money for the world's #1 martial arts tournament champion is only 500,000. In this way, even if Mark does nothing every day, he can get this money. However, compared to that guy Tao Bibai, this is still child's play. That guy charges 100 million Sony for killing one person. He is a real profiteer. Mark estimated that he should have defeated Xiao Wukong by now and was going to bully the tailor naked. This guy will not jump out to cause trouble for himself for the time being. Mark is really not under much pressure now. 3 days later, the sky suddenly turned dark at noon. When everyone thought that there was a total solar eclipse and looked up to find the outline of the sun, Mark was lying on a beach chair, enjoying the sea breeze on Nandu Beach. Oh! Great, it seems that the plot has not deviated too much. Hee. But it's hard to say in the future. Mark will be 14 years old soon. When he becomes the champion of the World Fighting Championship at the end of the year, I believe he can still trigger the system. In the past few days, Mark has tried many ways to trigger the system option. Unfortunately, the effect is mediocre. Only when fighting with others, the option will be triggered with a very small probability. Moreover, the rewards are very stingy. So far, Mark's combat power has only risen to 75 points. Mark finally thought that the system option could only be triggered when encountering a major event. Then, the World Fighting Tournament at the end of the year is a must-win for Mark. After all, Mark had won the championship of this tournament in history. As long as the system option can be triggered, Mark can continue to become stronger. Otherwise, he can only go out to practice hard like Goku and Krillin. For Mark, who has the system in hand, this is obviously not a good choice. After a while, just as Mark was thinking about it, the sky became bright again. In this way, the days passed quickly, and it was the end of the year in a blink of an eye. Chapter 6 December 22nd, 749th year of the AIG era. Nandu, Satan City Martial Arts Hall. Warmly congratulate Vice Hall Master Mark for signing up for the World Fighting Competition and Mr. Satan's Championship swearing-in ceremony. At this time, it was being held in the hall of the dojo. Unlike the world's #1 martial arts tournament, which is held every 3 years, the World Fighting Competition is held at the end of each year. The start time of each competition is December 31st. Isn't this the difference between the Champions League and the World Cup? After carefully studying the rules of the World Fighting Competition, Mark couldn't help but complain. The rules of this World Fighting Competition are exactly the same as those of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. It is also a closed selection with preliminary competitions. However, there will be 16 contestants participating in the final stage of the World Fighting Competition. The contestants draw lots and compete against each other in pairs, and finally produce the champion, runner-up and third place. Only this point is different from the world's #1 martial arts tournament. The venue of the competition was fixed in the Nandu Duel Arena. Although, in terms of the influence of the competition, the World Fighting Competition is not as good as the world #1 martial arts tournament. But it is still a very influential competition in the fighting world. However, this kind of competition held every year is not valued by the Dragon Ball warriors. As a super fighting star who has recently become famous in Nandu, Mark invited a TV station to interview him in a high-profile manner. And in front of all the audience, he announced his participation in this world fighting competition. In order to attract enough attention, Mark even performed Kamehameha in front of everyone. In front of a group of stunned reporters and cameramen, Mark clapped his hands and smiled. This is the martial arts I realized after watching the world #1 martial arts tournament. The champion of this world fighting competition must be me. Raising his thumb to himself, Mark confidently vowed to win the championship. In the past 6 months, Mark has made a lot of money. 3 months ago, he defeated the famous Nandu martial arts master, Jiba Wang, in one move. Jiba Wang's proud 8-handed fist was a show of fancy. But it had no effect in front of Mark, and he was knocked out by his punch. In fact, Mark didn't want to be so high profile. But the system didn't allow it. At the moment of registration, new options appeared in front of Mark. The first option, Mark participated in the competition in a low-key manner, and was rewarded with 1 million Sony. The second option, Mark officially announced his participation in the competition, and was rewarded with 50 points of combat power. The options are still 2 choice, but for Mark it is a single choice question. After half a year of accumulation, Mark's current money is enough for him to live a luxurious life. Although 1 million Sony is not a small amount, it is not worth mentioning compared to 50 points of combat power. In the past 6 months, Mark has increased his combat power to 85 points through fighting with Jibawang and fighting with some ordinary people. Although this combat power is not as good as Tao Pai Pai, Xiao Wukong, Tian Xinyan, and others of the same period, but it is definitely stronger than Yam Sha and Krillin. Just after Mark loudly declared that he would win the championship, the system directly issued a reward. After feeling that the breath and strength in his body had become stronger again, Mark quickly opened his personal panel. Name: Mark. Age: 14 years old. Combat power: 135. Martial arts: Basic Boxing, Sun Fist, Satan Iron Fist, Kamehameha, Super Kamehameha. Comprehensive evaluation: Combat power over 100, Entry-level martial arts, complex character, no evaluation. There is no problem with everything else, the system is not short of weight. But what does this complex character mean and no evaluation? Mark cursed and called the system in his heart. He asked it to give an explanation, but the system did not respond. In the silence of the system and the silence of the reporters, this press conference that was not a press conference ended. TV stations rushed to report Mark's victory declaration. Especially the Kamehameha wave that appeared in the picture. Everyone was shocked. Thousands of miles away in Kame House, a sea turtle stretched its head and bit came to watch the news replay. The Kamehameha wave was learned by others, which shocked Kame. Is there really a martial arts genius in this world? Well, if Xiao Wukong can't be contacted, then let them go. Turning off the TV, Kame looked through the window at Yam Sha and Krillin who were fighting on the beach. After half a year of training, Yam Sha's strength has improved a lot. Krillin made rapid progress under Kame's conditions. The two now, it is considered to have encountered a bottleneck period, and the speed of progress has obviously slowed down. If Mark had not publicly displayed Kamehameha, Master Kame would still think that there was no need to participate in the world fighting competition. But being able to display Qigong waves has already surpassed the level of ordinary martial artists. In Master Kame's eyes, this guy who calls himself Mr. Satan has good fighting power. It is enough to be a touchstone for his 2 apprentices. Soon, Master Kame, who had made up his mind, put on a suit and asked the 2 to stop training and go to Nandu with him to participate in the competition. At the same time, Master Crane, who was thousands of miles away, also saw the TV report. Unlike Master Kame, Master Crane could not contact Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi at this time. At the same time, Master Crane could not contact his younger brother Tao Pai Pai. Helplessly, Master Crane could only set off for Nandu by himself. If that arrogant guy is really related to the Kame style. Master Crane does not mind killing Mark in front of everyone. Mark's high-profile championship declaration directly changed history. He had not noticed this so far. In the villa he had just purchased, Mark was lying on a beach chair, holding a glass of wine, looking at the girls in the swimming pool, and enjoying life. Mark, you will definitely win the championship this time, and then it will be time for us to open a branch. Baka, who was lying on another beach chair, raised his glass to celebrate for Mark in advance. However, Mark waved his hand and refused. After the World Fighting Championship, I will go out to practice for a while. It is also to prepare for the next World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference. As for the Martial Arts Hall, you should make the decision. As for my salary and dividends, just give them to my lawyer. Drinking the remaining wine in the glass in one gulp, Mark got up and rushed into the swimming pool to discuss life with the girls. The owner of the Baka gym showed anger on his face at first, but then it was covered by helplessness. Compared with the profit paid to Mark, it is obvious that Mark's income from being listed in the dojo will only be greater. It's just that Mark's attitude is really a bit annoying. But this guy is really powerful, even the Jiba King is not his opponent. Thinking of this, Baka sighed helplessly. Mark continued this extravagant life until 3 days before the competition. Early in the morning on the 31st, Mark was almost the last to appear at the registration site. As soon as he got off the car, he saw an interesting scene. Chapter 7. Silly Crane, I didn't expect you're still alive. God is blind. Bald Turtle, you're not dead, why can't I be alive? Next to the registration point came Senin and Crane. Senin started fighting as soon as they met. This pair of brothers have been fighting since they were young. First, they were fighting to pick up girls, and then they attacked each other for the direction of martial arts and the outlook on life. The two hadn't seen each other for many years, and now they just found each other and went all out. However, this time it was obvious that Kame Senin had the upper hand. After all, Mark saw Cha Shen and Krillin behind Kame Senin, who helped his teacher to curse the street. After a while, Crane Senin, who was defeated, angrily registered for himself and left. Before leaving, Hermit Crane used provocation, "Hey, Bald Turtle! Do you dare to compete with me in the ring? Of course, if you are afraid of death, you can hide, which is also in line with your character. Old Turtle!" After that, Hermit Crane put his hands behind his back and walked away from the registration point. Under the sunglasses, Hermit Crane's eyes flickered. If Hermit Crane was not present, Master Wu Tian would not have planned to take action at all. In the past 6 months, because of the stimulation of Little Gaku, Hermit Crane has been training Krillin and Yamcha while training himself hard behind the scenes. Although there is no way to reach the peak state of his youth, after thinking about it in his heart, he will not lose to any stupid crane. Hey! Hey! Sign up for me too! This is my ID card. The provocation of Hermit Crane before leaving was, to some extent, an open conspiracy. If Hermit Crane signed up, it would naturally be in line with Hermit Crane's wishes. From the perspective of understanding cultivation alone, Kame Senryu is more peaceful and easygoing, and emphasizes enjoying life through martial arts. Crane Senryu is different. The core idea of its martial arts is to win by any means. In order to win, even killing the opponent is not a problem. In terms of life, Kame Senryu is naturally much stronger than Crane Senryu. In this regard, even Beerus, the later god of destruction, praised Master Wu Tian. But in the current situation, Crane Senryu is still more lethal. On the ring, Crane Sen is confident that he can defeat his old rival and old enemy. If Crane Sen does not participate in the competition, he will lose in momentum first. This obviously admits that Kame Senryu is not as good as Crane Senryu. What's more, if 2 of Crane Sen's disciples participate in the competition, they will definitely be encountered by him. With Crane Sen's strength, it is not difficult to defeat or even kill Crane Sen's disciples. This means that no matter what, Crane Hermit's provocation is more like an unsolvable conspiracy. Mark saw this matter from beginning to end. It was not until Kame Hermit, Krillin, and Yamcha signed up and left that he showed up at the registration office to register for himself. Half an hour later, the registration was closed. Soon, all the contestants came to the Nandu Duel Arena to gather. There are a total of 9 arenas in the Nandu Duel Arena. Among them, the largest main arena is located in the center, with a length and width of 50 meters, which is a very large area. Surrounding the main arena, there are 8 20*20-meter satellite arenas. A total of more than 1,000 people signed up for this World Fighting Tournament. After the number of participants was sorted, they were divided into 8 groups for one-on-one preliminary elimination matches. The elimination match finally selected 16 contestants and advanced to the final stage. Unlike the World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament, even the preliminary elimination matches were still watched by spectators. Around the duel arena, spectator stands that can accommodate thousands of people watching the game at the same time were built. Soon, each player was divided into groups according to the order of registration. Mark was in the 6th group, and the people who had been distracted by him, such as Kame Senin and Crane Senin, were also in different groups. Kame Senin was in the first group, Crane Senin was in the third group. Krillin was in the fifth group, and Yam Sha was in the eighth group. The preliminary elimination round was nothing to watch. However, before Mark stepped onto the ring for the first time, the system options appeared in front of him again. Option 1, without making a single move, defeat the opponent and advance, and reward 10 points of combat power. Option 2, defeat the opponent and advance with one move, and reward 5 points of combat power. The rewards for both options were not generous, and Mark was not interested. The only thing that confused him was how to defeat the opponent and advance without making a single move. Did he have to rely on scaring people? Just when Mark was confused, he suddenly heard the voice of his opponent. "Sorry referee, I have diarrhea and no strength, I give up. The option has been completed, congratulations to the host for increasing the combat power by 10 points. Mark, shocked.jpg. Oh my god! This works! After a long time, when the referee urged Mark to leave the field to make room, he muttered to himself. This magical process also reminded Mark of the interesting things when Mr. Satan was young. In fact, the reason why Mr. Satan was able to become the champion of the World Fighting Championship when he was young. In addition to his own strength, a large part of the reason was that he was very lucky. As long as Mr. Satan participated in the competition, his opponents either had diarrhea or were seriously injured in the previous round and could not participate. At the very least, he could get a bye and advance directly to the next round. Compared with the unlucky Vegeta, Mr. Satan's life was as smooth as a breeze. On Mark's side, he quickly advanced to the next round with luck. Of course, the system seemed to have noticed Mark's buff, and the option never appeared again. Although the situations of the other groups were different, the results were similar. The 3 masters and apprentices of Master Kame and Master Crane all entered the finals. The preliminary round ended at 10 a.m., and the 16 contestants who entered the final stage all gathered on the main stage. The draw ceremony was held in front of all the audience. In the end, Mark's luck was overwhelming. The opponent in the first battle was Yam Sha, the desert bandit known as the God of Tea. If he was lucky enough, he would meet Krillin and Crane Immortal in the next game. The stronger the opponent, the more chance the system would have to explode gold coins. Mark estimated in his mind that if everything went well, he could explode the gold coins of 4 people in a row. Especially the 2 old guys, Kame Immortal and Crane Immortal. A lot of good things would definitely be exploded. Thinking of this, Mark's eyes changed when he looked at the 4 people. After the draw ceremony, the host announced a lunch break, and the game would be held on time at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. During this time, the 16 contestants can use it to eat and rest. There are restaurants and lounges in the duel arena for the contestants to rest and eat. Mark's duel with King Jiba took place here. Mark was very familiar with the environment here. Soon, he ordered food in the restaurant and prepared to have a full meal. Just after taking 2 bites of the delicious steak, the light in front of him was blocked. Mark looked up and found that it was Master Roshi and his 3 disciples. "Mr. Mark, nice to meet you." Wearing sunglasses, Master Wu Tian greeted Mark directly. Although Master Roshi was very lustful, it is undeniable that he was a respected martial arts senior. In his previous life, Mark liked Master Roshi very much, so he naturally did not pretend in front of him. Quickly putting down the knife and fork in his hand, Mark quickly stood up and said politely, "Hello, Master Wu Tian. Nice to meet you." Chapter 8. Although Mr. Mark is young, his strength is better than my 2 disciples. It's really a young man to be feared. After the 2 sides greeted each other, Mark warmly invited the 3 to sit down. Master came for Mark, and he didn't act pretentiously. As soon as he sat down, he began to praise Mark. However, this praise was more like a test. In Master Kame's cognition, except for Xiao Wukong, no one can learn Kamehameha by watching it once. But before that, Mark did it on TV. This becomes very unscientific. To perform Kamehameha, strength and understanding are indispensable. A year ago, Xiao Wukong witnessed Master Kame performing Kamehameha with all his strength in Huoyan Mountain. He can perform it without anyone teaching him. At that time, Master Kame's first reaction was shock. But after Bull Demon King told Xiao Wukong's life story, it seemed reasonable. After all, Goku is the grandson of his favorite disciple, Son Gohan. If Son Gohan had used Kamehameha when practicing, it would not be surprising that Goku had some insights after carefully observing himself using Kamehameha. But when he really taught Goku later, Master Roshi discovered the difference of Goku. His foundation was really good, 100 meters in 8.5 seconds, and he could push the boulder away easily. Until this moment, Master Roshi understood that Goku could learn Kamehameha at a glance. In addition to the fact that he was a martial arts genius, a good foundation was also very important. But the curly-haired boy in front of him was different. On TV, he used one hand to activate Kamehameha. And the power was no weaker than his current self. From the TV report, teacher Wu Tian already knew Mark's basic situation. He was only 14 years old, just 1 year older than Goku. Compared to Krillin and Yamcha, he is much stronger. If he learned by himself without the guidance of a famous teacher, wouldn't this kid named Mark be more talented than Goku? It was with this idea that Master Kame brought Krillin and Yamcha to participate in the competition. The purpose was to see with his own eyes what level Mark's strength had reached. Facing Master Kame's praise, Mark was still very humble. While saying that he was lucky to learn it, he also complimented Krillin and Yamcha. The two sides have just met, and it is very rare to be able to sit together and have a meal and become friends. Master Kame, who is old and shrewd, naturally noticed that Mark was trying to change the subject, so he stopped asking any more questions. What level of strength Mark can reach will naturally be known when the competition starts in the afternoon. After a simple lunch, Master Kame said goodbye with his two apprentices. Mark knew the reason why Master Kame came to him to get his words. When he becomes stronger, he will definitely have some encounters with them. It is not a bad thing for him to know and get familiar with them in advance. In this way, the lunch break passed quickly. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Mark rushed to the meeting point. After the host counted the number of people, he announced the official start of the World Fighting Tournament. The first game was between King Shiba and Krillin. King Shiba's reputation still has some value in the kingdom's martial arts circle. Krillin is a newly rising martial arts genius in the world's #1 martial arts tournament. The two were drawn together. So the opening match was naturally full of effect. Mark stood under the ring with his hands on his waist and watched the game, and next to him stood Master Kame and Yamcha. "Mark, do you think Krillin can win?" Yamcha frowned. Unlike Master Kame, who politely addressed Mark as Mr., Yamcha addressed Mark more casually and naturally. Mark didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Without thinking for a moment, he gave his answer directly: "Krillin will definitely win. I competed with this Shiba King not long ago, and he has some strength, but not high." After saying this, Master Kame looked at Mark with a little surprise, but didn't say much. Master Kame's current combat power actually did not reach the 139 points later. Master Wu Tian, who lives a comfortable life, has not experienced a decent battle for many years. After the final competition with Xiao Wukong, life still did not change much. Until watching Xiao Wukong destroy the Red Silk Army alone, and killing Crystal Granny by the way. Only then did he start to practice privately, but practice always takes a process. In fact, the fighting power of King Shiba is about 30 to 40. With the current strength of Master Kame, although he can win, he still needs to spend some effort. But from Mark's tone, it seems that he doesn't take King Shiba seriously. Could it be that Mark's strength is stronger than his own? Master Kame couldn't help but murmur in his heart. 2 minutes later, the result of the game was just as Mark expected. Although Krillin didn't kill King Sheba instantly, he was able to cope with the 8-handed fist. After 6 months of hard training, the little bald man's fighting power has indeed improved again. After getting familiar with the 8-handed fist, he quickly found the loopholes in this set of boxing and won easily. The audience naturally applauded for such a wonderful game. Master Kame nodded with great satisfaction, and Yamcha stood beside Mark and cheered. On the contrary, Hermit Crane, who was watching the battle from a distance, showed a disdainful expression on his face. Humph, nothing special. Hermit Crane's disciples were at this level, and Hermit Crane felt that he had surpassed Hermit Crane in accepting disciples and teaching. This time, it was really impossible to contact Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi. But when the next world's first martial arts meeting comes, I will definitely let them see the power of the Crane School. The two sides were a little far away, and Krillin happened to run back to Master Mutant. Hermit Crane did not hear Hermit Crane's evaluation of Krillin, but Mark, who was sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, heard it faintly. Mark, who also knew about the existence of Tian Xinyan, agreed with Hermit Crane's words to a limited extent. Hermit Crane was not aware of the existence of Tian Xinyan, Hermit Crane's disciple, and Hermit Crane did not know how powerful Goku was. Both sides thought that the other side was nothing special, but they did not expect that the other side unconsciously kept a hand. As Mark looked at this matter from a god's perspective, this scene was also quite interesting. The second match will start soon. Please welcome Mark and Yamcha to the stage. Before Mark could think about it, the host's shout reached his ears directly. He subconsciously glanced at the tea god beside him, and Yamcha also subconsciously glanced at himself. The two smiled at each other and walked onto the stage together. The two sides stood opposite each other, and Yamcha smiled and said, "Mark, you have to show mercy later. Don't worry, I will definitely not kill you." Hearing this, Mark said solemnly. Yamcha has many labels in Mark's mind, one of which is that he will be eliminated in the first round of the competition. The first time he participated in the World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament, he was fanned out of the arena by Jackie Chan in the first round. The second time he participated in the World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament, his leg was broken by Tian Xinyan in the first round. The third time he participated in the World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament, he met Mr. Shen, who was possessed by a god, and was defeated. It is no exaggeration to say that Yamcha seems to have never defeated any opponent in the final stage of the competition. Chapter 9. The two stood still, and the game started immediately. Yamcha put his hands together and saluted Mark. Mark followed suit and saluted in return. After the greeting, the two of them took their positions. Mark had just prepared when the system options appeared in front of him. Option 1, only use Satan's Iron Fist to defeat Yamcha, and reward 5 points of combat power. Option 2, only use Kamehameha to defeat Yamcha, and reward 10 points of combat power. Option 3, use Super Kamehameha to defeat Yamcha, and reward 20 points of combat power. Mark saw the options clearly and analyzed them quickly. Super Kamehameha was ruled out first. This move is too powerful, and you will lose strength after using it once. In a short period of time, your physical strength cannot be restored. The next game will be difficult. Besides, if Yamcha is killed again, it will be difficult to explain to Master Roshi. As for whether to use Satan's Iron Fist or Kamehameha to resolve the battle, Mark still prefers the former. Before Mark made up his mind, Yamcha had already made a move. "Mark, take my new Wolf Fang Wind Fist." Yamcha noticed that Mark was distracted and took the lead. This move was his strongest move. Before becoming a disciple of Master Kame, Yamcha's Wolf Fang Wind Fist was considered a good martial art for ordinary people. It was similar to the Lionheart Fist and Eight Hands Fist. After becoming a disciple, Yamcha also went through a series of training such as hand-to-hand flips, running to deliver milk, swimming with sharks, etc. His body, strength, speed, reaction, etc. were greatly improved. Looking back at the boxing he had displayed, he naturally had many loopholes. After being repaired and upgraded, the lethality of the new Wolf Fang Wind Fist went straight to a higher level. The 5 fingers were bent, like wolf claws. It broke through the air and attacked directly towards Mark. Bang! Satan's iron fist. Mark reacted quickly and punched back subconsciously. In this fight, Mark had no choice. Mark, who was going all out, had a combat power of 145 points. And now the T-God's combat power was only about 70 to 80. The difference in strength between the two was very obvious. Satan's iron fist broke through the new Wolf Fang Wind Fist, and continued to rush towards Yamsha with the remaining force. Feeling the huge force coming from his hand, the T-God secretly thought it was not good. He tried his best to twist his body, but still couldn't escape the fate of being hit. Bang! Mark punched Yamsha in the chest. Puff! The T-God spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted directly. Seeing this, the referee quickly ran over to check the situation. Soon, it was announced that Yamsha was not seriously injured, but just fainted, and Mark won. The option is completed, and the reward has been issued. At the moment when the referee announced Mark's victory, the system reward took effect in his body. Mark felt a warm current flowing into his body. He checked his combat power and it had reached 150 points. Mark, who didn't care too much, took the opportunity to carry the still fainted Yamsha down the ring. After a while, Yamsha woke up slowly after slapping his face. At this time, Teacher Wu Tian on the ring also happened to defeat his opponent. Yamsha looked at the master on the stage, and then looked at Krillin and Mark who were supporting him. He said sincerely, "Mark, you are so amazing. I thought I had become very powerful after hard training, but it seems that I still haven't practiced enough. In the next world's #1 martial arts competition, I will definitely defeat you." Clenching his fists tightly, the T-God regained his fighting spirit. "No way!" Mark complained in his heart, but he said, "Come on. Try hard." In fact, even if Mark slacked off every day for the next 2.5 years, his strength would only be higher than that of the T-God. With 150 points of combat power, he would definitely be ranked in the top 5 in the current martial arts world on Earth. The only people who can be stronger than him now are Tien Shinyan and Goku. Mark really can't think of anyone else. Moreover, this is only temporary. According to the schedule, he will meet the little bald-head Krillin in the next round. He will also meet Master Kame and Master Crane later. After a battle, his combat power will definitely increase. While feeding Yamsha chicken soup, he watched the next game. Soon, the first round of the game was over. At the beginning of the second round, Mark and the little bald head walked onto the ring together. After the salute, Mark once again had options in front of him. Option 1, defeat Krillin within one move, and reward breath control. Option 2, defeat Krillin with one move, and get the afterimage fist as a reward. Note, breath control is a special martial art mastered by Namekians, which can sense the enemy's breath strength and position, can also hide your own breath. There are only 2 options this time, and the reward is not combat power, but more rare martial arts. Especially the control of breath. This is definitely an ability that all Dragon Ball fighters have. But it is not easy to obtain. Krillin is different from Yamsha. He is very flexible in tactics during battle. It is really difficult to defeat him with one move. Mark glanced at the little bald head opposite. This guy did not take the lead like the god of tea. Instead, he took a few steps back to ensure a reasonable position. Mark thought about it and smiled like an auntie. "Don't be nervous, Krillin, I will definitely not hit hard. Don't blink, I'll show you my strongest move." After Mark said this, Krillin did not respond, but stared at Mark more cautiously. Mark was also very satisfied with this situation. Mark raised his hands slowly to his forehead and roared, "Sun Fist!" Instantly, a fierce light flashed on Mark's forehead. The entire ring was completely covered by strong light. Among the remaining contestants under the ring, only Kame-sen and Crane-sen, who were both wearing sunglasses, looked at Mark with stern faces. Damn it! How could this bastard know the moves of Crane-sen Ryu? The first one who couldn't hold back was Crane-sen, whose martial arts were stolen by someone else. He cursed loudly, and Kame-sen heard it clearly. Ignoring that Krillin was kicked out of the ring by Mark, Kame-sen was thinking about Mark's origins in his mind. This guy is not simple. Not only did he learn the Kamehameha of Kame-sen Ryu, he even secretly learned the moves of Crane Old Ghost. What on earth is going on? Kame-sen was puzzled. However, the confusion in the hearts of these two old men has nothing to do with Mark. After kicking Krillin out of the ring, the system reward was directly credited. Mark was worried that the kick that sent Krillin flying would be counted as a victory. The system defaulted that this kick was an extension of the Sun Fist. So, the reward was breath control. Almost in an instant, the knowledge about breath control went directly into Mark's mind. Hey! With one breath in and one breath out, Mark tried to control his breath directly on the ring. And outside the ring, Kame-sen and Crane-sen directly noticed the changes in Mark. He was still the curly-haired boy, but his breath felt more obscure. It felt a bit vague. Chapter 10. Mark, what's wrong with your move? How come you have hair on your head, and it can actually glow? Mark walked off the stage and happened to meet Krillin, who was rubbing his butt. He lost the game miserably, and Krillin still doesn't know why he lost. However, Mark, who won, was in a good mood and explained directly, "This move is called the Sun Fist. Half a year ago, I met Tao Bibai. After this guy used it once, I learned it. It's not difficult at all. I will teach you when I have a chance." Crane Immortal Martial Arts? Forget it. Hearing this, Krillin glanced at Master Wu Tian on the stage. Learning the martial arts of the mortal enemy without the master's consent. This is a taboo in the martial arts world. However, Kame Immortal hasn't said anything yet. Crane Immortal has already walked over quickly from a distance. "Boy, why do you know my Crane Immortal martial arts? Tell me." The words were cold and murderous. Every martial arts school attaches great importance to the inheritance of its martial arts. Mark learned the Kamehameha of the Kame Ryu. And he showed it in a TV interview. This attracted Kame-sen and Crane-sen. But compared to the tolerance of Master Wu Tian, Crane-sen's reaction seemed petty. "Half a year ago, I met Tao Pai Pai in Nandu. This guy was no match for my teacher, so he used this trick to sneak attack and killed my teacher. Unfortunately, this guy was not my opponent and finally escaped. I learned this childish trick after watching it once. I heard that Tao Pai Pai is your younger brother. What, do you want to die?" Looking at Crane-sen with his teeth bared, Mark was not panicked at all. He made up a story and told it leisurely. Crane-sen's fighting ability is not as good as Master Wu Tian. Mark's current strength has long surpassed that of Kame-sen. Faced with Crane-sen's threat, he naturally did not take it seriously. If he really dares to provoke me, Mark doesn't mind letting him die in advance. Where is Tao Pai Pai now? Seeing that Mark was not panicking at all, Crane Hermit could only ask about Tao Pai Pai's whereabouts word by word. This time, the considerate Mark comforted directly, "How should I know? I'm not interested in the whereabouts of garbage." Mark is right. Crane Old Ghost, your brother is a waste. Ha 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 ha. While talking, Kame Hermit had defeated his opponent and walked over. While walking, he took the opportunity to laugh at his mortal enemy. This time, Crane Hermit's face was extremely ugly. But he was very rational and didn't take action. After all, a turtle hermit is already very fearful to him. What's more, Mark, Krillin and Yamcha are also present. Please invite contestants Nianiel and Crane Hermit to the stage. The referee's voice sounded. Crane Hermit snorted disdainfully, and left. Mr. Mark, did you really defeat Tao Pai Pai? Watching Crane Hermit on the stage, Crane Hermit asked Mark in a calm tone. That's not the case. This guy is very good at escaping. You may not believe it, this guy stole a stone pillar and flew away on it. Spreading his hands helplessly, Mark never lays down a lie. However, Crane Hermit knows Tao Pai Pai. What Mark said is completely consistent with Crane Hermit's understanding of him. Mark's vivid description of this incident also caused the three masters and apprentices of Wu Tian to laugh. The decibel of the laughter was not low. And it successfully entered the ears of Crane Hermit on the ring. The angry Crane Hermit vented his anger directly on his opponent. A minute later, when Crane Hermit walked off the ring and glared at Mark, the unlucky Nianiel player was only left with one breath. Crane Hermit did not kill his opponent, and the game continued. Soon, the last match of the second round was over. Mark, Crane Senin and another lucky guy advanced to the semifinals. According to the schedule, Mark will play against Crane Senin in the first semifinal. Crane Senin will fight against the lucky guy. Dear audience, the first semi-final of the World Fighting Championship is about to begin. Let's use the loudest cheers to welcome the god of martial arts Master Wu Tian to the stage. The host passionately mobilized the atmosphere on the scene. As the Taishan Baidu in the martial arts world, Crane Senin received a tsunami of cheers after he came on stage. Master Wu Tian waved his hands at the audience. The atmosphere on the scene reached a climax. Then, the host shouted like a chicken blood, the next one to appear is our Nandu Supernova Mr. Satan. Satan! 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 Mr. Satan, you are the best. Come on, Satan! In the audience from Nandu still occupied the majority. Because of the geographical location, Satan's popularity has also been maximized. Of course, this is also related to Mark spending 50,000 Sony and hiring a lot of atmosphere groups. As a junior, Mark saluted Master came first. The system options appeared directly in front of him. Option 1, facing the god of martial arts, it is not shameful to give up, take the initiative to give up, and reward 50 points of combat power. Option 2, god of martial arts? Fight as usual. Defeat Teacher Wu Tian and get the title, punch the nursing home. Option 3, force Teacher Wu Tian to give up voluntarily and get the martial arts, Wuyokongshu. Note, title, punch the nursing home, after obtaining it, when facing an elderly opponent, it can reduce their combat power by 50%. 3 options, each is very good. But it is impossible to give up the game directly. The identity of the World Fighting Championship is very important to Mark. As for the rewards of the last 2 options, they both look good. Mark felt the breath of Master Wu Tian. Although it is much stronger than Krillin and Yamcha. But it should be around 100 to 110. This breath is even slightly inferior to that of Crane Hermit. It shouldn't be a problem to defeat him. Whether he can be forced to surrender depends on fate. Mark is not sure either. Go ahead, Mark. After returning the salute, Master Kame directly took up his stance. Hey! Master Wu Tian is offended, take my Satan Iron Fist. In a battle between masters, Mark did not hide his weakness. All the breath was released, and the power was concentrated on the right fist. Due to the gathering of breath, a thin layer of fist energy appeared in front of the fist. Puff! Mark hit Master Kame with a punch, but found that he only hit the air. Soon, the residual image of Master Wu Tian disappeared. Mark dodged sideways and avoided the attack of Master Kame. It is difficult to catch Master Kame's movements with just the eyes. He is too fast. Mark is tall, and although his speed is not slow, but he is slightly inferior to Master Kame. But in addition to his eyes, Mark has just learned to use his breath to feel the opponent's movements and positions. Although he is not proficient, he also avoided Master Kame's attack. The two fought in just a moment. But the process was wonderful. Oh? Mark, you can actually see my movements? Not easy. Haha. Adjusting his posture, Master Kame praised Mark with a smile. Chapter 11. Mark has always used force to suppress his enemies when he fights against others. He focuses on strength, and his skills and speed are average. This is what Master Kame thought after observing Mark fighting with Yamcha and Krillin from a close distance. After the two fought against each other for one round, this first impression was directly overturned. Mark's Satan Iron Fist is brave, but it can be controlled freely. Teacher Wu Tian had already left the original place at the first time and moved to the side to attack Mark's flaw. But Mark, who was left with a punch, was able to quickly adjust his position to avoid the sneak attack. Just from such reaction speed and adaptability, it is enough to attract Master Kame's attention. Master Kame is not a conservative person with old-fashioned ideas. He has always maintained a friendly attitude towards the young people who continue to emerge in the martial arts world. As long as they are not absolutely evil villains, Teacher Wu Tian likes to praise and give some advice. This is the case with the desert bandit Yamcha. The same will be done for Tian Xinyan, who has a bit of evil in the future. Knowing that Mr. Wu Tian's praise was from the bottom of his heart, Mark did not act pretentiously and replied respectfully, "Mr. Wu Tian, you are too polite. Unfortunately, I don't know many moves. I didn't expect that Satan's Iron Fist would pose no threat to you at all." So. Before he finished speaking, Mark's figure began to blur. Sensing something was wrong, Master Kame immediately turned around and left the spot. The next moment, Mark's figure appeared, and he stepped directly on the ground with a kick of justice from heaven. If Mr. Wu Tian had not avoided it, he would have been stepped on. After Image Fist. This was not given by the system, but Mark learned it from Master Kame's demonstration just now. In fact, After Image Fist is nothing more than using super speed to attack. What matters is the explosive power of speed in an instant. The combat power given to Mark by the system is actually to increase the energy in his body. This kind of energy, in the words of the Dragon Ball warriors on Earth, is called Chi. In the words of Vegeta, Frieza and others, it is called combat power. In the words of the androids, Cell and others, it is called energy. They are essentially the same thing. In addition to increasing destructive power, it can also strengthen all aspects of the body. Mark's current combat power has reached 150 points. Although speed is not his strong point, it is definitely not a shortcoming. And in terms of explosive power, Mark is even more good at it. In this way, mastering the after-image fist is a natural thing. It's hard to imagine that Mark's progress is beyond ordinary people. Turtle Master, who narrowly avoided Mark's after-image fist sneak attack, couldn't help but sigh after standing firm. However, before Mark could speak modestly, Turtle Master continued, "But unfortunately, I can see that your original teacher seems to have limited ability." This is indeed true. Mark's previous teacher is indeed not good. After Mark gained a foothold in Nandu, he went to the police station to claim his body. Now the grass on his grave is 3 feet high. It is impossible for Master Kame to know him. Mark thought about it and asked, "Teacher Wu Tian, did you see it from my moves and actions?" Although he inferred from this in his heart, Mark really couldn't believe this mysterious statement. At least, his current combat power has surpassed Teacher Wu Tian. But now I have no way to see who has a problem with the foundation and whose moves are flawed. Looking at Master Kame with a slightly puzzled look, Teacher Wu Tian did not play dumb. "Yes, I can see that although the breath in your body is very strong, your basic skills are very poor. It's like a tower. Although you can build it high into the sky, if you meet a strong man of the same height, whose foundation is more solid than yours, then you will definitely lose. And there is definitely a possibility of winning over the opponent." When Teacher Wu Tian said this, Mark's heart moved. To put it bluntly, my current situation is like a numerical monster in the game. Although my combat power is getting higher and higher, it is not comparable to the real masters. With the same combat power of 150 points, if I meet Goku, Tien Shinyan, or even Krillin and Yamcha with the same combat power, I may not be able to defeat them. After all, they are all taught by famous teachers, and their foundation is much more solid than mine. At my level, I can only bully weak players at most. This is why I was able to easily win against Yamcha and Krillin before. But when I faced Master Roshi, I was obviously stronger than the opponent in combat power, but I couldn't defeat the opponent. It is not uncommon in the martial arts world for the weak to defeat the strong. The winner is naturally worthy of praise. The loser is also worthy of reflection. Among them, in addition to psychological factors such as arrogance and relaxation of vigilance. The more important point is that the foundation is not solid. But Mark really has no solution at the moment. First of all, he is not a martial arts enthusiast. The motivation to become stronger is somewhat impure. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy life instead of suffering? Second, there is really no way. Mark wants to worship Master Kame as his teacher, but the two sides have just met not long ago. It's hard to speak. Thank you for your advice. Although I don't know how to consolidate the foundation now, I am very grateful to you, Mr. Wu Tian. Mark said so. But he thought in his heart, hurry up, accept me as a disciple. But obviously, Mr. Wu Tian is short of funds and has used up the quota for accepting disciples. Master Kame did not do as Mark wished. But he also gave his own suggestions. Mark, there is a place called Jialan Holy Land in the distance. There is a Jialan Tower there. The Jialan Immortal who lives there can help you. Teacher Wu Tian's turtle immortal training method is really not suitable for Mark now. After all, it is an entry-level training method. If Mark goes to practice now, he will only get half the result with twice the effort. There are only two places that are most suitable for masters to advance at this stage. One is Jialan Immortal's game of grabbing a water bottle. The other is the control of the breath by the Immortal. In fact, Mark has already mastered the control of the breath by the Immortal. It's just that he is not very proficient yet. On the contrary, Jialan Immortal's game of grabbing a water bottle is very suitable for Mark now. In fact, even if the Turtle Immortal doesn't say it this time, Mark is also going to Jialan Holy Land. However, his original purpose was to go for the fairy beans. The words of the Turtle Immortal are like enlightenment. In the future, I will go to Jialan Tower. Seeing the immortal Kuriman, it would be nice to play the game of grabbing the water bottle with him. Mark was delighted and quickly thanked the immortal Kuriman. Thank you, Master Wu Tian. No matter what the result of this game is, I will set off for Kuriman Tower tomorrow. Very good. It just so happens that Krillin and Yamcha have also reached a bottleneck in their practice. The three of you can go together. Okay. That's it. Mark accepted the immortal Kuriman's proposal with a smile. After that, he disappeared again. The battle continues. Chapter 12. Mark, who didn't follow the moral code of martial arts, attacked again. However, this time, he didn't think about defeating the enemy with one move. Attacked Master Kame head-on at a very fast speed. During the time when Mark stopped, he had already thought of the tactics. In terms of the cleverness of martial arts, he, who didn't have a deep foundation, was far from being Master Kame's opponent. Using his own weaknesses to attack his strengths. This was the most wrong choice. Now, the tests that should be tested have been completed. Mark had to end this battle quickly. Judging from the current situation, this perverted old man had no intention of jumping off the ring. It seemed that he had no chance of using the air dance for the time being. However, the title of punching the nursing home was not bad. Bang! 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 Mark punched continuously. It was not the Satan Iron Fist that he had been using all the time. It was just the most ordinary straight punch. In terms of power, it was only 40% to 50% of Satan's iron fist. But the speed was incredibly fast. The punches were as dense as a waterfall. In an instant, dozens of fist shadows appeared in front of Master Kame. Even though Master Kame was extremely fast, he could not completely avoid Mark's attack. Helpless. Master Kame could only passively defend and try to block Mark's attack. 1 minute later, Master Kame was already panting. He was forced to the edge of the ring by Mark. Teacher Wu Tian, I'm sorry. Kameha Kigong, wave. Mark's physical energy was consumed by the continuous crazy attack. But compared to Master Kame, he still had some spare energy. Seeing that Master Kame was already at the end of his strength, Mark stretched out one hand, and energy began to gather in his palm. Almost at the same time as the voice fell, the Kamehameha Kigong wave rushed towards Teacher Wu Tian. Boom! Teacher Wu Tian stretched out his hands and resisted the Kigong wave. But the huge inertia also pushed him out of the arena. Option confirmed, reward issued. Without paying attention to the system prompt, Mark jumped off the ring and stepped forward to help Master Kame. After all, he is a young man, he has to admit that he is old. Mark, if you hadn't used Kamehameha, I would have planned to jump off the ring by myself. That would be too embarrassing. Panting, Master Kame was convinced by Mark's tactic of staying old. It's so shameless. However, Master Kame can understand this point. After all, Mark's choice is indeed the most correct choice at the moment. I'm very sorry, you are right, I really don't have a solid foundation now. So, I can only try my best to play to my strengths. Please forgive me. Mark entered the finals and received a system reward. He was in a good mood, but he didn't act presumptuous in front of Master Kame. Mark said so, what else could Master Kame say? Patting Mark's broad shoulders, Kame said inside, it's only right to compete on the ring. After that, he glanced at Crane Zenon who was bullying the weak on the ring. Teacher Wu Tian turned his head helplessly and said to Mark, it's a pity that I consumed too much of your physical strength. Don't worry, I will try to delay the 3rd and 4th place finals as much as possible so that you can recover more physical strength. The two did not fight for long. But the competition was extremely fierce. Even though Mark had 150 points of combat power, far more than Crane Zenon. At this time, he was panting, and it was obvious that he was not as physically strong as Crane Zenon who had been going smoothly all the way. To some extent, Mark was a 1-on-3, and he directly blew up the 3 masters and apprentices of Kame Zenon. Teacher Wu Tian naturally saw Mark's current state. The competition system of the World Fighting Competition is different from that of the World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament. In the World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament, there are only champions and runners-up. There is no distinction between 3rd place and 4th place. But the World Fighting Tournament does have one, and the match between the 3rd and 4th place is scheduled before the finals. It can be regarded as a buffer time for the finalists. The player that Crane Hermit defeated with 2 moves was just an ordinary martial artist. In terms of strength, he is not even as good as King Sheba. If Kame Hermit takes action, even if he has little remaining physical strength now, he is absolutely sure to defeat him easily. But in order to buy more time for Mark to recover his physical strength, Teacher Wu Tian quickly returned to the ring again. Mark did not act pretentiously. He quickly ate some high-calorie chocolate, drank water, and rested. Half an hour later, the martial artist who was teased by the cat and mouse and exploded his mentality jumped off the ring by himself. Teacher Wu Tian wanted to persuade him to try harder. As a result, that guy was no longer fooled. After a half-hour rest, Mark's physical strength also recovered a lot. After Master Kame stepped down from the stage, Mark and Master Crane immediately stepped on ring. At this time, the sun was setting. The final of the World Fighting Tournament was about to begin. Boy, I will break every bone of yours in front of everyone. Dare to steal my Crane Immortal style's unique skills, you deserve to die. As soon as the petty Crane Immortal stepped on the stage, he threatened Mark directly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Crane Immortal felt that his body suddenly became much heavier. His feet also staggered. Damn it! What did you do to me? Crane Immortal looked at Mark, who was smiling at him, and his heart sank and he scolded. Title: Punching the Nursing Home. This thing is a passive debuff effect. It is impossible that all the elderly people will be affected wherever Mark goes. Strictly speaking, it will only work on elderly people who are a threat to Mark. Crane Immortal, this guy, although he looks a little younger than Crane Immortal. But no matter what, he is definitely an elderly person. The two of them just stepped onto the ring and haven't started fighting yet. The system hasn't determined that he is a threat to Mark. But this guy is too mean and jumped out to kill himself. Naturally, the effect of punching the nursing home directly acted on him. Mark estimated that Crane Immortal's combat power is about 100 to 110 points. Calculated based on 110 points of combat power. After being weakened by 50%, it seems that only 55 points of combat power are left. This weakening is not only a weakening of breath and energy. It is also a weakening of many aspects such as strength and speed. Mark looked at Crane Immortal and raised his mouth slightly. Just as he was about to start, the system option appeared in front of him again. Option 1, respect the elderly and love the young, and give up voluntarily. Reward the title of the strongest coward. Option 2, use the turtle-style martial arts to defeat the opponent and win. Reward special props champion belt. Note, the title of the strongest coward, when encountering a stronger enemy than yourself, you will enter a hidden state and cannot move. Note, champion belt, after wearing it, increase the current basic combat power by 10%, lasting for 10 minutes. Choose one of the two. In fact, the title of the strongest coward is really good. But the championship is also very important to Mark. What's more, the championship belt is also very good. Folding his hands together, his 10 fingers are in the shape of a calyx. Mark paused for a word, and the light on his palm flashed, turtle. School. Chi. Gong. Boom. Chapter 13. Swoosh. Kamehameha was launched horizontally, and the air bullet cut through most of the ring. Crane Immortal, who was suppressed, had no time to react. The air wave hit his face and pushed him out of the ring. Nandu Fighting Arena is a semi-enclosed place. After the Kamehameha wave hit Crane Immortal, it did not explode immediately. The huge inertia made him hit the wall hard. Boom! His back hit the wall hard, and he could not move forward. The air wave was suppressed and exploded directly, stirring up clouds of dust. After a while, the smoke dissipated. Crane Immortal looked horrible. The handsome mustache was now only a stroke. The remaining stroke was also burnt and crispy. The small sunglasses that treacherous villains must have, the lenses were blown to pieces. Only the frame was still hanging on Crane Immortal's ear, shaking. The hat was blown off, and the jacket was blown to pieces. The whites of his eyes rolled up, and a stream of blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. The host quickly ran to Crane Immortal and checked his physical condition. Crane Immortal is seriously injured, but not dead. I declare that the champion of the World Fighting Championship is Mr. Satan. After checking the injury, the staff was informed to enter the ring and carry Crane Immortal away for rescue. The host returned to the ring and stood beside Mark to announce the final result of the game. Then, the awarding ceremony of the championship belt was held. As soon as this guy handed the belt over, the system prompt sounded directly in Mark's mind. Choose to confirm, the reward has been covered to the fighting championship belt, please check it. Mark, holding the championship belt in his hand, was thoughtful. After being flattering, he tied the championship belt directly around his waist. In an instant, Mark felt that his breath had indeed increased a little. Through breath perception, it was really as the system said that the combat power was increased by about 10%. This reward is not bad, and the value will increase as time goes by. The World Fighting Tournament is held every year. In addition to the champion receiving 300,000 Sony, the runner-up and third place will receive 200,000 and 100,000 Sony respectively. Because the second and third place prizes must be paid. Therefore, the prize money for winning the championship is indeed not as generous as the World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament. This has also caused many players who live far away from Nandu to basically not travel long distances to participate in the competition every year. This is exactly why the influence of the fighting tournament is not as good as the World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament. After receiving the check for 300,000 Sony, Mark quickly left the Nandu Duel Arena. Outside the venue, Master came, and his 3 disciples have been waiting for Mark. Teacher Wu Tian, Krillin, Yamsha, let's go to the restaurant to have a good meal first, and stay at my house tonight. Tomorrow, how about we set off to the Holy Land of Garen? After exchanging a few words with the 3, Mark took the opportunity to invite the 3 to visit his newly bought villa. Teacher Wu Tian was not a pedantic person, so there was no reason for him to refuse. This time period was the peak time for dinner. However, Mark was doing very well in Nandu during this period. After calling his assistant, the luxury car that Mark bought soon stopped in front of the 4 people. In the luxury car that looked like an extended Lincoln, Krillin was amazed at the refrigerator in the car. Yamsha studied the leather sofa in the car, and Kame Senin looked at the playboy that Mark treasured. After Mark greeted the 3 people, he thought about the next arrangements alone. Let's go to Galanta first to solve the problem of weak foundation. Then what to do, Mark has not thought about it yet, let's take it one step at a time. While thinking wildly, the luxury car that the 4 people were riding in stopped directly at the door of the restaurant. The waiter ran to see the door attentively, and the restaurant manager stood behind him. Mark became the world fighting champion, and the news had long been spread through TV broadcasts. The world fighting champion came to eat at his restaurant, which was of course a very good gimmick. Under the personal care of the restaurant manager, the 4 were arranged in the most luxurious box in the restaurant. Looking at the delicious food served like water, both Krillin and Yamsha were stunned. Needless to say, the little bald head, when he was a little monk in Shaolin Temple, he ate vegetarian food. In the past year or so, after joining Master Wu Tian, although the food and drink are pretty good, but it is not luxury at all, and it costs money for Master Rashi to raise an apprentice. As for Yamsha, he used to be a robber in the desert. Although the food and drink are much better than Krillin, it is not much better. Later, after getting together with Bulma, life became relatively better. Although Bulma's family is rich, it is impossible for them to fully support Yamsha. Cha who ate a lot. What's more, he himself was not a person who liked to indulge in food. The 2 had never seen such luxurious food. After thanking Mark, they started eating directly. Compared with the 2 apprentices, Master Kame had much better concentration. After eating some food simply, he kept chatting with Mark. At the beginning, the 2 talked about too much food to finish, which was a bit wasteful. Then the topic shifted to the big eater Gaku. Finally, it talked about the things to pay attention to when climbing the Galan Tower. In fact, Mark knew most of these topics better than Master Kame. But isn't chatting like this? Master Kame talked endlessly, and Mark listened happily. Some details that Mark didn't understand, he also benefited a lot after Master Kame finished talking. For example, why did Master Wu Tian climb the Galan Tower when he was young? In theory, Master Crane's strength was not much different from his at that time. He also knew the news of the Galan Holy Land, so why didn't he climb up? At the same time, the martial arts atmosphere on Earth was even stronger than it is now. Although Master Kame was a disciple of Mr. Wu Taidu at that time, there were still some people who were better than him. Why did most of those people fail to climb to the top of the tower? Master Came told Mark in detail about the twists and turns. After listening, Mark suddenly realized and felt that the meal was not in vain. 2 hours later, the four left the restaurant and returned directly to Mark's villa. After arranging the 3 masters and apprentices of Master Came, Mark directly asked his assistant to prepare the necessary materials for climbing the Gallon Tower. After giving all the instructions, Mark returned to his room to rest. There was no conversation all night, and everyone woke up early the next morning. "Teacher Wu Tian, are you really not going to the Gallon Holy Land with us?" Krillin stood in front of the villa gate with his hands clasped, and repeatedly confirmed with Master Came. Master Came wore sunglasses, held a wooden staff in one hand, and put one hand behind his back and said solemnly, "I won't go. You have practiced so much and need to venture out. Mark, the safety of Krillin and Yamcha is in your hands. Remember to come back to participate in the world's #1 martial arts tournament in 2.5 years. See you then." After saying this, Master Mutant got into Mark's luxury car. Master Came decided to take a plane directly and then take a speedboat back to Came House. As for Krillin and Yamcha, they were left to Mark to take care of. Mark's current strength has long surpassed Master Mutant. Master Came was also very relieved to leave his apprentice to him. Chapter 14. Stop, who are you? Under the Gallon Tower, Pora held a spear and pointed it at Mark and the other 2. After a long journey of 1 day and 1 night, the 3 drove the flying car to the Gallon Holy Land. As soon as the flying car was turned into a capsule, Pora jumped out and asked the 3 people about their origins. However, Yuba, who had been hiding behind Pora, confirmed that Krillin and Yamcha were his friends. "Dad! Dad! They are Goku's friends. Half a year ago, Goku went to Crystal Granny to ask about the whereabouts of the last Dragon Ball in order to save Pora. Before going to Crystal Granny, he brought Yuba to join everyone. At that time, Krillin's head was full of holes, and Yamcha was almost beaten into fertilizer by the mummy. Yuba remembered all these things. Although the 2 of them had some comedy costs, but they did contribute to the resurrection of Pora. Yuba's words directly made the originally tense atmosphere become joyful. After learning that the 3 were going to climb the Gallon Tower, Pola also gave suggestions within the scope of his duties. "Krillin, Yamcha, Mark, you stay here for a few days first. Climbing the Gallon Tower is a very physically demanding thing, you need to prepare a lot of supplies. These few days, you help me temporarily guard the Holy Land, I will go hunting and make some dried meat." Pola's words were exactly the same as what Master Wu Tian said to him, and Mark was full of emotion. In the past 100 years, only Goku has succeeded in climbing the Gallon Tower. Goku was not in the best condition after fighting with Tao Pei. Such a Goku felt thirsty and hungry halfway up the climb, and almost fell off the Gallon Tower. In the end, he relied on his perseverance to climb up the Gallon Tower. This is the history that Mark was familiar with, but in fact, the reason why Goku is so abnormal is that he is a scion with a physique far superior to that of Earthlings. If Goku is in the best condition, Mark estimates that this guy can climb up in half a day at most. After all, after a day of training with the Cat Fairy on the Gallon Tower, Goku only took 3 hours to go back and forth. In fact, this is not realistic at all. Indeed, the process of climbing the tower is a process of training, but it is not so exaggerated that it changes from 24 hours to 3 hours all of a sudden. Putting aside the special situation that Goku is a scion, it took Mr. Wu Tian 3 days to climb the tower. In addition to Mr. Wu Tian's own certain strength, the most important point is that Mr. Wu Tian prepared very well. Dry food, water, and a rope that can tie himself to the tower column. Who can survive without food and water for 3 days? Therefore, dry food and clean water must be prepared. As for why a rope is prepared, Mr. Wu Tian actually uses it to sleep. Tie yourself up with a rope, you can sleep and rest during the tower climbing process to restore your strength. Master Came, who is both capable and careful, relied on these three things when he was young. In the end, he successfully climbed up the Gallon Tower. Such behavior was not judged as a foul by Master Cat. To be precise, many people at that time also prepared dry food and water. But they never thought of the rope. Master Kame thought of it, so there was Master Mutant later. History is often so plain and unpretentious. Master Kame never told anyone about this matter. He didn't even tell his proud disciples Sun Gohan and Bull Demon King. However, this time he told Mark. Mark's situation is different from Krillin and Yamcha. In fact, Master Kame estimated that Mark, who is so powerful, only needs half a day to climb up the tower. But this time, because of Krillin and Yamcha's following, this time will definitely be delayed indefinitely. In this way, when Master Kame told this secret, he was actually making up for Mark's lack of care for these two people. If Mark had not appeared, the course of history would have changed. Krillin and Yamcha would have chosen to climb the Gallon Tower 3 years later. Everything changed because of Mark's appearance. Mark had already prepared the supplies because of Master Kame's reminder. "Thank you very much, Mr. Pola, we have prepared the supplies. In this case, we will not disturb you and Yuba's rest. Krillin, Yamcha, let's get started." He took out a universal capsule from his arms and threw it on the ground, and the three of them picked up their own supplies. The huge mountaineering backpack was filled with high-energy food and clean water. After a few words of greeting with Pola and his son, Krillin was the first to climb the Gallon Tower. Following closely behind him, the last one was Yamcha, and Mark was the last one. If the two of them really had an accident and fell halfway, Mark could also help them up at the end. In this way, the three of them quickly disappeared from the sight of Pola and his son. Among the three, Yamcha was the weakest. Whether it was Krillin or Mark, they had to accommodate him in their actions. However, since they were partners, no one complained at all. The three of them could still talk and laugh while climbing. It was much happier than climbing alone. After nightfall, the three of them took a short rest after dinner and continued to climb for 2 hours. Then, they tied themselves to the tower pillars with strong ropes. After saying good night to each other, the three of them listened to the whistling wind and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, the first ray of dawn from the morning glow shone on Mark's face. The warm feeling directly woke up Mr. Satan from his sleep. Mark woke up and released water directly to the bottom, which woke up Yamcha on top. Untie the rope, stagger the position, and let Yamcha release water. In this way, after releasing water and eating dry food to replenish their energy, the three continued to climb. Around 11 o'clock in the morning, Mark heard Klin's exclamation above his head, "We're here. We're almost there. Ha 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 ha." Reminded by Klin's slightly demonic laughter, Yamcha and Mark looked up. As expected, there were obvious black spots in the sky. "I think that should be the legendary Gallon Tower. Victory is in sight," and the three of them started to sprint and climb directly. 15 minutes later, Klin was the first to climb up the Gallon Tower. Yamcha and Mark followed closely. By the time Mark climbed the Gallon Tower, Klin and Yamcha had already been surprised that the immortal Gallon was a cat. "Oh! You are quite interesting, aren't you surprised that I am a cat?" Garland Immortal held a wooden stick and asked Mark, who was calm and composed. Seeing the cat asking this, Mark did not hide his secrets and said, "I have learned something about you from Master Wu Tian. Very happy to meet you, Garland Immortal." Mark, who had been restraining his breath, did not show too strong fighting power. After hearing this, Garland Immortal nodded with a smile, and did not pay special attention to Mark. According to Garland Immortal's rules, anyone who climbed up the Garland Tower has the right to drink the super holy water. But the premise is that they can grab the kettle from him. The kettle contains deceptive white water, not super holy water at all. As a senior Dragon Ball fan, Mark is naturally very clear about this. Garland Immortal asked the three people to attack him at the same time. As long as one person grabs it, the three people can taste it. In this case, Mark did not think about it anymore. After suppressing his aura to a level not as good as that of Jialan Xianren, Mark still hoped to win by relying on skills, reaction, and speed. This was the most missing part of his foundation. So, the heart-snatching battle began. Chapter 15. Hey! Hat! Ha! After suppressing his breath, Mark did not use the fighting power that surpassed the cat immortal to train. After all, doing so would only deceive himself. Suppressed his strength to about 90 points, which was similar to that of Krillin and Yamcha. The three began to work together to grab the kettle on the wooden stick. After half a day of training, Krillin and Yamcha collapsed on the ground panting. Although Mark also felt a little tired, he was still full of energy. Seeing this, the cat immortal stretched out his cat's paw to signal Mark to pause. You two eat this and continue fighting. Mark, you seem to have hidden your strength. After taking out the pottery jar and picking up a handful of fairy beans, the cat immortal threw them directly to Krillin, Yamcha and Mark. Mark spread his hands and saw that there were 5 in total. This thing is really precious. Mark's chi in his body has not been consumed by half, so he did not eat it but collected it. In fact, the cat immortal has accumulated senzu beans for hundreds of years. Eating like this now is not a big deal for the cat immortal. Originally, the earth was relatively peaceful. There is no need to store too many senzu beans. But Mark, who knew what happened later, was heartbroken. But it is not easy to say this directly. After all, it is better to keep the fact that he is a time traveler in his heart. After Krillin put the inconspicuous green beans in front of him into his mouth and chewed them, he was surprised to find that he was not tired at all, and his stomach was not rumbling. Shocked that this little bean had such an effect, he said to the cat immortal in surprise, "Not hungry anymore. How is this possible? This is the senzu bean I planted. Eating one can keep you from being hungry for 10 days. The cat immortal is an immortal after all, and has the ability to plant senzu beans. This ability has only been known to teacher Wu Tian and Xiao Wukong for so many years. Now sharing it with Mark and the other two is just right to harvest a wave of praise. The cat immortal has lived alone on Galanta for too long, so he naturally longs to be valued and respected." As expected, after saying this, even Mark showed a surprised expression in a very cooperative manner. A very satisfied smile appeared on the face of the cat immortal. However, in the following battle for the kettle, the cat immortal's smile turned serious. After half a day of fighting, Mark has more or less gotten used to the oxygen-deficient environment at high altitudes. In any case, Mark's combat power is still real after all. There is no way. In order to maintain a state of equal strength, Mark can only lower his breath again. Such a move, in the eyes of the cat immortal who has been paying attention to Mark, becomes very strange. Seeing the cat immortal looking at him with strange eyes, Mark can only smile at him foolishly. In this way, a day of training ended. Krillin and Yamcha, who were suffering from backache, said frankly that this was more tiring than the training method of the Kame Immortal. Since the two came here, they were originally here to improve themselves. Unlike Goku, who was anxious to seek revenge on Tao Pai Pai at that time, the two did not get up for half a day to steal the super holy water. Neither Krillin nor Yamcha did this, and Mark, who knew the truth, was even less likely to steal the holy water. In this way, the next morning, when they woke up, the snatching continued. But it was obvious that the cat fairy was very satisfied with the three people's frank behavior. During the snatching process, he had already pointed out the shortcomings of each of the three people. Among them, Yamcha had the most shortcomings among the three. Next was Mark, and finally Krillin. During a short break at noon, Mark reflected on this point. Yamcha has always been a lone desert bandit. It is more appropriate to describe him as self-taught. But he is 16 years old this year, and will soon be 17 years old. It is not polite to say that his age is a bit too old for martial arts. Like Mark, although he is a little precocious. But now he is just a little over 14 years old. Krillin is only 1 year older than Mark, and he is 15 years old this year. In addition, he had just received the advice from Master Kame in the past 6 months. He still had many shortcomings. Then, it was Mark himself. Mark knew very well that although he had a system, he was a hacker. But as Master Kame said, his foundation was too weak. The shortcomings mentioned by Master Cat were exactly what Mark needed to change. Finally, it was Krillin. When this guy was 13 years old, he had already been practicing with Master Wu Tian. It can be said that his foundation was very solid, so although there were many things that Master Cat pointed out, he had the least among the three. However, the shortcomings were pointed out by the Cat Immortal. Mark and the other two still need a process of correction. For the next 6 months, the three of them ate and drank on the Gallon Tower every day. However, the effect was also very gratifying. Ha 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 ha. Finally got it. Mark was responsible for entanglement with the Cat Immortal, Yamcha was responsible for interception, and Krillin was responsible for snatching. The three of them joined forces and finally snatched the kettle from the Cat Immortal in half a year. Krillin, who was very excited, took a sip directly after snatching the kettle, and then threw the kettle to Mark. Mark did not drink it, but handed it directly to the tea god beside him. The tea god did not say anything polite to him, and took a big sip directly. However, the two soon noticed something wrong. At this time, the smiling Gallon Immortal asked Mark directly, "Mark, did Teacher Wu Tian tell you?" The Cat Immortal asked like a riddle man, which made Krillin and Yamcha look at Mark in confusion. Mark smiled and explained, "If there is really super holy water, why don't we just drink it directly? Why bother the immortal Jialan to come and train us in person? Teacher Wu Tian didn't say it at all, but I had already thought of this when you said the rules." After saying this, Mark turned his head and asked Krillin, "Little bald head, the pot should be just ordinary white water, right?" "Yet." After Mark said this, Krillin also reacted and hummed. "Ha ha ha ha. I didn't expect that, Mark, you look tall, but your mind is so delicate. If I'm not wrong, you have been suppressing your breath, right?" After getting along for so long, the immortal Jialan had already sensed Mark's means of suppressing his breath, so he asked. Mark was about to answer, but a system option that had not appeared for a long time appeared in front of him. Option 1, Deceive the Cat Immortal, reward 5 points of combat power. Option 2, Answer truthfully. Release all the breath, and reward martial arts dancing in the air. Since Mark climbed the Gallon Tower, the system has been playing dead and has never appeared again. Mark thought it was expired, but he never thought it would appear now. These two options are essentially a compulsory question. "Yes, Teacher Wu Tian said that my foundation is not solid, and only you can help me consolidate it." As he spoke, Mark released all his breath. The combat power of the Cat Immortal is about 190 to 200 points of combat power. Although Xiao Wukong took the kettle from the Cat Immortal a year ago, his combat power reached about 150 to 160. But this does not mean that Xiao Wukong's combat power has surpassed the Cat Immortal. In fact, the strength of the Cat Immortal is still very strong, but he rarely takes action. At the same time that the Cat Immortal showed an expression of as expected on his face, a system prompt sound came from Mark's ear. Choice completed. Congratulations to the host for learning the martial arts dancing in the air. Chapter 16. Mark was delighted when he heard the system prompt. No one can resist the feeling of flying freely. The air dance technique will be a must-have tactic for Dragon Ball warriors in the future. Of course, except for Yajirobe. Although he was happy in his heart, his face showed the sadness of the upcoming departure. This was not entirely fake. After all, the Cat Fairy has a good temper. Strictly speaking, he is the first teacher who has taught Mark since he came to the Dragon Ball world. However, the purpose of this trip has been achieved. There is no benefit in staying any longer. Before asking further questions, Mark asked the cat fairy for a large bag of fairy beans. Roughly counting, there are about 200 or 300. Mark will keep this thing carefully. It is better to keep it here for emergency than to let the fat man Yajirobe squander it all. Carrying the bag on his back, Mark finally resisted the request to ask the cat fairy for a cloud. With the gyro cloud, it will be very convenient to travel for a long time in the future. But if you want to ride the gyro cloud, you must be righteous and kind. Mark claims that he is not a simple good person. Krillin and Yamcha look like they can hardly ride it. In the end, the three of them chose to climb down the Gallon Tower head first. Although Mark has learned the art of flying, he is not proficient yet. So, he can only climb down the tower with a slightly embarrassing consciousness. Half a day later, the three of them landed on the ground one after another. This posture is really shameful. Yamcha blushed and felt ashamed of his appearance along the way. Mark disagreed. This posture is the fastest, so what if it's ugly? Anyway, it's not just him who is embarrassed. Forget it, let's think about where to go next. Krillin stepped forward in time to change the subject. As soon as this question came out, the three of them fell into silence. After a while, Mark spoke first. Let's say goodbye to Pola first, and then go to Zidu. Yamcha, Bulma should be on summer vacation soon, right? Hehe, you have been missing for more than half a year, so let's go see her. By the way, I can also visit Dr. Brief and ask him to help build a gravity training room. It was the middle of the night when the three landed under the Gallon Tower. Pola and his son did not stay under the Gallon Tower. After all, they should say hello before leaving. After that, Mark wanted to meet the princess. Of course, the most important thing is to order a gravity training room. Recently, the system rarely triggers options. Even if it is triggered, the reward is pitifully small. Before encountering a stronger opponent, Mark wants to strengthen his strength. Either practice by yourself and become stronger little by little. Or just lie down and enjoy life. Then, he will meet strong enemies step by step, complete the options, and improve himself. Obviously, before coming to Galanta to practice, Mark was very much looking forward to the lifestyle behind. But through the practice in the past 6 months, Mark has fallen in love with the feeling of getting stronger little by little. This is just like lifting weights in the gym before. From the initial resistance to feeling uncomfortable without lifting weights for a day. What's more, in the world of Dragon Ball, if you don't have strength, you are just an ant. If you meet a bastard like Vegeta, Frieza, or Beerus who destroys the planet at will. If you are too weak, you don't even have the chance to resist or even escape. Mark feels that since he has the help of the system, becoming stronger and changing your own destiny, and taking your destiny into your own hands, this is the most basic pursuit. But now it seems that this system is really not as powerful as the sign-in system, reputation system, etc. Such a randomly triggered selection system is really hard to maintain. There is still some effect, but it is hard to describe. If Mark wanted to become stronger faster, the only thing he could think of in a short period of time was weight training. This point is really true from beginning to end in the Dragon Ball world. At the beginning of the Dragon Ball plot, when Goku and Krillin became the apprentices of Master Kame, they had to carry heavy turtle shells for training. At first it was 20 kilograms, and later it was 40 kilograms. Then, when Goku went to the Immortal to train, the way to improve combat effectiveness is still weight-bearing. However, this time it was a weight-bearing suit. Then, when rushing to Namek, Goku still used weight-bearing for training. However, this time the weight-bearing equipment was upgraded to a gravity training room. Later, even if Goku died and went to the underworld, when training, he would still wear lead blocks for training. After becoming the apprentice of Mr. Whis, the initial training was still at his weight-bearing. In essence, although there are many martial arts in the world of Dragon Ball. But in terms of improving combat power and strengthening physical strength, the method used is still weight-bearing practice. In this case, Mark did not make a fuss. In the next 2 years, if he lies down, the result does not matter. But if the little bald head and the tea god do not improve their combat power quickly, then the fate waiting for them is 1 broken leg and 1 dead. Although there are Dragon Balls in this world, Dragon Balls are not omnipotent after all. Especially the little bald head here. It is better to die less than 1 more time. As for the historical changes brought about by this, Mark has no way to influence it. History will always move forward in the general direction. Mark's proposal deeply touched Yamcha's mind. After all, he and Bulma are still in the period of passionate love. They have not seen each other for more than half a year, and they must be missing each other. The 3 made up their minds and decided to accept Mark's suggestion. After the discussion, they rested for half a night. Early the next morning, the 3 of them found Bola and Yuba and said goodbye. Then, the 3 of them drove to Zidu. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the 3 of them arrived at the gate of Bulma's house. Ring the doorbell? Yamcha, are you afraid? Looking at the tea god standing in front of the call doorbell, his fingers were frozen in the air, and he didn't move. Mark teased directly. Perhaps stimulated by Mark's words, Yamcha gritted his teeth and rang the doorbell directly. It was Bulma's mother who answered the phone. It's June now, and Bulma will have another month before summer vacation. Usually, she has to go to high school every day. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, whether Bulma is at home. It all depends on whether the eldest lady wants to skip class. The world of the god of learning is like this. Going to high school. Taking risks. Falling in love, skipping classes. At last glance, Bulma became a scientist. Who can you complain to about this matter? Miss Bulma did not skip class today. She was not at home. However, Pool and Oolong were at home. After not seeing her partner for a year, Yamcha talked to Pool for a long time. It was past 5 in the afternoon when Bulma finally arrived. Damn Yamcha! You still remember to come back to see me? Little bald head, it must be you, the bastard, who kidnapped him. Hey? Who are you? Bulma angrily scolded the god of tea and the little bald head. But when she looked at Mark, she was confused. My name is Mark, and I am known as Mr. Satan in the world. I am a friend of Yamcha and Krillin. Nice to meet you, Miss Bulma. Seeing this, Mark introduced himself directly. Chapter 17. Oh. Hello. Bulma's reaction was indifferent. This was normal, as Mark was still wearing a martial arts uniform. He was not handsome or elegant in appearance. Bulma was always obsessed with looks, so such a reaction was normal. The current princess vented all her grievances on Yamcha. As bystanders, Krillin and Mark could only stand aside, watching the tea god's embarrassment with a gloating look on their faces. Fortunately, the couple was still in the honeymoon period. Bulma's anger was more of a complaint. After complaining, the 2 of them were intimate with each other again, without any regard for Mark and Krillin's feelings. After a while, Mrs. Brief came over with a coffee pot and invited everyone to have dinner together. It is said that he has been locking himself in the studio for research recently. Hearing that Bulma's friends were coming, he came out to take a breath and have dinner with everyone. At the table, Mark saw the dinner of the world's capital family. It was definitely rich and delicious, but that was all. Compared with his own extravagant dinner, Bulma's dinner was really not worthy of the status of the world's capital. During the dinner, Yamcha solemnly introduced Mark's situation to everyone. After learning that Mark's strength was not weaker than that of Goku, Bulma's impression of him changed. Dr. Brief was not fascinated by these things in the world. But he also sounded very interesting. The topic at the table was naturally not too rigid. After a while, Mark found an opportunity to talk to Dr. Brief. "Doctor, can you design a gravity simulation device? I want to entrust you to help me build a gravity training room, no matter how much it costs." Mark came to Zeta from afar for the purpose of the gravity training room. This thing has appeared twice in the Dragon Ball world. Their makers are all the unkempt Dr. Brief in front of him. Seeing that the time was right, Mark directly stated his needs. Of course, unlike Goku and Vegeta, Mark, who was wealthy, did not need Dr. Brief to develop a gravity simulation device for him for free. However, Dr. Brief did not care how much money Mark would give. Instead, he asked with interest about Mark's demand for a gravity device. "What? A 500-fold gravity simulation device?" Mark estimated. The limit of Vegeta's gravity training room is 300 times gravity. He usually trains with 150 times. When they were training on the Destroyer Star, the weight-bearing suits on their bodies made it difficult for them to move. "I think the weight must be more than 300 times. In order to avoid trouble, Mark simply reported the requirement of 500 times. In return, Dr. Brief exclaimed. Picking up the cigarette again, Dr. Brief explained solemnly, "Mr. Mark, do you know what 500 times gravity means? If you weigh 100 kilograms, 500 times is 50,000 kilograms, which means 50 tons of gravity are always pressing on you. Not only muscles and bones will be under pressure, but also internal organs, blood vessels, and even every cell will be under heavy pressure. Not to mention humans, any carbon-based life may not be able to bear such pressure. Haha, silicon-based life is almost the same." Dr. Brief's tone was very serious. However, Mark understood what he said. Seeing that Mark was unmoved, Dr. Brief could only talk about silicon-based life. "Doctor, I will definitely not use 500 times gravity right away. It will only be 1 or 2 times at the beginning. As for 500 times, it is also for the future. In case I can adapt, I can save you from bothering you again." No alcohol was prepared for dinner, so Mark naturally did not talk drunkenly. Seeing that Mark was determined to do so, Dr. Brief gave a positive answer and stopped persuading Mark. After all, Dr. Brief is not a martial artist. Although he still doubts whether humans can withstand such a heavy pressure. But he did not deny Mark's needs. Build a training room that can withstand 500 times the gravity. All that is needed are high-pressure resistant materials. This fee is very expensive. Dr. Brief calculated the cost price for Mark, and the final price was 30 million Sony. Mark blushed when he heard the offer. In short, one word, poor. After Mark bought luxury cars and luxury villas, the current liquid funds on hand are only more than 10 million Sony. This was just confirmed by calling the assistant. However, Dr. Brief said after all, he is the richest man in the world. Just say that you can pay 10 million first. The rest of the balance can be paid slowly. The doctor does not charge Mark interest, after all, he is a scientist, not a financier. In this way, Mark can breathe a sigh of relief. Mark is now the champion of the World Fighting Championship. In the Satan City martial arts arena, the deputy gym owner still gets dividends. Even if he does not appear in the dojo for many years, the dividends that should be given to Mark every year will not be less. If he loses a penny, Mark will have 10,000 reasons to kick Baka out. At present, the martial arts arena can bring Mark a stable income of 10 million Sony a year. After all, because of Mark, the ticket money for Satan City has been soft every night in the past 6 months. It only takes 2 years to pay off the debt and improve his strength in advance. Mark thinks it is still worth it. In this way, Mark and Krillin lived in Bulma's house for the next 10 days. At the beginning of July, Bulma officially went on vacation, and the gravity training room that Mark had been thinking about was officially delivered to him. It uses electric energy to drive, and the gravity can be adjusted from 1 to 500 times. The area is about 400 square meters. Considering the density problem, it can accommodate 4 people to practice together at the same time. Of course, the premise is that the strength of the 4 people is not much different. At least they can bear the same gravity. This point was soon discovered to be inconvenient when Mark used it. Mark's current strength can challenge 2 times gravity. But Yamcha and Krillin can't. They are very tired training under 2 times gravity. Finally, after Dr. Brief's adjustment, the gravity training room was upgraded to adjustable regional gravity. On the side where Mark is, the gravity is 2 times. Krillin and Yamcha can bear 1.8 times and 1.5 times of gravity respectively. In this way, everyone can improve rapidly in the best gravity environment. Although, the system has been pretending to be dead. But Mark's strength has improved rapidly. In a blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. May 6, 752 AE. In the courtyard of Bulma's family in the western capital. Mark had a towel wrapped around his neck and a glass of juice in his hand. He walked out of the gravity training room leisurely, picking up the combat power detector from the table in the courtyard. Mark directly tested his latest combat power. This detector is one of the few rewards given to Mark by the system in recent years. After starting, a string of numbers was directly displayed on the screen. Target Combat Power 2105. Chapter 18. There is no decimal point, no mechanical failure. After 2 years of training, Mark's combat power has indeed reached 2105. In fact, there is nothing surprising about this. Now Mark can withstand 5 times the gravity. In addition to the previous guidance of Jialan Immortal, the system also gives Mark a way to control his breath. It is no exaggeration to say that Mark is at least 2 versions ahead of everyone. Of course, it is not only Mark who has become so strong. Krillin's current combat power has reached 1,790 points and is about to reach 1,800 points. Yamcha's combat power has also reached 1,700 points. While practicing together, Mark taught the 2 how to control their breath. In addition, there are Taeyang Chuan, Kamehameha Kigong, and Wukong Jutsu. They were also taught to the 2. It's a pity that Xiao Wukong is not here. Otherwise, this guy's strength will probably increase faster. Time and fate. After taking a break from the gravity training room, Mark turned it into a capsule. Tomorrow, the 3 of them will go to Papaya Island to meet with Master Kame and Little Goku. After this martial arts tournament is over, they will solve the problem of Piccolo. Mark plans to return to Nandu to live. After all, the big star Miguel has had many suitors in the entertainment news recently. This is his future wife, and she must not fall into the hands of others. As for Krillin and Yamcha, they also have their own lives. After making up their minds, everyone took a plane to Papaya Island. After a night, the morning glow passed through the horizon and scattered on the outer wall of the martial arts temple. The world's first martial arts tournament, which is held every 3 years, has brought a large number of tourists to Papaya Island. On the island in July, the first ray of sunrise brings a taste of scorching heat. Master Kame stood beside the registration point, looking at the beautiful woman in simple clothes while paying attention to the whereabouts of his disciples. After not seeing each other for more than 2 years, Master Wu Tian is still the same. Master Wu Tian, how are you these days? Will you sign up for this martial arts competition? Mark walked in front of the group and greeted Master Kame when he saw him. Well, I'm fine, Mark, you guys have all grown up, I won't get involved. Mark was hiding his aura at this time, but even so, Master Kame didn't plan to fight as Jackie Chan again. In Master Kame's eyes, with a strong man like Mark, Xiao Wukong and the others would not stagnate. In this case, there was no need for him to take action again. It's a pity that I can't compete with you on the same stage again. Mark showed a regretful expression on his face and expressed his feelings. However, before the second sentence came out, a familiar voice came from his ear. It's that damn curly-haired guy. Ah Tian. It's him. Remember to help me break all his bones later. Not far away, Crane Immortal stood beside Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi with his teeth bared. He stretched out his hand and pointed at this side tremblingly, cursing Mark. Don't blame Crane Immortal for being so angry. Mark made Crane Immortal lose face in the fighting competition 2 years ago. A great master was blown into a beggar-like unlucky appearance. The performance of the two in the finals can be described as a crushing victory. Crane Immortal, who has always believed that Crane Immortal School is the most powerful martial arts school in the world, naturally can't swallow this bad breath. Last time, if his proud disciple Tian Xinyan was by his side. Crane Immortal believes that the one who kneels down to sing conquer will definitely be the damn curly-haired Mark. As Tian Xinyan regards Crane Immortal as his father, he has a little evil spirit on him at this time. 3 eyes stared at Mark at the same time, and walked directly in front of him without saying a word. Are you the World Fighting Championship champion Mark? Tian Xinyan asked coldly, with strong contempt in his words. In Tian Xinyan's opinion, this unprepossessing guy in front of him had no reason to defeat his teacher. According to teacher Tsuru Senin, he felt uncomfortable standing with Mark, and suspected that he was being plotted against by superpowers. Tian Xinyan had already defined Mark in his heart, a cowardly rat. Mark looked at Tian Xinyan, and sighed in his heart. Well, I saw another classic character. If this guy was not bad by nature, Mark really wanted to physically transcend him on the spot. After pressing the button next to his ear, the combat power detector directly displayed the combat power of Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi. At this time, Tian Xinyan's combat power reached 182 points, and Jiaozi had 140 points. However, when the detector was turned on, the machine showed that there was a combat power of 181 points. The strong man is approaching this side quickly. Mark's heart moved, and he ignored Tian Xinyan, but looked in the direction where Xiao Wukong was rushing. Such an action directly and clearly sent a signal to Tian Xinyan, I treat you as heir. Humph! Cowardly rat! See you on the ring. Seeing that Mark disdained to pay attention to him, Tian Xinyan couldn't do it now. If he was disqualified from the competition, there would be no chance to humiliate Mark and Kame Senryu in public. Seeing this, Crane Hermit just cursed Kame Senryu for being bald before leaving, and then left in a huff. Of course, Kame Senryu didn't suffer any loss, and pulled Krillin and Yam Sha to attack Crane Hermit. On Crane Hermit's side, Jiaozi's ability to curse on the street was basically negative, and Tian Xinyan was not a strong-mouth king. In this way, the 3 masters and apprentices could only retreat while cursing. Mark didn't participate in it, he was always staring at the direction where Xiao Wukong was running. You know, before Mark traveled through time, he was a senior Dragon Ball fan. Naturally, he was looking forward to the appearance of little Goku. 5 minutes later, little Goku, wearing animal skins, came running directly. After 3 years, little Goku has grown a lot taller. He came up to compare heights with Krillin, and the angry little bald guy really wanted to give little Goku a super Kamehameha on the spot. Of course, they are all brothers and sisters. In the absence of anyone adding money, Krillin resisted the idea of showing off. In fact, there is no suspense at all in this world's first martial arts competition. There is no doubt that Mark, with a combat power of more than 2,100 points, will definitely be the champion. Krillin and Yam Sha came to participate, naturally just to satisfy the surprised eyes of everyone. However, little Goku is little Goku after all. Before teacher Wu Tian introduced Mark to little Goku, this guy had already stood in front of Mark. Hey! Big guy, you seem to be very, very powerful. As a Scion warrior, Goku's 6th sense made him aware of Mark's danger. Of course, Mark had no ill will towards his relative. On the contrary, he introduced himself cheerfully, Hello, Goku, my name is Mark, I'm a friend of Krillin and Yam Sha, please take care of me. Oh? Oh! Okay, but you seem to be even more powerful than me, I really look forward to fighting with you in the ring. Gaku-sang, who has been a martial arts fanatic since childhood, accepted Mark very smoothly. Since Mark is a friend of Krillin and Yamcha, he is his friend. However, since they are friends, wouldn't it be wonderful to spar with each other? Of course, the registration has ended, and the loudspeaker has begun to call all the players to gather in the martial arts temple. As the few people walked together, Gaku did not forget to discuss the sparring with Mark. Chapter 19. Because the last martial arts competition was so exciting. This also attracted more martial artists to participate in this competition. After roll call, there were 183 players participating in this world's first martial arts competition. This is also the world's first martial arts competition with the largest number of participants since its inception. Tianjin, I can gather them all in one area. No. This is too easy for them. I want to defeat the people of Kame Senryu one by one under the gaze of everyone, this is the most satisfying. While the abbot of the martial arts temple was speaking, Jiaozi and the team of players was using telepathy to discuss countermeasures with Tian Xinyan. With Jiaozi's superpowers, Mark, Xiao Wukong and others can be placed in the same area in the preliminaries. In this way, in the 8 preliminaries, the most that the Kame Senryu can enter the finals is 1 person. If Tian Xinyan was not so proud, Jiaozi's method would be the best choice. But Tian Xinyan is a person with a strong self-esteem, not to mention from his point of view. I am the strongest person, and it is the best choice to kill all the people of Kame in public. Jiaozi, who trusted Tian Xinyan unconditionally, showed an ugly smile on his face. At the lottery ceremony after the speech hosted by Budo Temple, everyone was evenly divided into 8 regions. When Krillin was feeling lucky, Mark looked at Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi thoughtfully. As expected, the brothers were watching everyone's every move with cold eyes. Mark's mouth corners slightly raised, but he was relieved in his heart. At this time, Mark really did not stop Jiaozi's ability to change the number of votes with superpowers. However, if the superpowers acted on himself, Krillin and Yamcha, they would be directly ineffective. After all, the combat effectiveness of the 3 people now far exceeds Jiaozi. After a while, with the assistance of the monks of Budo Temple, the preliminaries officially began. Mark was drawn to the 3rd area, and he only needed to defeat 3 opponents to advance. In this group, no one was Mark's opponent. As expected, Mark successfully advanced an hour later. In every match that Mark took on, he defeated his opponent with 1 move, and then he could go to the nearby ring to watch the excitement. But after a round, Mark found that there was nothing exciting to see. Because of his time travel, King Jaiba was not assigned to the same group as Xiao Wukong this time. After the battle, this guy successfully advanced to the quarterfinals. Of course, when this guy saw Mark smiling at him under the ring, he almost lost his balance. The unlucky King Jaiba had a shadow in his heart. In addition to his group of 4, there were also Tian Xinyan, Jiaozi and King Jaiba. In fact, there was only 1 spot left for other martial artists. In the end, Puff, who was said to be the champion of the last World Fighting Championship, successfully broke through. Mark was quite interested in this guy. After all, the 2 of them do look a bit alike now. In this way, the top 8 of the 22nd World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament were officially announced. The eliminated contestants, as long as they were not too seriously injured, would choose to stay in the martial arts temple to watch the game. This also increased the number of spectators again, and Bulma, who was standing in the front row, was almost squeezed into a meat pie. Before the game officially started, everyone was called together by the host. Dear contestants, please draw lots in turn. Jiaozi, leave the guy named Mark to me, and the others are up to you. Tian Xinyan was the first to walk over to draw lots, and drew the number 1 spot. After taking the lot, this guy came to Mark, Gaku and the other 4 like a fart and showed off. Boy, don't cry and kneel down to beg for mercy later." With a wicked smile that a villain must have on his face, Tian Xinyan stared at Mark and continued, "Don't think that you can defeat me by defeating the teacher with dishonorable means, you despicable villain." In fact, what Tian Xinyan said to some extent was not wrong. More than 2 years ago, in the final of the World Fighting Championship, Mark really used the Black Technology debuff title, punching the nursing home. This is why Crane Immortal and Tian Xinyan have always been indignant. However, when it comes to not being a martial arts master, Crane Immortal is not clean either. Mark was attacked by Tian Xinyan, so he naturally couldn't swallow it easily. "You have only three-legged cat skills, and you have the nerve to come out and embarrass yourself." Mark raised one eyebrow and lowered one eyebrow, and the corners of his mouth rose and sank at the same time, looking like an arrogant villain. Little Gaku didn't know what happened, and looked at the two people who suddenly quarreled with a blank face. But Krillin, who had been with Mark for more than 2 years, Yamcha, however, did not sit idly by. "Mark defeated me, Yamcha, and Master Wu Tian in succession. We are convinced. You, Crane Immortal School, can't you afford to lose?" "That's right. One has 3 eyes, one is neither human nor ghost, and one is disrespectful to the elderly. Can only freaks join your Crane Immortal School?" Krillin spoke out for justice, and his arguments were reasonable. Yamcha, on his side, directly started to attack him. However, the God of Tea is worthy of being the God of Tea, and his words are a critical hit. In fact, Tian Xinyan is the hybrid descendant of the three-eyed alien and the Earthling. When Tian Xinyan was young, he was often ridiculed by others because of the third eye on his forehead. The resentment in his heart also made him act ruthlessly. That's why when Crane Immortal found him a few years ago, he accepted him as a disciple without saying a word. As for Jiaozi, he was also looked down upon because of his appearance. If the two sides could still communicate normally before, Yamcha's words were like flipping the table. Under extreme anger, Tian Xinyan became calmer. Looking at Yamcha with eyes like looking at a dead person, Tian Xinyan was full of murderous intent in his heart. "Tian Xinyan, do you want to be the first to deal with this guy? No need. Help the teacher to get revenge first, none of them can escape, and we will have the opportunity to kill them after the martial arts meeting." Tian Xinyan, who was extremely angry, did not change his plan to deal with Mark first. In his opinion, Mark was just a jumping clown. The 3 guys wearing Kame Senryu martial arts uniforms were the biggest troubles of the Crane Senryu. Some people, when they are extremely angry, will not be able to control themselves. Tian Xinyan's situation is just the opposite. He is a proud person who can control his anger. Knowing that he is no match for Yamcha in terms of talking, he is not a match for Yamcha. Tian Xinyan snorted coldly and turned away directly. Next, the draw went smoothly without any conflicts. Tian Xinyan drew the first position, and Mark drew the second position. According to Tian Xinyan's request, the tea god drew the third position. Fearing that he would not be able to advance, the considerate Jiaozi arranged for him the very weak Shiba King. Jiaozi himself chose the 5th position, and arranged the 6th position for the little bald Krillin. As for the most inconspicuous Xiao Wukong, Jiaozi arranged it to the 8th position. The 7th position was naturally the super genius Puff, who looked very similar to Mark. The 8-4 matches were selected, and the schedule board was directly carried out by the monks for public display. 10 minutes later, the monks of the Budo temple began to play music. A few minutes later, the gong sounded, and the world's first martial arts meeting officially began. Chapter 20. I declare that the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai officially begins. Please welcome contestants Tian Xinyan and Mark to the stage. The host, dressed in a neat suit, enthusiastically and generously mobilized the atmosphere inside and outside the venue. After being called by him, Tian Xinyan took the lead and walked in front of Mark, pushing Mark to the ring first. Mark looked at the slightly childish Tian Xinyan and shook his head helplessly. He lifted the championship belt with his hand, took off his cloak and threw it in the rest area, and walked into the ring as if nothing had happened. At this time, the host had just introduced Tian Xinyan's situation. Of course, the host was not familiar with Tian Xinyan's background, so he only gave a brief introduction. But when Mark came on stage and stood firm, the host began to introduce him directly and at length. After all, compared to the unknown Tian Xinyan, Mark is the new champion of the World Fighting Championship. Naturally, he also became the favorite to win this Tenkaichi Budokai. In this martial arts competition, the defending champion Jackie Chan did not sign up. This means that no matter who wins the championship, he will be another champion in the history of the martial arts competition. Such temptation is irresistible for martial artists. Every time the host praises Mark, there will be applause and cheers from the audience. Similarly, Tian Xinyan's face will become gloomier. 5 minutes later, just before Tian Xinyan's endurance reaches the limit, the host finally announces the start of the competition. Humph! Don't be so proud, you bastard, I'm going to let you know how powerful our Crane Sen Ryu is. Tian Xinyan said his last stubbornness, but Mark raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, the system that had been pretending to be dead for so long once again popped up a new option. Choice 1, defeat Tian Xinyan in the ring and completely shatter his self-confidence. Reward 10 points of combat power. Choice 2, defeat Tian Xinyan in the ring and persuade him to be kind. Reward martial arts, Qigong Cannon. Mark quickly and carefully checked the options, then looked up at Tian Xinyan who was still speaking, thinking. There is no doubt that his appearance has changed history. This is what will happen when a time traveler affects time and space. If Mark's guess is correct, there must be an extra green ring in the time and space ring in the Kai King's palace. But it seems that the system itself does not want to tamper with history too much. Although the system gives 2 choices, there is actually only one. From Mark's point of view, it will not affect him. The basis for the choice must be calculated based on the amount of harvest. The system is obviously using this to break Tian Xinyan's self-confidence, and this person will be completely useless. For such a choice, the system will give a 10-point combat power reward. Isn't this insulting? Now Mark's combat power has reached more than 2,100. With a 10-point increase in combat power, Mark can practice a casual fart. The option of persuading him to be good actually rewards him with a Qigong Cannon. The lethality of this move is slightly stronger than Super Kamehameha to some extent. Although this move will affect lifespan if used too frequently or if all the strength is used at once. But as long as it is controlled well, the problem is not big. Mark has always despised the character of Crane Immortal. But Crane Immortal's moves are still remarkable. After knowing the situation, Mark immediately changed his face. Tian Xinyan, why do you practice martial arts? Mark didn't take Tian Xinyan's provocation seriously at all. In his constant ridicule, Mark's sudden words made Tian Xinyan speechless and stunned. In an instant, countless scenes from past memories flashed in Tian Xinyan's mind. What is the purpose of practicing martial arts? To make those who once laughed at him pay the price? As a martial artist, he rushed back to his hometown village as soon as he traveled with Jiaozi. As a result, looking at those who cursed and insulted him when he was a child, Tian Xinyan did not kill them. Because both parties are no longer people from the same world. Is it to make money? When Tian Xinyan was a child, the person he admired most was Tao Pai Pai. Every time he made a move, he could crush inflation. After 20 years of debut, the reward for killing has also soared. But Mr. Tao Pai Pai, it seems that he is on the road to kill every day. No matter how much money he has in his savings, what can he do? Is it just for the pleasure of killing? Tian Xinyan is somewhat confused at this time. In a short breath, Tian Xinyan's face changed several times, which was seen by Mark. It's okay, this kid is not bad to the core, and there is still hope. I know that you are the proud disciple of Crane Immortal. Now, I will let you see what it means that there is always a higher power. Ha! Almost the moment the voice fell, Mark released all his breath. In an instant, the surging air waves swept the entire martial arts field. And on the Garen Tower thousands of miles away, Garen Immortal stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the direction of Papaya Island in silence. Further up, two figures walked out of the temple. Mr. Bobo, do you feel it? Well, Immortal, this breath is stronger than when you first came to the temple. The old-looking Immortal slowly walked to the edge of the temple to check. Mr. Bobo followed behind him and expressed his own judgment. It's unbelievable that such a powerful person appeared in the lower world. It seems that if he takes action, this disaster should not be as serious as the last time. But if he, well, he shouldn't kill that evil guy, right? It is said that standing high, seeing far. The most important thing on earth now is not the world's #1 martial arts meeting held on Papaya Island. But 3 ignorant and hateful guys actually salvaged the rice cooker that sealed Piccolo from the deep sea. Piccolo returned to the world again after 300 years, and the gods noticed it at the first time. But as a god who is high above and must ensure neutrality, he cannot directly intervene in the affairs of the lower world. Helplessly, the gods have been restless in their hearts for the past few days. But at such a critical moment, he actually felt the powerful breath bursting out from Mark. Such a change naturally made him a little hesitant. I hope he is not a bad person. The immortal muttered to himself. How can mortals know the troubles of gods? At this time, Mark didn't know that the gods had noticed him. Now he was admiring the series of changes in the expression on the face of Tian Xinyan opposite him. 2,105 points of combat power, in the current stage. Is an invincible existence. Strong airflow, visible flames burning around the body, and a huge sense of oppression that anyone can feel. There is no doubt that Mark's trump card made everyone stunned. Of course, except for Krillin and Yamcha, who have long been accustomed to Mark's perversion. And on the huge plain thousands of miles away, Piccolo also felt Mark's surging breath. This time, he directly recalled Dan Balin. He wanted to show up in person at the martial arts meeting. The plane turned around and headed straight for Papaya Island thousands of miles away. Chapter 21. Piccolo was sealed in a rice cooker for 300 years. After being released by Pilaf and the other two, he immediately wanted to destroy all the powerful martial artists. After learning that the world's #1 martial arts tournament was being held, he naturally sent his capable subordinate, Dan Balin, to go there. On the one hand, he wanted to obtain the 4-star Dragon Ball carried by Goku. On the other hand, he also wanted to obtain the list of contestants in recent sessions. Dan Balin had just flown a short distance when Piccolo felt the extremely oppressive atmosphere. To be safe, Piccolo directly ordered Dan Balin to find other Dragon Balls. Piccolo will personally go to snatch the Dragon Ball at the martial arts tournament. On the other side, Tian Xinyan on the ring directly doubted his life. Mark, who had finished pretending to be cool, came to him in an instant. A light punch directly hurt him so much that he hunched over and knelt on the ground. Seeing this, the host was about to count down, but Mark waved his hand to stop. Crane Hermit, who did not face Mark head-on, thought that Mark was still using evil means. He shouted at Tian Xinyan from the ring. Tian Xinyan! Why are you so useless? Hurry up and teach this hateful and treacherous villain a lesson for me. Damn it, why are you looking at me like that? You bastard, do you want to betray your master? Crane Hermit's control of breath is not as good as Kame Hermit's. He is better at studying how to use a small amount of breath to produce stronger lethality. Although he also felt the change in Mark's breath. But he did not have an intuitive feeling. Anyway, Mark was stronger than him before. Aren't those who are stronger by dozens of points of combat power or thousands of points of combat power both strong? Is there any difference? Crane Hermit doesn't want to care about the life and death of others. He just wanted his favorite disciple, Tian Xinyan, to avenge him in public. But the question is, can you avenge this revenge with your subjective consciousness? Tian Xinyan was confused by Mark's words. Then he realized the unfathomable strength of the curly-haired man on the opposite side. Now, you want me to deal with that curly-haired man? So this punch didn't hit you, so you don't feel pain, right? Isn't this asking me to die? The life of the apprentice is not a life, right? In Tian Xinyan's heart, the person he admires most is Tao Peibei, and the person he is most grateful to is Crane Immortal. Admiring Tao Peibei is strictly speaking an admiration for powerful strength. Now, the appearance of Mark directly collapsed his three views. It turns out that there is a martial artist who is more powerful than Tao Peibei. And the most grateful thing about Crane Immortal is that he once raised himself meticulously. He took me out of the small village where everyone looked down on me, and taught me everything he knew, so that I could gain a foothold in the martial arts world. Tian Xinyan thought that Crane Immortal would treat me like his son. But now, the last bit of perseverance in Tian Xinyan's heart collapsed. Mark was so powerful that even if Tian Xinyan wanted to be his enemy, it should not be now. Go up and fight with Mark now, it would be your life. In other words, Crane Immortal's fatherly care in the past was more like a performance under the halo. Tian Xinyan is not stupid, on the contrary. He is very smart and sensitive. Teacher, I am not his opponent. Turning around helplessly and looking directly at Crane Immortal under the ring, Tian Xinyan directly told the truth with telepathy. But such a move made Crane Immortal extremely angry. Suppressing his anger, Crane Immortal said, "It doesn't matter, this guy can't fly at all. You fly high in the sky, and then use the Qigong cannon on the entire ring. Even if you risk your life, you must teach him a lesson." The past humiliation has driven Crane Hermit completely crazy. Such a plan is undoubtedly an open conspiracy, and Mark has no way to avoid it. But at the same time, such a battle plan will also seriously damage Tian Xinyan's vitality. It's okay to reduce his lifespan, but the most important thing is that there is a great chance that he will die on the spot. Damn it! Tian Xinyan, are you deaf? Hurry up and attack this bastard with the Qigong cannon. Seeing that Tian Xinyan had no reaction, Crane Hermit shouted in front of everyone. Others didn't know how powerful the Qigong cannon was, but Crane Hermit in the crowd changed his face when he heard it. He didn't care about anything and shouted directly at Mark, "Mark! Be careful of Crane Hermit's Qigong cannon. This trick is really powerful. Data Crane, do you still have any humanity? Your disciples are just disposable victims, right? You are such a bastard, you really don't deserve it. There are disciples serving you. You are just a selfish scum." Bah! Turtle Hermit was furious, and the veins on Crane Hermit's forehead were throbbing with curses. "Jiaozi! Use your superpowers to seal that bastard. Tian Xinyan, hurry up and do it." Holding back the ridicule towards Turtle Hermit, Crane Hermit sent a message directly to Jiaozi in the backstage. Unfortunately, Jiaozi stretched out his hand to use his superpowers on Mark, but there was no reaction at all. The combat power was too different, and Jiaozi's superpowers lost their effect directly. "Sorry. Teacher, I can't do it. If I want to deal with this bastard, I won't choose to use the Qigong cannon. I have to rely on my own practice to defeat him fairly." There is no doubt that if Tian Xinyan used the Qigong cannon, Mark would not be able to fly into the air with the air dance technique. Either he had to jump out of the arena to protect himself, or he would be blasted into dregs by the Qigong cannon. In the cross-level battle, the power of Tian Xinyan's Qigong cannon was obvious to all. In Tian Xinyan's heart, Crane Hermit's tactics could indeed win. But such a victory was really not what Tian Xinyan, who always thought highly of himself, wanted to achieve. "Tian Xinyan, you are getting cocky, do you want to betray me and your master?" The real purpose was revealed. Seeing that Tian Xinyan had not listened to him and started to act, Crane Hermit said the most unpleasant words. Tian Xinyan, who was standing on the ring, was about to defend himself, but Mark said directly, "You don't take your own disciples' lives as human beings, and you actually want to use the Qigong cannon against me." Swoosh! Mark took off from the spot and floated in the air, his tone full of sarcasm. "What do you think, Crane old ghost? Do you still insist that Tian Xinyan use the Qigong cannon to deal with me?" Mark, who had already learned the air dance technique, was not afraid of Tian Xinyan's Qigong cannon at all. What's more, the difference in combat power between the two was too big. Mark thought that even if he took it hard, he would only suffer some flesh wounds at most. But this display directly terrified Crane Immortal. He pointed at Mark with trembling fingers, and said in a trembling voice, "How could you possibly know my Crane Immortal style's air dance technique? Humph, a trifling skill, you really think it's a treasure? What you call Crane Immortal style's unique skill is nothing more than the use of breath. What's so rare about it?" After saying that, Mark gathered his energy at his fingertips and released a whole wave directly to the open space. This move was not taught to him by the system, but he imitated the whole wave to release it. This scene also stunned Crane Immortal and Tian Xinyan. The martial arts they were proud of were really common goods in Mark's side. After a long while, Tian Xinyan said with difficulty, "I'm sorry, teacher, I give up. From today on, I, Tian Xinyan, quit Crane Immortal style." Option confirmed, reward issued. Chapter 22. Damn it! Tian Xinyan, you dare to betray me? Have you forgotten how I raised you and trained you to be a talent? Just because of this guy's provocation, you want to betray your master? You traitor! Jiaozi, control Tian Xinyan for me, I want to clean up the master. Standing in the front row, Crane Immortal couldn't hold back his anger and cursed Tian Xinyan loudly. At the same time, he also used telepathy to send a message to Jiaozi floating on the wall. Tian. Jiaozi's relationship with Tian Xinyan is obviously higher than the master-disciple relationship with Crane Immortal. He didn't listen to Crane Immortal's words to attack Tian Xinyan at all, but just shouted Tian Xinyan's name to show his attitude. Being hit by two traitors in a row, Crane Immortal was furious. However, he looked at Mark who was staring at him, and came Immortal, Krillin and others not far away. Crane Immortal also knew that if he persisted, he would only cause trouble. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. As long as he is still alive, there will be a day when he will get his revenge. In the heart of Crane Immortal, he can train Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi, and he can also train other proud disciples in the future. What's more, he has his own brother Tao Bibai to support each other. Wait for me, I will come back. Using the dance technique to float in the air, leaving a harmless and cruel word, Crane Immortal flew away from the martial arts meeting. Looking at Crane Immortal's back, Tian Xinyan felt mixed emotions. Under Mark's gaze, he jumped off the ring directly. Without waiting for the host to announce the result of the game, he went straight to the backstage. Now, he is no longer a disciple of Crane Immortal, but he still has to wait for Jiaozi to finish the game. What's more, he wanted to see Mark's true strength, so he didn't leave directly. The first game ended in a whimper. Next, Yamsha will play against Shiba King. After both parties came on stage, the host praised them. Yamsha had made it to the quarterfinals in the last competition, and he was considered a well-known martial artist. Shiba Wang was also a master-level strongman who had been famous for many years in the martial arts world of Earth. As a result, Shiba Wang was kicked out of the ring by Yamsha before he could even throw his eight-handed fist. Yamsha, with a combat power of 1,700 points, met Shiba Wang, whose combat power was only a few dozen points. Such a result was completely normal in Mark's eyes. But such a competition was extremely boring to the audience who paid for tickets to watch the game. However, this boring game did not end. The third competition was between Krillin and Jiaozi. The little bald head knocked Jiaozi unconscious with one punch without any effort. It can be said that the current strength of Mark, Krillin, and Yamcha is simply a crane standing out from the crowd. In the fourth match, the last runner-up, Goku, faced the genius martial artist Puff. Goku elbowed Puff 3 times and Puff fainted. In this way, the 4 matches together took less than half an hour. No one could have expected such a process. In the audience, everyone complained that this martial arts competition was really ugly. "Sexy old man, why is this competition so ugly?" Bulma put her hands on her waist and asked Master Kame with a puzzled tone. Master Kame did not comment immediately, but glanced at Tien Shinyan and Dumplings who were standing in the audience not far away. If Tien Shinyan, who has 3 eyes on his head, was in the previous martial arts tournament, he would definitely have the strength to win the championship. Even that little guy is also very powerful. He can defeat opponents like Shiba Wang and Puff with one move. But the problem is that whether it is Mark, Krillin, or Yamcha, they have improved too fast in the past 2 years. This time, I'm afraid even Goku can't beat Krillin. As the martial artist with the best vision on Earth, Mr. Wu Tian directly explained the reason. In fact, the more important point that Master Kame didn't know was that Jiaozi used his superpowers to change the draw results. So, this caused the first round of 4 games to be so boring. Master Kame told the reason truthfully, and Lan Chi, Wulong, Pool, and others nodded in agreement. Bulma thought to herself, is it because of the gravity training room? Gravity training room? Master Kame was very sharp-eyed and asked, what is that? That's a piece of equipment that Mark asked my dad to buy. To be precise, it should be called a gravity model. Simulation device. Bulma didn't know much about this matter, and she didn't participate in the research and development of the gravity simulation device. But she still knew the general purpose of this gravity simulation device. After all, when Mark discussed with Dr. Brief, he didn't avoid other people. What's more, since Yamcha started to practice in it, the time he spent with her has become less and less. Bulma hated the gravity training room. But what she didn't expect was that the effect of this thing seemed very good. Yamcha, who was eliminated in the first round of the last session, has now entered the semi-finals. Oh, that's it. It seems that their strength has become stronger because of practicing in an overweight state. No wonder, look, the game has begun. After Bulma's explanation, Master Roshi understood the reason why Mark and the other 2 had made such rapid progress in strength. In fact, exercising the body through gravity training is also an important means to improve strength in the Roshi school. However, no matter how heavy the turtle shell is, there is a limit. Seeing Mark and Yamcha standing opposite each other, Master Wu Tian's words made everyone's eyes fixed on the ring. Mark and Yamcha looked at each other from a distance, put their hands together and saluted each other, with smiles on their lips. The salute was completed. The system options also appeared in front of Mark. Option 1, defeat the opponent with one move and advance to the finals. Reward 500 combat power points. Option 2, defeat the opponent and advance to the finals. Reward 300 combat power points. The system's meaning is very clear. As long as you defeat Yamcha and enter the finals, you can improve your combat power. The only difference is how to kill Yamcha in 1 second. With an idea in mind, Mark shouted directly to Yamcha, Yamcha, it's too troublesome to fight, how about we decide the outcome with one move? Marco's proposal surprised Yamcha a little. But on second thought, the fighting power of both of them was much higher than that of ordinary people. A real fight might last for a long time. This is a war of attrition for everyone. At the martial arts meeting, Mark, Krillin, and Yamcha made an agreement before coming to Papaya Island. During the entire competition, no one would eat the senzu beans, so that the competition would be fair. The current situation is already very clear. If I continue to fight with Mark, then the little bald Krillin will take advantage. Instead of giving the guy without a nose such an advantage, it is better to decide the outcome with one move. Okay. Then decide the outcome with one move. Mark, take my Wolf King Fist. After 2 years of practice, Yam Sha has also figured out many tricks. This Wolf King Fist is the most direct boxing method. Mark did not dare to be careless when he saw this, and he directly set up his posture and growled, "Very good. You will also take my Satan Iron Fist." Chapter 23. The two of them faced each other from a distance, ready to go. Under the ring, Bulma interlocked her fingers and prayed for Yam Sha. Pool was desperately waving the flag and shouting. On the wall, Goku and Krillin were also cheering for Yam Sha. Looking back at Mark, there were only sporadic cheers around the ring. Here, Mark's reputation and influence are still very limited. However, the competition depends on each other's strength. The two of them accumulated strength for a single move to decide the winner. In the past year, Yam Sha has been creating his own moves. A move of Dry Air Bomb, a set of Wolf King Fist. It can be said that he has gained a lot. Dry, this word means back and forth and repeatedly in daily language. Dry Air Bomb, which means being able to control the air bomb and attacking back and forth repeatedly. This move focuses on a clever control of the air bomb. In terms of power, it is actually not very powerful. On the contrary, the Wolf King Fist is a boxing style that emphasizes strength and speed. The winner is decided by one move, and Yam Sha chose the Wolf King Fist. Seeing this, Mark planned to use the simplest and most direct Satan Iron Fist to solve the problem. If it works, it means 500 points of combat power. If it doesn't work, there are still 300 points of combat power to back it up. Without much pause, the two of them attacked at almost the same time. A pale yellow aura appeared in front of Yam Sha's fist. Mark's Satan Iron Fist was also wrapped in a thick white aura. The fists collided, and the aura were entangled together, bursting out a huge air wave. This air wave spread out to the surroundings with the two people as the center. The walls behind the ring collapsed completely. The affected audience fell to the ground and was in a mess. Mark's face remained unchanged, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yam Sha's face changed drastically, and he spit out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth with a puff. The whole person was shaken away like a kite with a broken string. Plop! After crossing half of the ring, even Yam Sha has learned the air dance. He still fell out of the ring. Select to confirm, the reward has been issued. The moment the T-God was defeated, Mark felt that the breath in his body surged a lot. Silently reciting the panel in his heart, Mark directly saw his current combat power index. Name, Mark. Age, 16 years old. Combat power, 2605. Martial arts, Sun Fist, Kamehameha, Super Kamehameha, Qigong Cannon, Air Dance, Whole Wave, After Image Fist, Satan Iron Fist, Breath Control. Title, Punch the Nursing Home. Equipment, Champion Belt. Evaluation, the first martial artist on Earth. 2605 Combat Power Points. During this period, Mark is the undisputed god on Earth. As long as he wants, the world will operate directly according to his will. However, the more important thing now is to check on Yam Sha's situation. Mark quickly ran over to check on the god of tea who had not stood up for a long time. This guy is still conscious. It's just that his right arm is completely broken. Without saying a word, Mark took out a senzu bean from his arms and stuffed it into Yam Sha's mouth. Crack! The god of tea naturally knew the use of the senzu bean, and all the injuries recovered after chewing it directly. Alas! In the end, I still lost. Yam Sha was a little disappointed that he failed to enter the finals. But he was optimistic and quickly patted Mark's arm, smiling cunningly, "Come on, Mark. Don't let Krillin win the championship. Hee. Don't worry, it's easy." Mark smiled and stretched out his hand, pulled up Yamcha and agreed with a smile. After a while, Bulma and Pool also rushed over. Yamcha was busy coaxing the crown princess and didn't communicate with Mark anymore. Watching this couple showing off their love, Mark pouted and flew back to the rest area. The next semi-final was a civil war between Goku and Krillin. Mark took out melon seeds and drinks from his bag and sat on the wall to watch the game. However, the game was over before he ate a few melon seeds or drank a few sips of drinks. In this competition, the bald guy easily won. Goku was amazed at the changes in him and Yamcha. After learning that it was Mark who helped them practice, Goku suddenly realized. Unlike Tien Shinyan, Goku is not afraid of failure. In the last martial arts tournament finals, he lost to Jackie Chan dressed as Mutant. Although he lost to Krillin, who was once inferior to him, he did not feel disappointed at all. On the contrary, he was excited because a stronger opponent appeared. After the two semi-finals, there will be a 10-minute break in between. But after the main, the host asked whether it was Clint who had just finished the game or Mark who had been watching the fun. They didn't intend to waste any more time. Just like that, the finals started 10 minutes earlier. Dear audience, after consultation with the contestants, the finals of the 22nd World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament will begin soon. Now, let's welcome contestants Mark and Clint with the warmest cheers. Even though the host's shouting was full of emotion and the emotions were very well mobilized. But unfortunately, the audience under the ring was not interested. There was no way, this World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament was too weird. Every game was almost killed in seconds. Originally, when a World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament ended, it would be sunset and close to dark. But this martial arts tournament has only just passed 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Sometimes, in the eyes of ordinary audiences, two noobs fighting for half an hour are more exciting than a master killing the opponent in one move. In fact, most of the ordinary audience just watched for fun. This competition was not very interesting because of the appearance of Mark, Krillin, and Yamcha. This also caused many spectators to lose their spirits. Krillin stayed where he was and did not move. Mark threw away the melon seeds and drinks in his hand and flew directly into the stadium. Only then did he barely get some sparse applause. The two exchanged friendly greetings before the game, and as expected, the system options appeared in front of Mark. Option 1, defeat Krillin and win the championship. Reward, Frisia Core Spherical Spaceship Blueprint. Option 2, lose to Krillin and lose the championship. Reward, Martial Arts, Volleyball Fist. The appearance of the options was within Mark's expectations, but the reward made Mark speechless. The reward for winning the championship is the blueprint of the spherical spaceship used by Frisia Core. Even if this thing is given to Mark, he can't actually use it right away. It seems that we need to trouble Dr. Brief. However, Mark has no plans to explore the universe during this period of time. This reward cannot be cashed immediately, so it is not an exaggeration to say that it is useless. As for the reward for defeat, you still want a reward after defeat? The volleyball punch given by the system is a pure insult. The operation of this dog system made Mark feel lost. He thought that this was the finals, and even if the system did not reward him with martial arts such as Spirit Bomb and King Fist, at the very least, it should reward him with tens of thousands of combat power, or some special equipment. But what I didn't expect was that the reward was so rubbish. But then again, even if there was no system reward, Mark would definitely win the championship. After all, this is the temptation of a double championship. Chapter 24. Mark, the championship is mine. The two sides stood still, and Krillin was ready to fight. In fact, the three of them often competed with each other in the past 2 years. Unfortunately, the number of times they defeated Mark in a one-on-one situation was very few. The two sides were too familiar with each other, and Krillin had no confidence in defeating Mark. He shouted so loudly, essentially to cheer himself up. Ha! He pushed and hit with both hands repeatedly, and hit Mark with gas bombs one after another. After such a long time together, Mark's weakness of relatively slow speed was naturally known to Krillin. Unlike Yamcha, Krillin did not intend to fight Mark head-on. On the contrary, he kept releasing gas bombs to Mark, looking for opportunities to sneak attack. This was Krillin's battle plan. Unfortunately, Mark's strength improved again. The gap between the two was widened again. The slow speed recognized by Krillin was already yesterday's news. Bacona. Krillin was shocked to see Mark Zinting dodging all the air bombs. It is said that a man should be re-examined after 3 days of absence. How come Mark has become stronger in just a short time? Puzzled, Krillin dodged the air bombs that Mark fired back while thinking about how to break the situation. But after thinking about it, he couldn't think of any good way. For two warriors with combat power exceeding 1,800, the arena was obviously a bit small. Krillin had no choice but to jump into the sky to avoid the air bombs that Mark fired like a rainstorm. Seeing the little bald head flying into the sky, Mark stopped the prince's fighting method. Krillin-san, flying into the sky is useless. Hey! Look at my Qigong cannon! Putting his hands together, Mark estimated the distribution of the breath in his mind. Aiming at Krillin in the sky, he fired a powerful Qigong cannon without hesitation. This time, the Budoji temple escaped a disaster without losing money. All the audience present, including Master Kame, Little Goku, Tien Shinyan, and others, were stunned to see the power of the Qigong cannon. Krillin, who sensed the danger, crossed his arms in front of his chest. Boom! Plop! The violent explosion shook the surroundings. Thick smoke and dust were blown everywhere by the turbulent airflow. After a while, the dust gradually fell. Krillin fell down immediately after being blown up. At this moment, the golden martial arts uniform on his body had become tattered. Wisps of green smoke continued to rise from his back and thighs. Some parts of the skin exposed to the air had been carbonized, and some parts were bleeding. Fortunately, the body was still slightly up and down, and the person was still breathing. The host immediately ran over to check the situation, and then confirmed that Krillin had lost his combat effectiveness and Mark won. Option confirmed, reward issued. The reward appeared directly in Mark's arms. However, Mark was not in the mood to check it at the moment. In order to prevent Krillin from dying in his hands, Mark quickly stepped forward and stuffed a magic bean into his mouth. The next moment, Krillin, who was fully revived, jumped up. Seeing that Krillin was not seriously injured, the host officially announced the result of the game. I declare that the champion of the 22nd World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament is, Mark. This is the champion prize of 500,000 Sony, please keep it. The host happily took out 500,000 Sony in cash and handed it directly to Mark. In the past 2 years, all of Mark's income has been used to repay debts to Dr. Brief. 500,000 Sony is not a small amount for Mark now. Without any courtesy, Mark took the prize money. The World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament ended, and the host had already walked down the ring. However, Mark still stood in the center of the ring, looking up at the sky in the distance. The confused audience looked at each other, wondering what Mark was thinking. Only Mark knew that the playoffs were about to begin. The combat power detector on his ear made a beeping sound. Mark smiled, here it comes. Boom boom boom. Pilaf's powerful plane made a roar. This guy poked his head out from the fence and looked at the ring below the Budo temple. Your Excellency the Great Demon King. We have arrived at the world's No. 1 martial arts competition. As the No. 1 lackey of the Great Demon King Piccolo, Pilaf happily reported the situation below. In his heart, he would soon become the ruler of half the world. King Pilaf will be with King Piccolo. The Demon King rules the whole world together. What a wonderful moment! He couldn't wait to see how powerful the Demon King was. Hearing Pilaf's words, Mutan's face changed drastically when he was standing in the crowd. What? Piccolo? This is impossible. Kame Sr. lost his usual calmness, and a strong sense of terror appeared in his voice. This can't be blamed on him. 300 years have passed since Piccolo wreaked havoc on the world. There are not many people left on Earth who still know this history. Little Gaku, who was standing next to Mutin, noticed the strangeness of Kame Sr. and asked curiously, "Grandpa, is Piccolo very powerful?" Of course, 300 years ago. Goku's words made Krillin, Yamcha, Bulma, and others look at Kame Sr. Seeing that no one understood the horror of Piccolo, Kame Sr. had to pick up the key points. Mutin was once called the god of martial arts before this. However, Master Wu Taitu, who was even more powerful than Master Wu Tian, was no match for Piccolo. Back then, Master Wu Taitu had to sacrifice his life to seal Piccolo. More than 300 years had passed, and now Piccolo had reappeared in the world. The more Master Wu Tian talked, the fewer people stayed around. The onlookers who noticed something was wrong had already fled for their lives. Apart from the monks, only this group of martial artists could stay in the martial arts temple. After Pilaf's communication, the old Piccolo walked out of the cabin. "Sir, the next is the arena of the world's #1 martial arts competition. The little devil with a tail behind him is the bastard who has stopped me many times. The others are also their accomplices." Pilaf, who thought he had found a big backer, planned all the people present as accomplices of Xiao Wukong. Even Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi, who had been watching coldly, and Mark, who was looking at them with a joking face, were included. However, Piccolo, the first generation of the Great Demon King, did not listen to Pilaf's words at all. Since he appeared, all his attention was on Mark. After performing the air dance technique and slowly landing on the ring, Piccolo looked at Mark expressionlessly. After a long while, he said with emotion, "I didn't expect that after 300 years. There are still martial artists as powerful as you in the world. Little guy, can you use the magic seal wave?" Mark restrained his breath, and the combat power he showed was just over 200. However, even so, it was enough to attract the attention of the Great Demon King. After all, many martial artists on Earth are martial arts schools that have been passed down for generations. The bastard who sealed him back then might have something to do with the guy in front of him. If any of them can use the magic seal wave, it would definitely be intolerable for the Great Demon King. Chapter 25. Looking at the old Piccolo, Mark was filled with thoughts. This guy is really hard to deal with now. After all, his life is tied to that of the gods. If he is killed directly, the gods will die and the Dragon Balls will disappear. The most important thing is that once this guy dies, the future Sun family nanny will no longer appear. To be honest, this makes Mark a little confused. Mark's thoughts are a bit floating, standing there without any reaction. In the eyes of Piccolo, this is completely arrogant. "Boy, I'm talking to you, are you deaf?" The old voice contains a strong murderous intent. In his heart, the Great Demon King Piccolo has already sentenced Mark to death. "Don't bother me. Stand there honestly and don't talk." If it was Vegeta or Frieza standing in front of him now, Mark would definitely pretend to be a coward. But the problem is that this guy is just an old Piccolo with a combat power of only about 200. With such little fighting power, let alone Mark, even Krillin and Yamcha can hold him steady. Mark's sudden roar flattened the wrinkles on Piccolo's face. "Damn it! No one has ever dared to talk to me like this. Go to hell! This is impossible." With a whoosh, Piccolo rushed to Mark at the fastest speed. He grabbed Mark's head with one claw, intending to kill the curly-haired dog in front of him. As a result, Mark pointed his finger and hit Piccolo's palm directly. Puff! The fingertips exuded strength and instantly penetrated Piccolo's palm. The first generation of the Great Demon King, who realized it later, covered his palm and shouted "Impossible," and quickly stepped back, keeping a distance of 10 meters from Mark. "You poor fellow with only 203 combat power points, you have the nerve to show off in front of me. To tell you the truth, my current combat power is 2605. In my eyes, you are not even an ant. Mark retracted his thoughts and walked towards the retreating Piccolo step by step. As he walked, he spoke of the insurmountable gap between the two. Piccolo, who was in disbelief, kept muttering impossible in his mouth. Go to hell! Watching Mark approaching, Piccolo fired the strongest magic flash with one hand. Unfortunately, the magic flash with this little combat power did not hurt Mark at all. Piccolo, who was already injured, was completely weakened at this time. This guy didn't have a few days to waste, and he was on the verge of death. Whoosh! Eat it, and you will be my servant from now on. As long as you obey me and work for me, I don't mind using the Dragon Ball to restore your youth. Mark threw a senzu bean to Piccolo, but did not explain the effect of the senzu bean. In Piccolo's eyes, this action was Mark trying to control himself and force himself to eat this strange bean. I am the fish at the mercy of others. The current situation forced Piccolo to eat the senzu bean. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the senzu bean with a sense of humiliation. In an instant, Piccolo's eyes lit up. Hey? This is not poison. As if he saw through the thoughts in old Piccolo's mind, Mark sneered, this is a senzu bean. After eating it, you can recover from injuries and physical strength. But I advise you not to be ungrateful, Looking at old Piccolo, whose thoughts were resurrected, Mark reminded him with a disdainful look. This guy was also very sensible. He quickly walked to Mark humbly and said in a low voice, Master, Piccolo is willing to be loyal to you. In the face of absolute strength, Piccolo still chose to surrender. This scene also surprised many people. Under the ring, Xiao Wukong turned his head and asked Master Kame, Grandpa Master Kame, didn't you say he was terrible? This. Teacher Wu Tian was speechless and didn't know what to say. Instead, Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi came over and asked a little shyly, Teacher Wu Tian, I once heard the teacher talk about Piccolo. Are you sure this is Piccolo? Although he said that he had quit the Crane Immortal School, Tian Xinyan did not say that he was betraying his teacher. Strictly speaking, Crane Immortal is still his teacher, and it is not excessive to call him teacher. What's more, it is reasonable to ask Master Kame in this situation. Yes, although Piccolo has grown old, his green skin, pink muscles and a pair of tentacles on his head are still too obvious. Even if you kill me, I will never forget his horror. Speaking of this, Master Roshi smiled bitterly and said, now it seems that Mark is older than the great Demon King. Even more terrifying. Yet, I never thought that Piccolo would become Mr. Mark's servant. This is really... Knowing that Piccolo was powerful, Tian Xinyan muttered to himself after hearing this. At this point, no one knew what to say. On the contrary, in the distant temple, the gods breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Bobo, Mark is indeed more powerful than him. I just don't know what Mark's character is like. If he is really an evil person, the earth may experience a more cruel disaster. The god in a white robe suddenly became worried. Before Mark appeared, there had never been such a powerful martial artist on earth. Whether it was evil or righteous, Mark's existence itself was an uncontrollable existence. God, if he didn't kill Piccolo, you wouldn't have to die. Mr. Bobo, I'm very happy. Well. In addition to Mark, Krillin and Yamcha are also very powerful and should be able to control him. Also, the boy with a tail and the young man with 3 eyes seem to have great potential. I think you can summon them to the temple and train them. When they become stronger in the future, they will be able to check and balance the monster called Mark. Mr. Bobo thought about it and directly expressed his opinion. As a follower of the gods, Mr. Bobo has a long life. When the previous god was still alive, he was already a servant of the gods. Having seen too many things, he is naturally a servant of the gods full of great wisdom. However, the gods did not speak, but continued to observe the lower world. In the evening, the chaos on Papaya Island was brought under control. The unfortunate Pilaf trio was directly captured by Mark to be his scientific consultants. No salary, just 3 full meals and a place to live. The last second was the master of half the world, and the next second became Mark's employee. This kind of thing would take a while for anyone to deal with. Coincidentally, Mark needed someone to help him build a spherical spaceship. General, it is not justifiable to trouble Dr. Brief. More importantly, Pilaf's strength in the field of science is obvious to all. The key is that he does not need to pay him a salary, so Mark naturally did not miss such a good opportunity. As for Piccolo, he will follow me in the future and be my butler. The waves raised by Piccolo were resolved by Mark before they even started. In this way, it is time for everyone to go their separate ways. Yamcha will follow Bulma back to the West Capital, and Goku and Krillin will follow Master Kame back to Kame House. Tien Shinyan and Jiaozi will wander alone, and everyone agreed to meet again at the martial arts meeting in 3 years. Before leaving, Mark came to Goku. Goku, I want to borrow the Dragon Ball from you. I will personally send it back to Kame House in a while. After that, Mark looked at Goku with expectation. Chapter 26. For the 4-star Dragon Ball, Goku only regarded it as a relic of his grandfather Son Gohan. Whether in the past or in the future, Goku will never rely on the Dragon Ball to change his life. In the history that Mark is familiar with, even if he lives in poverty after marriage, he never thought of using the power of the Dragon Ball to change his quality of life. Mark is still confident that he can borrow the 4-star Dragon Ball from Goku. After saying that, Mark looked at Goku with a smile, waiting for his reply. Okay. But I have a condition. Goku tilted his head and thought carefully, and did not refuse Mark's request. However, what surprised Mark was that Goku would actually put forward additional conditions. Based on his understanding of Goku, he should not be a greedy person. Curious, Mark asked Goku, tell me, as long as I can do it, I will definitely agree to it. Great. I want to practice with you. I heard from Krillin that it was in that strange house. Goku's answer surprised Mark. But on second thought, this request was not a strange thing. If history had developed normally, the appearance of Piccolo would have made the whole world a mess. Goku went through hardships and finally broke through his own limits by drinking the Super God water, and finally defeated Piccolo. But in order to resurrect the dead Wu Tian teacher, Krillin, Jiaozi, and others, he went to the temple to ask the gods for help without hesitation. In this way, he stayed in the temple to receive training from the gods. Now, because of the chain reaction after Mark crossed over, none of this happened. To be honest, Goku didn't get any decent experience this time. In fact, Mark was somewhat uneasy about this. Mark had a clearer view of his own position. In terms of the degree of cheating in Dragon Ball, whether it was the current Goku or the future Goku-san, they were all T0 level existences. In the future, he and Vegeta, who were both cheaters, would be responsible for combat power. Mark had no interest in obtaining the blood of the Scions, so he naturally wanted to catch up with the perverted Scions in combat power in a short period of time. This was wishful thinking. The safety of the Earth in the future, and even the safety of the 7th universe, still depended on Goku. Goku himself was also an absolute martial arts fanatic. Such a request was both unexpected and reasonable. It took only a moment for him to think about it, and Mark smiled and said, "Of course. Mr. Wu Tian, do you mind?" After agreeing to Goku's request, Mark smiled and asked Kame Sennin, who was watching the conversation between the two with interest. After all, strictly speaking, Goku was a member of the Kame Sennin school. It's his good luck that Goku can practice with you. I certainly don't mind. Teacher Wu Tian has always been open-minded about the boundary between the sects, and this time is no exception. Since Teacher Wu Tian has no objection, the matter is settled. Goku took out the 4-star Dragon Ball hanging on his waist and handed it directly to Mark. Including the Dragon Ball brought by Piccolo, Mark now has 2 Dragon Balls on hand. During this period of time, it is not difficult to collect Dragon Balls. It only takes 1 or 2 days, and Mark is confident that he can collect all the Dragon Balls together. Of course, helping Piccolo to restore his youth is not an urgent matter now. Mark thought about it and planned to return to Nandu first. After all, he hasn't returned to Nandu for a long time. After making up his mind, a group of people took Pilaf's giant plane directly back to Nandu. On the plane, Mark sat on the bone throne in front of Piccolo, humming a song leisurely. The people who controlled the plane were Ash and Xiao Wu. Old Piccolo, Pilaf, and Piccolo's bird follower Piano stood shoulder to shoulder in front of Mark. As for little Gaku, he was eating the food stored on the plane not far away, indifferent to other things. Pilaf, I have something for you to do. If you do it well, I will give you freedom. If you dare to disobey, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, sooner or later, Mr. Satan will find you and kill you. Standing up from the throne, Mark walked in front of Pilaf and threatened him with life and death in the gentlest tone. Unlike the cruelty and power of Piccolo in history, Pilaf had seen it. Now Pilaf has no idea how powerful Piccolo is. Naturally, without a reasonable reference for comparison, he doesn't know whether Mark is very good. Although this guy looks submissive now, Mark doesn't know what he is thinking. However, Mark is still very confident that he can deal with this little kid. Throwing the design of the spherical spacecraft of the Frisia Corps to him, as expected, Pilaf's eyes almost popped out. There has never been such an advanced spacecraft on Earth. It is no exaggeration to say that this is an opportunity that can change the history of Earth's development. As a genius scientist who is not very good at talking, Pilaf saw the importance of this design at a glance. Looking at Mark with great surprise, Pilaf's tone became more humble. Great Mr. Satan, do you want me to build this spaceship for you? Of course, I went through a lot of trouble to get the spaceship on the blueprint. Pilaf, I know your wish is to rule the world, but there are too many people on Earth who are stronger than you. Maybe you don't know that making a wish to Shenlong cannot exceed the ability of Shenlong. So, even if you really collect 7 Dragon Balls, it's useless to wish to rule the world. All along, Pilaf and his gang have been obsessed with snatching Dragon Balls and ruling the world. However, because Xiao Wukong always takes the 4-star Dragon Ball as a souvenir. So, after so many years, Pilaf and the other 2 have never had the opportunity to realize their wishes. There is still no problem with Mark's logic. Pilaf didn't know about this at all. Now that it is clear, it is natural to understand that what Mark said is correct. With his head down and his morale low, Pilaf nodded without saying anything but expressing his clear meaning. Mark smiled when he saw this. After giving him a blow, he had to give him hope. But don't be discouraged. In fact, the Earth is just a drop in the ocean of the Milky Way. As long as this spaceship can be built, our goal will be the Sea of Stars. In the future, as long as you follow me, Mr. Satan, wholeheartedly, it will be easy to rule 1 or 2 planets. Spreading his hands, Mark's words were full of temptation. Old Piccolo, who was standing diagonally beside him, showed a disdainful expression on his face. Obviously, he disdained Mark's method of winning people's hearts. However, Piccolo, who always liked to solve problems with violence, naturally would not understand Pilaf's feelings. My lord, I, Pilaf, am willing to serve you. Chapter 27. For Mark, if his life had been dull, it would have been a waste of traveling to the Dragon Ball world. Before the spherical spaceship blueprint appeared, Mark always thought that the watershed of his life would start when Raditz arrived on Earth a few years later. Now he really has no motivation to continue to improve in terms of strength. The double world championship has been won. Now it is still 8 years before Raditz arrives on Earth. During this time, all Mark can think of is enjoying life. But with the appearance of the spaceship, Mark also wants more and more to live a more exciting life. Compared with the dull earth, he hopes to enter the universe to make a living. You know, there are still many powerful opponents in the entire seventh universe. Only by constantly encountering them can the system continue to explode gold coins. In this way, this spaceship becomes very important. In fact, if Pilaf hadn't come to the door himself this time. Mark originally planned to go to Zidu to trouble Dr. Brief after a while. By the way, you can also cooperate with Dr. Brief to start a company dedicated to the production of spacecraft. You know, only when a civilization enters the interstellar era can it truly enjoy sufficient material supply. The Earth is located on the edge of the northern Milky Way, which is a very barren place. But even so, there are still countless material resources in space that have not been mined. These materials, such as various metal ores, gold, diamonds, natural gas energy, etc. These are materials that can be sold at a high price on Earth. Isn't it more profitable to make money from interstellar resources than to engage in boxing matches? Mark had to admit that he was still a greedy and vulgar person. Now that Pilaf has sworn allegiance to himself, this money can be completely monopolized by himself. Papaya Island is not far from Nandu. Every hour, the plane lands in the courtyard of the villa. Little Wukong, who was full and satisfied on the plane, directly shouted that he wanted to practice. This time, Gaku was somewhat depressed after losing to Krillin in the semi-finals. He had been practicing hard outside for 3 years, but when he came back, he found that he was 2 generations behind. Gaku couldn't wait any longer. As a Dragon Ball fan, Mark naturally knew Goku's temper. After instructing his assistant to clean up a corner of the villa courtyard, he directly placed the gravity training room in the villa courtyard. Mark personally led Gaku into the gravity training room to familiarize himself with the environment. In the next few days, Mark had to deal with many things and had no time to practice with Gaku. So, he could only tell Gaku how to control the gravity simulation device first. It took Mark a whole night to teach Gaku how to control the gravity simulation device. Next, Mark had to settle Pilaf and the other 2, establish a technology company, and provide them with a place to research and manufacture spacecraft. Then he went to find Dragon Balls to help Piccolo regain his youth. The first generation of Piccolo must not be killed. If he dies, the gods will die too. If the gods die, the Dragon Balls on Earth will no longer exist. At this stage, the Dragon Balls on Earth still need to exist. Therefore, we really can't let Piccolo die of old age too quickly. Unlike the pure and simple gods, Piccolo is the same person as the gods. But he has overdrawn too much vitality. The demon warriors he vomited consumed a lot of his vitality. It is precisely because of this that the lifespan of the first generation of Piccolo is far less than that of the gods. In addition, it is also because the gods are gods and their lifespan is longer than that of ordinary Namekians. But no matter what, compared with the gods, the first generation of Piccolo is somewhat outrageous. When a group of people returned to Nandu from Papaya Island, Mark asked the first generation of Piccolo about the whereabouts of Dan Balin. Old Piccolo claimed that Dan Balin was dead and was killed while searching for the Dragon Ball. This guy was not lying. Mark found on the combat power detector that 2 groups of people with a combat power of about 100 had fought in a far distance. One of the parties disappeared quickly. In this matter, Piccolo did not hide it from Mark. After all, he knew how powerful the detector was. From his submission to following Mark back to Nandu, this guy was very obedient all the way. But he knew that Piccolo was very obedient. Mark, who knew the details of Piccolo, knew that this guy must have a rebellious mind. Mark knew what this guy was thinking. What he was doing now was nothing more than Piccolo's ultimate goal. Temporarily surrender to him, endure hardships, and wait for the opportunity to make a comeback. For the first generation of Piccolo, Mark could only use powerful force to force him to surrender. If there were methods like dripping blood to recognize the master in fantasy novels, or directly controlling his soul and making him his puppet, Mark didn't have to guard against this guy's rebellion. There was no way, Mark couldn't even do the Meifaha now. It's not possible to let Master Roshi perform it once, and then use the Dragon Ball to revive it, which would be so troublesome, right? After thinking about it, Mark could only take Piccolo with him first. Compared with the first generation of Piccolo who was evil to the core, Mark still preferred the second generation of Piccolo, the Sun family's nanny version. However, if Piccolo wants to have enough vitality to spit out eggs, he needs to restore his vitality and youth first. As for how to make him spit out eggs, Mark thinks he can refer to Goku's method. Make him desperate, and then deliberately give him the opportunity to spit out eggs. Mark has not figured out how to do it. However, there is no need to bother Goku to go with him on this trip to collect Dragon Balls. Let him adapt to the double gravity in the gravity training room first, and it will not be too late to teach him how to control his breath after he comes back. He has instructed his assistant to help take care of Goku's daily life. Mark does not need to worry about Goku's affairs for the time being. The next morning, Mark brought Pilaf and the other two to the suburbs of Nandu. Overnight, the assistant hired by Mark rented an abandoned laboratory building. Pilaf, this is the headquarters of Satan Technology. I will fund the construction of a fully functional scientific laboratory. You can just do your research here with peace of mind. As long as you help me build it, I, Mr. Satan, promise that you will be the best in the future. Mark is still very interested in Pilaf. Although this guy is not very good, his brain is really useful. After copying a copy of the design of the spacecraft and throwing it to him, Mark wants to squeeze out his surplus value as much as possible. What Mark is most worried about is that this guy will lose the motivation to struggle in life after discovering that he cannot dominate the Earth. Fortunately, the pie that Mark painted is still quite solid. After Pilaf carefully studied the drawings, he gave the answer that it can be manufactured in 3 months. Mark is still very satisfied with this time. Chapter 28. Someone can kill Dan Balin. Haha, I probably know who did it. Interesting. After settling Goku, Pilaf, and others, Mark took Piccolo to find the Dragon Ball. Take out the Dragon Ball radar made by Pilaf. Mark ordered the Birdman follower to fly a giant plane to the location of the Dragon Ball near Dan Balin's death. Speaking of Dan Balin's death, Piccolo couldn't explain it. He can communicate with Dan Balin over a long distance. But he can't monitor his subordinates' every move in real time. Dan Balin's combat power is about 120 points. Ordinary martial artists, let alone killing him. Even if you can escape from his hands, it's difficult. Pico didn't know who killed Dan Balin. But Mark, who is very familiar with the Dragon Ball world, has expectations in his heart. After a long 5-hour flight, Mark found the first Dragon Ball in a dense forest. To be precise, he found a 1-star Dragon Ball. At this time, the 1-star Dragon Ball was hung on the neck of a fat man with a rope, Yajirobe. The moment he saw Yajirobe, the system option was directly triggered. Option 1, successfully persuade Yajirobe, borrow the Dragon Ball, and reward a space ring. Option 2, trade with Yajirobe, get the Dragon Ball, and reward a spirit tree fruit. Note, the capacity of the space ring is 10-10-10 in the other dimensional space, and living things cannot be stored. The old bidon in the system is finally going to explode gold coins. Mark was very excited. Both options made Mark salivate. Let alone the space ring, this thing is simply a must-have artifact for home and travel. Of course, in the world of Dragon Ball, because of the existence of the universal capsule, the space ring can actually be used as a substitute. As for the spirit tree fruit, that's incredible. This thing is a treasure in the Dragon Ball world that can turn ordinary people around, and it is extremely rare. In the history that Mark is familiar with, only the lower-level warrior Darls among the Scions has ever obtained the spirit tree fruit. By eating 2 spirit tree fruits, this guy's combat power soared, reaching more than 300,000 at one time. After swallowing this spirit tree fruit, Mark conservatively estimated that at least his combat power could be increased to about 20,000. With a combat power of about 20,000, he has the initial ability to protect himself in the universe. There is no doubt that Mark is determined to get the spirit tree fruit among these two options. However, trouble also comes with it. Ajirobe, who has been holding the handle of the samurai sword tightly with his hand, is obviously full of hostility towards him. Ahem, my name is Mark, and I am the strongest martial artist in the world. Tell me your name, samurai. After thinking about it, Mark still started step by asking Ajirobe's name. You want to steal this bead too? Pointing at the dragon bead on his chest with his chubby fingers, Yajirobe watched Mark's every move vigilantly. No, no, no. Mark waved his hands and said, I am a civilized person and will not rob others' things casually. The thing hanging on your neck is called a dragon bean. There are 7 of them in the world. Gather 7 dragon beads and you can summon a dragon. Make a wish to the dragon and you can fulfill a wish. You can see that this is my servant. He is dying of old age. I want to collect dragon beads to make him younger. In exchange, I can exchange with you. After that, Mark took out a fairy bean from his arms. He raised his hand and pointed to stimulate a qigong wave, rushing straight towards the birdman follower. Boom! Mark controlled the force and the follower was blown to death. Such a change made Yajirobe a little confused. You can see that the birdman is dying now. But it doesn't matter. As long as he swallows a senzu bean, he will recover immediately. After saying this, Mark walked directly to the birdman's follower. He opened his bird's beak and threw the senzu bean directly into it. After a while, the senzu bean was swallowed by the birdman. The wounds all over this guy's body healed instantly. The birdman's follower stood up again with resentment in his eyes. But due to Mark's power, he could only stand aside respectfully. How about it? I am willing to use 5 senzu beans to borrow the dragon ball from you. I wonder if you are willing. Taking out the senzu beans from his arms again, Mark asked Yajirobe directly. However, Mark's operation was too outrageous. Yajirobe not only did not relax his vigilance, but his hand holding the handle of the knife tightened even more. Humph! How can a bad guy like you keep his word? What if I give you the dragon ball and you try to snatch the senzu beans from me? Wouldn't that be a big loss for me? Swish! The samurai sword was unsheathed, and Yajirobe, who had been wandering in the martial arts world for a long time, pointed out the inappropriateness of this transaction in one sentence. Put yourself in his shoes. Mark felt that what the fat man said was completely correct. If it were me, I would not believe that my opponent would trade honestly. However, saying that I am a bad guy is too much. I want to make it clear that I am not a bad guy. Hey! Come and introduce yourself. Mark turned his head and shouted at the great demon king Piccolo. Yes. This samurai, my name is the great demon king Piccolo. I wonder if you have heard of my deeds. After taking a deep look at Mark, the great demon king sighed and introduced himself directly to Yajirobe. Pico. Demon king? Sounds familiar. Hey! You said you are Demon King Piccolo. The guy who ruled the world 300 years ago. Yajirobe knew Demon King Piccolo. In this world, there are still legends about him. However, fewer and fewer people know about it now. You still say you are not a bad guy? Demon King Piccolo is your servant, you must be a big demon. Raising the knife, Yajirobe was furious. 2 days ago, this guy was not my servant, but he came to snatch the dragon ball from me. After being convinced by my personality charm, this guy became my servant. As for the birdman, he is his servant and also a member of the demon clan. It is perfect to use him as a test subject to verify the quality of the traded goods. How about it, Yajirobe, are you trading with me, or do you want me to take a 1-star dragon ball from your body? After explaining a lot, Mark finally issued an ultimatum. The words were full of threats. Others may not know this guy Yajirobe, but Mark knows him too well. This guy is not a person who has choices at all. When encountering danger, he always knows the situation. As expected, Yajirobe, who was still righteous in the last second, took off the Dragon Ball hanging around his neck in the next second. But I can trade with you, but I don't want senzu beans. I want to know how to get more senzu beans. Yajirobe is not a good person either. Abandoning fish to seek fish, this guy is very smart. Haha, you are worthy of it. It doesn't matter to tell you. Go about 3,000 kilometers in that direction and you will reach the Holy Land of Garen. There is a Garen Tower in the Holy Land of Garen. With your strength, you can climb to the top of the Garen Tower in about half a day. There lives a Garen immortal in the Garen Tower, and these senzu beans were planted by him. Mark laughed dumbly after hearing the request of the meat-clad Yasuo. Chapter 29. The last time Mark left Galantat, he took more than 200 senzu beans with him. In the past few years, he has not consumed many of them. Senzu beans are too precious to withstand abnormal consumption. In the history of the real people, Galan lived for 800 years. He planted senzu beans almost every moment, and accumulated a total of 70,000 to 80,000 senzu beans. As a result, without knowing it, Yajirobe ate them all as snacks in just a few years. This time, he defeated Piccolo so smoothly. Mark thought that the fat man Yajirobe would not appear again. But he did not expect that he would meet him on the way to collect Dragon Balls. Perhaps it was destined that the fat man was not tempted by the senzu beans in Mark's hand. After Mark explained the origin of the senzu beans, both sides fell into a brief silence. Yajirobe, this guy, even knew about the disaster that Piccolo caused to the world 300 years ago. Naturally, he must have heard of the legend about the Holy Land of Garen. However, it was the first time he heard about the rumor that there were senzu beans in the place of the immortal Garen. After some consideration, Yajirobe weighed the one-star Dragon Ball in his hand. 7 of these things are needed to have a chance to fulfill a wish. But the problem is that he really doesn't seem to have any wishes. A man of insight is a hero. This little thing was picked up by himself. Because of it, he has encountered 2 waves of roadblocks. He has tried his best to kill the guy with wings before. Now he has to kill Piccolo and the more terrifying Mr. Satan. This is simply a thankless task. After exchanging a Dragon Ball for senzu beans, Yajirobe thinks it is still worth it. Okay. I agree to the exchange. Let's go. Yajirobe was worried that Mark would kill to silence him. While shouting out his agreement to the deal, he threw the Dragon Ball directly to Mark and quickly fled in the opposite direction. Puff! Mark caught the one-star Dragon Ball steadily and ignored the frantic Yajirobe. If there is a chance in the future, we will meet again one day. Instead, the system prompt sound that sounded in his mind instantly attracted Mark's attention. Holding the Dragon Ball in his left hand, a red spirit tree fruit appeared directly on his right hand. Piccolo, who had been focusing on Mark, was shocked when he saw the spirit tree fruit. The Dragon Ball was fine, he had seen it before and it was not surprising. The spirit tree fruit was magical. As soon as it appeared, the special fruity aroma spread from Mark's palm to the surroundings. If it was just an ordinary fruit, no matter how mellow it tasted, Piccolo the Great Demon King would not think it was a big deal. But the spirit tree fruit is a magical fruit that condenses the vitality of a living planet. Just by sniffing the smell, Piccolo felt that his body was getting younger. This is definitely a treasure. And it is a treasure that he can't even touch. At the first moment of making a judgment, Piccolo's eyes were fixed on the spirit tree fruit. This thing is called the spirit tree fruit. Although it will increase your lifespan, the effect is very general. Don't worry, as long as you serve me honestly, you will soon be able to completely recover to your youth. Such a good spirit tree fruit, it's a bit of a waste for you to eat it. Pico is a traitor. If he eats this spirit tree fruit, His combat power may instantly exceed 20,000. At that time, no one on earth can stop his reign of terror. In order to avoid such troubles, Mark ate the spirit tree fruit without saying a word. After taking a bite, Mark felt the pulp and juice instantly turned into cool liquid flowing into his stomach. Grunt. After a few big bites, Mark ate up all the fruit of the spirit tree. Carefully feeling the changes in his body, Mark realized that his breath was rising rapidly. While rising rapidly, Mark quickly controlled and hid it. Piccolo, who was standing by, felt the situation very strange. Mark's breath suddenly increased a lot, and then strangely returned to normal. After a few minutes, this strange phenomenon stopped. In Piccolo's opinion, Mark's strength increased a little after eating this fruit, but not much. But in fact, after eating this fruit, Mark almost tried his best not to show his strength. He ignored Piccolo's strange eyes. Mark directly called out the system panel to check. Name, Mark. Age, 16 years old. Combat power, 27,605. Martial arts, basic boxing, sun fist. Qigong cannon. This is not water. Evaluation, in the vast universe, it can be regarded as a strong man. Combat power directly increased from 2,605 to 27,605 points. In other words, after eating a spirit tree fruit, his combat power increased by 25,000 points. This increase is similar to the value estimated by Mark. According to the history Mark knows, Darls is a low-level warrior. Combat power must be less than 2,000 points. After eating the first spirit tree fruit, the combat power soared to nearly 30,000 points. It is precisely because of this harvest that this guy will set his mind on planting spirit trees. Mark looked at the remaining spirit tree fruit core in his hand and remained silent. Since there is a core in the spirit tree fruit, it means that it is possible to use it to cultivate spirit trees. But if you want the spirit tree to bear fruit, you need to find a life planet with surging vitality. The price of growing a spirit tree is to destroy a civilization. Such a price is too high and too immoral. Ha! After thinking this through, Mark did not hesitate at all and threw the core directly into the air. A Qigong wave was shot out, and the core was blasted into slag. There are many ways to improve combat effectiveness, and Mark really doesn't want to become stronger in this way. After resolving his worries, Mark turned around and said to Piccolo with satisfaction, "Let's go. Let's go find some other Dragon Balls. I want to congratulate you, Piccolo. You will soon be able to recover your youthful vitality. But this time, you should be more careful. Don't breed trash like Dan Balin again to embarrass yourself. You can't even beat a fat man, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a demon? Haha." After Mark finished speaking, he flew back to the plane suspended in the air. These words were so shameful and infuriating that Piccolo looked up at Mark's back with a gloomy face. The Birdman follower on the side hesitated to speak, and finally whispered, "Sir, the great Demon King, we... Humph. Let him be proud for a while. It's not too late to deal with him when I recover my youth." A hint of murderous intent appeared in Piccolo's eyes, but it was quickly hidden completely. After making sure that Mark didn't notice his inappropriate behavior, he chased Mark and flew onto the giant plane. Chapter 30. From his perspective, Piccolo's plan is flawless. In old Piccolo's eyes, the fundamental reason why he was defeated by Mark was that time was unforgiving. He placed all his hopes on regaining his youth. In terms of assessing the situation, Piccolo's first generation is still commendable. In fact, Piccolo is the product of the immortals who eliminated the evil spirit in their hearts through cultivation. After the two separated, they actually did not practice too hard when they were young. The reason is also very simple. On Earth 300 years ago, they were already in an absolutely invincible state. With a combat power of 200 or 300, they can crush all the martial artists on Earth at the same time. The pressure from the external environment is almost zero. The most interesting point is that these two people are not strictly martial arts fanatics. After becoming immortals, the immortals spent most of their energy on how to be a good god. And Piccolo, this guy, put all his energy on how to rule the world. Without a strong opponent like Goku, the two of them would be geniuses among Namekians. But in this life, their combat power is still far inferior to that of the people living on Namek. In fact, this problem is not only on them. In the days to come, this problem also appeared on Goku and Piccolo too. Before Raditz arrived on Earth, the combat power of the two grew very slowly in 5 years. Although Piccolo developed the magic light cannon, his combat power was just over 1,300. But because of the invasion of Vegeta and Nappa, his combat power increased by more than 3,000 points within a year. Later, he was brave enough to go to Namek to find trouble with Frieza. It can be seen that external pressure is also very important for a martial artist. The current situation of Piccolo is in a cognitive disorder. In his opinion, although Mark is stronger than him, he is not invincible. At the very least, when I regain my youth, I will definitely be able to kill him and avenge my previous shame. For this point, I really can't blame Piccolo for being a short-sighted frog in a well. If we have to characterize his cognition, it is that there is no accurate reference to measure the gap between the two sides. When the two fought before, Mark once said the combat effectiveness of the two. But without a reference like Zhang Wuzhou to set off, there is really no way to measure the specific gap between the two. In this case, Mark, who has a god's perspective, knows everything in his heart. But as the other party, Piccolo the Great Demon King, the first generation, is not clear. In the next day, the Birdman followers drove a giant plane and began their journey to find the Dragon Balls. The remaining 4 Dragon Balls were not picked up by anyone, and they were soon gathered. On an unknown plateau somewhere in the East District, old Piccolo found the last Dragon Ball in the thick moss. Lord Satan, this is the last Dragon Ball. Seeing that Piccolo had collected the last Dragon Ball, Mark floated down from the plane. Old Piccolo, who still needed to endure the humiliation for a while, respectfully handed the last Dragon Ball to Mark. You've worked hard, Great Demon King Piccolo. Looking at the Great Demon King who worked hard to play the role of a loyal servant with interest, Mark then joked, "Are you anxious? What are you going to do after you regain your youth? Do you plan to take revenge on me?" Mark casually threw the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, and he didn't care about the horrified look on Piccolo's face. "Come out! Shenlong!" Buzz! Boom! The 7 Dragon Balls lying quietly on the ground flashed with strange light. In an instant, the sky became extremely dark. After Mark shouted the secret words to summon the Shenlong, golden light rose into the sky. The Shenlong, covered with green scales, appeared in front of the 3 people in a shocking way. "Tell me your wish. I will fulfill any wish for you." The dragon looked down at Mark and the other 2, his voice was vast but full of mystery. Before Mark spoke, Piccolo, who was standing behind him, could not wait to shout, "Please restore my youth. Please." In Piccolo's heart, he always thought that Mark was not sincere in collecting Dragon Balls to restore his youth. He must have other wishes to fulfill. Making a wish before Mark spoke was also a plan that Piccolo had made in his mind in the past few days. Now, everything is set. "Okay, your wish is very simple." After Shenlong finished speaking, he started to fulfill Piccolo's wish. Almost at the same time, the wrinkles on Piccolo's face disappeared quickly. The muscles that had been shriveled became swollen again. The breath emanating from the body also expanded significantly. Haha, combat power 261 points. Mark, who had been staring at the changes in the combat power detector, directly read out Piccolo's latest combat power value. Before this, old Piccolo's combat power had just broken through the 200-point mark. After regaining his youth, this guy's combat power directly reached 261 points. Although it was not even a fraction of his own, it was a huge change for Piccolo. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Youth. I feel the power of youth, ha 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 ha. Go to hell. Shenlong. In terms of crossing the river and destroying the bridge, Piccolo's first generation is definitely an intermediate and advanced player. After laughing like a ghost, he spit out a gas bullet from his mouth to kill Shenlong. Mark, who had known what kind of person he was, did not sit idly by. With a flick of his finger, the gas bullet was directly blown away. Your wish has come true, goodbye. Shenlong, who realized that he had been through the gates of hell, disappeared directly after leaving the NPC's words. Mark, who had been prepared for a long time, appeared in front of the 4-star Dragon Ball in an instant and grabbed it directly in his hand. This was borrowed from Xiao Wukong, and he had to return it. The Dragon Balls flew in all directions, and the sky returned to its original clear appearance. Mark, suspended in the air, put the 4-star Dragon Ball that had turned into stone into his arms. Whoosh! Boom! Piccolo, who had regained his youth, did not say a word, put his hands together and blasted a magic flash at Mark. Mark, who didn't even bother to dodge, was hit hard by the magic flash, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. Ha 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 ha! You idiot, you miscalculated, didn't you? Anyone hit by the magic flash that this great demon king blasted with all his strength will be shattered to pieces. You deserve this fate, you bastard, and you actually want to enslave me. Ha 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 ha! These few days, Piccolo has been having the most difficult time in his life. It's not an exaggeration to say that he lives day by day like a year. Now, he made a wish before Mark and successfully restored his youth. He took advantage of the flaws revealed by this guy and successfully launched a sneak attack. This series of successes also made Piccolo swell up again. But it is obvious that he doesn't know a great law in the Dragon Ball world: there is smoke but no injury. You really can't stand it for a moment. The smoke and dust were mostly blown away by the breeze, and Mark's figure still stood proudly in the air. A teasing voice sounded, and Piccolo's celebration froze in place. Chapter 31. Mark had expected that Piccolo would rebel. If there was no way to seal him temporarily, Mark would not have taken him as a slave. However, this guy really refused to accept the toast. If he is not given a taste of his own medicine, this guy really does not know who is the big king or the small king. Slowly landing on the ground, Mark smiled at the panicked Piccolo. Step by step, he slowly walked in front of him. Just as he was about to speak, the system options appeared in front of him. Option 1, conquer people with virtue, persuade Piccolo to return to his heart through lobbying, and reward God's control technique, Ultra Instinct. Option 2, conquer people with force, use powerful force to make Piccolo surrender, and reward 500 combat power points. Option 3, kill Piccolo, and reward a resurrection armor. Option 4, force Piccolo to spit out eggs, successfully give birth to Piccolo 2, and reward martial arts, Kaioken. Note, resurrection armor is a special equipment. It activates the resurrection property after the wearer dies. It is a one-time item. 4 options popped up all of a sudden. This was unexpected for Mark. After years of observation, Mark has roughly figured out the situations in which the system options are activated. Either, it will appear when he fights with a powerful opponent. Or, it will appear when a situation that affects the development of history occurs. It appears before fighting with people, but it doesn't mean it will appear every time. Just like when Mark was practicing with Krillin and Yamcha before. Basically, the 3 of them would spar with each other every now and then, and the system options would not pop up at this time. But when Mark fought and competed with them at the martial arts meeting, the system would pop up and give different rewards for different choices. In addition, it would also pop up when it would change the development of history. Now, Mark was originally planning to teach Piccolo a lesson. And Piccolo's historical mission is nothing more than 2 points. The first point is to train little Gaku and bring out the gods, Mr. Popo, and others. This part has changed because of Mark. Little Gaku will also receive training here with Mark, and the effect will only be better than the results after training with the gods. The second point is that it gave birth to Piccolo, who will affect the direction of history in the future. In other words, now Mark has taken action against Piccolo, directly occupying both situations. Therefore, 4 options will appear at once. Among these 4 options, the reward for the first option is Ultra Instinct. Not to mention that Mark's current combat power is less than 30,000, even if this Ultra Instinct is given to Mark, it will not play the expected effect. But just looking at the difficulty of this option itself is enough to explain the problem. The evil Piccolo, can he be influenced by virtue? This option was immediately passed by Mark in his mind. The second option, to subdue people with force, is the simplest option. As long as Mark beats Piccolo so hard that even his mother doesn't recognize him, he can basically get a reward. However, the reward is a bit rubbish, only 500 points of combat power. Now Mark really doesn't care about these 500 points of combat power. So, in fact, the only options that are suitable for Mark's current situation are the third and fourth options. The third option is to kill Piccolo directly, and the reward is a resurrection armor. This resurrection armor is a one-time special equipment, which will be gone after it is used up. In other words, if Piccolo is killed, the gods will disappear. The Dragon Balls on the earth can no longer be used. But then again, even if the Dragon Balls on the earth have always existed, they can only revive people once. After having the resurrection armor, it actually has little impact on Mark personally. But the problem is that in addition to being able to revive the dead, the Dragon Balls have other functions. Doing this is simply not worth the loss. In fact, the system gives 4 options, and the most suitable one for Mark is the last one. Find a way to force Piccolo to spit out the eggs and give birth to Piccolo's babysitter. The reward is also very good, Kaioken. As for how to force Piccolo to spit out the eggs, Mark quickly made a plan in his mind. With a slight smile on his lips, Mark continued to walk towards Piccolo step by step without saying a word. You are a thief who is still greedy. You are a disaster if you stay. Go to hell. Bastard. Pressing one hand on Piccolo's chest, this move shocked the big devil. Hurriedly grabbing Mark's outstretched hand, Piccolo begged, Lord Satan. I lost my mind for a while. Please give me another one. I promise to serve you from now on and never rebel. With a plop, Piccolo knelt on the ground and acted like a grandson. Mark watched him act with great interest. Haha, the system didn't even remind me that I had learned Ultra Instinct. You are talking nonsense to me again. Stop struggling and accept the arbitration of fate, Piccolo. After Mark said this, the energy in his palm gushed out. A wave of Qigong instantly penetrated Piccolo's chest. The injury caused was about the same size as the wound caused by Goku's heaven and earth piercing fist in history. There was no way, Mark could think of only this way to force him to spit out the eggs. Glancing at the crumbling Piccolo, Mark said with disdain, You just die here quietly. Before you die, recall your sinful life. Mark took a last look at Piccolo's Birdman servant piano, and did not kill it. With a whoosh, Mark flew away and soon disappeared. Ahem! Damn bastard! Do you think that if you treat me like this, the demons will completely disappear? Ha ha! Ha! Ah! Poof! Gathering all the vitality in his body, Piccolo opened his mouth wide and spit out an egg directly. After spitting out the egg, Piccolo panted and said to the piano not far away, This is my child, and also my reincarnation. You have to help him grow up. Let him avenge me one day. Damn! After saying the last word of evil, Piccolo finally took his last breath. Your Excellency the Great Demon, your subordinates will definitely take good care of the little master for you. Please rest assured. In the future, the young master will definitely repay you. Birdman Piano is still very loyal. Looking at the second generation of Piccolo who is about to break out of the shell, this guy kneels down beside the first generation and swears an oath. However, before he finished his touching oath, his chest was pierced by an energy wave. It's so funny, you still want to devote yourself to the cause, you'd better die first. After flying around, Mark returned here again after receiving the system prompt that the option was completed. Coincidentally, he saw the scene of old Piccolo entrusting his son to others before he died. This Birdman is a disaster if he stays here, and Mark has no reason to keep him. After taking a look at Piccolo too, who was about to break out of the shell, Mark turned around and left the place without hesitation. This guy, let him develop on his own. Mark has no intention of training Piccolo to himself. This trip took several days, although he wasted an opportunity to summon the dragon to make a wish. But he was able to let the Sun family's nanny appear, and learned the King Fist. It doesn't seem to be a loss. After a while, Mark returned to the villa in Nandu. Chapter 32. Elsa, why are there so many people at the door? Mark returned to the villa and asked his assistant curiously while enjoying a sumptuous dinner. Mark, who was flying at high speed, did not enter the villa from the main door at all. However, there were hundreds of people gathered at the door, and he still saw them clearly. Mrs. Elsa was a personal assistant hired by Mark. A divorced young woman in her 30s, with a 7-year-old daughter, Bisha. Mark swore on his conscience that he did not hire Elsa as an assistant because of her attractive figure. To be honest, Elsa's workability is really outrageous. Mark has been away from home for a long time in the past 2 years, but she has managed both the villa and the martial arts field in an orderly manner. Elsa explained the reason for Mark's doubts simply and clearly. Mr. Satan, these people are all your fans, and many of them want to be your disciples. At Satan City Martial Arts Hall, Master Baka has always wanted to meet you. At this point, Elsa paused, tidied her hair, and continued, he seems to be thinking about transferring the Martial Arts Hall. He is under a lot of pressure recently. Also, you need to know about these situations. While Elsa was talking, she kept placing documents on the large dining table. The Earth in the Dragon Ball world has not yet entered the mobile internet era. There is no cloud disk, not even a USB flash drive, only the oldest floppy disk. The vast majority of files are still paper. There is no way, Mark is now popular and has many things to do, so he can only check these files while eating. Mark won the championship of 2 major events in a high-profile manner, and is now a hot news figure on Earth. In the martial arts world, Mark's appeal is increasing day by day. In the Satan City Martial Arts Hall, there is an endless stream of people who come to sign up for martial arts every day. Strictly speaking, Baka is a fool. At the beginning, this guy accepted everyone who came. But the problem is that without Mr. Satan in Satan City, how can anyone teach the new students the dry goods they want to learn? In the past year or so, the reputation of the Satan City Martial Arts Hall has become polarized. Students who feel they have been deceived often gather at the door of Mr. Satan's villa, hoping that Mr. Satan can accept them. In Satan City, there are fewer and fewer people learning boxing. On the contrary, there are more and more people fighting in boxing matches. But now, most of the people who come to fight in boxing matches are here to challenge Mr. Satan. On weekdays, Baka makes a lot of money. But the problem is that among these boxers who challenge the hall, there are really many strong people among ordinary people. How could they be willing to accept that they could not challenge Mr. Satan? They would make trouble every now and then, which gave Baka a headache. Mrs. Elsa, please help me make an appointment with Baka, tomorrow morning. No problem, this is my job. Bakut is not worthy of the position and can't stand the current situation at all. He wants to sell part of his shares to Mark and give up the ownership of the martial arts field. Mark thought about it in his heart and thought that this deal was still profitable, so he asked Elsa to help make an appointment with Baka. After the serious business was finished, Elsa left the restaurant to do her own things. As soon as Elsa left, Xiao Wukong broke into the restaurant. Like a starving ghost reincarnated, he stuffed food into his mouth like a duck, without noticing Mark at the other end of the super long table. As a classic scene in Dragon Ball, watching Scions eat is no different from watching cow hooves trimmed and carpets washed in Mark's eyes. Mark was still eating his steak slowly, watching Goku show off his meal with interest. After a long while, the mountain of food on the table was empty, and Goku noticed Mark on the other side. Holding a pickled ham in his hand and his mouth full of food residue, Goku ran to Mark excitedly. "Mark! You're back! That's great!" Feeling that Mark was back, Goku took a bite of the ham, and after his mouth was filled with muscle, he continued, "Nabuzi, why yi grengzi xingjian misunderstanding. It's really boring for me to practice alone when you're not here." Goku is a lively and active person, and it's really hard for him to practice alone in a confined environment. In this regard, he is in the opposite situation of Prince Vegeta. Knowing Goku's temper, Mark was not surprised at all that he complained like this. Before, he just told him how to use the gravity training room. In the past few days, Xiao Wukong has been practicing to adapt to gravity. This kind of practice it really can't be too big at the beginning, so Mark temporarily set the gravity for Goku to be twice. But Goku is a child now, so he is not heavy. When he was training with Master Roshi, he was already able to carry a 40-kilogram turtle shell and walk briskly. Now, the weight generated by double gravity is heavier than the 40-kilogram turtle shell. But for Goku, it is not a big deal. It has only been 3 or 2 days, and Goku in the gravity training room has been able to adapt to double gravity. Goku, who has adapted to double gravity, stayed in the training room all day, and Mrs. Elsa was watching his schoolwork. Such a life naturally made Goku feel very boring. If Mark didn't come back, he was going to go out to look for this irresponsible missing person. "I will teach you how to control your breath after you finish your meal. Once you learn how to control your breath, the next training will be very easy. You just need to keep adapting to the greater gravity multiples." Mark thought about it. He still had to talk to Baka about the martial arts arena tomorrow morning. If Goku had to wait until the afternoon, he would definitely be furious. Rather than letting him wait any longer, it would be better to teach him how to control his breath now. This method would take a long time to learn with Goku's talent even if he used the teaching method of the gods. In fact, the best way to learn how to control your breath is to experience it in actual combat. This point has been verified by Vegeta in the history that Mark knows. Vegeta's comprehension is not necessarily much better than Goku's. But after fighting with the warriors on Earth for a few hours, he was able to barely control his breath. After returning to Frisia base to heal his injuries, it took only a few days to master it completely. There is actually no absolute gap in the comprehension between the two, otherwise Goku, who is a lower-level warrior, would not have always been superior to Vegeta in the future. To be precise, when there is no external pressure, progress is really slow. Mark felt that since he had changed history and did not let Goku fight a life-and-death battle with Piccolo, then, Goku would most likely miss the experience of being instructed by the gods. This teaching really needs to be made up by himself. After all, even if his combat power is close to 30,000 now, he is just a small Kurami in the universe. In the future, the safety of the Earth still needs Goku-san to take action. Mark is very excited to be Goku's master. Equally excited is Goku, who is full of curiosity. Chapter 33. How could little Wukong still have the heart to eat after hearing Mark's arrangement? He was 7/10 full, so he dragged Mark to the courtyard. Mark would naturally not refuse little Wukong with such a pure heart. Half-heartedly, he followed him to the practice room. Entering the practice room, Mark adjusted the gravity to normal multiples. Then, he threw 2 cushions on the ground and motioned little Wukong to sit down. Little Wukong, who didn't understand why he had to sit to practice, sat on it doubtfully. First of all, we must know what breath is. The two sat down, and Mark stretched out a finger and gathered the breath in his body on the tip of his finger. At first, the fingertip only emitted a little bit of bright light. Little Wukong could also achieve such an effect, and he didn't think there was anything to say. As Mark injected more and more air into his fingertips, the pressure on little Wukong became more and more obvious. Later, the power of the fingertips even caused gusts of wind to blow in the entire practice room. Even when Wukong felt the pressure of this force, he had to stand up and put his arms in front of him to resist. Seeing Wukong struggling, Mark gradually weakened the gathering of his breath. Dong Dong Wave. Reduced to the lowest level, Mark pointed directly at Wukong. The speed of the Dong Dong wave stimulated by Mark was much faster than that of Jiaozi. Wukong had no time to react and was hit in the chest by the Dong Dong wave. However, the smoke and dust dissipated, and nothing happened. Mark controlled the strength. I know you fought with Tao Pai Pai and were hit by his whole wave. With the same whole wave, I can destroy a city and leave you unscathed. This is a superficial application of breath. In fact, you can also do this kind of control method. It's just that you can only do it, but you don't understand the reason. In fact, everyone has breath in their body, it's just a matter of size and strength. Little Gaku said nothing, listening attentively to Mark's description of the nature of breath. Mark did not hide anything, and first explained the essence of breath from the shallow to the deep. In fact, whether it is Little Gaku or Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinyan, and others in their youth, their breath is far beyond that of ordinary martial artists. In Master Kame, they are called existences beyond ordinary people, or supermen for short. In fact, whether in the universe or in the cultivation cognition of Namekians, at this stage, Little Gaku and others are nothing more than the accumulation of breath. Before the destruction of planet Vegeta, the Scion's training method was to be beaten and beat others. While training their ability to resist being beaten, they can also improve their physical strength. The stronger the body is, the more energy it can bear, and the stronger its combat power will naturally become. In other alien civilizations where martial arts flourish, the application of breath is more meticulous. Not every civilized group is as strong as the Scions. On a civilized planet, without the intervention of external forces, the combat power of ordinary people is usually around 10 to 20 points. This is normal, especially for some planets in primitive society and feudal times. On some planets that focus on the development of science and technology, the combat power of civilized life itself will be lower. The combat power of some civilizations is even far less than that of Earthlings, but they can invent various technological weapons to strengthen themselves. In fact, the Earth is now in a transitional stage from the prosperity of martial arts to the development of science and technology. Take Dr. Gero as an example. This guy created a series of artificial humans, whose combat power ranged from dozens of points at the beginning to the point where they could be comparable to super scions. In fact, if such technological power can be used in the right way, it can make the people on Earth extremely powerful. But the problem is that many technological civilizations cannot effectively control the technological products they have developed. To use the words of a great man that Mark met before crossing over, it is better to have it than to have it yourself. Therefore, the dominant position in the seventh universe is still the individuals who focus on self-cultivation. This is the case with Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Frieza, Majin Buu and others. It is precisely because of this that many planetary civilizations have more or less powerful warriors. In the universe, generally speaking, a planet without a strong person with a combat power of more than 1000 will be defined as a low-level planet. In the past, even with the existence of Piccolo, no one's combat power exceeded 1000 on Earth. Therefore it is defined by the Scions and the Frieza Corps as a remote and low-level planet with no strategic value. In the universe, there are planets with combat power of 1000 to 10,000 on a planet. It will be defined as a medium-strength planet. Such a planet will not be invaded by others even if it has no way to invade others. But generally speaking, it will not be easily invaded by others. In fact, even in the Frisia Corps, a strong man with a combat power of more than 1,500 can be promoted to a position of squad leader. The first form Frisia has a combat power of 530,000, and the strong men Dodoria and Sabo who follow him around have a combat power of only 20,000 to 30,000. It can be seen that even if the Frisia Corps wants to capture a medium-strength planet, it is not an easy task. And there are strong men with a combat power of more than 10,000 on a planet. Once such a civilization enters the interstellar era, it is simply a nightmare for the surrounding neighbors. Just like the Scions, although there are also Scions with extremely low combat power. Just like Vegeta's younger brother Tarbal, who was born as strong as Kakarot. But among the Scions with a population of only a few 100,000, there are more than 10 strong men with combat power exceeding 10,000 all year round. It is also very simple and rough to train such a naturally strong tribe. It is as simple as getting beaten and beating others, but in most civilizations, using the least energy to cause the greatest damage is the development path of martial arts. So, there is the saying of breath control. The method of breath control given to Mark by the system is derived from the method of breath control of Namekians. Strictly speaking, it is even slightly better than the control method of the gods themselves. After all, the gods only have memories in their minds on the earth, but they have no way to learn from other companions. As a combat genius among Namekians, Nira's combat power has reached 42,000 points, while the gods only have a few hundred points. Therefore, the breath control method that Mark taught to Gaku is more perfect. The basic situation was explained overnight. Mark asked Gaku to meditate alone in a quiet place and try to feel the existence of the breath. If Gaku did not make any progress in a few days, Mark would try Vegeta's way of mastering the breath. When the sky brightened, Mark and Gaku had a simple breakfast and went to the living room to meet the owner of Baka. Chapter 34. In the early morning, it was drizzling in Nandu. The crowd squatting outside the gate of the villa also disappeared. Mark stood in the reception room on the third floor of the villa, watching the car of the owner Baka drive into the yard. After a while, Mrs. Aisha called and asked Mark if it was convenient for him to meet with the guests. After getting a positive answer, Mrs. Aisha took the owner Baka into Mark's reception room. "You have worked hard, Mrs. Aisha. Owner Baka, please sit down." Holding 2 glasses of fruit wine in his hand, Mark handed one to Baka. Old Baka didn't think much about it, took it, sniffed it, and drank it all. After drinking a glass of fruit wine, the slight chill brought by the rainy season gradually dissipated. "Mr. Satan, you are back. To be honest, if you don't come back, I don't know what to do." The atmosphere was set off, and the owner Baka began to complain in front of Mark. Mark knew that he came for the matter of Satan City martial arts field, so he didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Mrs. Aisha told me about your current situation. Do you really want to sell the remaining shares of the martial arts field?" "That's right. I only want to keep 10% of the shares, and sell the remaining 70% to you. I hope you can buy it at the current market price." Old Baka is not able to support the martial arts field alone, and he urgently needs to get rid of it but doesn't want to let it go. In fact, the reason is very simple. Unlike 3 years ago when Mark didn't join the martial arts field, the current martial arts field is really a money-making monster. Every day, countless students rush in to give money, and they can't be stopped. After receiving this money, the students can't learn the real boxing skills, so they must be dissatisfied. For ordinary people, if they are not satisfied, the worst thing is to complain to the relevant management of Nandu, and the worst is to stand at the door and curse. But for a group of martial artists, if they are not satisfied, they really dare to demolish the martial arts field. Mark had almost used coercion to seize 20% of the shares of the martial arts hall. At that time, Mark was not famous, and Baka could barely cooperate with him. When Mark was in the martial arts hall, he would occasionally show up during the day to teach the students some basic boxing. At night, if there was a strong enemy coming to disrupt the place, Mark would take action and deal with it in minutes. In the past 2 years, Mark has been practicing with Yam Shah and Krillin at Bulma's house in Zidu. In Nandu, it is basically a hands-off mode. But with Mark's remaining power, Satan City can still operate normally. In recent days, Mark won the championship in the world's first martial arts competition and solved the invasion of the Great Devil Piccolo. This made him a hot superstar in the martial arts world. In addition to the martial arts world, it has caused quite a stir in the media industry, the entertainment industry, and even the business world. Mrs. Aisha receives many invitations from media and companies every day. They either want to interview Mr. Satan or invite him to be a spokesperson. There are also many entertainment programs that want to invite Mark to participate. If normal martial artists are busy practicing, how can they have time to take care of these things? But Mark is different. Even if he doesn't practice hard, he has already stood at the top. Practice when you should practice, and make money when you should make money. This is Mark's way of practice. Mark knows this, and so does the owner of the Baka. If Mark is really dragged away by these little goblins and does not do his job properly, in the future, Satan City may soon be beaten back to its original form. Baka is old, he really can't afford it. Baka, you know that if I want to make money with my current status, I can find better projects in minutes. The money earned at the Satan City Martial Arts Hall is just hard-earned money, which is a waste of my time. Of course, given that my nickname is Mr. Satan and the Martial Arts Hall is the starting point of my career, I can consider acquiring it, but I will definitely not acquire it at the current market price. On the one hand, I don't have so much cash to squander, and on the other hand, it is really not worth my high investment. To be frank, if I acquire it at the market price, why don't I open a new martial arts hall? It's more convenient. Mark took a sip of fruit wine and smiled to make it clear. In fact, Mark is still a little interested in acquiring the martial arts hall. In the martial arts world on Earth, whether it is Mr. Wu Tian's Turtle Immortal style or Crane Immortal's Crane Immortal style, they are all hidden schools. They accept apprentices and implement the genius all-inclusive system. Simply put, if you want to become their apprentice, you must have a certain. Before Goku became Master Kame's disciple, he learned martial arts from his grandfather, Son Gohan. Before Krillin became Master Kame's disciple, he worked as a young monk in Shaolin Temple. Before Yam Shah became Master Kame's disciple, he worked as a bandit in the desert with good martial arts value. In short, they are all geniuses among their peers. When they joined the Kame Ryu and became masters of martial arts, Master Kame took care of their food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Of course, if you look closely, the income from Goku and Krillin's milk delivery and brick moving training at the construction site will also be used for themselves. But the two of them have such a big appetite, it is very difficult for Master Kame to support them alone. Why did Master Kame suggest that Goku go out to practice alone after his first martial arts meeting? There is no way, this guy is really a big eater. Master Kame can't stand it. It is for this reason that no matter whether it is the Turtle Immortal School or the Crane Immortal School, they accept very few disciples, and it is precisely because of this that the martial arts that can really enter the mainstream have not been spread. With Mark's current strength at this stage, he naturally wants to establish a school and become a master of the generation. But the problem is that if you learn the method of teaching disciples of the Turtle Immortal School, there is no way to promote the spirit of martial arts, nor to improve the overall strength of the Earthlings. The most suitable way is to teach the most basic practice methods. Just accept disciples and collect tuition fees. In this way, in fact, as Mark himself said, it is enough to open a martial arts school again, and there is no need to spend a high price to acquire the city of Satan. Mark's words hit the point, and Baka was speechless for a while. Looking at him sitting on the sofa, Mark took out a quotation from the drawer of his desk and handed it to Baka. I asked Madame Elsa to make a research report. The market valuation of Satan City is 7 million Sony. If I sell my 20% stake, it should be 5.6 million Sony. Now I have two solutions. The first one is that you pay me 1.4 million Sony and I will withdraw from Satan City. The second one is that I pay you 5 million Sony and you sell all your shares to me. Choose one of the two. You are not eligible to bargain. Choose one. In the past few years, Mark has seized 20% of the shares, which has long been compensated by his joining, and even overflowed a lot. Baka also made a lot of money. Now he can't do it alone, and he still wants to stay in the martial arts field to eat dividends. Mark is determined not to allow this. Choose one of the two. After a struggle between heaven and man, Baka finally chose to withdraw. Master Baka, you made a very correct choice. When the Satan Martial Arts School opens, I hope you can come to support it. After Mark signed, he smiled and invited Baka to attend the opening ceremony of the Satan Martial Arts School. Chapter 35. Satan City Martial Arts Hall will be renamed Satan Martial Arts Hall in the future. Baka declined Mark's invitation and did not attend the renaming ceremony. In fact, the so-called renaming ceremony was just a change of plaque. The octagonal cage was dismantled and renovated. The boxing match that was originally a fake one was cancelled by Mark. Although this event makes money, it is not good for reputation. Mark, who is well versed in hype, believes that reputation is much more important than a little money. What's more, when Pilaf has a breakthrough. In the future, money is just dirt for Mark. But now, it really doesn't work without these dirt. So, in order to make enough clean money, Mark decided to stay in Nandu temporarily and sit in the martial arts hall. Mr. Satan, the double champion, will open the Satan Martial Arts Hall. If you want to sign up to become a martial arts student, you need to go through the layers of selection arranged by Mark. The age cannot exceed 16 years old. This is mainly because Mark is only 16 years old now. You can't accept a disciple who is older than you, right? How can this be? It doesn't matter whether you have a martial arts foundation or not. What Mark values is a person's resilience and perseverance. In fact, as long as you can withstand basic training, everyone can improve their combat effectiveness to 80 to 90. But most people are defeated by fragile willpower. Therefore, Mark arranged corresponding selection criteria. Every prospective student who comes to register must undergo a 7-day trial before paying the high tuition. If you can hold on, you will pass this stage. If you can't hold on, they will leave on their own. The last point is character. This is very simple. Mark directly borrowed the somersault cloud of Little Monkey King. If you can sit down after jumping up, congratulations on passing. If you jump up and fall down, it's a pity that you are eliminated. This part really can't be blamed on others and talent. They are not even 16 years old, but they are full of bad intentions. If they are taught, they will only harm the society. If they become useful, the greater their ability, the greater the harm. In fact, Mark is worried that they will betray their teachers and ancestors. In this way, the admission rules were successfully formulated with the help of Mrs. Aisha and Xiao Wukong. Everything went according to plan, and time passed quickly. On weekdays, Mark would practice with Xiao Wukong. This guy is indeed a fighting genius. After Mark's repeated beatings, it took only more than 10 days to master the method of controlling breath. The rest of the practice is nothing more than hard practice in the gravity practice room. September 1, 752 AE. After more than 3 months of renovation, Satan Martial Arts Hall was officially opened. On the premise that the original main building structure remains unchanged, Satan Martial Arts Hall can accommodate 300 people practicing at the same time. The interior decoration is full of the flavor of technology. In the Martial Arts Hall with a total of 3 floors, the entire top floor of nearly 3,000 square meters is the gravity practice area. 30 small gravity simulation devices are installed here, ranging from 1 to 10 times gravity. These devices were made by Pilaf in his spare time, actively seeking progress and helping Mark to make them. Mark did not force him on this point. The manufacturing process of the spacecraft was really smooth. The design drawings produced by the system are almost foolproof. Not to mention that Pilaf himself is a genius. Even if a college student with decent grades were replaced, he could make it by copying. But the problem is that it is not difficult to produce the finished product. The difficulty lies in how to thoroughly understand the technology involved. This is the direction that Pilaf will focus on in the next stage. After making the gravity simulation device for the martial arts school, this guy hurried back to the laboratory to retreat. And the martial arts school, because of the blessing of high technology. It also initially met Mark's needs to formulate a training outline. The students are all learning basic boxing, and too high gravity is not necessary for them. However, such a large martial arts school cannot be taken care of by Mark alone. Before the official opening, Mark announced that he would recruit some disciples. These disciples will become instructors in the martial arts school in the future. Assist Mark and run the martial arts school together. In fact, Mark just doesn't want to be tied to the martial arts school all day. The matter of recruiting disciples began a few days after returning to Nandu. One after another, hundreds of people volunteered to become his disciples. As a result, Mark accepted 15 disciples. Among them, the two most talented guys are called Gail Carloni and Strong Pilaki. Carloni, with blonde hair, is much more handsome than Mark. He is very popular with many girls and looks like a sea king. But the amazing thing is that this guy can actually sit on the cloud. There is no problem with his character, but he is a little arrogant. Mark reluctantly accepted him as the first disciple. As for Piroki, he weighs 260 kilograms. With the blessing of a body of streaky meat, his combat power has reached an astonishing 49 points. If I had known earlier, this value would definitely be considered high among ordinary martial artists. As for his character, well, when he jumped on the cloud was directly crushed. Mark thinks that his silly character is not because of his bad character. But the cloud was under pressure that it should not have been under. The gifted Piroki became Mark's second disciple. Mark did not rank the disciples behind him. After 3 months of intensive training, only 7 of the 15 people persisted. Each of them has a combat power of more than 150 points. Facts have proved that according to the gravity training method formulated by Mark, a large number of martial artists can indeed enter the mainstream. And Goku, who trained with them, the degree of improvement has become even greater. Oh! Goku's combat power has increased again. 783, not bad. In just 3 months, Goku's combat power has made a qualitative leap. This also made Mark, who used the detector to check, sigh. In these 3 months, although Mark often had to accept interviews, appear on variety shows, shoot commercials, and drink and socialize. But half of the days were spent in the training room. But the combat power just passed 28,000 points. The gains in martial arts are really not worth mentioning. However, during this period of time, Mark got used to 10 times the gravity. He was also thoroughly familiar with the King Fist. At present, the limit of the King Fist he can withstand is twice. In other words, Mark's actual combat power has exceeded 50,000. This combat power is second only to Captain Jinyu even in the Jinyu Special Forces. With such strong strength, he is still wasting time on Earth. This also makes Mark very upset. Now, the martial arts school is officially open. In the next few days, Mark only needs to show up in the martial arts school. Mark plans to leave the rest of the things to his 2 disciples. A few days later, Pilaf came to Mark's villa and brought the most important material for interstellar travel energy. Sorry, Mr. Satan, this blue crystal is too difficult to purify. However, this energy is enough for the spacecraft to travel at full speed for a year. Considering that after accelerating to the limit, the engine can be turned off, this time will be extended later. I installed a computer program in the spacecraft. Once the energy reaches the limit required for return, it will give an early warning. At that time, you just need to return. Pilaf crossed his hands and explained the situation carefully. Chapter 36. The energy that supports the operation of the spherical spacecraft is not the power supply. After Pilaf's research, this is an energy that has never been used on Earth. On the drawings, this energy is called kyanite energy. It is a special energy released from natural kyanite. And this kyanite is called lapis lazuli on Earth. This is an extremely rare jade. It is usually used to make precious jewelry and is very expensive. The most important thing is that the proven lapis lazuli reserves on Earth are only a pitiful 65 tons. The lapis lazuli reserves on Earth are too small. Therefore, in order to be able to drive this spherical spacecraft in the future, leaving the Earth and exploring the mineral planet rich in lapis lazuli is imperative. Thank you for your hard work, Pilaf. After listening to Pilaf's popular science lecture, Mark gave him an award without hesitation. There is no material reward for working for Mark except verbal praise. Pilaf has long been accustomed to Mark's way of exploiting employees. After explaining the problem, Pilaf, who had the temperament of a scientist, went back to the laboratory directly. Mark stayed alone in the study of the villa, thinking about the direction of development next. In terms of personal strength alone, Mark can rest assured on Earth for 7 or 8 years. Even if Vegeta arrives on Earth now, just be careful not to let him turn into a giant ape. Mark is also very sure to kill him. However, even if the butterfly on Earth breaks its wings, it will not affect other civilizations in the universe. In human terms, Raditz, Nappa, Vegeta, and others will arrive on Earth at the historical nodes familiar to Mark. Then, Mark will be trapped on Earth for such a long time. From the age of 16 to 24, he wasted his life in the most precious time. This is still difficult for him to accept. If he wants to change, Mark needs to leave the Earth in advance and enter the universe. And this series of actions can't be rushed. After thinking all night, Mark called Mrs. Elsa, Xiao Wukong, and 2 disciples. Everyone, for the next period of time, I will go deep into the primeval forest to practice alone. I will ask you to take care of the martial arts hall. Entering the universe is a big deal, and Mark does not want to make it public now. Helplessly, he can only say that he wants to practice in seclusion. As a martial artist, it is not strange to practice in seclusion. Except for Xiao Wukong, the 4 people have no objection. Xiao Wukong hopes to go with Mark. Unfortunately, the spherical spaceship can only seat 1 person. In a short period of time, the amount of fuel energy blue crystal is limited. Mark can only make an excuse to reject Xiao Wukong's request. The lost Xiao Wukong can only return to the practice room alone with his head down and continue to practice. September 10, 752 AE. After careful preparation, Mark took the spherical spaceship alone and flew into space under the watchful eyes of Pilaf and the other 2. Without notifying anyone, Mark left the Earth. Among the items he carried with him, in addition to enough food and water for a year, there was also a 6-star Dragon Ball. As long as he took a Dragon Ball with him temporarily, Mark would not worry about Pilaf having any ulterior motives. Even if there were still Goku, Krillin, and others on Earth, so there would be no chaos. In this way, Mark began a long interstellar journey alone. Due to the lack of accurate planetary coordinates, Mark could not enter a dormant state. A person can only look at the magnificent scenery in the starry sky outside the spacecraft in boredom. But the problem is that these scenery look pretty good at first glance. After looking at it for a long time, people will get bored. Helplessly, they can only pass the time by reading books and listening to music. 10 days later, September 20th. Northern Milky Way, Gilo star. Whoosh. Boom. After flying for 20 days, Mark finally detected life reactions in the radar. After half a day of adjustment, they soon flew to a green planet. After the spherical spacecraft entered the planet's atmosphere, the violent friction around it produced a very long tail flame. In the horrified eyes of the Gilo people, it finally hit the ground and caused a huge explosion. The violent explosion stirred up layers of sand and rubble. After the dust settled, Mark opened the hatch and flew out. Click. Floating on the spacecraft, Mark twisted his neck and made a clicking sound. 10 days of boring sailing made Mark feel extremely uncomfortable. Hey! The air here is so fresh. Oh! The people here look like dragonflies. It should be a high-oxygen insect civilization, right? Before Mark traveled through time, he was also a serious college student. Although his academic performance has been hovering for many years at 60 to 62 points. But I still like science fiction movies and novels very much. The situation on this planet in front of me is normal in Mark's eyes. Who are you? Why do you want to invade our Gilo planet? Hundreds of 3-meter-long dragonflies came quickly and surrounded Mark. The dragonfly man in the lead was red all over, different from the green skin of other dragonflies. In addition, his body was nearly 5 meters long. His mouth parts vibrated, and the sound Mark made was completely incomprehensible. However, the combat power detector provided by the system successfully translated it. After seeing what he wanted to express, Mark took a look at the combat power detector. The leading guy's combat power actually reached 700. The combat power of the other green dragonflies is generally 70 to 100 points. Looking at the entire Gilo planet, the strongest individual has reached 2,400 points. Strictly speaking, this Gilo planet is already a medium-level planet. But judging from their attire, they didn't seem to have entered the era of interstellar civilization. Because Mark saw the weapons in their hands, all of which were made of cast iron. Ahem, my name is Mr. Satan, I come from the distant starry sky, and I have no ill intentions. Mark didn't want to expose the information of the Earth, so he could only be vague. Such a statement was even more obviously perfunctory. The Gilo people did not relax their vigilance. The two sides were deadlocked for a long time before a golden-skinned Gilo man with a length of nearly 10 meters appeared. His arrival directly caused all the Gilo people to retract their transparent wings. Hello, adventurer from the universe, I am Gilo, the leader of Gilo Star. We don't have the treasure you need here, please leave Gilo Star now, you are not welcome here. The Gilo leader obviously had seen other cosmic people. But from his reaction, it is obvious that this place is very exclusive. Since he came here, Mark naturally did not miss the opportunity. He took out a small piece of blue crystal from his arms and showed it directly to the Gilo leader. When Mark took out the good stuff, this guy's compound eyes sparkled. You actually have blue crystal. Boy, I've changed my mind now. Leave all the blue crystals, or I'll kill you. The Gilo leader turned hostile in an instant, and his mouth parts vibrated violently with excitement. This guy's combat power soared from 2,400 to 7,800 points. Oh? I didn't expect that you Gilo people can hide your strength. Interesting. As Mark said, the system options appeared directly in front of him. Chapter 37. Option 1, destroy the evil civilization, the Guru people, and reward immunity potion. Option 2, forgive the Guru people, meet their needs, and reward the title, Universal Peace Ambassador. Note 1, there are deadly viruses on many planets. The immunity potion is developed by the Galactic Patrol Organization, which can enhance the immune system of carbon-based life and thus be immune to 99.97% of biological viruses, bacteria, and fungi. Note 2, Universal Peace Ambassadors will gain a certain degree of favor from all cosmic people, including kind, neutral, and evil cosmic people. The system option appeared again, and Mark was secretly happy that leaving the Earth was the right choice. However, he was facing two choices at the moment. It was not difficult to eliminate the Guru people. The total combat power response that could be detected on the entire Guru planet was only more than 10,000 points. The most powerful Guru leader only had 7,800 combat power points, which was not worth mentioning. There were not many of these Guru people. Only more than 10,000 energy reaction sources were displayed on the detector. Most of the combat power is not strong. Whether to kill or keep depends on the choice of rewards. The title of the Universal Peace Ambassador can improve Mark's favorability in the hearts of aliens. And the immune agent is very useful for Mark now. After making a decision in his heart, Mark disappeared from the spot the next moment. The figure appeared again, and appeared behind the head of the golden dragonfly man. Super Kamehameha. Without mercy, Mark chose to take action. The Super Kamehameha was activated, and the Gyalo leader did not react at all, and he got the lunchbox directly. Ha! Adadadadada! Instantly killing the golden dragonfly man, Mark did not stop and used the prince's tactics. The dense Kikong bombs instantly covered the surroundings. The Gyalo dragonfly man, whose general combat power was only a few dozen or 100, was not Mark's opponent at all. In less than 5 minutes, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. Including the red dragonfly who questioned Mark at the beginning, all the Gyalo people were turned into broken limbs. The green blood flowed and gathered together, dyeing the nearby stream dark green. This was not the first time Mark killed people. However, it was the first time to kill hundreds of people at a time. Then again, after scanning the battlefield, Mark really didn't feel any discomfort. To some extent, the sense of guilt brought by the cross-race massacre was not deep. What's more, it was these guys who blackmailed him first. After searching on the battlefield, Mark found some blue crystal particles in the body of the golden dragonfly. The remaining spoils were worth almost nothing. Mark deduced from this that the Gyalo people were not a wealthy civilization. The reward has not been issued? Oh, it seems that all the Gyalo people must be eliminated. Fortunately, they are a group society, which saves a lot of time. After searching the battlefield, Mark did not hear the sound of the system reward arriving. He turned on the combat power detector while muttering. On the detector, most of the Gyalo people gathered at 3 coordinate points. Mark thought in his heart that this should be the city where the Gyalo people live. Since the target was locked, Mark did not waste any more time. Turning the spacecraft into a capsule and carrying it with him, the man took off directly on the spot and flew to the largest settlement at high speed. 10 minutes later, Mark floated in the air, looking at the green lake in front of him. Tough vines grow by the lake. These dragonfly people placed their nests made of mud here. On the lake, a dragonfly man about 1 meter in size would occasionally jump out of the water. Turning off the combat power detector, Mark tried to sense the breath. As a result, he found countless subtle breaths under the lake. In other words, these subtle breaths are even lower than the combat power of ordinary people on Earth. No wonder the combat power detector can't capture it. Mark estimated that the combat power value converted from this breath is probably only a few tenths, not even a little combat power. If you don't feel it carefully, you may really ignore it. This is trouble. Mark frowned and muttered to himself. If you want to get the system, you can only kill all these dragonflies now. Only killing more than 10,000 adult dragonflies is not a big problem. But there are hundreds of millions of eggs and young dragonflies hiding in this lake. It is still very difficult to kill them all. The green lake in front of you is very large. There are several towering active volcanoes around. If Mark wants to kill all these guys alone, it will waste a lot of energy. Time. This is something Mark cannot tolerate. Floating in the air, Mark's eyes kept sweeping around. In the end, his eyes were still on several active volcanoes nearby. Want to kill all the Gyalo dragonflies at once. The best way is to use the power of nature. Mark plans to blast several volcanoes and let the magma flow into the lake. After the temperature of the lake water rises, it will naturally kill the eggs and young dragonflies. However, before that, Mark decided to eliminate all the adult dragonflies first. Here, nearly 6,000 dragonflies gathered. The strongest guy has a combat power of 1,400 points. Mark went straight to the point and flew in front of the red gold dragonfly man in an instant. There was no chance for him to talk nonsense, and he punched him in the head. Green blood burst out, and this guy didn't even have the ability to resist, and he died directly. This scene was also discovered by many dragonflies. Seeing their leader being killed, these guys also flew into the air in panic. For a moment, the sunlight was blocked by these guys. In order to prevent these guys from running everywhere, Mark continuously used Qigong cannons at the densest place in the sky. Under the violent Qigong cannons, these dragonflies were completely destroyed. Even Mark felt a little exhausted by the high-power Qigong cannon attack. However, the effect was still very good. 80% of the dragonflies were eliminated, and the remaining dragonflies fled in all directions. Turning on the combat power detector again, Mark found that they were fleeing in the direction of 2 other settlements. The monk can run away, but the temple cannot. Let you live a few more days. It's a big project to open the volcano. Looking at several volcanoes in the distance, Mark began to calculate how to drain the magma. After several estimates, Mark finally flew to the center of the lake. Facing the volcano farthest from the lake, Mark clasped his hands together and shouted, "Super Kamehameha! Drink!" The air bomb rushed towards the middle of the volcano with great momentum. In an instant, it hit the designated area. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the ground shook all around. Mark's estimate was right. When the dust settled, a big hole was blown directly on the side of the active volcano. The surging and boiling magma rolled out. Wherever it passed, all the trees in the forest were swallowed and burned. Seeing this, Mark quickly launched Super Kamehameha at several other active volcanoes. After a while, several magmas slowly poured into the lake. Chapter 38. Thousands of degrees Celsius of magma continued to drill into the lake. In a short moment, countless water vapors rose up. The green lake water was heated and gradually began to boil. After a while, countless bodies of young dragonflies surged up. Because there were too many of them, the lake surface was quickly blocked. Such a spectacular scene lasted for 3 hours before it gradually stopped. The volcanic lava gathered in the low-lying lake water, and eventually the magma evaporated all the lake water. The magma cooled down and gradually filled the bottom of the lake. In the end, the eggs and young dragonflies born at the bottom of the lake of the Gyaloi dragonfly were all swallowed and covered by the magma. Mark, who witnessed the whole process, flew to the next settlement only after confirming that there was no living Gyaloi nearby. In the next 2 days, Mark slaughtered all the Gyaloi people in the remaining 2 settlements. These guys are originally a group of insects. They have no limbs and no flexible fingers. Strictly speaking, they should not be called people. It is more appropriate to say that they are dragonflies. Of the remaining 2 settlements, one is built on the hillside, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The other is built on a huge ancient tree. There are also a large number of eggs and larvae and young dragonflies in both places. It is much more troublesome to deal with them than the first one in the lake. Mark almost slaughtered adult dragonflies while using Qigong waves to eliminate eggs and larvae and young dragonflies. Even though his combat power is nearly 30,000, Mark still rested 3 times before completely eliminating the Gyaloi dragonflies on Gyaloi Star. After killing the last young dragonfly, the system prompt sound rang directly in Mark's mind. Selection completed, reward has been issued. As the voice fell, a palm-sized and thumb-thick test tube appeared in Mark's hand. In the test tube, there was half a tube of light pink crystal liquid. Without hesitation, Mark pulled out the stopper and swallowed the liquid in one gulp. After spitting it out, he put the stopper back into the bottle. There was still a little immune agent left on the wall of the test tube, and Mark planned to send it back to Pilaf for research. Mark wanted to give it a try to see if he could copy it. After all this last night, Mark began to realize that the immune agent began to work. Starting from the ends of his limbs, Mark's skin turned red, and his body also emitted heat far beyond normal. Obviously, this is the result of a stress response in the human immune system. Mark's brain began to heat up as his whole body was scalding. A few minutes later, he lost consciousness and fell into the layers of dragonfly people's corpses and blood on the ground. Mark was unconscious for nearly 3 hours, and then his consciousness gradually recovered. But his body felt very tired. In fact, if Mark had not fought before taking the potion and maintained his physical strength at a certain level, he would not have lost consciousness at all, but he had to slaughter a clan alone. This workload was still a bit beyond Mark's ability. That's why he lost consciousness for a short time and fainted. Fortunately, Mark had turned Gilu into an uninhabited planet, so it was safe. Damn, why do I feel like I was hit before crossing? Mark muttered to himself, and took the combat power detector. The detector displayed data such as time, location, longitude, and latitude. After checking, Mark was sure that he had only been unconscious for 3 hours. Gurgle, gurgle. Before Mark could figure out what to do next, his stomach made a series of rumbling sounds. After continuous fighting and not having a good rest, Mark was naturally hungry. He did not pay attention to the surrounding environment and took out a universal capsule from his arms. Mark threw it on the ground and directly turned it into a hemispherical house. After entering the house, he took a shower despite his hunger. Then Mark put on a bathrobe and walked into the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator, took out the food prepared in advance, and heated it in the microwave. Soon, a sumptuous dinner was ready. Mark finally experienced the good mood of Gaku when he ate with such a whirlwind of food. After a while, after having a full meal, Mark sat in front of a pile of plates and began to think about his next plan. There is no doubt that Mark completed the daily work of the Scion in just a few days. Of course, the system defines this Guru Star as an evil person. So, Mark has no psychological burden. But what to do with this empty planet next is a tricky problem. Obviously, as a high-oxygen planet, the mass of Gilu planet is about twice that of the Earth, and it is very rich in resources. The gravity here is slightly lighter than that of the Earth, about 0.9 times the standard gravity of the Earth. Mark thinks that if he just sprinkles some seeds on the ground to grow crops here, he can get a good harvest. After all, weeds more than 3 meters high are everywhere here. If wheat is planted here, it is estimated that 1 grain of wheat from a wheat ear is enough for a family to eat for several days. If rice is planted, it is estimated that a grain of rice will be several dozen centimeters in size and weigh more than 10 pounds. Don't think that Mark's metaphor is a bit exaggerated, this is simply the world of giants. In the final analysis, Mark thinks that it is because the oxygen content here is too high. Because the environment here is too dangerous, even if it cannot be colonized by Earthlings. But if it is used as a granary, Mark will be able to monopolize the entire Earth's food market in the future. And this is still the most superficial way of development. There must be mineral deposits on this Gilu planet. Maybe there will be rich kyanite mines. There is no reason for Mark to abandon such a rich place. After locating the accurate interstellar coordinates here, Mark took out the video recorder and flew around the planet to shoot. After returning to Earth after a while, he will consider the development plan here. Even if it is impossible to complete it with Pilaf's technological strength alone. Mark doesn't mind pulling Bulma on his pirate ship, and everyone will get rich together. Of course, talking about cooperation with Bulma and saying that making money is the lowest end way to attract. This girl likes adventure, and if you mention this, she will definitely come to help. After figuring out how to deal with Gilu's star, Mark cleaned up the leftovers on the table. Put on pajamas and go back to the bedroom to sleep beautifully. Early the next morning, Mark was awakened by a burst of explosions. Quickly put on the martial arts uniform, Mark turned the house back into a capsule. And quickly flew to the place where the explosion was heard in the distance. After a while, he noticed something strange. Beep beep. The combat power detector hanging next to his ear sounded an alarm. Mark was also shocked after locking onto the target. 10 huge energy reactions. Each has a combat power of nearly 1,000. One of them has a combat power of over 10,000. Could it be other aliens? Well, it is also possible that they encountered the Frisia army. In the northern Milky Way, in addition to behemoths like the Frisia army, there are also many local tyrants who control several planets or dozens of planets. This sudden uninvited guest must not be a Gyalo star person. Then, it must be an alien visitor. Mark thought to himself. Chapter 39. Mark suppressed his breath and flew to a place not far away without haste. After a while, he arrived near a valley with lush vegetation. Mark searched for the 10 sources of reaction at the first time. All 10 people were humans or humanoids who could walk upright. They wore combat uniforms with unique styles. The style of their combat uniforms was completely different from that of the Frisia Corps. It was similar to the clothing of the Udrid people. Mark, who knew the appearance of the Udrid people, could confirm that none of them was a Udrid person. 10 people with 10 different looks and characteristics, and they were not from the same ethnic group at first glance. Mark tried his best to restrain his breath. These guys did not wear equipment such as detectors. Without confirming whether they could sense the breath, Mark chose to lurk nearby. Soon, the most powerful astronaut among the 10 ordered the others to search separately. He stayed where he was alone. The remaining 9 people, in groups of 3, rushed to the 3 gathering places of the Gyalo people. This group of guys is definitely not the first time to come to Gyalo. Mark came to a very firm conclusion in his heart. An hour later, the 3 groups returned one after another. Boss, all the Gyalo people in the city of Orui have been exterminated. Brother, the same is true in the city of Mu. Boss, the Gyalo lake is directly swallowed by volcanic magma, and there are traces of artificial destruction in the nearby volcanoes. Mark couldn't name these gathering places. These 10 guys can accurately name them. Mark recalled the appearance of the Gyalo leader who recognized the blue crystal at a glance. It can be seen that this Gyalo planet is not a completely closed planet. Just as Mark was still analyzing the origins of these guys. Who would have thought that the leader would say it directly? The combat power of the Gyalo leader is nearly 8,000. Even I, Kais, can't be his opponent in a fight with him here. I guess they offended some big shot and were exterminated. It's a pity that our Chamber of Commerce has lost another junior customer this time. Kais, who looks somewhat handsome, talked to several of his subordinates. Boss, now that the Gyalo people are extinct, isn't this planet an ownerless planet? Why don't we sell it? Life planets are in great demand. That's right, a life planet. At least enough for us to live a life of comfort. This is a rare opportunity. That's right, Mundos is right. After this deal, we can retire and enjoy life. It's exciting just to think about it. Let's do it, big brother. This is a rare opportunity. Listening to his subordinates' heated discussion, Kai's expression kept changing. In the Milky Way, countless lives were bred. Planets that can breed life are collectively called life planets. According to different standards, the price also varies greatly. But no matter what, an ownerless life planet is a coveted treasure. Right now, the Gyalo people have been destroyed. There is no one on this planet, so it is naturally a great opportunity to pick up bargains. If it were normal, even if the members of the Cheese Chamber of Commerce were 10 times more, it would be impossible to destroy the Gyalo people. Now, as long as it is confirmed that this planet has become an uninhabited planet, then with Cheese's ability, he can quickly sell it at a high price. The wealth he picked up for free made him excited. Ahem, Ashlika, go and move the life detector down. We will collect all the information here and sell this planet to the Tam people at a high price. Everyone, we will soon be able to achieve financial freedom, cheer. Chi's words were inspiring. Except for the guy who went to the spaceship to get the life detector, everyone was happy and dancing. Mark on the side frowned. The spoils of war that I had won were actually occupied by these bastards. What's the truth? Everyone, you can wake up from your sweet dreams now. Let me introduce myself. My name is Mr. Satan. I am the one who killed the Gilo people. So, every blade of grass and every tree here is mine now. I give you 10 minutes to get out of my Satan planet. At this point, Mark didn't plan to hide anymore. He released his breath and appeared in front of them in an instant. Kais and his men froze their smiles on their faces. They never thought that the strong man who slaughtered the Gilo people would still stay on this planet. However, someone immediately raised doubts. What, Mr. Satan? Do you have any evidence to prove that you killed all the Gilo people? That's right. Grow a big face and you will be in trouble. You can just talk nonsense if you open your mouth. You are alone, kid, but we have 10 people in the Kisi Chamber of Commerce. If you don't get out of here, you will lose your life. The boss is alone, let's go together and kill him. Shut up. A bunch of idiots. Listening to his subordinates, spewing out one unpleasant word after another. Sweat was pouring down Chi's forehead. Quickly scolding his subordinates, Chi ran to Mark with a flattering face. Nodding and bowing, a spineless look. In fact, they are doing business in the vast universe. On the surface, it is a chamber of commerce, but in fact they also play the roles of adventurers, mercenaries, and robbers. When to use these roles depends on different situations. Chi felt the powerful breath released from Mark's body. He was so frightened. This guy is stronger than the middle-level generals of Frisia's army that he has seen before. Such a strong man is not something that a small character like himself can provoke. Hello, Mr. Satan. I am Chi, the president of Chi's Chamber of Commerce. It's an honor to meet you. You may not know that this Gilo star has always been a partner of our Chamber of Commerce. We use a kind of candy that they like to eat very much in exchange for various resources here. Now, this is your territory, I hope the transaction can continue. Are you interested? If not, we will leave Satan Star immediately. Kais, with a sincere face, made a long speech. While stabilizing Mark, he also hoped to trade with Mark. The universe is so big, and trade cooperation across civilizations is normal. Mark has nothing to reject about this. However, Mark still joked, I don't like candy. Of course, our cooperation will definitely not be settled with candy. Kyanite, energy bars, rare metals, whichever way you like to collect payment, our Chamber of Commerce has no problem. Chis is a professional indeed. He directly gave Mark a brief introduction to the common general equivalents in the universe. Let's not talk about blue topaz. This thing is too precious and is generally used for the settlement of bulk commodities. Energy bars, the standard value is the size and thickness of a thumb. The energy contained in them has a fixed number. Many cosmic forces like to use energy bars for settlement. Finally, there are rare metals, which are generally essential strategic materials for the manufacture of spacecraft and warships. It also has the function of a general equivalent. It is said that the Frisia Legion uses it for settlement. In addition to these, barter can also be used. The specific transaction price needs to be negotiated in person. Mark benefited a lot after listening. Chapter 40. Compared to the ignorant and uncivilized Giloi dragonfly people, the group of people in the Kisi Chamber of Commerce can still communicate. Mark's understanding of the Milky Way is almost stuck in the understanding of Dragon Ball animation before the crossing. But in fact, in the Milky Way, as long as the civilization enters the interstellar era, The information that Mark knows is known by even a 3-year-old child. But many situations are unknown to Mark. Just like the Kisi Chamber of Commerce, Mark never noticed that there is such an organization in the Dragon Ball world. Kisi is a qualified businessman by nature. After initially gaining Mark's approval, this guy directly invited them to sit on the large spaceship they were riding. Don't worry, the samples of the goods we carry are all placed on the spaceship. You can take a look after you go there to see if there is anything you are interested in. Kisi's words just touched what Mark needed in his heart. After pretending to think, Mark made a reluctant expression and said, "Okay. Lead the way." "Okay. Please come this way." After receiving Mark's affirmative answer, President Kais flew to the front to lead the way. This guy's flattering appearance made Mark a little confused, but he didn't worry too much. In terms of combat power, this guy is only a little over 11,000, and is not his opponent at all. Even if he enters the spaceship with him, it's no big deal. As for the 8 or 9 minions following him, they are all guys with combat power just over 1,000. There is nothing to fear for Mark. After flying for a few minutes, the group arrived in front of a huge spaceship. Unlike Mark's single-person spherical spaceship, the spaceship of the Kai's Chamber of Commerce is in the shape of a flying saucer. The general appearance is not much different from the disc-shaped spaceship of the Frisia Army. It's just that the height is about 2 times higher than that of the ship of the Frisia Army. "Chairman Kais, your ship looks a bit similar to that of the Frisia Army, but it seems to be much higher. Why, do you still have trade relations with the Frisia Army?" The Frisia Army controls a lot of territory in the northern Milky Way, which can be regarded as a behemoth. Mark asked such a question lightly, which also made Kai's heart tremble. "Mr. Satan, you are joking. How can a small chamber of commerce like us have trade relations with the famous Frisia Army? Our Chamber of Commerce has always been centered on the Jilo trade star, and Lord Jilo is also protecting us in terms of security. As far as I know, Lord Jilo's combat power has reached 150,000. Even the Frisia Army has to give him 3 points of face. The two sides have just met and are in the stage of mutual testing." Kais thought that Mark was talking about the spaceship of the Frisia Army, and it was very likely that the backer behind him was the Frisia Army. In order to avoid being robbed by Mark, he quickly brought out his backer, Jilo. As one of the few races in the universe that can sense the strength of the breath, Kais can sense how much Mark's combat power is. Using Jilo, whose combat power exceeds 150,000, to suppress Mark can also maintain a delicate balance of status between the two sides. This is how business is done in the universe, if the strength of both parties is not much different. That is the basis for negotiating business, otherwise. In the absence of legal protection, the weaker party is very likely to be robbed by the other party. Really? A combat power of 150,000 is really amazing, higher than Captain Jinyu's combat power. However, it is still worse than that of Lord Frisia. Mr. Kais, do you want to know the specific combat power of Lord Frisia? From the other party's behavior of using the tiger's skin as a banner, Mark realized that Kais misunderstood that he had a relationship with the Frisia Army. In this case, there is no explanation, but it makes things more obvious. Everyone has the gene of gossip, which is almost a common characteristic of carbon-based life. What's more, Kais is a businessman who is very sensitive to information. As the leader of the Frisia Corps, Frisia rarely appears in the public eye. Even many mid-level generals in the Frisia Corps rarely see Frisia. As for how much Frisia's combat power is, many people's cognition is also very vague. At least, in Kais's mind, Frisia's combat power is probably only 200,000 or 300,000. Hearing that Mark knew Frisia's specific combat power value, Kais forgot to invite Mark to enter the spaceship and subconsciously asked, "How much?" "Hehe, Mr. Frisia is a transformable cosmic man, and his combat power in the first form is 530,000. Mark didn't give Kais time to react after he said that. He walked into the spaceship without any hesitation. Kais and the others were shocked and stood there without moving. After digesting the information Mark said, they hurried in. However, Mark, who had entered earlier, had already visited the spaceship alone with great interest. Except for the cockpit, which Mark was not interested in, the rest of the places were basically cargo compartments. Mark looked around casually and found that the cargo inside was all kinds of strange things. But he did not find a place to store blue crystal or other currencies. "Mr. Satan, let me introduce it to you." Kais walked quickly to Mark and began to introduce the cargo that Mark was interested in. Mark was not interested in these cargoes. Seeing that Mark was not interested in these cargoes, Kais invited him to enter the lounge. Handing Mark a glass of green juice, Kais deliberately turned the topic to Frisia. "Mr. Satan, you just said that Lord Frisia's combat power of 530,000 is only the first form. Could it be that Lord Frisia's combat power can be higher? Of course, otherwise how can he be called the Emperor of the Universe? Have you ever seen a Universe Emperor with a combat power of 530,000? Mark took a sip of juice, which tasted good, and said something to Kais. Kais, who was scolded, was not angry, and continued to test, "Of course not, but I heard you mean that you know this information very well. I know this is a top secret of the Frisia Corps. Don't worry, as long as you can sell me the information about Lord Frisia, the price will definitely not let you suffer a loss. For a space chamber of commerce, buying and selling materials and goods on various planets is only a part of daily trade. In fact, technology, information, and intelligence are also important parts of buying and selling transactions. Sometimes, the price of some important intelligence is not even lower than the value of a living planet. In the northern Milky Way, there are only a handful of people who can clearly know the combat power of the Universe Emperor Frisia. Such information will naturally attract many people. As long as someone is interested, there will naturally be an opportunity to make money. Seeing that Kais is so interested in this, Mark will naturally not miss this great opportunity to get something for nothing." Mark hooked his finger at Kais and said with a bright smile, "Of course I know. I have seen it with my own eyes. In addition to his combat power at each stage of transformation, I also know Mr. Frisia's favorite fighting style and moves. It's no problem to sell this information to you, but this price. Hehe, you have to satisfy me." After that, Mark looked at Kais with a smile, waiting for his response. Chapter 41. Don't worry, as long as the information is detailed and true enough, I, Kais, will definitely pay you a lot of consulting fees. Kais is not a fool, so he is naturally worried that Mark is talking nonsense. However, it is difficult for Mark to prove the authenticity of the information. "President Kais, I can provide you with detailed information, but I can't provide evidence to prove its authenticity. If you believe it, then we will negotiate the price and pay the money and deliver the goods. If you think there is a risk, then forget it, let's talk about the material transaction on Satan Star." Mark knows Frisia's background because of his past life memories. Before there is no way to prove the accuracy of the information, Mark can only say this. After hearing what Mark said, Kais did not respond immediately, but stood there to think carefully. After a moment, he raised his head and said, "So, let's talk about the price of the material acquisition. This is the material we need on Gilo's star, oh, that is, on Satan's star now, please take a look." Sure enough, Cheese did not have the courage to gamble, but shifted the topic to material trade. Mark took the list calmly and looked at it carefully. Over the years, Cheese Chamber of Commerce has been purchasing a special plant fruit on Satan's star. This fruit can slightly optimize the genes of a carbon-based life. Before, this fruit was named Gilo fruit. From now on, it will be renamed Satan fruit. Of course, Mark does not have this fruit on hand. To be precise, this fruit has not yet grown on the entire Satan star. Usually, this fruit grows in the rugged underground Rift Valley. Because the Giloy dragonfly can fly, they can pick this fruit. However, this fruit usually matures in the second half of each year on Satan star. If you want to trade, you have to wait for half a year. Nkisi and his team knew where these fruits grew, and reported the coordinates directly to Mark. Next, Mark followed Kisi to fly to the underground rift to check. Mark soon saw those half-red and half-green fruits. Densely packed, there are probably tens of thousands of them. Damn Gilu, there are so many Gilu fruits, but you told me that you can only produce 30 per year. He deserves to be destroyed by you. Mr. Satan, I want to exclusively purchase all the Satan fruits here, do you think it's okay? Kisi saw the unripe Satan fruits and cursed the long-dead Gilu leader. But he had already begun to test Mark in action. Mark just raised his mouth and smiled slightly when he heard the words, and did not give Kisi a definite answer. After flying around the bottom of the valley, the two flew back to the spaceship, and Mark stated his conditions. President Kisi, I will not sell all these Satan fruits. However, I will sell you the exclusive acquisition rights, and the price is also very simple for you. I need a detailed star map of the Milky Way. Mark is not obsessed with making money this time. The most important point is to open up routes and connect with alien civilizations. As for getting rich, it's just a matter of convenience. In fact, what Mark needs to get the most is intelligence. But now, Mark only has contact with the Kisi Chamber of Commerce. If everything starts with trading with the Kisi Chamber of Commerce, Mark will suffer a lot. There is a possibility that he will be deceived by this guy Kisi. But as long as the star map is in hand, Mark can go to other planets and communicate with other alien civilizations. For example, the Jilo trade star mentioned by Kisi, there are many large and small space chambers of commerce stationed there according to Kisi. Compare prices from 3 different companies so that you won't be cheated by one chamber of commerce. Cheese naturally understood Mark's intention. There were not many choices in front of him, so Cheese gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Then, he took out a palm-sized black metal box from his arms. Putting the box on the ground, a holographic virtual star map soon appeared in front of the two. Cheese kept moving his hands, and the star map was enlarged and reduced. Each star has basic information such as name and size. The planets in the star system are also marked with important information. Mr. Satan, this is the star map that our Cheese Chamber of Commerce has been using. I will trade it to you now. This is the communicator used by our Cheese Chamber of Commerce. The leader of Gilo has one. Now I will give you one so that we can contact you at any time. In half a year, we will come back to buy Satan from you. Fruits, I hope the number is no less than 10,000. There are tens of thousands of unripe fruits. President Cheese did not ask to buy all of them, and the number of 10,000 is also above Mark's bottom line. Okay. We will discuss the specific price later. Then, see you in half a year. Mark agreed to Kai's request, and asked them to leave Satan Star without showing it. As a shrewd businessman, Kai's naturally heard that Mark was ordering them to leave. After smiling and nodding, the guy flew back to the spaceship. After a while, the spaceship of Kai's Chamber of Commerce took off and quickly flew away from Satan Star. Mark waited for a while before taking out the star map from his arms. From the star map, he quickly found the coordinates he wanted to find. Take back the star map and take out the spherical spaceship in the universal capsule. After Mark entered the coordinates, he went straight to the first target. 6 days later, the spaceship Mark was riding arrived near a mineral star. The blue crystal mining star belonging to the Frisia Legion. The spherical spaceship Mark was riding, it is exactly the same as the spaceship of Frisia Corps. After finding the docking base, Mark chose to land directly. He was so arrogant because he had completed the detection with the combat power detector. There are only 20 or so energy reactions on this mineral star. The most powerful one is just a soldier with only 1,200 combat power. Obviously, this place is completely defenseless for Mark. After all, no one would have thought that the mineral star of the famous Frisia Corps would also be targeted. What's more interesting is that the soldiers in the base did not notice anything unusual. In their opinion, this is obviously a small spaceship that only their elite warriors would take. After Mark opened the hatch, 3 soldiers of Frisia Corps were already standing in front of him. "Hello, sir. Frisia number 1535 Mineral Star Garrison, welcome to your arrival. Sir, the harvest of the past 10 years on this planet is ready, you can take it away at any time, but why are there no other transport ships coming with you?" The leading crocodile soldier said what Mark was most interested in. However, he looked at Mark very puzzled and asked why the transport ships did not follow. Mark turned around and walked back to his spaceship with a serious face. Under the puzzled comments of the 3 people, he directly turned the spaceship into a capsule. "Hey, still need a transport ship? High tech, do you understand?" Holding the small universal capsule and shaking it in front of several people, Mark took out another capsule from the box. With a bang, the capsule exploded, and a huge warehouse appeared in front of the 3 people. "I give you 3 hours to put all the blue crystals in the warehouse." Mark gave the order calmly. Chapter 42. On the mineral planet, the soldiers of the Frisia Corps stationed here had no doubts. The combat power detector hanging on Mark's ear was the style of the Frisia Corps. And it was the latest model, and ordinary people were not qualified to wear it. In the base, the large combat power detector showed that Mark's combat power reached 28,000 points. Such combat power is definitely the elite among the elite in the Frisia Corps. At least, the crocodile soldiers did not have the courage to come forward to verify Mark's identity. "Yes, sir. Please wait in the base for a while." Almost in a flattering state, the crocodile soldiers respectfully took Mark into the base. As soon as Mark walked in, he turned his head and said to the crocodile man, "My combat uniform was damaged in the previous battle. Do you have the latest combat uniform?" Mark was still very interested in the combat uniform of the Frisia Corps. For him, the defensive effect of this thing is almost negligible. But for the Earthlings, it is very good equipment. Mark plans to cheat one and give it to Pilaf to crack. By the way, he can fool Chis in half a year. However, Mark's expectations were still dashed. The crocodile man explained very embarrassedly, "Sorry, sir, we are just garrison personnel and are not equipped with the latest combat uniforms. However, the old combat uniforms still have your size, please come this way." The soldiers and generals of the Frisia army, regardless of their race, will wear combat uniforms. But according to the different roles of the arms, they will naturally be treated differently. Mark spread his hands helplessly and followed the crocodile soldiers to the equipment storage area. Fortunately, Mark had seen how to wear this old combat uniform in the comics. First put on the tights, and then put on the combat uniform with shoulder pads on the outside. Mark, who changed into a combat uniform, said directly, "Where is the restaurant? I'm hungry." The welfare benefits of the Frisia army are quite good. Even the food, although not as good as the Earth's delicacies, has its own flavor. Mark's request did not arouse the suspicion of the crocodile man at all. Isn't this the most normal thing? In this way, Mark ate and drank in the garrison base of the Legion, and 3 hours passed in a flash. After the crocodile man told Mark that all the blue crystals had been loaded, Mark walked to the front of the warehouse with a full stomach. Press the button, and the warehouse will turn back into a universal capsule again. After 3 hours of contact, the crocodile man, who was somewhat familiar with Mark, said frankly that this was the power of high technology. In this way, Mark, who cheated to eat and drink, took a spaceship and left the mineral planet under the welcome of a group of soldiers. It was not until a few days later, when the generals of the Frisia Legion who really came to transport the blue crystals arrived. The crocodile soldiers realized that they had been deceived. However, he did not even have the opportunity to regret, and was directly executed on the spot by the intermediate generals of the Frisia Legion. Mark, the instigator of all this, has already arrived near the Jilo trade star. October 2, 752 AE. After a few days of flight, Mark successfully arrived at the Jilo trade star. The spacecraft landed on the elastic pad of the berthing port and did not cause a big explosion. After paying a little blue crystal particles as berthing fees, Mark officially entered the trade star. This is a life planet with a highly developed civilization. Mark felt as if he had entered a future city in science fiction novels. After hiring a guide to lead the way, Mark successfully applied for an e-commerce voucher. With this voucher, you can trade with anyone in the Jilo trade port. However, the premise is that there must be enough points in the account bound to the voucher. The points of Jilo trade star can be exchanged through Jilo Bank. Mark took out some blue crystals and successfully deposited 1 million points in his account. If converted into blue crystal, it would weigh about 1 kilogram. This is just a drop in the bucket compared to the more than 300 tons of blue crystal Mark got this time. However, the purchasing power of these 1 million points is also amazing enough. Mark, who is rich in money, did not wrong himself. He opened a top-level room in the best hotel in Jilo trade port, and enjoyed the top-level service. Alien wine, alien food, alien beauties. After tasting them one by one, Mark started to do serious things. Turning on the computer-like device in the hotel room, Mark began to read the supply and demand information on the trading platform. Purchase a life planet, the quality must be no less than 1.2 times the standard volume, good living environment requirements, offer 100 tons of kyanite. What is the standard volume? How is a good environment measured? Headache. Mark read out the information displayed on the screen, and he was overwhelmed. Helplessly, he had to start searching for relevant information on the network of Jilo trade star. Fortunately, these basic information are not difficult to find, and Mark quickly found the corresponding answers. If the standard volume of the planet is 1, then the volume of the Earth is 1.5, and Saturn star is 2.8 times the standard volume. The living environment standard is not difficult to understand. The environment on Earth is slightly polluted. There are 4 levels above: passing, good, excellent, and perfect. Saturn star belongs to the perfect level. Comprehensively speaking, the value of Saturn star, which Mark accidentally occupied, should also hover around 400 to 500 tons of blue crystal. You know, blue crystal also exists on many life planets. So, generally speaking, this price will fluctuate. With a reference for comparison, Mark quickly understood the purchasing power level of blue crystal. Similarly, he also understood the value of other general equivalents. Here, Mark also searched for information about Jilo fruit. 1 Jilo fruit is basically sold for 3,000 to 5,000 Jilo points. Almost, it is equivalent to the value of 3 to 5 grams of blue crystal powder. However, this Jilo fruit is a special commodity with restricted sales. Without the authorization of the Jilo Trade Star Administration, ordinary merchants are not qualified to sell it. Mark looked it up and found that there were only 3 chambers of commerce on the list of authorized sales, and Chi's Chamber of Commerce was among them. Mark also carefully studied the situation of the other 2 chambers of commerce. After finding out this information, he can have a clear idea. In the transaction 6 months later, he will not be cheated by Chi's. After finishing the serious business, Mark relaxed and strolled around the platform. After a while, he found many interesting and useful products. This thing is interesting. Clicking on the message, Mark read the content description word by word. Planetary defense system, with early warning, shielding detection, armed counterattack, and intelligent control capabilities. Well, the price is not expensive, only 10 million points. Oh. It turns out to be a product of the Ziffel people, no wonder. Mark muttered to himself as he looked at the name thoughtfully. Chapter 43. Planetary defense is Mark's biggest headache right now. No matter what, Satan Star is now an industry that he actually controls. Although the price of those Satan fruits is not too high. But it is a long-term revenue project after all, so it really cannot be abandoned at will. However, he cannot stay there all the time. After all, Mark usually stays on Earth most of the time. But the actual situation is that Satan Star cannot be left unattended all the time. For Mark, the best solution before was to recruit people on Earth to help take care of it. But doing so also has safety risks. After all, without strong strength in the universe, everything is in vain. Just when Mark was having a headache about this, he discovered the planetary defense system of the Zivil people. Mark, who was very interested in this, paid a 10% deposit to the platform. Quickly began to understand the details of this defense system. To be precise, this system is divided into 3 modules. The first module is the Near-Earth Space Defense System. It is mainly based on large detectors around the planet. Small unmanned warships controlled by intelligent computers are dispatched to defend in space. The unmanned warships are equipped with powerful laser cannons. The second module is the Surface Defense System. It is operated by a monitoring system and intelligent armed robots throughout the planet. If someone drives a spaceship and forcibly breaks into the planet, this part of the module will be activated and started to fight back. The combat effectiveness of these armed robots is equivalent to that of a warrior with 1,500 combat effectiveness points. The third module is the Super Soldier module. Once the enemy entering the planet is too strong, the Super Soldier module will be activated to quickly annihilate the invading enemy. The combat effectiveness of this Super Soldier is approximately equal to that of a warrior with 10,000 combat effectiveness points. It can be said that a planet with this defense system can resist more than 95% of man-made dangers in the universe. However, the only regret is that this Super Soldier is very expensive. 10 minutes of action will consume 1 kilogram of blue crystal. That is why, although this defense system is very useful, few people are willing to buy it. Mark checked the transaction records and found that no orders had been completed in the past few decades. After reading the transaction records, he took a look at the manufacturer of this system, whose name was Lecky. Lecky. Could he be the crazy scientist Dr. Lecky among the Zivil people? Seeing this name, Mark suddenly realized. The original name of the Zivil people's home planet was Plant Planet. It was a highly civilized planet. The Zivil people at that time were very peace-loving and loved art very much. Later, after the destruction of the Sarada planet, the Scions moved to the Plant Planet. In this way, 2 nations with completely opposite personalities and lifestyles lived on the Plant Planet at the same time. At the beginning, the Scions, a fighting nation, were ready to eliminate the Zivil people and dominate the entire Plant Planet. As a result, the Zivil people, with the help of a number of high-tech weapons, fought a tie with the powerful Scions. The 2 sides were deadlocked for 5 or 6 years, and there was no winner. The planet Plant also has satellites, which are called moons on Earth. Of course, they are essentially satellites. The satellites on Earth basically have a full moon once a month. However, it takes 7 or 8 years for the satellites on the planet Plant to have a full moon. When the Scions were fighting the Zivil people at the most intense moment, they happened to encounter a rare full moon moment on the planet Plant. So, the Scions, whose combat power increased tenfold, gradually gained the upper hand. In the end, most of the Zivil people were wiped out by the Scions, and only a few survivors escaped and wandered in the universe. This Dr. Lecky was one of them, but he was already dead at that time. To be precise, only the resentment formed by mental power was still alive. Later, he used scientific means to gather all the resentment of the Zivil people into his body. So there was the undead warrior, Hakiak. At that time, Dr. Lecky wanted to take revenge on the Scion's son Gaku and Vegeta who lived on Earth. In the end, Gaku was able to defeat this guy with the help of the spirit bomb. The Zivils are a peace-loving race, but when the race was destroyed, they also became crazy. In addition to Dr. Lucky, there is also Dr. Mayu, who created the parasitic life form baby, who is also Aziful. This planetary defense system is one of Dr. Lucky's works before he went crazy. The actual seller of this defense system is not a certain chamber of commerce, but the official Jilo trade star. Because of this, it is still safe. It has not been sold because too many blue crystals are consumed to maintain this system on a daily basis. For important resource stars controlled by the Frisia army, it is entirely possible to send generals with a combat power of 10,000 to guard them. The salary paid to them is much less than the blue crystals consumed under the same conditions. Therefore, this planetary defense system is very useless for large forces. Some medium and small forces do not have abundant combat power, so the demand for it should be very high. But the high cost of use makes them discouraged. In this way, after this planetary defense system fell into Jilo's hands, it has not been sold. From the initial price of 100 million points it gradually dropped to 10 million points. No one would be willing to buy it. Others don't buy it because they are either poor or have cattle and horses that save more grass. It's different for Mark now. He doesn't have any strong men to show off. Satan Star is very important, and the most important thing is that it has made a lot of money by cheating recently. Mark, who is not short of money, paid a deposit of 1 million points after a little consideration. As soon as the deposit was paid, the communicator in the suite rang immediately. Mark's heart moved, and he waited for a few seconds before answering the call. Dear Mr. Satan, hello, this is the Jilo Trade Star Administration. Sorry to bother you. Excuse me, is the planetary defense system you ordered on the trade platform just now caused by an incorrect operation? If so, we will cancel the order for you. If not, we will start production. And, I hope you can provide the specific location where the system needs to be installed. The staff asked seriously and respectfully on the other end of the phone. This time Mark did not take advantage of it, and replied in a serious tone, I confirm. The installation location is Satan Star, which is the previous Jilo star, and the starry sky coordinates are. Mark confirmed the order and broke out the exact coordinates of the planet where the defense system was to be installed. The staff only paused slightly when speaking, and soon returned to normal. Dear Mr. Satan, the project will be carried out immediately, and a special service staff will come to report the relevant progress to you. Please rest assured. After the staff said this, the call ended. Chapter 44. Yes, Miss Ponyo, we have identified the suspect who defrauded the army's blue crystal. Yes, that's right. Now this guy called Mr. Satan is on the Jilo Trade Star. I'm already monitoring him. Okay, although it takes a while, please rest assured that I will keep him stable and wait for you to come and arrest him in person. Please say hello to Mr. Frisia for me, please. Yes, okay. See you then. In the magnificent palace, Jilo, who is burly and has a single horn on his forehead, speaks in an extremely respectful tone. After the call ended, Jilo, the president of the Trade Star, straightened his back instantly. Kais, are you sure that he was the one who cheated the blue crystal mine? Jiro's deep voice, coupled with his strong body like a minotaur, gave Kais a great sense of oppression. Faced with his questioning, Kais and his friends did not have the courage to hide anything from Jilo. With a tremor in his voice, Kais said carefully, Lord Jilo, a few days ago our Chamber of Commerce received a call for help from the leader of Jilo Star. When we rushed to Jilo Star as quickly as possible, the leader of Jilo and all the people of Jilo Star were slaughtered by Mr. Satan. According to my estimate at the time, this guy's combat power must be more than 20,000, so I didn't choose to take action, but communicated with him. I asked for the star map of the Milky Way, but there is a tracking locator installed in that star map. When you issued the bounty mission, I became suspicious. After going back to confirm, I found that this daring guy had arrived at the mineral planet during the time of the crime. I'm sure he must be the cunning villain who cheated Frisia's army of blue crystal. Standing at the bottom of the stairs, Kai's looked servile. But this guy also told the cause and effect of the matter. After that, he held up a black metal box with both hands and handed it over respectfully. Through the hands of the beautiful maid, the metal box as evidence was passed to Jilo. After opening the metal box, the holographic projection was projected in the hall. Among them, it included Mark's words and deeds on Jilo's star, as well as the subsequent star map's action trajectory record in the universe. It's him. Ha 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 ha. Jilo laughed out loud after reading it, and the laughter stopped after a while. He turned his head and looked at Cheese standing in the center of the hall. After a slight pause, the tone became calm. President Cheese, you have made a great contribution this time. After the suspect Satan is arrested, the Jilo star he occupied will be handed over to you for management. The tax rate is 10% tax and 7%, which is a reward for you. After Jilo said this, he waved his hand impatiently at Cheese, signaling him to get out. Seeing this, Cheese understood what he meant. After bowing to Lord Jilo, he left the hall with a few men. When they walked out of the hall, Jilo's hearty laughter could be vaguely heard through the heavy door. Boss, we have made such a great contribution, why are we only given 30% of the dividends? This is too. Asshole. Shut up. Facing his grumbling trusted men, Cheese slapped him in the face and cursed him to shut up. After making sure that there was no one around, President Cheese explained in a gloomy tone. Humph. You dare to question Lord Jilo's decision? If you want to die, stay away from me, but don't implicate me. After saying this, President Kais, who felt somewhat guilty, whispered to several of his subordinates, do you really think that our Jilo trade planet has not been invaded by Frisia's army because Lord Jilo is powerful? To tell you the truth, I was as ignorant as you before today, but do you know who Ponyo is? At this point, President Kais showed an expression on his face that said, you don't know, but I know, ask me, ask me. His subordinates also knew that their president was like this. You said something and I praised Kais without hesitation. With his vanity satisfied, Kais finally revealed who Ponyo was. Miss Ponyo was once a member of the Jinya Force, but later left the Jinya Force and was in charge of the disciplinary department in the Frisia Army. It is said that in addition to her amazing combat power, she is also very smart. Obviously, President Kais still knows some members of the Frisia Army. According to his description, Miss Ponyo is simply the embodiment of wisdom and strength. President, is Miss Ponyo married? Boss, how did you get to know Miss Ponyo? It's not because she is interested in you, hee. That is to say, the powerful person in the Frisia Army, Big Brother, you have toys, marry her, Jilo is nothing. But then again, what is the relationship between Miss Ponyo and Lord Jilo? Why didn't the Frisia Army attack our Jilo trade star? Not all of Kais's brothers think with their lower bodies. Some people still noticed something wrong in Kais's description. Looking at the subordinate who asked the question with satisfaction, Kais didn't beat around the bush. The reason is very simple, our high and mighty Lord Jilo is just a dog under the command of the Frisia Army. After walking out of Jilo's luxurious palace and boarding his own spaceship, Kais finally spoke out what he had been holding back for a long time. After looking at the stunned expressions of all his men, he carefully explained his judgment. Lord Jilo's combat power is about 150,000. In this small piece of land in the northern Milky Way, except for the star field controlled by the Frisia Legion, his strength can definitely rank among the top 5 among other powerful forces. The most important foundation of Jilo Trade Star is to strictly maintain neutrality. As long as you enter Jilo Trade Star, anyone has the basic guarantee for safe trade. In other words, although Kais and Jilo discovered that Mark was the person wanted by the Frisia Legion this time. But on the surface, they would never target Mark, after all, they have to maintain their image. But Jilo privately reported the situation to the Frisia Army in detail. To put it bluntly, Jilo did not privately beg for mercy from the Frisia Army. How could Jilo, who has less than 150,000 combat power, maintain such a large family business? Jilo, this guy, is nothing more than a neutral force tacitly allowed by the Universe Emperor Frisia. Otherwise, why is the Frisia army the largest second-hand planet trader on Jilo Trade Star? To put it bluntly, the Jilo Trade Star he runs is nothing more than a place for Frisia army to sell stolen goods. We can also make a lot of money this time. It is very rare to have a 30% bonus. As far as I know, under normal circumstances, only 1/10 of the income will go to the governor of the occupied planet or colonized planet. It is impossible for most of the other profits to belong to Jilo. It must be the Frisia army that takes most of it. We should not stay here for the time being. We should leave Jilo Star now. When Satan leaves Jilo Trade Star, he will be buried in the starry sky. It won't be too late for us to show up again at that time. Kisi was sure that as long as his group of people stayed here, they would never be implicated. Chapter 45. Sir, how should we deal with President Kais? Kill them all in a few days. Don't let this get out. Do you understand? Jilo sat on the wide chair and looked at the screen in front of him. On the screen, it was a group of people from the Kais Chamber of Commerce who had already boarded the spaceship. Kais's words and deeds before had already touched Jilo's reverse scale. The confidant knew his lord's virtue very well and hurriedly asked. Jilo understands, sir, please rest assured. The confidant, Jilo, was from the same tribe as Jilo. But unlike Jilo, this guy also had a horn on his head. But his body was not burly, and he was even a little thin and weak. His combat power was even pitifully low, but his brain was extremely smart. He was also Jilo's confidant and think tank. Looking at Jilo leaving the hall, Jilo did not rest, but switched the screen again. After the image stabilized, Mark's figure suddenly appeared in it. In the luxury hotel, Mark was communicating with guests in the living room of the suite. The visitor called himself Yoshimori, the business manager of Jilo Trade Star. Behind him, there were several professional engineers following. Mr. Satan, according to our estimate, the overall construction time is about 130 days. As soon as Yoshimori finished speaking, Mark frowned and said, "Why does it take so long? Don't you have finished products that can be installed directly? 130 days, it's really too long." Mark is a little hard to accept. This point is also hard to accept in Yoshimori's heart. In fact, the Jilo Trade Bureau has finished products. But Lord Jilo wants him to say so. Yoshimori didn't quite understand what Lord Jilo was thinking for a while. In fact, the universe is too big. Even if you take the most advanced spaceship, it will take more than 100 days for Ponyo to rush over from the headquarters of the Frisia Legion. Jilo made such a request, of course, to delay time. However, Jisun didn't need to know about this kind of thing. So, after Jisun gave a negative answer, Mark had no choice but to accept it. 130 days later, our construction team will arrive at Satan Star. If you stay on Jilo Star during this period, you can follow our construction ship. If you are leaving Jilo Star during this period, please ensure smooth communication. This is the communicator we often use, we keep in touch at any time. 10 million points are also considered a large order on Jilo Star. Mark only paid 1 million points. It's reasonable for others to ask this. At least so far, Mark has no doubts. Mark took the communicator and fiddled with it for a few times. After confirming that there was no problem, he was about to speak when the system options appeared in front of him. Option 1, tell Jisun that he will stay on Jilo Star for the next 3 months and reward 5 points of combat power. Option 2, tell Jisun that the next 3 months will be spent on Satan Star, and the reward is martial arts, planet destroyer bomb. The system option appeared too abruptly, and Mark was stunned for a while. Such a change naturally did not escape the attention of Jisun and Jilo. However, such an uncoordinated reaction only appeared for a moment and disappeared. Mark's mind turned quickly, and he had made a decision in his heart while adjusting his sitting posture. Mr. Jason, I will return to Satan Star to live in the future. We will contact each other after the production is completed. If there is no problem at that time, you can come to Satan Star to find me directly. Mark said it very naturally, and Jason did not notice anything wrong. He smiled and nodded to show that he knew. Then I won't bother you. Satan first. Pa. Before Jason finished speaking, Jilo had already turned off the screen and sat on the luxurious chair with his legs crossed. At the same time, Mark personally got up and sent off General Manager Jason. Mark returned to the room without hesitation and quickly packed up his personal belongings. Half an hour later, he hurriedly left the hotel. The system never gives prompts easily, and Mark knows this very well. I thought that the system would always pretend to be dead during this interstellar journey. But I never thought that it would give an answer at this critical juncture. That's right, it's an answer instead of a choice. Although there are still only 2 options this time. But in fact, the answer is on the paper. Option 1 gives 5 points of combat power, which is simply an insult to Mark now. However, Option 2 given at the same time is the planet-destroying bomb that Frisia likes to use very much. Comparing the two, even the stupidest people in the universe know that Option 1 stays in Jilo the star was wrong. Thinking of this, Mark already had some clues in his mind. He was very clear about what he had done during this period of time. First, he eliminated the Gilo leader with a combat power of less than 10,000 and occupied the entire Gilo star. Second, he went to the mineral star under the command of the Frisia Corps and defrauded a large amount of blue crystal. There is no doubt that the influence of the former is not worth mentioning compared to the latter. But there is a common factor in both of these things, that is, the Kai's Chamber of Commerce. The fact that he slaughtered the Gilo dragonfly people and occupied the Gilo star was discovered by the Kai's Chamber of Commerce. Similarly, when he went to the Frisia Corps mineral star to commit a crime, the star map he used was provided by President Kai's. The possibility that the system can issue an early warning is that the fraud case is exposed. Combined with the extremely long waiting time of 130 days given by the Jilo Trade Bureau just now, Mark believes that the problem is likely to be with that bastard Kai's. The star map box he gave me must have a backdoor program such as a monitoring device. My whereabouts during this period were definitely under the surveillance of this guy. Mark also investigated the background of the Kai's Chamber of Commerce. They are well known on the Jilo Trade Star. After all, Kai's personal combat power has exceeded 10,000. But it is unlikely that they can directly contact the Frisia army. In this case, the closest to the truth is that Kai's gave it to Jilo, the ruler of Jilo Star. Jilo can do such a big business, and it is in a place like the northern Milky Way. No dog would believe that he has no contact with the Frisia army. Mark claims to be not a detective genius, but under the premise of the system's explicit statement, he has almost figured out the truth of the matter. After being wary in his heart, Mark determined that he was very likely to be monitored on Jilo Star. Without saying a word, he did not go to the spacecraft docking port after leaving the hotel. Instead, he chose to go to a remote place and took out the spherical spaceship that had turned into a universal capsule. Bang! The spaceship appeared, and Mark used the remote control to open the hatch. He swooshed in and controlled the hatch to slowly close. After a little thought in front of the control panel, he chose to fly to Satan Star. After confirming the destination, the spaceship started instantly and rushed out of the atmosphere of Jilo Star. Such behavior of leaving the trade star in violation of the regulations was naturally discovered by Jilo soon. Oh? Interesting, did he notice something? Well, the direction of travel is still Jilo Star, there should be no problem. In the hall, monitoring the direction of Mark's navigation, Jilo muttered to himself thoughtfully. Chapter 46 752 AE, October 21, Satan. After more than half a month, Mark's spaceship crashed on Satan again. Nearly a month has passed, and Satan is as vibrant as before. The oxygen content in the air here is too high, and the plants and animals reproduce very quickly. Before, when Mark slaughtered the Gyloid dragonflies, he left a lot of corpses unprocessed. When Mark came to the ruins again, all traces of the Gyloid dragonflies had disappeared. Sitting in the spaceship these days, Mark carefully analyzed the current situation. Gylo Trade Star did not send out pursuers. This shows that the Frisia Corps has no intention of pursuing him now. Since they told me that the delivery will be in 130 days, it is likely that they will wait until then to take action. And I have ordered a planetary defense system from them, so it is obvious that Satan has been exposed. If Satan Star was just an ordinary life planet, Mark would naturally not linger. He manually imported the data in the star map into the computer on his spaceship bit by bit, and then threw it on Satan Star. Without the means to track him, both Gylo and the people of Frisia Corps could only stare blankly. After all, he had been out for so long, and he had always called himself Mr. Satan. No one knew his background, let alone that he was an Earthling. As long as he gave up Satan Star, he could retreat unscathed, return to Earth and continue to live, waiting for the normal advancement of the plot. But the problem is that Satan Star has become very important now. The Satan fruit grown on Satan Star can improve the genes of living organisms after ordinary people eat it. In other words, eating Satan fruit can optimize the waste genes in the body to a certain extent. This waste gene occupies more than 70% of the body's genetic material. The meaning of their existence is to waste and consume most of the nutrients taken in by the body. Once these useless genes are fundamentally improved and eliminated, it is equivalent to the hair removal and marrow cleansing in fairy tales. It can improve the effect of future cultivation for the user in essence. Although it is not as good as the fruit of the spirit tree, which can quickly and directly improve combat effectiveness. But it can quietly change the foundation of a person's cultivation. To be precise, it is a treasure used to improve potential. What's more, the output of this thing is very large, and tens of thousands of them can be produced every year. It is different from the abnormal effect of the spirit tree fruit that can easily improve the combat effectiveness of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Although the Satan fruit can only increase the combat effectiveness of the Earthlings who are not good at fighting to 50 or 100 points. But the advantage is that the output of this thing is very large, and it does not damage the planet. If the Satan fruit is brought back to Earth, it is very likely to be a cosmic treasure that changes the overall strength of the Earthlings. The most important point is that the Satan fruit can only be cultivated in a natural environment with an oxygen content of more than 38%. Artificial high oxygen environment can't make them reproduce and grow at all. It is precisely for this reason that Mark really has no way to give up here directly. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as they keep this place, the Earthlings can become a very powerful group in the universe in the future. Although the potential is not so abnormal as to catch up with the Scions, it will definitely become an existence that cannot be despised by other groups and civilizations. In this way, Satan Star must not be abandoned. After careful consideration, Mark believes that his behavior of going to the Frisia Core mineral star to defraud the blue crystal stone should not be known by Frisia. In other words, even if Frisia really knows, he will not intervene in person for such a small matter. After all, big people are still very busy. For such a small matter, people of the same level as Vegeta and Chuyi will most likely be sent to deal with it. If this is the case, then it is not a big problem to deal with it with my current combat power. After all, even when I was on Gylo Star, I was suppressing my combat power. The apparent strength shown is only about 5,000. To be arrogant, there are indeed people in Frisia's army who can defeat him steadily. But counting on one's fingers, it is nothing more than the Jinyu Special Forces, the Apicart brothers, and Frisia himself. For such a small matter, they don't need to take action in the first wave. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? This is applicable everywhere. In this way, with the help of the Kaioken, he will most likely repel the first wave of enemies, or even kill them. When the news spreads if they go out, the number of strong men that Frisia's army can actually mobilize will not be too many. After calculating, Mark thinks that the last person he might encounter is the Jinyu force. After careful calculation, at least 260 days will have passed by the time the second wave of enemies arrives. During this period, even if the system is not activated again, there is enough time for him to practice hard. At the very least, he can wait until this batch of tens of thousands of Satan fruits mature. If the second wave of people is really the Jinyu force, he can find a chance to escape at that time. At worst, he will destroy the entire Satan star and then go to other areas of the universe to get rid of the pursuers. For example, go to the center of the Milky Way, which is the territory of the Galactic Patrol Organization. Or go to the eastern Milky Way, which is the territory controlled by the Gura army. No matter which of these two places he goes to hide, he will most likely be able to avoid the tracking of the Frisia army. After thinking about the retreat, Mark did not hesitate and took out the gravity training room directly. Wearing the combat uniform of Frisia's army, Mark walked to the control console and adjusted the gravity to 20 times. With a combat power of nearly 30,000, the body can really support 20 times the gravity. It's just a bit strenuous. However, as long as you completely adapt to the 20 times gravity, the body should be able to withstand the pressure brought by the 5 times Kaioken. Hey! Ha! Ha! Adadade! After the gravity was adjusted to 20 times, Mark felt it carefully. Finding that he could bear it, he began to practice madly. In this way, time passed by bit. As the practice continued to deepen, Mark's strength was also improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hello, Mr. Satan, we have completed the planetary defense system. Are you still on Satan Star? Time passed in a flash, and soon more than 4 months passed. February 12th. 753 AE. While Mark was practicing hard in the gravity training room, a message from Jason came from the communicator left by Jaluo Star. I'm still here, come over now. Mark was shocked after seeing the message. Knowing that trouble was coming, he gave a positive reply to Director Jason. After leaving the message, Mark quickly packed up the house and the gravity training room. Put on the combat power detector and hide in a hidden place in the jungle. Adjust your status and start preparing for the next battle. Chapter 47. 3 days later, February 15th. Mark, who was hiding in the hollow of the giant tree, heard a beeping warning sound in his ears. He opened the combat power detector and found that a powerful combat power was approaching Satan Star quickly. Combat power 35,729. Strange, more than 35,000 combat power, it must not be Chuyi, Vegeta, and others. Could it be a strong man who has never appeared in the plot? Vegeta at this time should have just reached adulthood. The combat power should be around 15,000 points. The combat power of his mortal enemy and old colleague Chuyi should be slightly higher than Vegeta. More than 35,000 combat power, it must not be 2 people. As for whether it is a member of the Jinyu Special Forces, this point also appeared in Mark's mind. But he quickly denied it. The Jinyu Special Forces basically act together. Even if they act separately, they rarely act alone. What's more, the combat power of more than 35,000 is really not in line with the combat power of any one of them. If Mark remembers correctly, Captain Jinyu's combat power should be around 120,000. Rikum's combat power is at least 40,000, which can suppress Vegeta, whose combat power is more than 30,000. The combat power of Geese and Bart, who are stronger than him, should fluctuate around 50,000. The two can work together to perform a combination skill, so the difference in combat power should not be big. And Guldo, the weakest of the 5, should not have a combat power of more than 20,000. Of course, the timeline considered has not yet reached the Battle of Namek. There may be some errors in general, but they can be selected by Frisia to become a member of the Special Forces. These guys either have a skill or their combat power is definitely not too low. It's really hard to say who has a combat power of 35,000. However, it doesn't matter who it is. After 130 days of hard training, Mark's normal combat power has reached 33,000 points. In 4 months, the combat power has increased by 5,000 points. To be honest, it is not a huge improvement for Mark. But in fact, the improvement in combat power is just an additional gain of Mark's efforts during this period. The real gain is that Mark has completely gotten used to the 20 times gravity. With continuous efforts, Mark can now withstand the blessing of the 5 times Kaioken. In other words, Mark's combat power that burst out in an instant has exceeded 160,000. Even if the Jinyu Special Forces or Jilo come, Mark is sure to destroy them. And just when Mark was thinking about it, a flying disc-shaped spaceship of the Frisia Corps had landed on the Satan star. The hatch above the spaceship opened, and Ponyo took the lead and flew out of it. Behind her, there were more than 20 ordinary soldiers of the Frisia Corps. The fat Ponyo had long white hair and red skin. With her white hair tied into a ponytail like Bardos with a hair tie, Ponyo looks like the Yajirobe version of Bardos. Leaving the spaceship, a group of people were suspended in the air, and Ponyo looked around with her hands on her hips. Humph! This planet is not bad, it can be sold for a good price after the job is done. You guys act separately, and report to me immediately if you find any suspicious places. Ponyo's voice is quite sweet, but her words reveal a strong sense of arrogance and disdain. After receiving the order, the ordinary soldiers under her immediately dispersed and flew to various places on Satan Star. A few guys flew over Mark's head, but they didn't realize that Mark was hiding in the jungle. Seeing this, Mark didn't hesitate, and directly released his breath and flew quickly to where Ponyo was. This group of people was not his opponent at all, and Mark was too lazy to play hide-and-seek with them. If these guys can't find me and destroy Satan Star in a rage, then I will lose more than I gain. Mark, who released his aura, did not show all his fighting power. Maintaining his fighting power at about 28,000, Mark quickly arrived in front of Ponyo. As soon as he landed, all the doubts in Mark's heart disappeared. Who is it? It turns out that Miss Ponyo has come. Mark landed less than 20 meters in front of Ponyo and revealed her identity in one sentence. Ponyo, who had never seen Mark, showed a puzzled look on her face. How do you know me? Although Ponyo is also famous in the Frisia army, the outside world does not know much about her situation. After all, she rarely contacts people from the outside world. Though he has relatively few opportunities to show up in public, so naturally he is not very famous. Former member of the Jinyu Special Forces, a fellow countryman of GI's, am I right, Miss Ponyo? Mark simply said a few words and told Ponyo's past. This also made Ponyo more confused. After searching carefully in her mind, she still had no impression of Mark. However, this did not prevent her from doing serious things. Adjusting her mentality, Ponyo said seriously, about half a year ago, you cheated our Frisia army of the blue crystal, didn't you? Look at what you said, how can this be called cheating? Seeing Ponyo talking about this, Mark shouted exaggeratedly, I was just passing by and wanted to get some supplies. But your stupid soldiers insisted that I was a big shot who came to get the blue crystal. I can't refuse it, but he stuffed it into my hands and asked me to say a few good words for him. I can't help it, hey. At the end of the shameless words, Mark spread his hands to express his helplessness. Ponyo, who had been staring at his words and deeds, became more and more gloomy. After years of wandering in the vast universe, she has seen many shameless and desperate desperados. But this is the first time she has met a bastard like Mark who is both shameless and desperate. Suppressing the anger in her heart, Ponyo restrained herself and said in a negotiating tone, in that case, please return the batch of blue crystals to their original owners, Mr. Satan. Ponyo could even make such an impolite request, so Mark curled his lips in disdain and said, "Why do you give back something you have taken?" With his arms folded, Mark looked like a fool. Ponyo was not surprised by his answer. Many people's arrogance comes from ignorance. In her opinion, Mark may really not know the horror of Frisia's army. She was even less aware of her own strength, and was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with Mark, and waved to attack instantly. A bright red energy ball condensed on her palm, and was thrown directly at Mark's head. As a member of the same family as GI's, Ponyo's fighting style is also very similar to GI's. The energy bombs used are also similar. The speed is extremely fast and the power is good. But unfortunately, this move was not threatening at all in Mark's eyes. Negotiation. When the energy bomb was about to hit him, Mark just turned his head slightly and easily dodged it. "Miss Ponyo, if you don't hide your strength, it's a pity, you may be buried on Satan's star." The cat and mouse game has not started yet, and Mark already feels a little bored. Too lazy to waste time, Mark released all his fighting power and rushed straight towards Ponyo. Chapter 48. Damn it! You've hidden your fighting power. Mark punched out, but Ponyo held up his forearm to block it. Feeling the numbness in his arm, Ponyo was shocked and angry. She didn't expect Mark to hide his strength. Mark didn't respond after hearing this, but just smiled strangely. Double King Fist. He didn't use the King Fist in the first attack. Mark also met an opponent with great difficulty. Ponyo's fighting power is only 2,000 more than his own. For the two of them, this gap is not enough to make a difference. Feel the power of this guy with one punch. Mark had the most intuitive feeling in his heart. After testing his own strength, he knew what level he was at. Satan's Iron Fist, blessed by the double King Fist, hit Ponyo again. Crack! Crack! Almost at the same time, two crisp sounds came from Ponyo's arms. When Mark used the King Fist, he would burst out with power instantly and then continue to hide. Although Ponyo also wore a detector on her ear. But she did not catch the instantaneous change. Ponyo, who thought that Mark's combat power was only 33,000, had her forearms broken instantly. The severe pain made Ponyo at a loss. She wanted to use her left hand to support her right hand, but found that both hands could no longer be used normally. Enduring the heart-piercing pain, fine beads of sweat oozed out of Ponyo's forehead. She looked at Mark with a panicked face, and the tone of her mouth softened instantly. "Mr. Satan, I think you misunderstood my intentions. In fact, I was ordered by Lord Frisia to invite you to join our army. With your strength, I believe you will rise quickly in the army. As for those blue crystals, Lord Frisia will not mind. He has always treated his subordinates with courtesy." Ponyo's words were true and false. There are only a handful of strong men in the army who can defeat him instantly. Except for King Frisia. There are only the Oppo Carter brothers. And the Captain Jinyu who can only dance awkwardly. Apart from them, whether it is Geese, Bart, or other strong men, they have not yet defeated him instantly. Although the detector did not detect the exact value. But Ponyo estimated that the combat power of this bastard with black curly hair in front of him must be at least 60,000. Such a powerful enemy, he is not an opponent at all. What's more, if he really uses some blue crystals, he will invite such a powerful strong man. I believe that if Lord Frisia knows about this, he will also praise himself. In just a short moment, Ponyo weighed the pros and cons. She is good at fighting with her brain, and she changed her tone instantly. When she said this, the system option popped up in front of Mark. Option 1, accept Ponyo's invitation, join Frisia's army, and get a martial arts skill, energy shield. Option 2, kill Ponyo, and get 50,000 combat power points. Ponyo's idea is naturally beneficial to her. But the same proposal was directly rejected by Mark. What a joke! The king really treats his subordinates with great courtesy. Just because of a disagreement, he blew himself up on the spot and destroyed the group. Didn't you see how considerate the system is? Choosing to join Frisia's army, he was given an energy shield. I knew the king was not a good guy. What's more, I am now half of Goku's master. Frisia is a cruel scion, how could he tolerate them? Mark never claimed to be a righteous person. Cheating, and kicking someone when they are down. It's not like he hasn't done it since he came here. But compared with Frisia, it's nothing. A good guy and a bad guy, that's possible to form a CP. But a bad guy and a thief, there is absolutely no possibility of long-term cooperation. Because everyone knows what kind of shit each other is. Seeing Mark standing there and entering a state of contemplation after hearing her proposal, Ponyo was secretly happy. Before arriving at Satan Star, Ponyo also did her homework. Mr. Satan first appeared on the original Gyalo star. According to the dead eyewitness Kais, this guy slaughtered more than 10,000 Gyalo people alone. The cruelty of the means is absolutely in line with his own army. In Ponyo's heart, Mark has long been labeled with many labels: cruel, bloody, sinister, ungraceful. Mr. Satan, we are friends, not enemies. As long as you choose to join the army, Mr. Frisia will never treat you unfairly. Maybe you don't know, we have been fighting with the Gyalo army recently, for you such a strong man is absolutely welcome. Money, beauty, power, as long as you nod, you can get it at any time, puff. Why? Ponyo's voice is quite sweet. When she speaks coquettishly, it makes people's scalp tingle. But the key is that she looks really disgusting to Mark. With 2 fingers, the energy bullet instantly penetrated Ponyo's chest. Until he died, this guy couldn't figure out why Mark would kill him. Select to confirm, the reward has been issued. Dong dong dong. The system prompt sounded, and the energy in Mark's body more than doubled. A full 50,000 points of combat power energy. Instantly, Mark's normal combat power soared to 83,000 points. However, it was the same as before. While Mark's power surged, he was also suppressing his breath quickly. The detectors of Frisia's army all have communication and eavesdropping functions. Ponyo died, but the combat power detector on her ear was still intact. Mark, who controlled his breath, walked quickly to Ponyo's body. Crack! He kicked the detector in the face and shattered Ponyo's head. After solving Ponyo's biggest trouble at the moment, Mark kicked the ground and flew directly into the flying disc spaceship. Roar! As expected, there are really new combat uniforms here. Oh! Forget it. Let's wear the old style. The new style with a cape is really ugly. There are also some rare metal bars. I made a small profit again, ha 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 ha. Mark, who turned on the looting mode, was extremely happy. It doesn't matter how much you get, the main thing is the experience. In the early Dragon Ball world, not everyone can get the wool of Frisia's army. After Mark simply searched the spaceship, those ordinary soldiers who flew out to find themselves also returned one after another. When one came back, Mark subdued and controlled these guys. Destroyed their detectors, and these guys went from being soldiers of Frisia's army to Mr. Satan's slaves. Of course, this guy is very greedy for life and afraid of death. Under Mark's power, there was no one loyal to the king. Hey! That guy! Dismantle the signal receiver, or I will dismantle you. That guy, check the spaceship, this will be my Mr. Satan's car from now on. Don't break it for me. That guy. The target is Gyalo Star, I will take you there to broaden your horizons and see the fate of those who dare to provoke me, Mr. Satan. Sitting in the command room, Mark ordered the spacecraft to go to Gyalo Star. 3 days later, where is the planetary defense system? You took the deposit and want to default on it, right? Your name is Gyalo, right? Just wait for me. Chapter 49. Ponyo was killed, and Mark's combat power soared. His normal combat power reached 83,000 points accidentally. If combined with the 5-fold Kaioken, the actual combat power has exceeded the 400,000 mark. It is no exaggeration to say that if Mark is given some more time, it is not impossible for his combat power to be comparable to that of Frisia in the first form. Of course, Frisia's ultimate form has a combat power of 120 million. Now, it is really not something Mark can touch. But a little Jilo is no longer within Mark's scope of concern. You told on me behind my back, it's not your fault, money is attractive. You took my deposit and didn't deliver the goods to me, that's your fault. Mark, who has a reason and evidence, has already made a plan for 100 times compensation. As for whether Jilo admits it or not, it is not a problem for Mark to consider. After removing all the monitoring equipment in the spacecraft, Mark rushed to Jilo Trade Star with a group of miscellaneous soldiers. In the command room, Mark sat in the captain's special chair, tasting the fine wine collected by Ponyo. Although this dead guy looks a little ugly, the fine wine he collected tastes really good. It only takes 5 days to travel from Satan Star to Jilo Trade Star in a straight line. Needless to say, Mark is sailing leisurely. Jilo Star is in chaos at this time. Ponyo lost contact, and the spacecraft lost contact. Frisia Corps kept asking Jilo for accountability. After all, Jilo was the one who provided clues to Frisia Corps. Now he has the obligation to find out the reason, but Jilo has been perfunctory to the senior officials of Frisia Corps. To be precise, Jilo does not want to intervene in this matter personally. The most important point for Jilo Star to become a well-known trade center is that it can maintain strict neutrality on the surface. If this time, the people of Jilo Star directly help Frisia Corps to do things. Once this matter gets out, it will definitely be exposed. However, privately, Jilo has sent Jilo to lead the team to Satan Star to find out the truth. February 20, 753 AE. After 5 days of sailing, the spaceship Mark was riding arrived near Jilo Star. Lord Satan, the Jilo Star administration requires us to enter the scheduled port of call. The soldier trotted to Mark, saluted, and reported the situation to Mark. Putting down the magazine in his hand, Mark took off his bathrobe in front of a group of soldiers and changed into combat uniforms. After sorting out everything, Mark said lightly, "Don't pay attention to them, just land directly on Jilo's palace. You all get ready, if they dare to take action, kill them without mercy." In 5 days, in addition to relaxing and resting, Mark naturally screened and recruited these soldiers. These guys are the lowest level of Frisia's army, and basically belong to the ranks of cannon fodder. Among them, the strongest guy has a combat power of nearly 2,000 and is a die-hard fan of Ponyo. 2 days ago, this guy failed to sneak attack Mark and was directly killed by Mark to see Ponyo. Some of the remaining people have served in Frisia's army for different years. The longest one has served for more than 30 years, and the shortest one has served for more than 10 years. The combat power of this group of people has not improved much, but each of them can be said to have done bad things. The battle in a while is aimed at a surprise attack. Mark is ready to capture Jilo as soon as possible and settle accounts with him. As for these guys, some of them stayed to guard the spacecraft, and some of them followed him to attack Jilo Palace. Mark didn't care whether they were dead or alive. A moment later, the spacecraft forcibly broke through the defense line of Jilo Star. Jilo Star can sell the planetary defense system to Mark, and naturally they also used it in their own nest. The spacecraft of Frisia's army was attacked by fierce artillery fire before landing in the atmosphere of Jilo Star. Although, thanks to the excellent driving skills of the soldiers, they only received 2 shots in the dense artillery fire. But one of the shots directly hit the power device, and the spacecraft lost more than 80% of its power instantly. Without power, although the spacecraft still fell towards the palace. But the final landing location was several kilometers away. However, in the end, the spacecraft still broke through the first blockade line in the planetary defense system. Squeak! The hatch on the dome of the spacecraft opened, and a group of soldiers flew out fully armed. Mark was the last one to fly out, floating behind a group of people. Looking around, Mark found that there were densely packed intelligent robots surrounding this side. A rough estimate is that the number is no less than 1 or 2,000. In addition to these intelligent robots in the planetary defense system, there are also hundreds of uniformed Jilo Star soldiers. Soldiers are in line. Beep beep. The detector worn on the ear was ringing non-stop. After taking a look, Mark grinned and said, "I haven't found him yet. Jilo is here to die." Interesting. The detector showed that the combat power of 4 reaction sources appeared nearby exceeded 10,000. Among them, the strongest energy reaction showed that its combat power exceeded 140,000. In Jilo Star, only Jilo's combat power matched it. According to the detector's prompts, Mark quickly found these 4 targets. One is the tall and strong Minotaur Jilo, and the other 3 are super soldiers in the defense system. These 3 super soldiers are not important at all, but the numerous intelligent robots will rely on those miscellaneous soldiers to resist temporarily. Mark ignored the life and death of these miscellaneous soldiers beside him and disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was less than 10 meters in front of Jilo. Seeing Mark suddenly appear in front of him, he didn't catch the trajectory of his actions at all. Such a result made a layer of cold sweat on Jilo's forehead. Holding back the uneasiness in his heart, Jilo shouted, "Satan! Why did you break into my Jilo planet?" After shouting loudly, this guy lowered his voice and asked anxiously, "Tell me. What did you do to Miss Ponyo?" Until now, this guy still wanted to maintain his reputation and preserve his credibility. But Mark didn't fall for it and instantly used the 5 times Kaioken. His combat power soared to 410,000 in an instant, and he punched Jilo in the stomach. The intense pain, like a raging fire burning his heart, made Jilo fall down. "Humph, you passed the message to the Frisia army. I don't blame you for this. I would do the same if it were me. You took my deposit but didn't ship it to me. I'm very angry about this. The consequences are serious. As for the Ponyo you mentioned, she is much worse than you. She died after not even taking my casual move. You even dare to judge me. Why? You miss her so much. Do you want to go to hell with her?" With a slightly evil smile on his face, Mark squatted on the ground and asked Jilo with a smile. In the distance, the planetary defense system has begun to clear the invaders in a planned way. These miscellaneous soldiers he had dragged along deserved to die, but Mark was not in a hurry. But Jilo, who was very tactful, cursed loudly, "Damn bastards, stop it! These people are Mr. Satan's men. They are all guests on our Jilo planet, how can you kill them? Dear Mr. Satan, I think there must be a misunderstanding between us. Can you give me a chance to make it up to you?" After yelling all this, Jilo gave in to Mark in a second. Chapter 50. Guns and swords are put into storage, and horses are released to the mountains. Jilo shouted a little too late. Among more than 20 soldiers, only 3 lucky ones are still alive. "I'm sorry, Mr. Satan, your men." Jilo, who was controlled by others, apologized with guilt. However, he was interrupted by Mark. "What do you mean my men? People with bad luck are not worthy of serving me. This planet's defense system is really good, haha." After saying this, Mark casually blasted out 3 Qigong waves. Boom! 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 The 3 surviving soldiers were eventually killed. "You are." Seeing Mark's ruthless move, Jilo suddenly felt that he was a kind little white rabbit. Mark glanced at him and said in a muffled voice, "These guys are from the Frisia army, and now they are all dead here." The powerful Lord Jilo, under the constant harassment of Miss Ponyo, finally killed her by mistake, and also destroyed her guards. "Haha, Mr. Jilo, do you agree with this statement? Mark's despicable means made Jilo feel overwhelmed. The scene just now was huge, and many irrelevant cosmic people were watching from a distance. Now that Mark reminded him of this, Jilo panicked instantly. It was like yellow mud falling into the crotch. It was shit if not shit. In fact, Mark's move was simply a bluff. When he killed Ponyo, the Frisia army had already locked him. After all, Ponyo was wearing a detector at that time. The conversation between the two must have been monitored and recorded. Mark said this now, just to blackmail Jilo carefully. This guy, it would be great to kill him to vent my anger. But in this way, I would lose the opportunity to make a fortune. Mark would not be so excited. At the suggestion of Mr. Satan, Jilo responded quickly. He sent his men to clean up the battlefield and deal with the aftermath. He accompanied the devilish Mr. Satan back to the palace to discuss the compensation issue. Walking all the way, in just 10 minutes, Jilo reviewed the whole thing. When the two walked into the hall, Jilo felt more at ease. Mr. Satan, I am innocent in this matter, and the culprit is that bastard Kais. Mark lay horizontally on the wide seat. One foot was hanging outside, and the other foot was on the armrest, listening to Jilo's nonsense leisurely. Kais must not be a good guy. You Jilo are not a good pie either. However, although he defined it in his heart, Mark said something else. The president of the Chis Chamber of Commerce is so bold that he defrauded the Frisia army of more than 300 tons of blue crystal. He also colluded with space pirates on Gilu and ambushed Miss Ponyo and her guards. He was even more bold and attacked the Jilo planet, and was eventually suppressed by you, Lord Jilo. As compensation, you are willing to take responsibility for this matter and compensate the Frisia army for its losses. This is one of the reasons. As a helpful person, I am willing to help you transfer the 500 tons of blue crystal as compensation to the Frisia army. Will this matter not be too difficult for you? Mark finished the first item of compensation and asked Jilo with sympathy. People are the butchers, and I am the fish. However, Jilo still asked in confusion, why is it 500 tons? Shouldn't it be 300 tons? What a joke, the loss of blue crystal is 300 tons. Miss Ponyo, the guards, and the spacecraft together, aren't they worth 200 tons? Mark counted on his fingers and gave Jilo a good lesson. What is loss assessment? No problem. 500 tons of blue crystal will be delivered immediately. Jiro said angrily, biting his back teeth. Well, Lord Jilo is very sensible. This is a good start. Secondly, your Jilo Trade Bureau took my deposit and told me that the planetary defense system has been completed. In the end, what I was waiting for with joy was not the goods, but an unexpected disaster. If I didn't have such a method, I would have been killed by you this time. Is it not too much to charge you 500 tons of blue crystal for mental damage? Finally, according to the rules of my hometown, if it is fake, I will pay 10,000 yuan. I don't want the blue crystal. Exchange it for equivalent technology. Isn't this too much? Get an inch and get a foot. Mark asked for a big mouth again. However, this one is indeed Jilo's problem. Mark didn't say it directly, but Jilo knew it well. This time he didn't speak, but just nodded silently. A total of 1,000 tons of blue crystal is an astronomical figure for ordinary people. For Jilo, it is at most a serious injury. It is better to break a bone than to lose a life. At this time, Jilo only pinned his hope on Mark being a man of his word. Seeing that this guy did not resist at all, Mark was relieved. The request was made, and Jilo accepted it all. After Jilo gave the order, 1,000 tons of blue crystal were ready soon. This technology is good, this is also good, and this. Jilo, you don't mind that I look unsophisticated, right? Studied on the tablet for a long time. Mark checked a lot of advanced technologies. Jilo didn't hesitate. Even if he gave all the technology to Mark, he wouldn't feel bad. The cost of this thing is almost zero. Mark said so, and he didn't dare to say anything more. Enduring the humiliation in his heart, Jalo had to keep smiling on his face. Lord Satan, 1,000 tons of blue crystal has been loaded onto the transport ship. Is it being sent to Satan Star? After listening to his subordinate's report, Jalo came directly to Mark and asked Mark carefully. No need to bother, let's go, take me to see. Mark put away the chip storing the data and rejected Jalo's proposal. What a joke, you guys only know how to install trackers, I don't believe you. After a while, under Jalo's guidance, the two quickly flew to the transport ship. Mark took out a universal capsule and threw it on the ground. Bang! A large warehouse suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Universal capsule, this is definitely an application of space rules. Jalo and his group of bumpkins have never seen such a powerful technology. Everyone opened their mouths wide and was stunned. What are you doing? Hurry up and put the blue crystal into the warehouse for me. Hehe, space technology, haven't you seen it before? The universal capsule is a product of Bulma's family. In fact, Mark doesn't know the principle behind it. But this doesn't stop Mark from borrowing it to show off. Lord Satan! You actually mastered such advanced technology. Please authorize me to be the agent of this product. This is definitely a great invention that can change the universe. As a businessman, Jalo saw the value of the universal capsule at a glance. The nature of a businessman made him forget Mark's terror in an instant. He threw himself at Mark's feet and begged him by holding Mark's thigh. Cooperation is not impossible. But, Frisia's army? What does Frisia's army have to do with you? Miss Ponyo. She hasn't even seen you. Isn't that right? Money can make people happy, and Jalo has begun to think about Mark everywhere. Chapter 51. Even though Jalo came up with all kinds of lies, he tried to confuse the high-level officials of the Frisia army. But in Mark's opinion, this was simply a futile effort. After all, when Mark and Ponyo were fighting before, their conversation had probably exposed themselves. However, Jalo knew more about the Frisia army. Lord Satan! Actually, this is not impossible. After brainstorming, Jalo came up with a good idea. From beginning to end, Mark acted under the name of Mr. Satan. Jalo can easily erase the records on Jalo Star. As far as Jalo knows, there was no video footage of Mark left on the mineral star at that time. This means that, except for a very small number of people, no one knows the true face of Mr. Satan. On Satan Star, Mark himself did not reveal its original name, Jalo Star. In other words, what Jalo says now is what it is. Thus, there was an almost flawless incident. Kais, the president of Kai's Chamber of Commerce, was bold and reckless. After careful planning, he colluded with the space pirate Mr. Satan and defrauded the mineral planet of Frisia's army. President Kais arrived at Jalo Star to sell the stolen goods, and was discovered by the wise Lord Jalo. Under the torture of Lord Jalo, this guy revealed the hiding place of the space pirate Mr. Satan. This place is an inconspicuous asteroid, Satan Star. After Miss Ponyo learned about the situation, she tracked the space pirate Mr. Satan at all costs. But in the end, she was killed by the more powerful Mr. Satan. After controlling Miss Ponyo's spaceship, Mr. Satan planned to sneak attack Jalo Star. In the end, Mr. Satan, who was not as powerful as Jalo, was killed on Jalo Star. Mr. Satan died, and the location of Satan Star was unknown. Therefore, Kyanite disappeared. After hearing this, Mark kicked Kai's body lying on the ground. Finally, he silently gave Jalo a thumbs up. This guy completely got himself out of trouble. Now, Satan Star is still called Jalo Star. Mr. Satan's vest cannot be used for the time being. Mark thought about it and gave himself a new nickname Mr. Piva. In this way, the problem is solved. It's better to have less trouble than more, and Mark doesn't want to confront Frisia so soon. I have to say that Jilo is really good. In order to obtain the agency rights of the Universal Capsule, this guy also fought hard. However, the technical patent of this Universal Capsule has always been in the hands of Dr. Brief. How to trade with Jilo in the future is still to be discussed. Jilo is not in a hurry. The most important thing at the moment is to solve the accountability of Frisia's army. Ponyo is at most a mid-level general in Frisia's army. The presence is not strong. The loss of 500 tons of kyanite is just a small matter. Neither of these two things alarmed Frisia. Yes, Konoru, that's what happened. Yeah, you're right, a body is indeed not worth transporting to the headquarters. I will find a way to search for the whereabouts of the kyanite. Give my regards to Lord Frisia, bye. The remote video call ended, and Mark walked out from behind the camera. Jilo gave him an ugly smile. This guy directly talked to Konoru, a senior general of the Frisia Corps. After hearing about Ponyo's death, Konoru had no intention of investigating the matter in depth. The Frisia Corps controlled hundreds of life planets and thousands of mineral planets and resource planets. With such a large territory, all kinds of troubles will emerge one day. Simply instruct Jilo to try to search for the lost kyanite. In fact, Konoru knew it well. Even if Jilo finds this batch of blue crystals, it's probably a waste of effort. After the two of them exchanged insincere greetings, the matter was resolved. From this moment on, Jilo's pledge of allegiance was successfully completed. A few days later, Satan Star. Lord Satan, I have to say that you have a good eye. This Gilo star is indeed a high-quality life planet. Getting off the luxurious spaceship, Jilo took a look at the scenery on Satan Star and praised it highly. Mark hung behind him and left the spaceship. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "It's also a coincidence. Who told those dragonflies to be so rude? Mr. Jilo, I'll trouble you with the next thing. I'm going to go back to the Eastern Galaxy in a while. I can be back in half a year at most. You can put your mind at ease about the agency capsule. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows." Mark is full of nonsense, but he does have the intention to cooperate with Jilo. At present, the science on Earth technology is basically behind the mainstream technology level of the universe. But in some special fields, there are still some remarkable places. For example, the universal capsule technology in Dr. Brief's hands. For example, Bulma's technology to shrink people. For example, Dr. Jero's artificial human technology. For example, Dr. Dashan's first-generation time machine technology. It is no exaggeration to say that in these aspects, Earth technology is ahead of other civilizations in the 7th universe. But the most commercially valuable one is undoubtedly the universal capsule technology. After returning to Earth, Mark plans to persuade Dr. Brief to expand the business of the Universal Capsule Company to the universe. In this trade, Dr. Brief provides technology. Jilo's trade star is responsible for providing sales channels. Mark is responsible for providing military support. As for how to persuade Dr. Brief, Mark is not worried at all. This time, when blackmailing Jilo, Mark borrowed thousands of alien civilization technologies. In addition to giving these technologies to Pilaf for research, they can also be given to Dr. Brief for study. No scientist would refuse such a temptation. However, all this is just a preliminary plan. The most important thing at the moment is to install a planetary defense system for Satan Star. The second is to pick all the ripe Satan fruits and send them back to Earth. Along with Jilo came engineers from Jilo Star. After arriving at Satan Star, they immediately started construction. And Mark flew to the underground canyon and picked Satan fruits alone. 10 days later, Mark collected all the fruits. The planetary defense system was also officially built. There is nothing to worry about on Satan Star for the time being. Mark entrusted it to the Jilo Star administration for custody. In fact, this kind of planetary custody business is also very popular in the universe. like human cultivation technology, bionic technology, intelligent robot technology, etc. These technologies can perfectly create labor for various purposes. On Jilo Star, there are special intelligent robots accepting such tasks. In this way, after reaching a preliminary cooperation intention with Jilo, Mark left Satan Star alone, watching the spherical spaceship go away. Jilo also took Jilu, Jisun, and others back to Jilo Star. No words along the way. Mark first sailed towards the direction of the eastern Milky Way. After several turns, it finally headed towards the Earth. March 14, 753 AI. A stream of light fell in the suburbs of Nandu. Chapter 52. Half a year after leaving, when Mark walked out of the spaceship, he took a deep breath of the air of his hometown. However, listening to the sirens coming from afar, Mark finally turned the spaceship into a capsule and quickly left the landing site. The Nandu police officers who rushed over at the fastest speed finally found only a deep pit with a diameter of about 30 meters outside the suburbs. How this deep pit was formed made them confused. After calling in trace experts for a careful investigation, nothing was found, and the final result was nothing. Mark, who flew to Satan Technology Company at high speed, had no idea how much trouble his unintentional actions had brought to others. After flying at super high speed for a while, Mark came directly to the outside of Pilaf's laboratory. He pressed the communicator, but no one answered for a long time. Mark, who noticed something strange in his heart, broke into the door directly. Mark forced his way into the laboratory, but found that there was no one here. Oh! 5 Dragon Balls are gathered together, and the other one is in Nandu. Looking at the dusty and messy laboratory, Mark took out the Dragon Ball radar thoughtfully. The result was almost the same as he expected. Pilaf, the bastard, took advantage of his absence from Earth and dreamed of collecting Dragon Balls again. Fortunately, he took a Dragon Ball with him before leaving. Moreover, the 4-star Dragon Ball on Xiao Wukong is still in Nandu. Fortunately, he left a hand before leaving, otherwise, it is hard to say what kind of moths Pilaf, the bastard, will toss again. This guy has a rebellious mind. After standing in the laboratory and thinking for a while, Mark immediately returned to the villa. Through the breath, Mark can sense that everything is fine on Xiao Wukong's side. At least, the combat power shown by this guy now is much stronger than half a year ago. This time back to Earth, Mark still has a lot of things to do. If Pilaf and the other 2 were not here, these things would be really tricky. 1 minute later, Mark, flying at high speed, landed in the courtyard of his luxurious villa. March in Nandu is the hottest time of the year. Under the lush shade of trees, the gravity training room stands quietly in the green. Mark was about to knock on the door, but the door opened directly. The sweaty little Wukong looked at Mark and said in surprise, "Mark! You are back." The words were still so meaningless, but the words revealed the deep concern, which Mark could still feel. "I'm back. Little Wukong, you look stronger again. Come on. Release all your energy, let me see how strong you are now." Pilaf and the other 3 guys want to collect Dragon Balls, which is not a big deal. What Mark cares most about right now is how much Wukong's combat power has improved in the past 6 months. The training conditions he provided for him should be the best at present. Mark was very curious about how much progress little Goku would make under such training conditions. Little Goku naturally had no reason to refuse Mark's request. With his fists clenched and placed on both sides of his waist, little Goku gritted his teeth and released all his energy. Ah! The surging airflow surged and sprayed out from his body, and little Goku's unique hairstyle floated with it. Mark, who had been staring at the data changes on the detector, couldn't help but sigh. Combat power 3168. He is really one of the best combat geniuses in the 7th universe. 7th universe. Seeing that Mark felt the results of his recent training, little Goku directly withdrew his magical powers. However, the term seventh universe was still too unfamiliar to little Gaku. After repeating it in his mouth, he was careless and threw it out of his mind. Mark. I want to compete with you. Little Gaku has basically rarely communicated with others in the past 6 months. On weekdays, apart from eating and sleeping, he basically spends the whole day in the gravity training room. This gravity training room was made by Pilaf for Mark. Although the upper limit of gravity is only 100 times, it is enough for Gaku at the moment. In fact, it is different from Mark's foundation as an Earthling. As a scion, Gaku quickly adapted to double gravity. After careful attempts, Gaku began to try 10 times gravity. This is why Goku's combat power will exceed 3000 in just half a year. You know, in the history that Mark is familiar with, Gaku should be receiving training from the gods in the temple at this time. Even after 3 years, his usual combat power is only more than 400. In another 5 years, when Raditz comes to Earth at that time, Gaku, who had already married and had children, had just broken through 1000 combat power. After going to King Kai's planet, he finally adapted to the 10 times gravity and reached a combat power of about 8000 under the teachings of King Kai. It took Gaku a full year to go from a combat power of more than 1000 to a combat power of 8000. Of course, half of this time was spent on the journey to King Kai's planet. In this way, it is actually reasonable for Gaku to have such a result now. It is also reasonable that this guy came up and wanted to compete with him. This point was beyond Mark's expectations, but it was indeed reasonable. As a martial arts fanatic, Goku's personality has always been like this. Mark did not disappoint and smiled and set up his posture. However, the so-called competition is actually a test of Goku's training results. Mark, wearing the combat uniform of the Frisia Legion, adjusted his breath to about 3000. In this way, Xiao Wukong would not be accidentally injured by his own attack. Hey! With a whoosh, Xiao Wukong rushed straight towards Mark. Mark was naturally not afraid of Xiao Wukong's attack, but he noticed something wrong between his eyebrows. Xiao Wukong's moves did not seem to have changed much from before. To be precise, the moves he used were still the moves of the Kame Ryu. Although there was nothing wrong with this, there were still too many redundant movements. Take the moment when he rushed towards him. From Mark's current perspective, there were flaws everywhere. If he caught any point, he could instantly defeat Xiao Wukong's seemingly fierce attack. With this in mind, Mark was naturally in a state of distraction. Bang! Xiao Wukong punched Mark in the cheek, but it was Xiao Wukong himself who cried out in pain. Instinctively, Mark naturally raised the hidden breath in his body the moment he was hit. The backlash of more than 83,000 combat power almost broke Xiao Wukong's arm. Are you okay? Mark came back to his senses and asked Xiao Wukong. Xiao Wukong shook his head and said with emotion, Mark, you have become so powerful. It seems that I can't catch up with you in this life. There was a little bleak taste in his tone. Mark noticed the change in Xiao Wukong's tone and hurriedly began to cheer up. People who practice martial arts, in addition to fighting and killing, must also understand what they are pursuing. Everyone's circumstances are different, so there is no need to regard others as the goal of your life. Xiao Wukong, your current strength has indeed improved a lot, but there are defects in your foundation. I want to find a new teacher for you who can help you solve the current problem. Are you willing? Chapter 53. Throughout Goku's life, learning from a master is a common occurrence. At the beginning, Goku lived with his grandfather Son Gohan. According to Son Gohan's observation, Goku with a tail is different from ordinary people. Although Son Gohan did not systematically train Goku to practice. But there is no doubt that before meeting Master Mutin, Son Gohan still gave Goku the most basic teachings. Later, Goku met Master Mutin, who had the greatest influence on him in his life, while searching for Dragon Balls. On that huge island, Goku and Krillin followed Master Mutin to practice. It can be said that he has completely transformed from an ordinary person to a martial artist. Then, while searching for Dragon Balls, Goku climbed up the Gallon Tower again. On the Gallon Tower, the Cat Fairy gave Goku some instructions by snatching the kettle. At that time, the Cat Fairy's instructions were training Goku's speed and combat ideas. On the other hand, it trains endurance and physical strength. On Earth, the one who helps Sun Wukong the most in his practice should actually be the gods living in the temple. After Sun Wuhan, Turtle Master, and Garen Master laid a good foundation for him, Xiao Wukong had the opportunity to meet the gods. In addition to letting Sun Wukong practice with weights and increase the strength of his breath. More importantly, the gods taught Xiao Wukong how to control his breath and how to avoid unnecessary movements in battle. Mark had previously taught Xiao Wukong how to control his breath. But how to avoid unnecessary movements in battle really requires the gods and Mr. Popo to train Xiao Wukong. After all, Mark's experience in this regard is blank. All along, Mark's way of fighting has been to crush with absolute strength. Obviously, he also has the same flaws in this regard. Therefore, it is imperative to send Xiao Wukong to the gods. As for himself, Mark is not worried at all. In his development plan, if he encounters a tough problem like a super powerful enemy, he will definitely let Go Kong Sang take on the challenge. As for himself, he can just be a powerful and mediocre salted fish. After talking about his plan, Mark looked at Xiao Wukong and waited for his answer. Of course I am willing. Shall we go find him now? As expected by Mark, Xiao Wukong agreed immediately after hearing that there was a more powerful person who could teach him. Mark smiled and explained, "Go take a shower first, change into clean clothes, and then we will have a good meal. This training may take 1 or 2 years to finish, and I am afraid you will not be able to have a delicious meal in a short time. In the heaven, there is no delicious food for Xiao Wukong to enjoy." In the past 6 months, according to Mark's request, Mrs. Elsa prepared a sumptuous meal for Xiao Wukong every day. Mark is really worried that Xiao Wukong will not be used to it if he suddenly has to suffer. After hearing what Mark said, Xiao Wukong nodded in agreement. Just like that, take a shower, change into the combat uniform that Mark prepared for you, and enjoy a big meal. It was not until the afternoon that the two of them got everything done. After learning that Wukong might be out for a long time, the considerate Mrs. Elsa quickly notified the chef to prepare a lot of delicious food, which was sealed and stored in capsules. After preparing their luggage, the two stood in the yard ready to set off. "Wukong, how are you doing with the flying technique I taught you?" Before Mark left the earth last time, he had taught Wukong a lot of dry goods. The flying technique, a martial art that a strong man must know, is naturally among them. Hearing Mark's question, Wukong said proudly, "I learned it a long time ago. I fly very fast." "Oh, this is the best." Mark nodded, and then said, "Follow me closely, we will go to the temple to visit the gods on earth." After saying this, Mark flew directly in the direction of Galantat. What Mark said made Xiao Wukong a little confused, but he still followed him and flew out at high speed. Intentionally controlling the speed of flight, Xiao Wukong caught up with Mark in a short while. Half an hour later, the two had flown near the holy land of Jialan. Seeing the familiar environment, Xiao Wukong shouted to Mark, "Isn't this the holy land of Jialan? Mark, are you looking for the immortal Jialan to train me? I have climbed up the Jialan tower before and snatched the super holy water." Xiao Wukong's tone was a little disappointed, but he was still very happy. Although, the immortal Mark was talking about was probably the immortal Jialan. Xiao Wukong hadn't seen the cat for several years, and he was quite happy to think that he would see him again soon. However, but he corrected, "I have also seen the immortal Jialan. This time we are not visiting him, but the gods above. Follow me closely." After saying that, Mark increased his speed again, and the airwaves triggered bursts of sonic booms. Seeing this, Xiao Wukong had to grit his teeth and speed up, trying to catch up with Mark. The two flew vertically at super fast speed and quickly passed the Jialan Tower. Seeing this, the immortal Jialan put his hands behind his back and said happily, "These two guys are really amazing, they don't even come to see me. Mark is really amazing. He can actually practice to this level. It's really scary. Fortunately, he is not a bad guy." Of course, in his opinion, Mark is not a bad guy, but he is definitely not a good guy. The immortal Jialan, who often watches the situation in the lower world through the water tank, naturally knows Mark's character. However, just when the immortal Jialan was sighing in his heart, Mark had already arrived at the temple first. Mr. Bobo and the gods, who had long noticed that Mark was flying quickly towards the temple, had already stood in the center of the temple. It was the first time for both parties to meet, and Mark did not want to leave a bad impression on the gods. Seeing that Gaku also flew up, Mark took a few steps to the gods. He bowed slightly and introduced himself in a calm tone, "Hello, gods. My name is Mark. I believe you must know about me. It's nice to meet you. Of course, thank you very much for solving Piccolo. Welcome, Mr. Mark." Mark said this, not narcissistically. As the gods of the earth, the gods are always paying attention to major events happening on the earth. A year ago, Piccolo was subdued and killed by Mark, and Piccolo was born. As a god, he naturally knew the whole process of these things. It would be strange to say that the gods did not know themselves. For this genius among the Namekians, Mark has the least respect. The two had just started to exchange pleasantries when the impolite little Gaku interrupted and said, "Mark. I seem to have seen this guy somewhere before. Why does he seem so weak? Can he really train me?" Mark glared at little Goku's disrespectful words and deeds, and then explained, "This is the god on earth, commonly known as the immortal in the lower world. He and Piccolo were once the same person. Piccolo was the guy I tamed at the martial arts competition. You have seen him. A person's strength has nothing to do with whether he has the ability or not. Many times, every blade of grass and every tree can become our teacher and is worth learning from, let alone the immortal God. Although little Gaku is outspoken, he is not bad by nature. I hope you can teach him how to fight better. The future safety of the earth depends on him to protect it." After teaching little Gaku a lesson, Mark turned around and handed the guilty-looking little Gaku to the immortal. Chapter 54. Of course. If other people come, that's fine too. Of course, the more martial artists who can protect the earth, the better. The gods have long been optimistic about Gaku, Tien Shinyan, Krillin, and others. Before this, the gods had no reason to invite them to the temple to practice. This time, Mark came with little Gaku to ask for advice without any signs. The gods naturally held a positive attitude towards this. In addition to little Gaku, the gods hope that more people will be trained. The gods did not reject training little Gaku. Mark was delighted and patted little Gaku on the back and said, "Little Gaku, you stay in the temple and practice with peace of mind. God, I won't bother you anymore, goodbye." With a smile on his face, Mark told little Gaku, thanked the gods and said goodbye and prepared to leave. However, just as he turned around, the immortal hurriedly said, "Mr. Mark, please stay, I have something to tell you." Oh! Mark, who was about to run away, was also stunned when he heard it. He really couldn't think of what the immortal wanted to tell him. However, since the immortal said so, Mark would naturally not turn a deaf ear. Turning around and walking in front of the immortal, Mark patiently waited for the immortal to tell him what it was. The immortal took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, "The great demon king Piccolo is not dead, he gave birth to Piccolo too. So you are talking about this, I know." Mark suddenly realized that for the immortal, Piccolo Nanny was indeed a difficult problem. But it was obvious that Mark underestimated Piccolo's courage. The immortal looked at Mark deeply, and then hesitantly said, "The new Piccolo went to Nandu a few days ago. He kidnapped Pilaf and his gang. What? Are you serious? This time, it was Mark's turn to be shocked. In Mark's subjective judgment, Pilaf should be a thief who wants to rebel while he is not on Earth. It is precisely because of this judgment that Mark did not rush to find the three guys. After all, no matter how much they look for the Dragon Balls, it will be useless and they can't stir up any waves at all. But now hearing what the immortal said, Mark quickly analyzed it in his mind. After a little thought, Mark said to himself, Pika is collecting Dragon Balls, what is his purpose? In Mark's opinion, it is understandable that Piccolo held Pilaf and the other two hostage. After all, strictly speaking, his biological father was released by these three guys with great effort. What's more, there are only three forces on Earth that can find Dragon Balls. The fastest and most accurate device that can find Dragon Balls is the Dragon Ball Arena made by Bulma. But in the past 6 months, Yamcha and Bulma have been together every day, and it is impossible for Piccolo to make a move. What's more, from Piccolo's cognition, it is hard to say whether he knows that Bulma can make Dragon Ball radar. Secondly, the remaining members of the Red Silk Army may have the technology to make Dragon Ball radar. However, the technical content of the Red Silk Army's Dragon Ball radar is too low, and it is simply in vain. Finally, the only thing that can safely find Dragon Balls is the Dragon Ball radar made by Pilaf. But the only thing that puzzled Mark was, even if Piccolo collected Dragon Balls, what wish did he need to fulfill? Mark, who was puzzled, fell into a dead end in thinking. Seeing that Mark's puzzled expression became more and more solemn, the god continued to add, by the way, Piccolo threatened Pilaf and built a house for him. It is exactly the same as the house that Goku often goes into in Nandu. What? This guy actually set his sights on the gravity training room. Damn it! Mark was shocked when he heard this. After saying that, he immediately turned on the combat power detector. He quickly turned around in place and soon found the suspicious target. However, the combat power displayed on it was only more than 350 points, which was not very powerful. Thank you, God, I will go and see what Piccolo is doing. Don't worry, I won't kill him. I know the relationship between him and you. After Mark finished the first sentence, the god's face turned green with fear. Such changes, Mark naturally saw in his eyes. Knowing what he was worried about, Mark explained the situation immediately, which also made him feel at ease. Just as he was about to leave, Mark stopped again, took out something from his pocket, and threw the 6-star Dragon Ball to Goku. Goku, this Dragon Ball is for you to keep. Remember to practice well, and see you at the next World's #1 martial arts tournament. After explaining everything that needed to be said, Mark stopped talking nonsense and quickly flew to where Piccolo was. Originally, Mark was planning to visit the Cat Hermit and Yajirobe later. But now the situation is a bit complicated, so the plan to visit them had to be postponed. After half an hour of flying, Mark soon arrived at the wasteland where Piccolo was. Nearby, Mark saw large dinosaurs everywhere. The environment here is very similar to the environment when he trained little Gohan later. Mark estimated that this should be the same place. Piccolo, this guy, directly placed the gravity training room on the top of the mountain. Outside the gravity training room, the unlucky Pilaf trio was setting up a bonfire not far away and roasting dinosaur meat to satisfy their hunger. The wind and sun made the three look miserable. Without any tools at hand, these three unlucky guys had no way to get down from the cliff. It seems that Piccolo should provide these three people with meat and clean water regularly. Otherwise, they would never have been alive. Mark was suspended in the air, looking down at the three people not far away and sighing. As for Piccolo, he could feel that this guy was practicing hard at this time. Whoosh! Instantly flew in front of Pilaf and the other two, and Mark's sudden appearance scared the three of them. However, after seeing Mark's appearance clearly, the three of them burst into tears and hugged Mark's thighs and wailed. Woo woo woo! Lord Satan, I knew you wouldn't abandon us. Lord! Take us away from this damn place. We have been trapped here for almost 4 months. Oh! Lord Mark, you must not let go of that damn green-faced kid. He has hurt us. The 3 of them spoke one after another, and their crying was deafening. Such a voice was naturally heard clearly by Piccolo. Before Mark could speak, this guy opened the door directly and stood not far in front of Mark. Not bad, you're pretty brave. Kid, I'm optimistic about you. Okay, stop crying. Go back to Nandu first, and we'll talk when I get back. Mark took out a capsule from his arms and threw it on the ground, and a suspended aircraft appeared in front of the 3 people. The 3 people who had long wanted to leave this ghost place couldn't wait to get in. The aircraft ignited, and instantly left the wasteland and headed towards Nandu. Seeing the 3 people go away, Mark turned around leisurely. Not bad, more patient than your dead father. Kid, you kidnapped my people to build a gravity training room for you, I don't blame you. Go ahead, let me see how your training results are in the past 4 months. Mark took a stance and laughed and ridiculed Piccolo. Chapter 55. Don't be complacent. For the pressure brought by Mark, Piccolo was extremely cautious and was very frugal with his words. There was a strong fear in his eyes. Piccolo knew that there would be such a day. In fact, Piccolo had no choice since he was born. If he were an ordinary human, if he really couldn't fight against fate, he would be an ordinary person. But I, who was born in the demon clan, had no choice at all. Others are the 2nd generation who cheated their fathers. They brought strong enemies to the family and were eventually exterminated from various angles. The situation on Piccolo's side was completely the opposite. The demon clan had been exterminated, and I was cheated by my own father. I obviously didn't even have the ability to resist. Why did you give birth to me to revive the demon clan? Piccolo, who had just been born, did not practice immediately, but was thinking about this philosophical question. After thinking about it, Piccolo believed that his purpose was very simple: to survive. Born with the appearance of a demon clan, I will eventually be rejected by the whole world. Become stronger, even if you can't defeat Mark, you have to live for yourself. Through the inherited memory, Piccolo knows a lot of things. So, he thought of using Dragon Ball to help himself become stronger. After feeling Mark's oppressive breath disappear from the world, Piccolo, who had been sitting still, knew that a good opportunity for him to turn the tables had come. After observing secretly for a while, he decisively took action to control Pilaf and the other 2. After learning from Pilaf that the reason why Mark became stronger was the gravity training room, Piccolo forced Pilaf to build one for himself. Now, 4 months of hard training have passed. When Piccolo faced Mark, he felt that the gap between the 2 did not seem to be too big. Should I become stronger? When he swept his palm towards Mark, Piccolo thought so in his heart. As expected of a genius among the Namekians, his combat power actually exceeded that of Goku. Mark looked at the combat power displayed on the detector and sighed in his heart. 3419. From birth to now, Mark's fighting power has soared. There is no doubt that this gravity training method is not only effective for Earthlings and Scions. For Namekians, it can also play a great role. Sure enough, history will not let the Pearl be covered in dust because of his arrival. Aren't you a demon? Why are you so gentle? Haven't you eaten? Want to test Piccolo's true level? Mark started to mock directly. Unlike Piccolo's first generation, Piccolo is now more calm and calm. Mark's provocations are of no use to him at all. Piccolo's moves are still mainly based on probing. For Mark, this is not difficult to solve. In this way, Mark suppressed his fighting power. At the same level, he started from probing and gradually changed to sparring with Piccolo. It's not that Mark is idle. It's mainly Piccolo's fighting style, which is the same as that of the gods. Fight with this guy. Piccolo was in a life and death battle as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Mark, on the other hand, had no pressure at all. But in this situation, Mark was able to learn a lot from Piccolo. Others hoped that the old guy would explode the gold coins. Mark was bullying the little guy to explode the gold coins. Very bad. In this battle, the two fought for a full half an hour. Huff, huff, huff. Piccolo was completely exhausted, lying on the ground gasping for breath. Mark was fine, and threw a senzu bean to Piccolo. Eat it, let's continue. Mark was in high spirits now and didn't want to stop at all. Piccolo looked at the senzu bean in his hand, gritted his teeth and threw it into his mouth. However, he thought he would be poisoned to death, but suddenly found that his body was full of strength. This is a good thing. Piccolo stood up again with a somersault and looked straight at Mark. What is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Finally, Piccolo couldn't help asking Mark. Senzu beans, it's normal that you haven't seen this kind of high-end stuff. Kid, are you interested in being my follower? I'll make sure you don't lack these senzu beans in the future. Anyway, Piccolo didn't do anything for the time being, so Mark just chatted with him. At the end, it seemed that he wanted to recruit the Sun family's nanny to be the Satan family's nanny. In the Dragon Ball world, powerful strong men always have a few followers around them. Beside Vegeta, there are Nappa and Raditz. Beside Frieza, there are Sabo and Dodoria. Beside Cooler, there are 3 people from the Mecha unit, Shavza. Even Pilaf has Xiaowu and Ash following him. Mark feels that he is more or less a big shot now. There are a few followers around, isn't that natural? But it is obvious that the demons will never be slaves. Piccolo rolled his eyes in response to Mark. Seeing that Piccolo had no intention of following him, Mark did not force him. After a brief communication, the two began to fight again. This time, Piccolo was obviously not as reserved as before. He had eaten all the senzu beans, so it would not be a loss to die. What's more, Piccolo is a smart man. Naturally, he saw that Mark was secretly learning his fighting style. Since he had something to ask of him, he would not kill him casually. So, when Piccolo attacked again, he was obviously holding back. Keeping a hand may save his life. Piccolo's change was soon noticed by Mark. Pico, if you dare to hold back, I will immediately use the Mayfaha to seal you and sink you to the bottom of the sea. Others don't know your relationship with the gods, but I know it very well. You don't want to waste your best years in the rice cooker like the previous generation of Piccolo, right? Mark certainly doesn't know the Mayfaha. But Piccolo doesn't dare to bet that Mark doesn't know it. With no choice, Piccolo had to devote himself to the competition carefully and seriously. It took Mark 5 times of eating senzu beans before he completely mastered the fighting style of the gods. Or to be more precise, it should be the fighting style of the demons. I won't give you the senzu beans, this thing is quite precious. After Mark said this, Piccolo showed a relieved expression on his face. Go ahead, stop torturing me. Give me a quick end. Pico's generous death made Mark confused. Who wants you to die? Rest by yourself, I'm leaving first. Oh, by the way, remember to participate in the world's #1 martial arts competition in 2 years. This gravity training room is for you to use. Damn, Pilaf, that bastard, actually learned to use photovoltaic power generation to operate the training room. Really? Am I not worthy of using it? Mark's mumbling voice gradually became blurred as he flew away. Piccolo was stunned in the same place. It took a long time for him to come back to his senses. In the temple, the gods who arranged for Xiao Wukong to practice watched all this in silence. On the other side, Mark quickly flew to Nandu. Piccolo's problem was solved. Mark did not detect any hostility in him. Keeping him to look after his granddaughter in the future is also a good choice. This big nanny, Mark, will decide. However, Mark has to go back to Nandu for the time being. Pilaf has to throw them a lot of work to do. Capitalists don't believe in tears. Cows and horses only need comfort and coffee. Soon, Mark arrived at the outskirts of Nandu under the stars. Chapter 56. March 15, 753 AE. Nandu, suburbs. Lord Satan, because of the damn Piccolo, the research progress has fallen behind seriously. I'm very sorry. After a night, at Mark's urging, the three cleaned up the laboratory. Pilaf, exhausted, tried to excuse himself by forcing himself to sleep. Too lazy to expose him, Mark casually threw the hard drive loaded with technology to him. You go and rest first, and start studying the technology recorded in it after your body recovers. Mark thought about it, but did not take out the Satan fruit and give it to Pilaf for research. This thing needs to be eaten by someone first, and then given to Pilaf for research. Most of the technology collected by Mark is civilian technology. Only a few are military technology. After a few simple instructions, Mark left a ton of blue crystal and returned directly to the villa to catch up on sleep. After sleeping for most of the day, he finally recovered from his fatigue. After chatting with Mrs. Aisha for a while, Mark drove to Satan Martial Arts School. Nandu, Satan Martial Arts School. Because Mr. Satan won the double championship. Now Satan Martial Arts School is crowded with people every day. Others who opened martial arts schools would like to stand on the street every day to attract people to come in. Nowadays, many people waved money and scrambled to come in, but they couldn't join Satan Martial Arts School at all. In the past 6 months, Satan Martial Arts School has been thriving under the management of Mark's eldest disciple Carloni. Although it no longer relies on boxing matches to make a profit, Satan Martial Arts School has made a lot of money. Teacher, many rich people have recently sought our security services. The first batch of students from our martial arts school are doing very well now. Karoni is very handsome, and Mark is a little jealous when he sees him. However, this guy is really capable. The market has a very keen sense of smell. In the Dragon Ball world, the law and order on Earth is quite bad. Even in a metropolis like Nandu, vicious cases such as robbery, kidnapping, and extortion occur frequently every day. Rich people value their own safety, so they naturally have this demand. If they are students who graduated from other martial arts schools, whether they are bodyguards or security personnel, in the end, it still depends on the guns in their hands. It's better to find retired soldiers than to find them. But Satan Martial Arts School is different. Their graduates can actually catch bullets with their bare hands. It's so outrageous. They can do this because the graduation standards of Satan Martial Arts School are set very high. Only when the combat power reaches 100 points can they be allowed to graduate. Not bad, you and Piroki did a good job. As a reward, this Satan fruit is given to you and Piroki 3 each. Standing in front of all the students, Mark threw the Satan fruit directly to the 2 disciples. Taking the fruit, Piroki swallowed it without hesitation. Kalani hesitated a little, but still ate it bite by bite. The Satan fruit is about the size of an apple and the color is the same as the shell of a mangosteen. Not long after the 2 of them ate it, the unusualness was revealed. Oh my God, how can the eldest brother poop with his skin? It's too smelly, and the second brother is even more powerful. This smell is too cruel. Is Mr. Satan giving them a poisonous fruit? Why does it feel so evil? It's really strange. You see, the 2 brothers are still comfortable. No, look at the combat power detector. The strange phenomenon appeared, and the students talked about it. However, some careful students found that the large combat power tester placed in the hall had changed significantly. Kalani's combat power increased from 430 points to 577 points. Piroki's combat power increased from 415 points to 551 points. The 2 did nothing, but their fighting power soared. Such a change directly caused a commotion. Seeing this, Mark pressed his hands and signaled everyone to be quiet. You two go wash the dirt off your body. Be quiet and listen to me. Mark told the two disciples to take a shower, and then shouted loudly, "This Satan fruit will be supplied to the martial arts instructors and elite students. After a while, I will announce the specific way to obtain it, don't worry. Go away, do what you need to do. This Satan fruit can produce tens of thousands of them every year. Mark does not plan to sell them all. After all, things are rare and expensive, and the price will go down if they are sold too much. Mark plans to use this thing for his own people first. Then consider selling it to the martial arts world on Earth." Of course, Mark does not care about the price. Mainly consolidate the status of Satan Martial Arts School. After hearing what Mark said, all the students continued their practice. However, inadvertently, their eyes all glanced towards Mark. After a while, Kalanai and Piroki, who had washed their bodies, reappeared in front of everyone. These two guys not only improved their combat effectiveness, but also greatly improved other aspects. Kalanai was originally a handsome guy. Now his skin is more delicate, shiny, and elastic. The whole person's appearance has improved by more than one level. Piroki was extremely fat. But now he has lost weight visibly. As soon as the two appeared, they were surrounded by a group of students. Mark just smiled and didn't say anything. After a long time, everyone calmed down. Mark called Kalanai to the training room used by the owner alone. "Karanai, you did a great job. Next, the martial arts school is handed over to you. I'll leave you 100 of these Satan fruits. After one person eats 3 of them, the effect will not be obvious. It's up to you how to distribute them, but I want Satan martial arts schools to be opened all over the world in the future." Mark is not a workaholic. It's hard to train Karanai and Piroki, so of course they have to be independent. It's Karanai's business to do it. Mark is just waiting to divide the money. After arranging the martial arts school, Mark got on the luxury car with a group of people seeing him off. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner in the city center, Mark returned to the villa. After asking Mrs. Elsa to prepare hot water, Mark ate 3 Satan fruits directly. After a while, the stinky version of Mark appeared. Mark was well prepared and went directly into the bathtub to wash. Half an hour later, Mark walked into the bedroom wearing a bath towel. "Check the panel." He recited silently in his heart and called out the panel. Mark saw his latest combat power directly. Name, Mark. Age, 17 years old. Combat power, 98,000 points. Martial arts, omitted. Evaluation, you have the capital to challenge Frisia head-on. But be careful of his transformation. With the blessing of the 5-fold Kaioken, Mark's burst combat power can reach 490,000. Frisia in the first form has a combat power of only 530,000. The combat power between the two is not far apart. Chapter 57. Mark never thought that the effect of Satan fruit would be so good. According to the data of Jaluo Star, Satan fruit has the effect of optimizing genes. Most of the known cosmic people are carbon-based life. The core of life is the deoxyribonucleic acid in the cell nucleus, which is DNA in Earth science terms. In human DNA, 95%–98% of genes are invalid junk genes. These genes are replicating and inheriting invalid cells every moment. They waste a lot of energy, but they have no effect on life at all. The higher the percentage of junk genes, it means that the potential of a group is lower. This point is most intuitive in the 2 points of lifespan and combat effectiveness, which can best reflect the difference. In the database of Jaluo Star, the proportion of junk genes in Jaluo's group is only 89%. Therefore, as long as Jaluo's people are adults, they usually have a combat effectiveness of about 60 points. After the popularization of national cultivation, this average value can reach about 110 points. The average lifespan of the Jaluo people is about 120 years old, which is the age of the Earth. At the beginning, the proportion of junk genes of the Jilo people was about the same as that of the Earthlings. The lifespan is even lower than the average lifespan of the Earthlings now. About 50 years ago, after Jilo suddenly became rich, the talents of Jilo have greatly improved their genetic strength and average lifespan. The more junk genes are eliminated from the body, the higher the foundation for the warriors. Mark increased his combat power by 15,000 points this time. This is not because the Satan fruit contains huge energy. It is because the defects in the genes of the Earthlings have been repaired and enhanced. 3 can do this. What if I keep eating? Will I become a Superman wearing his pants outside? Mark muttered to himself, rubbing his slightly prickly chin with his index finger. On Jilo, the Satan fruit is not really a hit. After all, 3 Mr. Satans have the best effect. It can probably clean up about 10% of the junk genes. The effect dropped sharply to less than 1%. The effect dropped, but the price would not drop. Therefore, this is not a necessity. Moreover, gene enhancement technology has been studied in many civilizations. The results are also varied, and there is no need to spend a lot of money on Satan fruit. But Mark's situation is different. This time, more than 40,000 Satan fruits were harvested. Even if he ate Satan fruits to satisfy his hunger, Mark had more than enough stock on hand. With this in mind, Mark did not hesitate at all, just eat it. In one night, Mark ate 143 Satan fruits. As a result, at dawn the next day, Mark was so full that he couldn't eat any more, so he stopped. He took another look at the panel data. Combat power 125,000 points. 3 Satan fruits increased combat power by 15,000 points. 140 Satan fruits only increased combat power by 27,000 points. After more than 3, the effect plummets. However, the effect is also very obvious. The eyesight seems to have become better. I can see things clearly 1,000 meters away. The body feels very relaxed and full of energy. It seems that the brain is also much clearer. That's right, brain cells are also cells. Oh! My second brother has grown up a little. Feeling the changes in his body, Mark was ecstatic. These more than 100 fruits were not eaten in vain, they are very useful. After eating so many fruits in a row, Mark's body surface discharged a lot of black secretions. These are all junk genes that have been removed from the body. It's not much different from the hair removal and marrow washing in fairy novels. After getting into the bathtub again, it took Mark a while to wash off the dirt on his body. 125,000 combat power. With the 5 times Kaioken, Mark's combat power now exceeds that of Frisia in the first form. Moreover, as the body becomes stronger, the gravity that can be tolerated can also be appropriately strengthened. After a period of training, Mark estimated that he would soon be able to withstand 100 times the gravity. In that case, his body would be able to withstand 10 times the Kaioken. In the future, as he continued to practice, his combat power would continue to improve. Although, he might not be as abnormal as a Super Saiyan. But in the universe, he would definitely be considered a hegemon. Mark was in a very good mood and was not sleepy at all. After a little thought, he flew to Pilaf alone. After 2 or 3 days of rest, Mark thought that this guy should have recovered almost completely. After entering the experiment easily after entering the laboratory, Mark heard Pilaf's exclamations. Oh my god! This nanomaterial can actually block high temperatures of 6,000 degrees Celsius. Hey! There is even 5th generation vector engine technology. Oh my god, this kind of cultivated people can be mass-produced into an army. Bacona! This energy cannon can actually be used on the hand. Hey! Why are you here, Lord Satan? Pilaf, who was talking to himself, found a figure standing behind him. The lights in the laboratory were blocked. Looking back, he found that it was Mark and he breathed a sigh of relief. Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of the rope for 10 years. I say Pilaf, don't you have any security measures in this laboratory? Mark walked all the way unimpeded. If someone with ulterior motives came, it would basically be unguarded. No way, it takes time to transform it after just coming back. Lord Satan, I plan to upgrade this place in a while. The information you brought back contains the technology for making intelligent robots. These technologies are not difficult to master. I can use them to build a robot guard. When it comes to technical matters, Pilaf's eyes shine. For a scientific and technological talent, the technology Mark brought back made him unable to stop. Although he was talking to Mark at the moment, his mind was not here at all. Seeing this guy so fascinated, Mark was too lazy to say hello to him. Taking a capsule from his arms, Mark placed it on the metal workbench. There are 10 Satan fruits in here, all of which are treasures I took from other planets in the universe. Each of you 3 eat 3, and the last one will be used for experiments. This fruit should contain substances that can improve genes. Try to extract it. It would be great if we could make a drug that strengthens genes. Although the output of Satan fruits is not low, it is still a drop in the bucket based on the total number of people on Earth. When Mark had nothing to do, he looked up a lot of information. Many alien races have developed gene-enhancing drugs. The results of each race's research are different. No one trades this stuff in interstellar trade. And even if someone sells it, Mark dare not buy it. They are not from the same race, so who knows what will happen after taking it. If you want to develop a gene-enhancing drug for Earthlings, you can only rely on yourself. Mark will never be able to do science in this life, but if Pilaf works hard, he can still fulfill Mark's dream. Ignoring Pilaf's stunned look, Mark threw the capsule to him and then started to eat. Targeting Zidu, Mark flew at full speed. Chapter 58. Flying at high speed in the blue sky, Mark's mood was extremely complicated. The thoughts in his heart surged like a tide. While feeling the wind whistling in his ears, he thought about his life and future. This journey to the universe was full of twists and turns. Compared with the leisurely days on Earth before, Mark is now very busy. Before Mark traveled through time, he always thought that the Earth in the Dragon Ball world was quite comfortable. Even if there was a catastrophe by accident, there would be Dragon Ball warriors at the forefront. In his life, as long as he didn't become a funny person, it would be enough. But as the days passed, Mark's thoughts were constantly changing. The history that Mark was familiar with had now greatly deviated. This also means that many things and many people in the future will have unpredictable chain reactions because of his arrival. Maybe, Goku will not become a Super Saiyan. Maybe, because Mark entered the universe, the Saiyans will not invade the Earth. Maybe, Trunks will not come from the future. From the moment Mark traveled through time, compared with the history that Mark knew, a new world was born. Although this world is still based on the Dragon Ball world. But how the future will change, Mark does not know. You can't put all your hopes on others. This is the problem Mark has been thinking about recently. It is for this reason that Mark will use his own solution to change the Earth and create new history. To achieve what you want in your heart, you naturally need a little bit of accumulation. Opening the Satan Martial Arts School is like this. Developing genetic enhancement drugs is like this. Bringing back a lot of science and technology is like this. Going to discuss cooperation with Dr. Brief is also like this. Soon, after flying at super high speed, Mark arrived at Bulma's house. Before Mark landed, the detector beside his ear sounded a series of alarms. Combat power 1900? It seems that Yamcha has been slacking off for the past 6 months. Yamcha is the only strong man who has been practicing in Bulma's house. This guy's combat power reached 1700 half a year ago. After half a year, with the help of the gravity training room, his combat power has only increased by 200 points. This is unreasonable anyway. When Mark came over, he did not suppress his breath. Feeling Mark's arrival, Yamcha walked out of the gravity training room with a towel on his shoulders. "Mark, my friend. Long time no see. I came to talk to Dr. Brief about something. You should practice first. By the way, this is for you to eat, good stuff." "Thank you." After Mark exchanged a few words with the tea god, he threw him 3 Satan fruits. The tea god didn't take it to heart. After a simple thank you, he returned to the training room to continue practicing. Mark, who was very familiar with Bulma's house, went in to look for Dr. Brief on his own. He didn't find him in the park on the first floor. He didn't find him in the studio on the second floor either. It wasn't until he went up to the third floor that Mark heard Dr. Brief's voice in the corridor. "Dad! Why are you still reading such bad comics?" "Bulma! This is my personal property, give it back to me." "You're dreaming." "Oh! No." Standing outside Bulma's studio, Mark didn't go in directly. When the voices in the studio calmed down, Mark coughed twice. "Ahem. Long time no see, drive. Brief, Miss Bulma." Mark walked into the studio and found the floor full of torn obscene comics. Mark had heard a little about Dr. Brief's hobbies. Now it seems that he not only has a high understanding of science and technology. It seems that he has also done a lot of research in collecting obscene comics. However, this kind of thing is nothing to Mark. On the planet Jilo, Mark even studied aliens. These comics are really not worth mentioning. Seeing that Mark turned a blind eye to the comics on the ground, Bulma rarely had a good face for him, but that was all. Dr. Brief had no intention of paying attention to Mark at all. He stared at the scraps of paper on the ground, wanting to cry but not tears. No one responded to Mark's greeting. People stood there somewhat awkwardly. "Humph!" Bulma pouted, pushed Mark who was blocking the way, and left her studio angrily. On the contrary, Dr. Brief saw his daughter leaving, and quickly bent down to pick up the broken magazines. After a while, all the magazine debris was picked up. Dr. Brief just noticed Mark. "Hey! It's Mark. When did you come? What do you want to talk to me about?" Dr. Brief frowned, not remembering when Mark came. "Not long ago, before Bulma left in anger." "Doctor, I left the Earth not long ago and entered the universe." "What? You left the Earth? Can a martial artist survive in a vacuum?" Mark was interrupted by Dr. Brief before he finished speaking. The character of the research geek is always straightforward. Mark didn't mind, and briefly explained the situation on the topic pointed out by the doctor. "There is such an advanced engine. The fuel it consumes is kyanite. Unbelievable, this science and technology is at least 500 years ahead of Earth. Oh, the environment in which this alien lives must be high pressure and low oxygen, otherwise the ears would not grow like earphones." "Mark, you said that our universal capsule is unique in the universe? Does anyone want to be an agent?" "Of course, but I want to settle in kyanite." Dr. Brief is not a stubborn old-fashioned person. On Earth, the profits earned by the Universal Capsule Company have made Dr. Brief's family the richest in the world. Now we want to expand our business to the universe. In essence, there is not much difference from global promotion on Earth. The only difference is that the settlement currency is different. On Earth, you need Sony to buy the Universal Capsule. In the universe, Dr. Brief specifically asked for kyanite. He is not greedy for money, but just wants to study the energy of the new concept of kyanite. This is not a businessman's sensitivity to money. It is a scientist's yearning for new energy. Every industrial revolution on Earth is an energy revolution. When new energy appears, it means that Earth's technology will enter the next blowout period. Mark gave Dr. Brief some of the technology of alien civilizations. In return, he obtained the agency authorization of the Universal Capsule Company in the universe. However, the universal capsules sold in the universe must be encrypted. Dr. Brief thought of this before Mark. In a few days, the encryption technology was solved by the father and daughter together. Mark, I ask you for a favor. After handing the latest technology to Mark, Bulma opened a can of beer and drank it. By the way, please ask Mark to do her a favor. Mark was also a little surprised and asked curiously. You can say it, there will be no problem if it is within your ability. It's like this, I have a sister. Chapter 59. You mean, a galactic patrolman named Jack kidnapped your sister Tais? Listening to Bulma's narration of the cause and effect, Mark looked at the young lady with a strange look. In response to him, Bulma gave a brief but affirmative answer, yes. There must be a misunderstanding, Mark thought to himself. But he gave Bulma a positive answer, don't worry, Bulma. As far as I know, the Galactic Patrol headquarters is in the central area of the Milky Way. They are not bad people, and your sister should not be in danger. After completing the transaction with Jello Star this time, I will go to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to find Tais. But what if she doesn't come back to Earth with me? Bring her back by force. Mark pretended that he didn't know Tais at all. After making a promise to Bulma, he asked her what to do. Without even thinking, Bulma blurted out, why did you bring her back? Just make sure she's safe. Neither of the two sisters in Bulma's family is the kind of girl who is content to take care of her husband and children. When Bulma was still young, Taisai accidentally met Jack, whose spaceship had a malfunction. So as the eldest daughter of the Universal Capsule Company, Taisai gave up her comfortable life on Earth. She relied on Jack and directly asked him to take her to travel around the universe. Tais aspires to become a science fiction adventure writer. Although her works are not popular, she is chasing her dream after all. As a younger sister, Bulma is just worried about her sister's safety. As for the life her sister pursues, she really has no intention of intervening. After understanding Bulma's intentions, Mark nodded and said nothing more. In the next few days, the employees of the Universal Capsule Company started working overtime like crazy. A large number of new Universal capsules with anti-theft and self-destruct technology were produced. This batch of Universal capsules are just basic models. Just attach them to an object of the same size to compress and release the space of the object. Mark. Don't forget what you promised me. In the yard of Bulma's house, the spherical spaceship lay quietly on the lawn. Around, Krillin, Yamcha, Wu Tian and others also ran over to see Mark off. Before leaving, Bulma shouted to Mark, who was about to get into the spaceship. Mark turned around and nodded solemnly, and got in without hesitation. This trip back to Earth, everything that should be arranged was arranged. What Mark needed to do was also completed during this period. If it weren't for the fact that the spaceship technology had not yet broken through. This time, Bulma, Yamcha, and others also shouted that they wanted to go out together to see it. Unfortunately, the spaceship can only take one person. It will take some time for the new spaceship to be manufactured. This trip can only be done by Mark. April 1, 753 AE. With 10,000 basic universal capsules, Mark entered the boundless universe again. After several detours, he made sure that his whereabouts were not discovered. 10 days later, Mark successfully arrived at Jello Star. Great God of the universe, I thought Mr. Satan would never come back. After receiving the news of Mark's arrival, Jello appeared at the berthing port to greet Mark as soon as possible. After a simple greeting, the two walked into Jello's magnificent palace together. In the luxurious restaurant, a huge round dining table was placed in the center, with a diameter of more than 10 meters. And around this extremely luxurious dining table, there stood dozens of extremely beautiful alien maids. These maids wore uniforms, and each of them stood there with a smile and a graceful figure, as if they were a group of fairies walking out of a painting. Some of them held trays with exquisite tableware, fine wine, and delicious food on them. Mr. Satan, this is the secret fruit wine of the Dudert Kingdom, which is very rare. This is the soft tendon of the winged beast, which is very chewy to eat. These girls admire your masculinity very much and hope to serve you in the future. Hehe, I think Mr. Satan must have brought good news, right? In order to make a deal, Jello also tried his best to please Mark. After a 3-hit combo of food, wine, and beauty, Jello finally led the topic to the agency. Mark wiped his mouth with a napkin, then looked up at Jello. All of you go out, don't get close to the palace for 100 meters without my order. Jello understood what Mark meant and immediately dismissed all the people in the palace. There were maids, servants, and guards. Soon, only Mark and Jello were left in the palace. Picking up the fruit wine, Jello stood up and walked towards Mark. 2 meters away from each other, Jello stopped and waited for Mark's good news. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were full of desire for wealth. Mark looked at the tall minotaur in front of him with interest, and after stretching this guy, he spoke. Jello, I am a rough man. This universal capsule technology is not with me. I believe you are also clear about this. Without talking about the transaction directly, Mark explained the existence of Dr. Brief, a third party, in a self-deprecating way. Jello nodded subconsciously after hearing this, then shook his head and said, We strong men are naturally not good at scientific research, I understand this. So, I ask you to introduce me to the scientist who invented this great technology. As long as you can introduce, whether it succeeds or not, I am willing to offer 300 kilograms of blue crystal as a reward. After Jello said this, he waited for Mark's response with expectation. After hearing this operation of pretending to be confused, Mark laughed dumbly and said, Haha, Jello, you are really not a profiteer. Just 300 kilograms of blue crystal, you want to get the channel of this exclusive business? What are you thinking? Mark poured the fruit wine in his hand on Jello's face, and his tone was full of sarcasm. Jello, who was humiliated by Mark, changed his face instantly. His breath burst out instantly, the flesh on his face jumped, and he stared at Mark fiercely. Humph! You dare to glare at me? You haven't forgotten how terrifying I am, have you? Sitting on the chair unmoved, Mark released his aura and performed a 5-fold Kaioken. The aura of nearly 630,000 combat power instantly overturned the food, wine, decorations, tables, and chairs in the hall. Feeling the aura emitted by Mark at close range, Jello, who also had a combat power detector hanging on his ear, couldn't stop shaking. Seeing Jello become like this, Mark was too lazy to show off his muscles to him. Hiding all his aura, Mark said quietly, As far as I know, Frisia's combat power is 530,000. My current combat power is nearly 630,000, and Frisia's power is nothing to me. I advise you not to think about the universal capsule technology, you can't take such a big profit by yourself. In the future, I will provide you with the finished universal capsule, and you can get a net profit of 20% of the selling price. As for other profits, it has nothing to do with you. Mark now has no foundation in the universe. If you choose to sell it alone, just to open up the market, it will take up a lot of his energy, which is not worth the loss. Jello provides sales platforms and channels, so that the market can be opened up quickly, which is conducive to the early stage of the universal capsule market development. In the future, Mark will have more and more people to use, and the market recognition will be higher and higher. At that time, just kick this annoying Jello away. Chapter 60. Mark was so aggressive that he left no room for Jello to bargain. In interstellar trade, the relationship between the two trading parties is changing all the time. The current situation is that Mark's strength crushes Jello. If Mark is willing to waste time and spend some energy on managing the trade star, he can completely kill Jello and annex Jello's star to trade himself, so that he can make more money. At this time, the initiative of whether to trade and how to trade is completely in Mark's hands. Just like what Mark is doing now, leaving Jello as a dog and selling universal capsules for himself. Before this, when Mark first came to Jilo Trade Star, his combat power barely reached 30,000. Even if he used the 5 times Kaioken, his actual combat power was equal to Jilo. At that time, Mark was on Jilo Star, and his status was equal to Jilo. Mark came here to consume and entertain, and Jilo provided venues and services. Everyone took what they needed, and there was no intersection at all. If, one day, Jilo gets lucky and becomes much stronger than Mark, then the relationship between the two will naturally reverse in an instant. The person who casually throws wine on the other person's face will become Jilo. Feng Shui turns around, the key is to see who has a bigger and harder fist. After Mark's beating, Jilo quickly put himself in the right position. As a neutral force secretly supported by Frisia, Jilo himself has naturally seen Frisia's strength. Coincidentally, when Frisia met Jilo in his busy schedule, the method used was exactly the same as Mark, and even the way of speaking and attitude were exactly the same. Frisia has a combat power of 530,000. This matter is a secret that most people cannot know. But for Jilo, he has known it for more than 10 years. Not long after Frisia officially took over the Kurdish Legion, Jilo has been secretly helping the Frisia Legion. Over the years, he has a deep understanding of Frisia's ruthlessness and cruelty through various channels. Frisia, with a combat power of 530,000, can call himself the Emperor of the Universe. This seemingly ordinary guy in front of him actually has a combat power of nearly 630,000. In other words, if this guy wants, he can create a powerful force that is not inferior to Frisia's army in a short period of time. Playing tricks with such a super strong man, Jilo has secretly cursed his short-sightedness in his heart. Fortunately, this time it was just a glass of fruit wine to wash his face. If there is another time that makes Lord Satan unhappy, maybe an energy bomb will come to him. Lord Satan, please calm down. I was wrong. Whatever you say next, I will do it. Please give me another chance. Without any hesitation, Jilo completed the 3 actions of kneeling on one knee, leaning over to apologize, and sincerely apologizing in 1 second. The smoothness of the action and the silky way of admitting defeat made Mark amazed. This guy is still very useful alive, and Mark had no intention of killing him from the beginning. Since you are ignorant, let's forget about it this time. After saying this calmly, Mark hooked his finger at Jilo. This guy was also smart enough. He quickly knelt down and crawled to Mark's side, pretending to listen attentively. The 20% profit remains unchanged. You sell it carefully and help me collect information about Frisia's army. Do you understand? If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it with grass. Mark did not take the opportunity to lower Jilo's profit, but let him collect enough information for him. In fact, Mark now still has some understanding of the overall environment of the 7th universe. The secrets that Mark knew through anime before he crossed over were even more than those known by ordinary people. On the contrary, due to the influence of the length of the anime, Mark actually did not know much about the more subtle information in the 7th universe. Just like in Dragon Ball Super, there was a character named Monica. He is just a random passerby that Beerus caught, but his profession is very interesting, space courier. This profession will definitely not appear alone, but form a complete industrial chain. These industries may be channels for Mark to make money in the future. Of course, Mark can explore these situations little by himself. When the Earthlings begin to gradually enter the interstellar era in the future, it will be completely in time to study. However, Mark is very interested in Frisia's army at the moment. Because of his appearance, Goku did not take the super divine water, nor did he fight a desperate battle with Piccolo. Now Goku's combat power has caught up with Krillin and others. Wait, when Raditz comes to Earth in a few years, he will probably be confused. Even because of his appearance, the fate of Nappa, Vegeta, and others in the future may change. What if Goku does not transform into a Super Saiyan in the time period he should appear? Then history may enter a new chapter that Mark has never known. To prepare for a rainy day, Mark also wants to know more about the Frisia army. In normal history, Trunks from the future killed Frisia and King Cold. The Frisia army suddenly fell apart. In fact, if you can go to loot during this period, not to mention that you can loot all the industries of the Frisia army, at least you can capture a lot of resource stars and life planets. These are all money. Of course, at that time, the Earth encountered a crisis of artificial humans, and everyone had no energy to do side jobs. Others didn't, but Mark had plenty of time to loot. Mark didn't want to miss such a chance to make a fortune. Even if history was biased and there was no Battle of Namek. But sooner or later, as long as you are in this circle, you will always meet Frisia. This is not fate, this is the guy you can't avoid. Mark's request is not harsh. Jilo handed Mark a piece of information about Frisia's army without hesitation. This includes information about Frisia's army from many aspects such as controlling planets, personnel arrangements, strength, and weakness. Not only information about Frisia, but also information about many middle and senior generals. In addition, Jilo also promised Mark that from now on, the Universal Capsule will become the key product that Jilo Trade Bureau will vigorously promote next. As a reward for this guy's understanding, Mark allowed Jilo to obtain 20% of the profit and also obtain exclusive agency rights. The rest of the things will be much easier to handle. All payments will be settled with blue crystals, and Mark will send his men to collect them regularly in the future. After finishing the serious business, Mark officially handed over 10,000 Universal Capsule basic models to Jilo. After doing all this, Mark rejected Jilo's insincere invitation and left Jilo Star directly on the spacecraft. April 23, 753 AE. After more than 10 days of long journey, Mark officially entered the central area of the Milky Way. Chapter 61. In the world before Mark crossed over. The Milky Way is a barred spiral galaxy with a diameter of 100,000 light-years. In the Milky Way, there are at least 100 to 400 billion stars. The core area of the Milky Way is extremely bright. In the center is the most massive black hole in the Milky Way, Sagittarius A. The solar system located on the arm of the Milky Way. It is just a drop in the ocean in the Milky Way. Such a huge Milky Way is also a drop in the ocean in the universe. In the Dragon Ball world, the seventh universe has only one galaxy, the Milky Way. It is also the Milky Way, but it has the same name. In the space and time before Mark crossed over, the Milky Way was a barred spiral galaxy. Defined by appearance, whether it is a circular galaxy, a lenticular galaxy, a barred spiral galaxy or a spiral galaxy. These galaxies have some obvious cores. Almost all celestial bodies in the galaxy are rotating around the supermassive black hole in the core. Take the Sun as an example. It takes 250 million years for it to orbit the Sagittarius black hole at the center of the Milky Way. In addition to these four common galaxies, there is also an irregular galaxy without a core. This galaxy has no obvious observable core and hardly rotates. The Milky Way in the seventh universe in the Dragon Ball world is of this type. In the center of the Milky Way, the matter here has not increased significantly. It is just in the core area in terms of location. Here, most of it is controlled by the Galactic Patrol. It is precisely because of this that the level of public security here is much better than that of the northern Milky Way. At least, Mark rarely encounters interstellar pirates when passing by here. The center of the Milky Way, Adele. Mark's spaceship passed through the atmosphere and docked safely in the docking port. According to the information provided by Jilo, this is the largest artist-gathering planet in the center of the Milky Way. Fine arts, dance, sculpture, literature, poetry, performance art, composers, novelists, etc. As long as there are artists in the Milky Way, they will eventually gather here. Mark walked in the city of Adele and looked out of place. Although everyone around him was from different ethnic groups, most of them were dressed in very artistic styles. Artists wrapped in blankets were everywhere. Mark, the only one wearing combat uniform, looked out of place. It turns out that not being perverted is also a sin. After walking through 3 streets, Mark decisively found a bathroom. He changed his combat uniform into ordinary casual clothes, put on sunglasses, and scratched his hair randomly. When he returned to the street, the strange eyes disappeared completely. There are so many people, I really shouldn't have agreed to Bulma. After walking in the city of Adele for a long time, Mark muttered with a dry mouth. Adele is known as the star of cosmic art. Mark believes that if Tais is still collecting folk songs in the universe, she must have been here, and it is even possible that she is temporarily living here. In fact, Mark, who knew about the later historical discoveries, naturally, he knew that Tais was fine. But Mark had to come in person because he had promised Bulma. However, although this Adele is not as big as the Earth, it is still a planet. There are more than 10 million alien artists living here all year round. Adding the locals of Adele, the total number is nearly 100 million. Want to find an unknown novelist among 100 million people? Mark felt that this was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Just when Mark was about to back down, the system that had been pretending to be dead for a long time popped up again. Option 1, give up looking for Tais, and reward 10,000 combat power points. Option 2, find Tais, and reward the first generation of body strengthening potion. Note, the first generation of body strengthening potion can greatly increase the user's physical strength. The sudden appearance of the option surprised Mark. Given the nature of the system, could this Taisai also affect history? In the anime, Taisai can't be said to be a passerby. But the real impact on history is almost zero. Unable to figure it out, Mark simply stopped thinking about this problem. If he doesn't go to Taisai, he will be rewarded with 10,000 combat power. In fact, it's really good. After all, Mark's current combat power is only 125,000. But when Mark read option 2 carefully, his heart skipped a beat. This body strengthening potion, although the name is ordinary, but for Mark, it is the most urgently needed treasure at the moment. Mark's current normal combat power is only slightly stronger than Captain Jinyu. With the increase of 5 times the Kaioken, he barely raised his combat power to the height of Frisia's first form, but this King Fist is not invincible. It puts an absurd amount of strain on the body. Every time Mark uses King Fist, the pain in his muscles is nothing. If it is used for a long time, it will be difficult for Earthlings to make further progress with their physical condition. Of course, Mark can also keep beating and exercising for decades. In this way, he can always break through his own limits. But now the appearance of this body strengthening potion has allowed Mark to see the possibility of improving his combat effectiveness in a short period of time. As long as the body can become stronger, Mark can withstand a larger number of King Fists. Thinking of this, Mark's frowned eyebrows gradually relaxed. Now the problem is back to the starting point, how to find Tais in the vast crowd. Extra! Extra! The champion of the Tyro Cup street dance competition has been announced. Sponsor Mr. Tyro personally presents the trophy to the champion. Just when Mark was at a loss, the shouting of a newsboy came from the street. As if enlightened, Mark's eyes suddenly shone. "Give me a copy." Mark waved to the newsboy and bought the newspaper in his hand. He threw a grain of blue crystal sand to the newsboy. Mark couldn't wait to read the relevant news. Although Adair is an art planet, there are countless investors operating the market. No matter which group the artist comes from, as long as he is a carbon-based life, he also needs to eat. The greater the artist, the more he needs commercial support. In other words, if there is no commercial intervention, the influence of artists will not spread rapidly. Investors with rich funds will regularly hold relevant competitions to select the next interstellar artist. As long as you have money, you can attract countless artists to participate in the competition. The final prize of the Tyro Cup mentioned in the newspaper is 10 kilograms of blue crystal. The number of contestants who came to participate reached an astonishing 130,000. Almost all the street dance masters on the entire Adele planet participated in the competition. The final winner is also the leader in the industry. A layman like Mark naturally has no interest in art. The beauties in art paintings are possible. However, it is still very easy to spend money to organize a science fiction adventure novel essay contest. Mark, who suddenly saw the light, started to act directly. Chapter 62. As far as Mark knows, Tice has published a science fiction adventure novel. The protagonist in the novel is based on Jake. The result is self-evident, a failure. However, relying on the fact that Tice had published novels in the universe, Mark can conclude that she must have come to Adele. Although he is not sure whether Tice is still living here temporarily. But at least, this is also a way to find her. For Mark, he now has enough blue crystals for art investment. On Adele, art investors have a pivotal position. Even though Mark comes from the northern Milky Way, where the artistic atmosphere is not strong. But with the operation of real money, he soon contacted the largest agency on Adele, Adele Art Incubation Center. Mark, who was too lazy to waste time, directly deposited 100 kilograms of blue crystals into the Adele bank. After obtaining the bank's property certificate, he successfully met with the person in charge of the Adele Art Incubation Center. Adhering to the idea that art is great, the person in charge chattered with Mark for 10 minutes. Finally, before Mark's patience ran out, he got to the point. Mr. Sandraman, I have only 2 requirements. First, the essay topic will be set by me personally. Second, I need the information of all applicants. It is also a science fiction adventure theme, but the extension direction is different. Mark tailored a writing activity for Tice according to her situation. Only in this way can he attract her attention to the maximum extent. As long as she comes to participate in the essay activity, she will definitely leave her information, especially the contact information. In this way, Mark can find her smoothly, complete Bulma's entrustment, and the system options. However, such a request was directly rejected by Sandraman, the person in charge of the center. Sorry, Mr. Satan, both of your requests have seriously affected the fairness of our center. The purpose of our Adele Art Incubation Center has always been to provide every artist with the most fair competitive environment. If all investors operate like you, then the name of Adele Star Art Center will soon cease to exist. You are not only blaspheming art, but also digging up the foundation of Adele Star. So, I accept your proposal. Mr. Sandraman, who was still righteous in the last second, changed his tone instantly. The reason is also very simple. Mark took out an anonymous storage card issued by Adele Star Bank from his arms. This card is gold, which means that at least 100 kilograms of blue crystal are stored in it. According to the regulations of the Adele Star Art Incubation Center, as service providers, they will charge a commission of no less than 10%. In other words, once this order is completed, they will earn a commission of at least 10 kilograms of blue crystal. Who can't get along with money? The moment Mark threw the gold card on the negotiation table, Mr. Sandraman chose to forget his original intention. Very good. Looking at the change in Sandraman's attitude, Mark smiled. It seems that Mr. Sandraman's bottom line is 10 kilograms of blue topaz. How about this? Since you have already broken the bottom line once, why not add one more condition and help me find someone among all the contestants, and the price is 10 kilograms of blue topaz. Deal. This time, Mr. Sandraman did not hesitate for even half a second. In his opinion, any hesitation for half a second is a blasphemy against blue topaz. Such a change was not beyond Mark's expectations at all. After introducing Tice's situation, Mr. Sandraman asked Mark, Mr. Satan, will the first place in this essay contest be awarded to Miss Tice? After being told by Sandraman, Mark paused. Whether it is Bulma or the system's requirement, it is enough to find Tice. In this case, it doesn't matter what place Taisai won in the essay contest. For a novelist, Mark doesn't want to change her pursuit because of him. If this matter is exposed one day, Mark believes that Taisai will never thank him. On the contrary, she may hate herself because of this kind of money-making black box operation. It's useless to spend money and get no benefits. Mark is too lazy to worry about this kind of thing. That's not necessary. I just want to get to know her. As for the essay contest, everything can be carried out according to the normal process. I have already thought of the theme of the essay contest. Write a fine article with the theme of the Galaxy Patrol. Colorful science fiction adventure short stories, with a word count of less than 30,000 words. If Miss Ties signs up, please notify me as soon as possible. I want all her information, especially her contact information and address. There are too many writing directions for science fiction adventure novels. Mark limited the topic to the Galactic Patrol, so Ties naturally has an advantage. Anadir has always been under the protection of the Galactic Patrol, so this topic is also in line with the main theme. Hearing what Mark said, Mr. Sandraman was also relieved. In this way, this activity will not violate the industry unwritten rules of Adair, and can make a lot of money. Investors like Mark are simply representatives of models. After a quick farewell, Sandraman left the hotel where Mark was staying and returned to the incubation center to prepare. AIG June 6, 753. In the city of Adel, a grand-scale Satan Cup science fiction adventure novel writing competition was held. After nearly 2 months of preparation and publicity, more than 70,000 people signed up for the competition on that day. The prize money was 100 kilograms of blue crystal. It also became the most generous prize money in the field of science fiction adventure novels. Of course, most novelists did not come just for the prize money. Being able to win the first place in such a competition is definitely a good thing for an individual to gain both fame and fortune. Just as the city of Adel was in a carnival, Sandraman hurried to the hotel where Mark lived. Mr. Satan! Mr. Satan! I am glad to have fulfilled my mission. I am glad to have fulfilled my mission. Miss Ties has signed up. This is all the information she left when she signed up. Holding a paper document in her hand, Sandraman ran to Mark excitedly to tell him the news. Mark, who was delighted at the news, took the document immediately. Unlike what Mark expected, Taisai has not lived on Adel in these years. She has been hanging out with the people of the Galactic Patrol organization, and the residential address she filled in is actually the Galactic Patrol headquarters. As for the occupation she filled in for herself, it turned out to be a member of the Galactic Patrol. This is far from the original source. Thank you for your help, Mr. Sandraman. Now that I know where Miss Taisai lives, I will not stay on Adel. The next activities will be fully organized by your incubation center. Registration activities are all registered online through the Galaxy network, and Taisai did not come to Adel. The next stop, Mark naturally has to go to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol organization. On the one hand, he has to meet Taisai. On the other hand, Mark is also curious about why Taisai became a member of the Galactic Patrol organization. Chapter 63. June 8, 753 AE. After 2 days of flight, the spherical spaceship Mark was riding arrived near the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. Spaceship in front, this is the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, please identify yourself. The spherical spaceship that Mark was driving was very recognizable in the Milky Way, it was used exclusively by the Frisia Corps. That was why Mark was able to cheat his first pot of gold so easily on the mineral star. As the top evil force in the universe, the appearance of the spherical spaceship made the Galactic Patrol very nervous. In the Galactic Patrol, the most powerful member was Mel's, but he didn't often stay at the headquarters. Except for the trainee Angel Mel's who disguised himself as a human, there were really no decent strong men in the Galactic Patrol. They were better at using high-tech equipment to make up for the shortcomings of individual lack of force. The sudden appearance of the Frisia Corps' spaceship naturally caused tension in the situation. Mark didn't want to have a conflict with the Galactic Patrol, and he didn't want to be on their blacklist and be harassed by Jack's group every day. So he used the communicator to identify himself to the Galactic Patrol members who came to stop him. Without any resistance, Mark controlled the spherical spaceship to land at the designated location. The headquarters of the Galactic Patrol looks like a gyroscope. Outside the main body of the gyroscope, there is a circle of silver-white channels. The place where Mark parked the spaceship is located in this channel. After a careful inspection, Mark was confirmed to be no threat and was not a member of the Frisia Corps. However, the Galactic Patrol members did not let down their guard against Mark, who was still wearing the combat uniform of the Frisia Corps. About half a day later, Jack, who was urgently called back, came to visit Mark with ties. Option confirmed, reward has been issued. In an empty room, the three people officially started communicating under the aiming of a large number of laser guns. "Hello, Miss Ties, it's great to see you here. My name is Mark, and I'm Miss Bulma's friend. The purpose of coming to the center of the galaxy this time is to come to see how you are doing at her request." "Hey! You are Mr. Jack, the elite of the Galactic Patrol?" "Exactly the same as in the photo." After Mark said that, he took out a universal capsule from his arms and threw it on the ground. With a bang, a thick photo album appeared in front of the three people. Squatting on the ground and flipping through the album, Mark quickly took out one of the photos. In the photo, Jack was sitting behind the spaceship, terrified. The one controlling the spaceship was the young Bulma. "This is a photo of Jack and Bulma when he came to Earth. Hey! The danger is over, let's all go." Jack saw so much evidence proving Mark's identity. He had long believed that Mark was an Earthling, and after a sound, all weapons were quickly withdrawn. Ties had already kneeled on the ground and flipped through the thick photo album. In Dr. Brief's family, Bulma inherited more genes from Dr. Brief. Both hair color and IQ can prove it. Taisai inherited more genes from Mrs. Brief. Both have light yellow hair color, and her personality is a little gentler than Bulma. After more than 2 hours, Taisai reluctantly closed the album. "Thank you, Mark." In the album, there are photos of Bulma and Yamcha hugging each other. There are also photos of Mark, Krillin, and Yamcha practicing together. There are also photos of Mark dining and chatting with Dr. Brief. Over the years, every little thing in the family has been recorded in the photos. There is no doubt that in Taisai's eyes, Mark is one of her own. The misunderstanding was resolved, and under the leadership of Jack and Taisai, Mark entered the Galactic Patrol headquarters. In the restaurant, Mark talked about the changes on Earth over the years while eating his work lunch. Of course, the most talked about thing was about Bulma's family. As the conversation deepened, Taisai also briefly told Mark, "I have been traveling in the center of the galaxy in the early years, and later joined the Galactic Patrol under the introduction of Jack. But I can't fight, I am responsible for publicity work." Taisai drank juice and carefully talked about her work experience that was not complicated and even dispensable. Simply put, Taisai left home to travel in the universe. It must be completely out of the desire for unknown things. "When I was young, I was still too naive. Now I think about it and really miss the old days. And my parents and Bulma." Take a wisp of golden hair hanging down her ears with her hand, Taisai Yisai's eyes were a little dazed for a moment. But soon, she smiled and told Mark and Jack about her plan. "This time I submitted an essay to the essay contest on Adele Star. Whether it succeeds or not, I will go home. Mr. Mark, the final answer will be revealed in a few days. I wonder if you can wait for me here. I want to return to Earth with you. The universe is too chaotic, especially the northern Milky Way. Since Mark can venture into the universe alone, there must be no problem escorting me home." Taisai used honorifics and asked Mark for help directly. Before Mark agreed, options appeared in front of him again. Option 1, reject Taisai's request and get 100,000 combat power points. Option 2, accept Taisai's request and safely escort her back to Earth to get the martial arts spirit bomb. To be honest, 100,000 combat power is really good. But compared with the spirit bomb that exists like a bug in Dragon Ball, it is simply not worth mentioning. No problem. We are all friends, you're welcome. But the spaceship I'm on can only take one person. I'm afraid I'll have to go to a nearby planet and buy a spaceship in the next few days. Taking Taisai home, the spherical spaceship definitely can't accommodate 2 people. Mark agreed to Taisai's request, but also raised the problem he encountered at the moment. However, this problem is not difficult for Taisai. You don't have to worry about this. I have my own spaceship. Although it's a little small, it's still no problem for the 2 of us to take it. Perhaps because she was about to go home, Taisai showed a bright smile on her face. She is an optimistic and cheerful person. Although she was a little depressed by the photo album brought by Mark. But she soon forgot her sorrow and happily told Mark and Jack about the content of her submission this time. Mark listened and sighed in his heart that it was another flop. But in words, he still gave Taisai enough encouragement. In this way, Mark temporarily stayed at the Galactic Patrol headquarters as a guest. After a few days of getting along, Mark and Taisai became more and more familiar with each other. On June 16, after 10 days of judging, the final results of the Satan Cup were released. As expected, Taisai lost again. However, this is nothing to her now. With homesickness in their hearts, the 2 walked into the small spaceship with Jack's farewell. Chapter 64. Taisi, you don't wear so cool clothes, do you? Taisi is indeed Bulma's sister. The 2 sisters have many similarities in their living habits. For example, in the spaceship, both of them like to wear cooler clothes. The space in Taisi's small spaceship is limited. The 2 of them are like seeing each other when they look up. The 1.5-month voyage has just begun, and Taisi no longer regards Mark as an outsider. After being told by Mark, Taisi was not shy at all. Tisk, this is my spaceship, I don't care, but you still care. Little Mark, are you a man? Hee. Fiddling with the computer in her hand, Taisi teased Mark while reading a novel. At the beginning, the 2 were not familiar with each other. Taisi behaved steadily in front of Mark. After these 2 days of contact, Taisi gradually let go of her nature. She is not a quiet person. Taisi, you haven't married yet, can you be more ladylike and stop pretending to be a female hooligan? You can say Mark is bald, but you can never say Mark is young. Recently entered puberty, Mark has already matured where he should be. Mark directly responded to Taisai's behavior that was almost teasing him. Only ladies can get married? Who stipulated that? It's a pity that you are a little young, otherwise I would have wronged myself and married you. Taisi smiled with her hands on her cheeks, talking nonsense to Mark. Mark was also happy to hear this, and said without thinking, that's great. I don't like flat-chested girls. Mark. You bastard. With a snap, she swiped the tablet in her hand directly on Mark's chest. Taisai felt bad all over. With her hands on her waist, her eyebrows raised, her eyes stared at Mark viciously, as if she wanted to eat him. Hee, just kidding. Actually, I'm not a vulgar person. I never judge people by appearance. Besides, Taisai, you are very beautiful. Tais is Bulma's sister after all, so she is one of us. Mark didn't want to make the relationship too stiff, so he smiled and gave Taisai a way out. As expected, Taisai's frown gradually relaxed after hearing this, but she still looked angry. Don't joke with me like this in the future. After adjusting herself for a while, Taisai squeezed out a word from her teeth. After finishing the words, Taisai twisted her body and pouted and ignored Mark. However, Mark didn't take this little episode to heart. Taisai was in a bad mood for a few days, but slowly returned to her optimistic appearance. The space in the small spacecraft is limited, and there is no way to install a sleeping device. Mark doesn't know how to meditate with his eyes closed like Krillin. Mark, who had nothing to do except sleeping, reading magazines and novels. It was similar for Tais. The two of them played by themselves and soon fell into a state of boredom. This novel is so boring. The protagonist is smooth, the supporting characters are safe, and the villains are harmonious. What's the point of writing it? Novels in the Dragon Ball world are very boring. Mark was very angry when he read it, and Tais saw that Mark was talking very well. She couldn't help but be attracted by his remarks, picked up the novel that Mark had thrown on the ground, and read it word by word. To be honest, Tais thought that the content of this novel was much better than what she wrote. Mark, why should the protagonist be unsuccessful? Isn't it good for the supporting characters to be safe? And the villains may also become good, right? Tais couldn't help but finally said all the doubts in her heart. When asked by Taisai, Mark was stunned at first, and then he thought that the older single woman in front of him was a failed writer. Anyway, he was free, so Mark acted as a teacher and began to teach Taisai. Tais, the protagonist is the core of a book. If he does nothing, the story is doomed to be uneventful. If the story is uneventful and bland, readers will find it boring when reading it, and have no expectations and no motivation to continue reading. After flipping through the beginning, they will decisively put down the novel and look for more exciting stories to read. So, the protagonist must not be bland when setting it up. The same goes for supporting characters. If a few supporting characters don't die, what's the point? If the supporting characters are safe and sound, how can the protagonist interact with them? Without interaction, there is naturally no way to unfold the side plot, so how can the story be exciting? And the villain? He is destined to be defeated by the protagonist. A villain must appear in the first chapter. Kill him. Lay the groundwork, the protagonist becomes stronger and then continues to encounter more and stronger villains. It's fun to keep defeating villains. I call this the golden chapter writing method. Speaking of novels, Mark directly talked about the failed writing method of online novels. In the Dragon Ball world, there is currently no concept of online novels. Mark's theory is a brainless and universal routine in his world. Now telling Tais directly opens the door to a new world for her. Tais was confused at the beginning, but gradually her eyes became bright. However, although she gained a lot, she still had many questions. Mark, this is the novel I wrote, can you help me see if there is any problem? After thinking about it, Taisai took out a not-so-thick novel from the locker. The cover is very beautiful, but Jack's appearance is somewhat unworthy of the cover. The Adventures of the Galactic Patrol. Mark took the novel and read out the title directly. Then, he began to read it page by page. After a while, Mark finished the whole novel with a strong sense of complaint. Seeing Mark's constipated face, Taisai asked in a low voice, I know I wrote it very badly, but I want to know where the problem is. Please enlighten me. The novel written by Taisai calls itself a science fiction adventure novel. But in Mark's opinion, the positioning of this book itself is wrong. Tais, for Earthlings, the vastness of the universe is fascinating, but for most cosmic people, the science fiction part you wrote is their daily life. Strictly speaking, the science fiction you define is not for them. As for adventure, the daily activities of the Galactic Patrol cannot be counted as adventure, this is their duty. In that case, the biggest problem with this novel is that it is not accurately positioned. For aliens, the sci-fi parts are not sci-fi, and the adventure parts are mediocre. It is natural that the response will not be good if it is published like this. If this book is published on Earth, it may be more suitable. However, the protagonist must be changed, because Jake is not famous on Earth. Mark pointed out the problems one by one. And Ties nodded like a chicken eating rice. At the end, she frowned and asked, "If not Jake, who should I write about?" "Me," Mark said concisely. Chapter 65. You. Ties pointed at Mark in disbelief. There was a hint of surprise in her tone. During this period of contact, Mark did not show his strength. In Ties's view, Mark was just an ordinary adventurer like her. Use Mark as the protagonist? It would be better to continue using Jack. Seeing Ties' great doubts about his ability, Mark did not brag about his past achievements directly. In fact, he only needed to return to Earth. Mark believed that she would soon know his past through Bulma. It doesn't matter if you don't think of him as the protagonist, even if you make up a hero. My advice to you is that it's better to choose a down-to-earth person to be. Boom. Warning. Warning. The power of the spacecraft has been damaged by 70%, the main body of the spacecraft has been severely damaged, and it has been attacked by an unidentified armed spacecraft. The spacecraft is about to disintegrate. Countdown 59 seconds, 58 seconds. Mark hadn't finished speaking when he felt the spacecraft tremble violently. Then, a series of alarms were heard in my ears. Instinctively, Mark hugged Ties to avoid the impact of the spacecraft explosion. After the explosion and vibration, Mark hurriedly let go of Ties. "Ties, hurry up and get into the escape pod." He punched the metal cabinet where the spacesuits were stored, and Mark threw a spacesuit to Ties. Facing a sudden crisis, Ties quickly calmed down after a brief panic. After taking the spacesuit that Mark threw to her, she quickly put it on and got into the escape pod. Mark, who also wore a spacesuit, rushed into the escape pod before the countdown ended. The escape pod was not big, and the two could only hug each other to hide in it. Boom! The violent explosion instantly dismembered the small spacecraft. The escape pod entered a gliding state in the universe under the acceleration of the thrust generated by the explosion. Taisai, who was confused, looked at Mark, who was in close contact with her, and her cheeks turned red instantly. "It seems that someone has attacked us. There is a high-life planet nearby. I'm afraid we have to make an emergency landing there." Fiddling with the computer in the escape capsule, Mark quickly found a nearby life planet. This escape capsule also has a certain amount of power. Of course, this power is mainly used to assist landing. Fortunately, there is a life planet nearby. Before the oxygen in the escape capsule is exhausted, the forced landing should be successful. As for what to do next, Mark has no plan in his mind. After all, they don't even know who attacked them now. Survival is the most important thing. After listening to Mark's arrangements, Taisai's nervousness was gradually controlled. Half an hour later, after 2 turns, the escape capsule successfully arrived near the life planet. Oh my god! How can there be such a tall tree in the world? Taisi was pressed under Mark, and she happened to be able to see the changes outside through the porthole. Mark was shocked when he heard this, and he turned around and looked back. Damn it! This is the spirit tree. I think I know which bastard attacked us. In this time period, only one bastard in the 7th universe has the chance to get this spirit tree. Mark's words were naturally caught by the meticulous Ties. This giant tree is called the spirit tree? Do you know who attacked us? Well, if nothing unexpected happens, we may meet a bastard in a while. You stay in the escape pod and hide. Wait until I kill that bastard, and then we will return to Earth. In the Dragon Ball world, only the lower-level Scion warrior Darls made his fortune by relying on the fruit of the spirit tree. Mark calculated in his mind that this time period should be the time period when Darls first discovered the spirit tree. He and Ties returned to Earth and happened to pass by the planet where the spirit tree absorbed the influence. The one who attacked him was most likely Darls, that bastard. The purpose should be very simple, nothing more than killing people to prevent the information of the spirit tree from being leaked. Dales can travel in the universe, he must have a spaceship. Kill this bastard, snatch the spaceship and return to Earth, and see if he can snatch some spirit tree fruits. Mark quickly came up with a plan in his mind. However, Taisai, who didn't know Mark's strength at all, was very nervous. Putting both hands on Mark's strong chest muscles, he said excitedly, "No. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. We will contact Jack later and ask him to catch these bad guys." At this time, Taisai's cheeks were flushed, and she spit out when she spoke in such close contact. The air made Mark feel that the surroundings were sweeter. Without thinking, Mark kissed Tai's lips directly. The moment he touched her, he felt cold and soft. Tai's pupils dilated instantly after being attacked by Mark. She wanted to resist, but her body had no strength at all. She was too lazy to resist, so she closed her eyes and interacted with Mark directly. After a long kiss, Mark slowly moved away and said softly, "Don't worry, Tais, your boyfriend is the strongest earthling." Just as Mark was narcissistically saying sweet words, the escape pod was also caught by the gravity of the life planet and quickly fell into the atmosphere. Outside the escape pod, the high-speed friction of the air burned with flames. There were ripples in Tai's eyes, and as her body softened, she whispered, "Be careful. I still have to go back to Earth for a date with you." "Yet. You too. Wait for me to come back." Boom. The escape pod fell at high speed, and it had already fallen to the ground while they were talking. However, it did not stir up smoke and dust, but only smashed a deep pit in the huge vine. The hatch was opened, and Mark kissed Tais on the cheek for the last time. In front of Tais, he took out a box of universal capsules from his arms. He found one and threw it on the ground. Soon, the combat uniforms and combat power detectors of the Frisia army appeared in front of the two. Mark quickly changed his equipment and put on the combat power detector. After turning his head to look at Tais, he flew directly to the target marked on the detector at high speed. Many cosmic people can fly, and Tais has been accustomed to it for many years since she entered the universe. But Mark can actually fly like this, which surprised Tais, who stayed in place. On the other side, Mark found the target in just 15 minutes at full speed. Swish! Landed directly in front of Darls, and the two faced each other from a distance. "It's you." Mark stood firm and looked up. Sure enough, this guy is the damn Darius. As low-level warriors among the Scions, Darius, Son Goku, and Bardock look basically the same. However, each person has a different personality and gives people a different feeling. In addition to the cruelty and cold-bloodedness that a Scion should have, Bardock also has the responsibility and coldness of a man. Son Goku gives people a feeling of closeness, optimism, and many other feelings. As for Darius, although his face is still the standardized module face, but the feeling Mark gives is the intuitive feeling of insidiousness and cunning. Mark looks like he knows himself, which also surprises Darius, who didn't speak first. "You are the bastard of Frisia's army. I didn't expect you to know me." Pressing his finger on the detector, Darius asked Mark back curiously. Chapter 66. It's not surprising that Darls identified Mark as a member of Frisia's army. From combat uniforms to detectors, Mark's outfit is almost identical to the equipment of the Frisia's army sergeants. Before planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frisia, the Scions were also members of Frisia's army. The only difference between Mark and Darls in appearance is that he doesn't have a monkey tail behind him. Darls is also one of the survivors who survived the destruction of planet Vegeta. Darls doesn't care who destroyed planet Vegeta. Since losing contact with the base camp, Darls has been wandering in the universe. He has no intention of looking for other Scions, nor does he have the idea of continuing to serve Frisia's army. After more than 10 years in the universe, this time it can be considered a turn of events. On this unknown life planet, Darls actually found a giant tree towering into space. After landing on the life planet, it was discovered that the natives of this planet had all died in a short period of time. Such a strange situation made Darls feel cold in his heart at that time. On the endless plains, in the undulating mountains, even the bottomless ocean has been completely occupied by the roots of this giant tree. Following these roots upwards, Darls finally found a large number of spirit tree fruits. After tasting a ripe fruit, Darls's combat power successfully reached a level of nearly 30,000. You know, before the destruction of planet Vegeta. Even King Vegeta's combat power has never reached this height of 30,000. Eating a ripe fruit can gain 30,000 combat power. Darls looked at the nearly 100 spirit tree fruits hanging under the canopy, excited and nervous. Needless to say, excitement is naturally needed. Who can resist the temptation to become stronger in a short period of time? Needless to say, nervousness, these fruits will take some time to fully mature. If other strong men discovered the abnormality here during this period, Darls was worried that it would be robbed by others. Even if no one robbed it, it would be a big trouble for him if the news spread out. So, this guy cruised directly near the planet. Once he found a passing spaceship, he would attack indiscriminately without any hesitation. Fortunately, the area where this life planet is located is already in a remote area in the northern Milky Way. In the past few days, only the small spaceship that Mark and Ties were riding on was found. When the spaceship was destroyed and the survivors came to Darls, he was already very nervous. There was no other reason, if the curly-haired man in front of him was really a member of the Frisia Legion. Then once this guy sent the information back through the detector, Darls was really worried that the news of this magical giant tree would be leaked. What's more hateful is that this guy revealed his identity as soon as he opened his mouth. A trace of murderous intent flashed across his eyes, and Darls was secretly accumulating strength to attack Mark. Mark saw the change in Darls's breath and did not react. Because just as Mark finished speaking, the system option appeared again. Option 1, kill Darls, destroy the spirit tree, and reward 3 million combat power points. Option 2, kill Darls, wait for the spirit tree fruit to mature, and reward the title, Tree Planting Master. Note, Tree Planting Master, the wearer is friendly to all plant life, and can promote the growth of any plant, increase production, and reduce its nutritional needs by 90%. There is no doubt that Darls must die. But the following choices are very interesting. Mark was unsure for a while when choosing between 3 million combat power and a title. Among the rewards given by the system options, the title does not appear many times. So far, Mark has only won the title of punching the nursing home. When encountering an elderly strong man, it can automatically reduce his strength by half. So far, it is basically like a chicken rib. Mark has only used this title in the ring competition with Crane Immortal. When fighting with Piccolo, Mark was too lazy to activate the effect of this title. After all, Mark's combat power was dozens of times more than Piccolo's at that time. It was a waste of time to activate this thing to fight him. If the title doesn't meet the applicable object, it is useless on weekdays. However, the combat power of 3 million can solve many problems at present. Mark took the body strengthening potion before, although he didn't exercise during this period. But he can clearly feel that his body strength is getting stronger every day. In the future, after exercise, he will definitely be able to withstand 10 times Kaioken. If Mark chooses a combat power of 3 million, with the blessing of Kaioken, it is equivalent to an increase of 30 million combat power. In this way, even if Frisia comes in a short time, as long as this guy does not immediately become the ultimate form, Mark is confident that he can fight him. On the other hand, this title is actually a tree planting master. There is no doubt that this title is very interesting. The spirit tree, this ghost thing, grows at the cost of absorbing the vitality of the life planet. After absorbing the vitality of the life planet, the spirit tree will produce varying numbers of spirit tree fruits. As long as you eat this fruit, there will be no trouble in cultivation. There is no doubt that if you have the title of Tree Planting Master, the absorption of the spirit tree for the vitality of the planet will be only 1/10 of the current one. In other words, Mark only needs to control 10 high-quality life planets. Rotate to plant spirit tree fruits, so that you can produce spirit tree fruits continuously. This is different from the one-shot deal of the spirit tree. This operation is completely sustainable development. 3 million normal combat power and the endless supply of spirit tree fruits have different choices and different future development directions. There is no doubt that the former does not require Mark to do much. Destroy the spirit tree, and then you can get the strength comparable to the Mimic Super Scion. Another option is equivalent to the continuous production of spirit tree fruits. However, Mark will need to do it himself every time he plants. After thinking about it, just before Darl's fist was about to hit Mark's face, Mark took action directly, and his mind was determined. Puff! The hand knife stabbed Darl's horizontally. Although this guy was also wearing combat uniforms, his defense was vulnerable. Mark's palm went straight through Darl's stomach and broke his spine. This. Bacona! How can you be so powerful? I won't accept it. I won't accept it. The fruit of the spirit tree will soon mature, but it will fail before the dawn. No wonder Darls died with his eyes wide open. Slowly pulling his hand out, Mark shook it hard to get rid of the blood stains. Walking inside from under the dense and opaque tree canopy, looking up, he found nearly 100 spirit tree fruits that were about to mature. With his brows relaxed, Mark turned and flew to the nearby stream to thoroughly wash off the remaining blood stains on his hands. Then, he quickly flew in the direction of Ty's. Chapter 67. Mark just landed in front of Taisai, and the girl threw herself into his arms. Her eyes were wet with tears. Don't cry, I'm the strongest person on earth. Gently stroking Taisai's back, Mark raised his arms and showed off his muscles. To be honest, Mr. Satan was not that greasy when he was young. His strong muscles were full of male hormones. Mark's slightly funny behavior also successfully made Taisai burst into tears and laugh. She put her hand on Mark's chest, and then she expressed her concerns worriedly. I checked, there is no signal on the communicator, I can't contact Jake. Taking a deep breath, Taisai tried to control her emotions. I think we are trapped here. Taisai looked up and looked at Mark affectionately. Living here with the boy you like is not bad. But on second thought, it is very likely that you will never see your parents and Bulma again in the future. Taisai felt lost again. That's not the case. I still have a spaceship. It would have been inconvenient if we had been there before. We can still hold on until we return to Earth if we squeeze in. Now, we have a better choice. Mark scratched Ty's nose with his finger and smiled as he told her his plan. Just now, when Mark was dealing with Dale's body after killing him, he found the spaceship that Dale's was on. That spaceship was the spaceship that Vegeta's planetary team took when they were on the move. This spaceship is the same one that Paragus took when he was looking for Broly. Not only is there a spacious space inside, but there are also many supplies. In it, Mark even found Dale's navigation diary. In the diary, this guy estimated that the fruit of the spirit tree would mature in a month. Mark told Ties about the situation and hoped that she could stay here with him for a while. This request was not excessive, and Ties readily agreed. The supplies for both of them were on the previous spaceship. As the spaceship exploded, the supplies were naturally destroyed. However, fortunately, Darls had sufficient reserves. In addition, Mark brought a large box of universal capsules with him. In the capsule box, there were not only sufficient supplies. There was also a comfortable house, a hovercraft, and a lot of tools. In addition, there was Mark's spherical spaceship. The two chatted and laughed, and then decided on the next life plan. Mark placed the house on a flat vine. It was not far from the place where the fruit was produced. There was also a stream that had not dried up yet. The only pity was that there was no other beautiful scenery on this nameless planet except the huge vines. There was not even a small fish in the clear stream. The siphoning of the spirit tree to the life planet reached its extreme, and any life would fail and perish. The only thing worth reassuring was that it would only affect the life born on the life planet. Whether it was Darl's, Mark, or Ty's, none of them would be affected by the spirit tree. So, Mark and Ty's, a couple in love, soon lived a shameless life. 1 month later. August 3, 753 AE. Just as Mark was accompanying Ty's to write a book, the entire nameless star suddenly shook. Mark quickly rushed out of the house, but found an amazing scene. Looking around, the vines and roots around were withering rapidly. Mark hugged Ty's and turned the house back into a capsule and put it away. By the way, take out the aircraft. Ty's. You are hovering in the air now, I will go and see the fruits. Well. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. Ty's, who is as independent as Bulma, was not panicked at all. He quickly got into the aircraft and hovered in the air nearby. Seeing that his girlfriend was fine, Mark flew at full speed and rushed under the tree canopy. Looking around, all the spirit tree fruits have turned red. This is also a sign that the spirit tree fruits have grown from green to mature. Without any hesitation, Mark took out the capsule from his arms. The capsule expanded, and inside was a huge constant temperature box. This was originally used by Mark to hold the Satan fruit. Now it has become a tool for loading spirit tree fruits. Flying into the air, picking the fruit and putting it in the constant temperature box. After a series of operations, Mark quickly picked all the spirit tree fruits. After counting, Mark harvested a total of 93 this time. Boom! Just as the last fruit fell into the bag, the whole spirit tree began to shake violently. At the same time, the system prompts the date. Select Confirm, the reward has been issued. Mark saw this without any hesitation, and flew out of the tree canopy at high speed. At the moment before the tree canopy collapsed, Mark rushed out of the danger zone. He glanced at Taisai, who was in the aircraft not far away, with her hands on her chest and a worried look on her face. Mark waved at her, indicating that he was fine. A moment later, the giant tree collapsed with a bang, and all the branches turned into black ash and drifted on the nameless star. Seeing that the time was ripe, Mark flew directly into the huge deep pit opened by the roots. A few minutes later, after careful searching, the spirit tree seed was found by Mark. Putting the seed in his arms, Mark quickly returned to Taisai's side. Taisai, let's go home. Yet. After a month of waiting, Mark gained a lot this time. Now, this life planet has been completely abandoned. Without hundreds of years, don't even think about reviving it. However, Mark will have the help of the title of tree planting expert in the future. Find another life planet to plant the fruit of the spirit tree. That will effectively prevent the spirit tree from over-absorbing vitality. Now, there is no reason to stay here any longer. Mark returned to the ground and took out Darl's spaceship. Beautiful Miss Ties, please board the flight home. Captain Mark is at your service. Invited his girlfriend to board the spaceship. Mark accompanied Ties into the cockpit. Started the spaceship and took off from the nameless star in an instant. Watching the dim and desolate nameless star getting smaller and smaller, the two set off again and embarked on the journey home. More than half a month later, the two successfully entered the outer solar system. However, Mark soon noticed something wrong. Damn! How come there are so many alien spaceships? These spaceships are all from Frisia's army. Fortunately, Frisia is not here. I want to see who is so bold. How dare to invade the Earth? Realizing that something was wrong, Mark quickly started the combat power detector to explore the situation in the solar system. The combat power detector showed that most of these spaceships were miscellaneous soldiers. Among them, the guy with the strongest combat power had a combat power of 56,000 points. In addition to this guy, there are 2 people whose combat power has exceeded 10,000 points. Although I don't know who these powerful combat forces are, but there is no doubt that the Earth is in big trouble. Chapter 68. Roar. Boom. 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 Mark, who sensed something was wrong, quickly controlled the spaceship to rush to the Earth. The spaceship Mark was driving was Darius's. Darius's spaceship was also one of Frisia's army. Therefore, Mark unexpectedly entered the Earth unimpeded along the way. Feeling the powerful breath, Mark rushed straight over. Before the spaceship landed, Ties exclaimed in a low voice, "Mark, how could this giant ape appear on the Earth?" "Don't be afraid, I know who this giant ape is. He is not a bad guy." "Ties, look," Mark said, pointing to a flying machine near the battlefield. Near the flying machine, Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha were working together to fight against hundreds of miscellaneous soldiers. Near them, Tien Shinyan, Jiaozi, Kalani, Pierogi and others also found opponents with similar strength. Further away, the gods, the Cat Fairy, Wu Tian Teacher and Bulma are closely watching the development of the battle. Goku turned into a giant ape and pinned down 2 middle-level generals of the Frisia army with a combat power of over 10,000. Although the battle was fierce, because of Goku's presence, the Frisia army has already been defeated. "Is that Bulma?" Ties was only 13 or 14 years old when she left the Earth, and Bulma was only 5 years old at that time. Bulma is exactly 20 years old this year, and her appearance has changed a lot. But she still looks like a child. "Yes, Ties. That's Bulma. Let's go." Mark gave a positive answer and then rushed over in the spaceship. The spaceship landed nearby and did not attract much attention from both sides. Because, at this moment, there were too many spaceships gathered near the battlefield. Mark jumped out of the spaceship first, and then hugged Ties, who jumped out as well. A powerful Qigong wave cleared the way, and the soldiers of Frisia's army who were blocking the 2 of them melted instantly. Such a big movement made everyone except Goku pause. When the other Dragon Ball warriors saw Mark, they all showed surprise on their faces. "Great! Mark is back!" With a big grin, Krillin roared excitedly. Mark gave him a thumbs up and then flew to his side and landed. "Krillin. She is my girlfriend Ties, and Bulma's biological sister. Please help me protect her. Leave it to me next." Option confirmed, reward issued. "Yet. No problem. Leave it to me." "Very good." Safely escorted Ties back to Earth, and the spirit bomb was instantly mastered by Mark. Click, 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 Mark briefly explained Ties' identity. Then he stretched his limbs. The bones were creaking, and there were bursts of sounds coming from Mark, who was on the road all the time. After the simple warm-up, Mark took action. He quickly took off, improved his temperament, and quickly displayed the prince's fighting method. Ha-da-da-day! One by one, the air bombs fell accurately on every soldier of Frisia's army. Most of these guys were directly blown to death. Only a very few guys with good strength could withstand Mark's air bomb attack. However, even so, it was just a dying struggle. Those who were not directly blown to death basically lost their combat effectiveness. Mark was multitasking, and those who were not dead were killed at will. It took less than a minute for all the soldiers of Frisia's army to be wiped out. "Karanai, you take the instructors and students to clean up the battlefield. Remember to leave a few alive." After more than 4 months of hard training, now, Karanai's combat effectiveness has reached 760 points. Paoki is almost the same. They brought dozens of martial arts instructors and students with them for this battle. Their combat power is generally between 200 to 300. It was very difficult to fight against the miscellaneous soldiers of Frisia's army. But there was no problem in cleaning up the battlefield. Mark showed great power after his appearance, and wiped out most of the enemies by himself. Such performance also made the martial arts school very motivated. Alien army invaded the Earth. Everyone was praying that the Earth could survive the crisis. Unfortunately, Mark was not there. The most powerful person on Earth was still Goku. His combat power reached 5,600 points. Even with the double Kaioken, he was not the opponent of two enemies with combat power exceeding 10,000 points. Fortunately, the place where Friesia's army landed was at night. Even more fortunately, today was a full moon. Sun Wukong, who still had his tail behind him, directly transformed into a giant ape. His combat power soared to 50,0006. However, he did not exert his full strength even though he lost consciousness. The two generals of the Frisia Corps obviously knew the details of the seance. Just when Mark had eliminated all the miscellaneous soldiers, the two guys also began to attack Goku. One of them attracted Goku's attention from the front. The other quietly came behind Sun Wukong, ready to blow off the giant ape's tail. Mark looked up and saw this scene, and hurriedly flew towards Wukong. "Go to hell! Disgusting lizard man! And you bastard running around in just shorts!" Even if Mark did not use the King of Kings, his normal combat power was 125,000. There was no suspense about dealing with two guys with a combat power of less than 20,000, except for instant killing. One person was directly blasted into minced meat by Satan's iron fist. The other was just about to escape, and was instantly blasted into dust by the super Kamehameha that caught up. Most of the Frisia Corps troops were annihilated. However, there is still a thorny problem at the moment. Goku, this guy, has not regained his sanity yet. Two generals of the Frisia Legion are dead. He has locked his target on Mark. Can't distinguish between friend and foe. This is also a common problem of lower-level Scion warriors. Ha! Qi Yuan Zhan. His strength has reached Mark's current level. Many moves can be learned once learned. The Qi Yuan Zhan that the bald man has researched in the future was immediately performed by Mark. Using Yam Sha to control the dry air bomb, Mark directly controls the Qi Yuan Zhan with his breath. After bypassing the huge body of the giant ape, he accurately cut off the giant ape's tail. Goku, who has turned back into a human body, makes Mark's eyes light up. Hehe, the rumor is true. I didn't expect that it would take such a short time for Scions to grow from children to adults. Mark looked at Goku, who had fallen asleep, and smiled. The Scion nation is called a fighting nation. In addition to combat power, combat talent, and the characteristics of becoming braver and stronger with each battle and more frustrated. More importantly, they have a very long adolescence. Once entering adolescence, the Scion's body will quickly grow from a Q version to an adult's appearance. This is true for Raditz and Vegeta, and it is also true for little Goku to big Goku. It's only been more than 4 months since I last saw little Goku, and this guy has grown up. Mark exclaimed, "What a guy!" And just after the battle, a system option suddenly appeared in front of Mark. Option 1, kill all Frisia Corps soldiers, and reward a high-power combat power detector. Option 2, through interrogation, learn the motive of Frisia Corps' invasion of the Earth. Reward enhanced planetary defense system. Option 3, retaliate against Frisia Corps and capture 1/10 of its control area. Reward 1 million combat power points. Chapter 69. 3 options popped up at once. Last time, it appeared again the last time. However, after Mark analyzed them one by one, he quickly made a decision. Karenai, bring those survivors to me. Mark glanced at a distance. The battle was over, and a large-scale family recognition scene appeared. Taisai and Bulma were crying in each other's arms at this time. Yamcha, that show-off, was showing off his presence in front of Taisai. He called her sister all the time, and it was so warm. Unfortunately, Mr. Satan's future brother-in-law is destined to be Prince Vegeta. However, Mark thought about it. He thought that maybe Yamcha would really have the last laugh. After all, historical research is a mess now. The Earth has been exposed now, and it is still unknown whether Vegeta will come here as in history. However, in Mark's opinion, Vegeta can take down Bulma. The key is that Yamcha himself can't do it. Even if Vegeta is gone in the future, it will be difficult for Bulma to marry him and have children. A dog will never change its eating habits, this is a wise saying. Just when Mark was thinking about it, several dying soldiers were brought over. Go to hell! As soon as several people were brought up, Mark casually fired a gas bomb. The power was not great, but it was deadly enough. A poor guy was killed directly. I have limited time, I will answer whatever I ask. I don't know that he will be the end of you guys. If you listen, you still have a chance to survive. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey, carrot and stick. After a set of combined punches, the remaining soldiers talked a lot and told everything they knew. This group of Frisia's army accidentally discovered the universal capsule. After tracking colony, they found the Earth. More than 4 months ago, Mark once ordered colony to arrive at Jilo Star in early August to collect the debt. The universal capsules that were stored there for sale still need to be paid back. Although colony's strength is not high, he is smart. In just a moment, he has followed Yamcha closely and called Taisai Master's wife. His ability to be smooth and knowledgeable about the ways of the world is still online. But his vigilance is really too poor. He didn't even go around a few times before returning to Earth. He returned to Earth in a flash and ran to the west to deliver the blue crystal to Dr. Brief. As a result, before he could catch his breath, the Frisia army came to his door. This time, the Frisia army is doing a side job. Therefore, all detectors have blocked contact with the headquarters. The Earth is still safe for the time being. Option confirmed, the reward has been issued. In an instant, the reward distribution appeared directly in front of Mark. A large number of professional equipment, piled up like a mountain. It also surprised everyone. However, everyone is used to seeing Mark have some weird things happen. Bulma, who cried with red eyes, was the first to realize the preciousness of these devices. Mark! Are these robots? Pulling her sister to trot over, Bulma tentatively told her results after a careful inspection. Almost. These are intelligent robots with very strong combat power. With them in the future, the Earth will have more protection. This will be handed over to you in the future. We are all family, so don't be polite. Ha ha ha. At the end of Mark's speech, he still laughed out loud. In theory, Bulma is 3 years older than Mark. But wait until I marry Tais. No matter how reluctant she is, she has to call me brother-in-law. In the Dragon Ball world, the concept of marriage and love is still very open. Mark married Tais, although the age difference between them is 10 years. But this is nothing. Strictly speaking, Mark ate a lot of Satan fruit. Theoretically, his lifespan can reach about 300 years. If Tais became his wife, Mark would naturally not be stingy. For a long lifespan of 300 years, Tais is 10 years older than Mark, which seems insignificant. What's more, because of the existence of Dragon Ball, Mark doesn't have to worry about Tais's sagging breasts. Humph! The matter is done, and Bulma's objection is useless. What's more, although her relationship with Mark can't be said to be very good, but at least it's not bad, they are all friends. He left with a pout, and Tais just smiled helplessly at Mark. In this way, the battlefield was cleaned up in a short while. When Mark took action, many media reporters were on the front line shooting. The powerful strength and crushing combat style caused an uproar in public opinion. Not long after everyone returned to Zeta together, the Dog King announced Mark as the hero of the kingdom. Mark will be invited to the palace to present the medal soon. As for ordinary Earthlings, a martial arts craze was immediately set off. The threshold of the Satan Martial Arts School in Nandu was kicked down countless times by the students who came to register. However, these things were all taken care of by Mrs. Aisha. The night passed and the day fell. Mark followed the large group and returned to Bulma's house in Zidu. When Gukong woke up, he buried himself in the dining table. After a big meal, this guy had the opportunity to understand what happened after he lost consciousness. When he saw the strong and tall giant ape in the video, Gukong was stunned. So, I stepped on my grandpa to death. I was also the monster that caused a big disturbance at the martial arts meeting. What kind of monster am I? Why did I become a giant ape? Ah! Unable to accept all this, Gukong held his head and wailed. Everyone was silent, except Mark. Wukong, your grandpa didn't blame you, which shows that he has forgiven you a long time ago. No matter who you are a hero who protects the earth. In fact, I heard a little about your life experience when I went to the universe this time. Some things really need to be known by Gukong. Mark was halfway through his words when Gaku grabbed his arm and asked urgently, "Do you really know?" Of course. Mark gave an affirmative answer, and then he brewed his emotions and said, "More than 10 years ago, there was a life planet called Vegeta in the universe. On the planet Vegeta, there lived the Scions, who are known as the strongest fighting nation in the universe. The biggest feature of their nation is that they have a tail on their buttocks. When you see the full moon, the moon will refract the sunlight and produce a buzz wave with an intensity of more than 17 million. This light wave is transmitted to the tail through the eyes, which will make the Scions become giant apes, and their combat power will increase tenfold. But it's a pity that the planet where the Scions lived more than 10 years ago was destroyed by Frisia of the Frisia Legion. Now, there should be no more than 10 Scion survivors in the entire universe. Dales was killed by Mark. Mark knows only 7 Scions who are still alive now. Gaku is one. Raditz, Nappa, and Vegeta. Vegeta's younger brother Tarbal is one. Plus Paragus and Broly. There are only 7 people in total. When Mark explained these situations, everyone opened their mouths wide. Chapter 70. Isn't this possible? How can Gaku be an alien? He looks exactly like us. He just has an extra tail. Krillin scratched his bald head, looked at Gaku, then at Piccolo and Tien Shinyan. How come the green Piccolo and the three-eyed Tien Shinyan look more like aliens than Gaku? In fact, the genes of Scions are very similar to those of us Earthlings, and there is not even a reproductive barrier. Mark's last word was too professional, and everyone was confused. Only Bulma blushed when she heard it. Reproductive barrier? Mark, what is that? Gaku, who didn't know what was going on, asked Mark with clear eyes. Mark's pupils moved up, and after thinking about it, he explained in the simplest terms, you can marry an Earth girl, and there will be no problem with having children. Marriage. This word is so familiar. Mark's words made Gokong Sang enter his memories. Seeing that this guy was no longer entangled with his origins, Mark didn't mention it again. A fierce battle ended. Everyone was very tired. Eating and drinking became the main theme at the celebration banquet, and not many people talked and chatted. Instead, it was teacher Wu Tian who found Mark. Mark, what are your plans next? On TV, the Dog King was desperately promoting Mark's contributions. Even if you change the channel, whether it is news or variety shows. Aliens invading the Earth, Mark turning the tide, and the mysterious giant ape are the hottest topics nowadays. But some smart people have discovered the problem from this battle: there are really aliens in the universe. Moreover, there are many kinds. The world outside the Earth appeared in front of the public without any cover this time. Mark resolved this crisis. What if there is a next time? The kingdom's army assembled at the beginning of the alien landing. As a result, they couldn't hold on for even a moment in the hands of those powerful aliens like the devil. Although the kingdom's army was not completely destroyed, it also lost most of its troops. In front of strong personal strength, gunpowder-based guns and cannons are completely useless. On the contrary, the people of Satan Martial Arts School, several people joined forces to barely contain an alien. The Earth has been exposed to the universe. If you want to protect yourself, change is unstoppable. It is precisely because of this that martial artists have reappeared in the mainstream vision of the public. Even the Turtle Master, who has always lived a carefree life. All received a call from the king himself. Want to invite Mark, Sun Wukong, Wu Tian, and others to visit the palace together. Mrs. Elsa told me about the arrangement to meet the king. Let's go together tomorrow. I personally think that the Earth has entered a new era and needs to change. The era of the rise of martial artists is coming soon. Since Mark crossed over, the direction of the Earth's development has always been to develop science and technology. In many aspects, they are developing in parallel. Although martial arts have developed compared to the time when Turtle Master was young. But it cannot dominate the mainstream development trend. According to the history Mark knows, in the future world where androids 17 and 18 exist. In order to survive, humans have been forced to change their development direction. Later, the Earth was able to develop steadily along its own path in the chaotic universe. In fact, this is also thanks to the protection of a group of strong people such as Gakusang, Vegeta, Krillin, and Tien Xinyan. But as time goes by, when Xiao Fang is old, Sun Wukong's great-grandson can be severely bullied at school. At that time, the Earth no longer has a strong person with super combat power. There is no successor, once it is targeted by alien civilization. Destruction is a matter of time. What this universe lacks the most is the endless emergence of ambitious people. In another history, Mr. Satan became famous because of the Cell games. This time, Mark plans to rely on his reputation that came early to change the mainstream of the Earth's development. Scientists must still be there. Musicians, artists, poets, engineers, entrepreneurs, and other professions with different social divisions of labor. All should be allowed to flourish. But without destroying the overall trend of flourishing, Mark hopes that the king can promote the development of martial arts. I want to make the most basic training methods public. At the same time, the gravity training room will be sold at cost price. In this way, the average strength of the Earthlings in a dozen years will have a qualitative leap. When the average combat power of the Earthlings is increased to about 50, they will not be easily invaded by aliens. When the combat power of the people in the hemisphere exceeds 100, the Earth will be a group that cannot be ignored in the universe. There are hundreds of thousands of people with hundreds of combat power, tens of thousands of people with thousands to 10,000 combat power, and thousands of people with combat power exceeding 10,000. At that time, the Earthlings will not be soft persimmons that can be bullied by anyone. Even the Frisia army can't do anything to us. There will be dozens of powerful people with combat power exceeding 100,000, 1 million, or even higher. Even if Frisia comes in person, he has to think carefully. Mark said this, clenched his fists, and was excited. In fact, the universe is not so complicated. Before Gakusang, Vegeta, and others went to Namek, Frisia only showed a combat power of 530,000. He was able to do whatever he wanted in the northern Milky Way. It is no exaggeration to say that except for the king of Kurd who has retreated to the second line, Frisia really has never had any decent opponents. If there hadn't been the appearance of the Super Saiyan, the king would probably not have improved his combat power much in his lifetime. Just like King Kurd. If it weren't for the existence of the evil Namekian slug, King Kurd would have changed his form to the second stage, and would not have increased his combat power to the level of tens of millions. Because Slug had a combat power of 15 million. Therefore, in order to completely suppress him, King Kurd increased his combat power to the height of tens of millions. Just like the past 10 years when Frisia took over the Kurd army, a combat power of hundreds of thousands could suppress everyone. Why bother to involve yourself in so much hardship? Later, the resurrected king knew shame and became brave. In just a few months of hard training, he surpassed the hard training of more than 10 years of Sora and Bay. Golden Frisia appeared, and there was black gold Frisia behind. But such a pervert is still a very special existence in the universe after all. In the universe, most of the time, the combat power is about 10,000 or 20,000. They can occupy several planets with life and become local tyrants comfortably. In the current Milky Way, the Western Milky Way and the Southern Milky Way are in this situation. If the Earthlings can really reach the level Mark said, then the future power will be even more terrifying than the current Frisia army. Chapter 71. Earthlings have never been an aggressive civilization. Except for a few ambitious people, most people have strong strength. But more often, they still like to live a leisurely life that they like. Even Prince Vegeta, who was cruel and tyrannical in the universe. After living on Earth for many years, there is such a sigh. As long as the road for future development is paved, Mark believes that Earthlings will not become stronger because of their strength. It will become more chaotic and disorderly. Speaking out his own ideas, Mark really needs Mr. Wu Tian to help him in the field of how to balance powerful force and healthy mentality. As a master of the martial arts world, Mr. Wu Tian has to do much better than Mark. For this point, we have to talk about the practice method of Kame Senryu. To a certain extent, in terms of competition and fighting level, Kame Senryu is really not as good as Crane Senryu in teaching disciples. With the same practice time, Crane Senryu disciples can master more martial arts and stronger lethality. But how to use these martial arts and how to choose the life you want? Compared with Kame Senryu, Crane Senryu is just a pure younger brother. In terms of teaching, Mark is very self-aware. Almost all of his strength is obtained by relying on the system and tricks. If it weren't for the strong strength of the country like the flower-growing family before crossing. But the entire nation is not in a warlike environment. Mark feels that there is no essential difference between him and those powerful local emperors in the universe. He can control his ambitions now, thanks to the environment before crossing. But compared with the strength he has now, Mark's ability to teach his disciples how to correctly understand the outlook on life and values. Compared with Kame Senren, it is really not worth mentioning. This is why Mark attaches great importance to what attitude Wu Tian has on this matter. Mark, your idea is good, there is no problem with our Kame Senryu. Kame Senren, who often laments the arrival of a new era, did not reject Mark's proposal. If only a few people knew about the invasion of Frisia Core, there would be no need to cause panic and make a big fuss about it. But the unexpected invasion of Frisia Core has been known to all the people on Earth. Almost half of the kingdom's army was wiped out. Cities and villages were severely damaged. And hundreds of thousands of ordinary citizens died because of the invasion of Frisia Core. It can be said that the disaster caused by Mark this time made all the people on Earth suddenly realize what a terrible cosmic environment they live in. It is no exaggeration to say that Mark is now more respected than Mr. Satan, who was seeking fame in history. After all, the Earth is just in the stage of contact with alien civilization. That is why this is the best time to actively change the course of Earth civilization. After obtaining the support of Mr. Wu Tian, Mark was more confident in persuading the king to implement reforms. The celebration party ended soon. After all, it was not time to celebrate completely. Krillin and others scattered and found 7 Dragon Balls all over the world. In the courtyard of Bulma's house in the western capital, the dragon was summoned in front of everyone. This time there was only one wish, to revive the Earthlings who died in this attack. Mark did not participate in the wish-making session with the dragon. Staying alone in the guest room of Bulma's house, Mark counted the gains from this trip to the universe. This interstellar journey unexpectedly brought love. This was something Mark did not expect. In the original history, Mark should have met the big star Miguel soon. After a short relationship, the two quickly got married and gave birth to their daughter Videl. However, Miguel died of illness shortly after Vidal was born. Later, Mr. Satan, although there was never a lack of women around him. But he did not remarry. Of course, Mark thought that the big tree had fallen, and Satan knew the importance of the forest. The more critical point should also be considered for Biddy Lee. Now, because Mark traveled through time, this history has been rewritten. Mark can't say for sure whether there will be Biddy Lee in the future. If Biddy Lee doesn't appear, the only regret is that she can't become a relative with Gokong. However, Mark unexpectedly became the son-in-law of the Universal Capsule Company. Of course, the current size of the Universal Capsule Company is simply not as big as the assets owned by Mark. There is no comparison. At present, the most important asset under Mark's name is Satan Star. Satan Star, which can produce tens of thousands of Satan fruits every year, is simply a treasure pot. As for the development of Satan Star, Mark is also ready to start after the invasion incident is settled. In addition to these, the most important harvest is more than 90 spirit tree fruits. And, the most important title, Tree Planting Master. With the title of Tree Planting Master, Mark can completely mass-produce spirit tree fruits. The title of Tree Planting Master can reduce the excessive absorption of soil nutrients by plants. It can also accelerate the rapid growth of plants. Although Mark has not yet verified the effect of this ghost title. But it is not difficult to verify it. Strictly speaking, senzu beans are also a product of planting. If even senzu beans can be affected by it, then I think there is no problem with spirit trees. Coincidentally, Cat Immortal and Yajirobe also came to join in the fun during this battle. At this moment, the two were outside watching the dragon make a wish. After all these things were sorted out, Mark planned to tell the Cat Fairy about this matter. However, the Cat Fairy was not short of senzu beans at the moment. Because of Mark's appearance, the effect of senzu beans in healing injuries and restoring physical strength had been known in advance. Although Yajirobe climbed up the Gallon Tower, he ate fish instead of senzu beans. Tens of thousands of senzu beans have been properly kept by the Cat Fairy. Although this matter is also very important, it is not the most urgent matter at the moment. At present, the most important thing is to confirm whether the Frisia army will discover the situation on the Earth. At the same time, Mark also needs to confirm the situation on Jilo Star. Although he interrogated a few minions, he learned that this Frisia army that invaded the Earth was only one of the Frisia army. In addition, the communication with the headquarters was blocked during the operation. But if there is an omission, it will definitely be an unbearable disaster for the Earth. After all, everyone's strength is rapidly gathering now. What is most lacking is time for accumulation. If it only attracts the attention of Vegeta and his gang, it doesn't matter. But if it attracts Frisia's attention, then the matter will be serious. At present, although Mark's actual combat power has surpassed Frisia, but it only surpasses Frisia in the first form. If he is not killed in an instant, there will be endless troubles. Chapter 72. After thinking about it, there were many things that happened after returning this time. But in the final analysis, it was still the pressure brought by Frisia. After thinking again and again, Mark took out a few spirit tree fruits from the incubator. One by one, the spirit tree fruits, as big as dragon fruits, lay there quietly. Its bright colors and unique shapes are unforgettable. This fruit exudes a strange and charming fragrance, as if it is a fragrance from another world, which makes people intoxicated. According to ancient legends, the spirit tree fruit is a food exclusive to gods, and mortals cannot taste it at all. Mark had tasted it once before. That time, Mark's combat power soared from more than 2,000 to 27,000. A spirit tree fruit directly increased Mark's combat power by 25,000 points. According to the history that Mark knew, Darls ate the spirit tree fruit for the first time. The increased combat power is almost the same as his own. However, after eating one for the second time, his combat power soared to more than 300,000. But unlike history, the spiritual tree fruit that Mark harvested this time far exceeded the records in history. In the history that Mark knew, Darls only ate one spiritual tree fruit for the first time. Then, he began to fight everywhere and recruited many followers. This time, it was obvious that Mark had discovered a spiritual tree. The number of fruits produced was obviously far more than one. Although Mark was puzzled by such a change. But in the end, he attributed this change to his time travel and changed history. After a little hesitation, Mark took a bite. Grunt. After a while, a spiritual tree fruit went down his throat. Boom boom boom. When the last bite of fruit flesh was swallowed into his throat, a muffled sound rang out in Mark's body. Mark, who had been paying attention to the combat power detector, saw his combat power soar. 130,000. 150,000. 170,000. 400,000. 410,000. 420,000. One spirit tree fruit. Combat power soared to nearly 300,000. This is basically consistent with the situation of Darls in history. Bang! Before Mark could feel it carefully, the door was knocked open by Wukong and others. Oh my god! Such a strong breath! Mark! How did you practice? Why do I feel that your breath is unfathomable now? This breath is more terrifying than Wukong, who turned into a gorilla. Hey! You are not from Earth, are you? Everyone talked at once, making the scene chaotic. In the past, when Mark received system rewards, he could hide his combat power by controlling his breath when it soared. This time, the spirit tree fruit was really awesome. Even though Mark was mentally prepared, he still couldn't hide it. Looking at the curious eyes of Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, and others, Mark took out the spirit tree fruit from the incubator and threw 3 to each person. While throwing, he explained, "You are lucky to have met, and everyone who sees it will have a share. This is the spirit tree fruit, 3 per person. If you take more, you may burst, and it will not be good for your future development." Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinyan, Jiaozi, Yajirobe. In short, everyone who sees it will have a share. Even Mark's 2 apprentices, Kalanai and Pierogi, got 3. Everyone held 3 fruits in their hands and looked at each other. In the end, Pierogi took the lead in eating 1. Before that, Pierogi's combat power was less than 800 points. After eating a spirit tree fruit, it soared to 26,000 points. Seeing that Pierogi was about to eat the second one, Mark yelled at him, "Pierogi! Don't eat it yet! Control the newly added power first, and then eat another one." The sudden surge of power requires time to be proficiently controlled. Pierogi's foundation is too shallow, and he really can't eat the second one right away. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Although Pierogi looks a little stupid, he is very obedient. Standing in place honestly, Pierogi kept clenching and loosening his fists, feeling the sudden power. Pierogi, who used to be inconspicuous, now has such strength. It can be seen that the power of this spirit tree fruit. Seeing this, the others bowed their heads and ate a spirit tree fruit. Goku's combat power soared from 5,600 to 32,000. Piccolo's combat power soared from 3,700 to 30,000. Krillin, Tien Shinyan, and others are the same. Even Yajirobe, who had the lowest combat power, saw his combat power surge. It reached about 25,000. Isn't this too exaggerated? The little bald man without a nose was incredulous about the power he had easily obtained. Last time, Mark gave Krillin and the others 3 Satan fruits. That time, Krillin's combat power increased a lot. At that time, he also had such a feeling. However, only a few months have passed, and his cognitive gap that he had finally digested was once again widened by Mark. Everyone, you need to practice seriously next. If you can't grasp the sudden increase in power, it will be a disaster. This spirit tree fruit can only be regarded as a trick. The power we practice little by little is the most important. Mark, with a solemn face, reminded the Dragon Ball warriors present. However, what he said was somewhat redundant. Except for Yajirobe, everyone present was a person who had practiced hard. They had long known the truth of Mark's words. Overnight, everyone was quietly familiar with the newly increased power. After daybreak, Madame Elsa came over. In the afternoon, according to the plan, we will meet with His Majesty the King. The location is set at the palace. In Madame Elsa's opinion, this matter is too important. Early in the morning, she brought the team here. Mark, Master Wu Tian and Gokungsan will represent the martial arts world to visit the palace. On the spacious private plane, the whole team was circling around the three of them. Makeup, haircut, matching clothes, etc. When the plane landed outside the palace, the three of them walked off the plane. Their appearance and temperament were completely new. Mark was still wearing the combat uniform of the Frisia Corps. For Master Wu Tian, Madame Elsa prepared a set of exquisite white tang suit for him. As for Gokong, the stylist directly chose a formal suit dress. The three of them got on the courtesy car that had been waiting for a long time. Accompanied by the chief of the palace guards, they soon arrived at the palace. The courtesy car slowly stopped, and a staff member came forward to open the door. Mark, who was familiar with these etiquettes, walked out calmly. Teacher Wu Tian had experienced many vicissitudes of life, so he could naturally face it calmly. But when Gokong Sang came out, he looked around curiously. "Hey, Mark! Is the guy standing in front the king on TV?" With the back of his hand against his mouth. Gokong's straightforward description made Mark laugh. "Wukong. That's His Majesty the King. Don't make a fuss." Mark wanted to popularize science for Gokong, but time did not allow it. After instructing him, he quickly walked towards the Dog King, who took the initiative to greet him. Chapter 73. In the Dragon Ball world, the Earth is a unified kingdom. According to legend, the king once collected 7 Dragon Balls. He became the king after making a wish to Shenlong. Of course, Mark firmly does not believe this statement. The king is an animal-type human, and his lifespan is within the range of normal humans. More than 300 years have passed since the gods took over the gods. In the history that Mark is familiar with, the gods once said to Wukong, "To be honest, I wanted Shenlong to stay in this state. Dragon Ball was created to bring courage and hope to the people on Earth, but everyone uses it to do bad things for their own selfish desires." At that time, the gods asked Mr. Bobo to resculpt the statue of Shenlong. If it weren't for the appearance of little Wukong, the gods would be extremely disappointed with the people on Earth. If the king became the king by making a wish to Shenlong, this would be inconsistent. His Majesty the King has been a good and responsible leader during his years in office. When the Earth was experiencing the crisis of Piccolo, he would rather die than surrender, and he was determined not to give up the throne from the beginning. After Piccolo easily destroyed a large area of the city, in order to protect the people, he agreed to give up the throne. When Piccolo gave a TV speech, he desperately called on people with lofty ideals to stand up and fight against Piccolo. Later, when Tien Shinyan and Goku fought Piccolo, he couldn't bear to leave alone, and let the two young people shoulder the heavy responsibility. Under the persuasion of his adjutant, he reluctantly agreed to leave. Later, including Nappa destroyed the East capital. In the Cell Games, the king has made outstanding contributions to stabilizing order after the disaster. During his term of office, the Earth can be said to be full of disasters. But it is undeniable that after every disaster, the people still love him very much. This shows that the king is definitely not a greedy and selfish person. If he really became the king by relying on Dragon Ball, then it conflicts with the cause and effect of what the gods said. Mark still showed respect to His Majesty the King. "Your Majesty, it's an honor to meet you." Walking quickly to the king, Mark bowed slightly to show his respect. Behind him, although Wu Tian teacher did not speak, he also expressed his goodwill. Only Wukong was staring at the Dog King in a daze. Mr. Satan, I really appreciate your help. If it weren't for you, the whole world would probably face an unprecedented disaster. You must be Mr. Wu Tian. Welcome to the palace with Mr. Sun Wukong. Everyone, please follow me. Mark came to the palace, which was scheduled in advance. Mr. Wu Tian and Wukong followed, and did not inform the king at all. But this time, Wukong transformed into a giant ape to protect the earth in front of everyone. In addition, the Dragon Ball fighters who appeared on the battlefield performed very well. After the battle, their identities, pasts, and achievements were also exposed by the media. The king must have made full preparations. As soon as the two sides met, the king positioned himself very low. In the titles of both parties, he used you instead of you. With the status of the king, it is completely acceptable to call each other you. But the current situation forced the king to pay special attention to Mark and others. In this battle, both the National Defense Force and the King's Guard participated. The result was disappointing. More than half of the heroic National Defense Force was killed or wounded. The remaining remnants of the defeated army also lost their morale. A modern army composed of guns, artillery, and missiles. In front of the miscellaneous soldiers of the Frisia Legion, they could not get any advantage. However, the martial artists who had been ignored in the past, they could effectively block the invasion of aliens. Although, most of the time, the martial artists were at a disadvantage. But at least they would not have no resistance at all. Just when the battle was the most intense, Mark suddenly appeared on the battlefield. In minutes, all the enemies were eliminated. Such a comparison also made the king have an accurate positioning of Mark in his heart. Over the years, if Mark really had the mind, one person might be able to conquer the whole world. But the collected information shows that he doesn't seem to be interested in conquering the world. The king thinks that such Mark can still be contacted and cooperated. At the king's enthusiastic invitation, the three followed him into the castle. The hall on the first floor was already full of senior officials who had been waiting for a long time. Please welcome our hero with the warmest applause. The four people walked into the hall, and the king announced the official start of the awarding ceremony. Beginning. 3 golden medals lay quietly in the tray. The king wore them on Mark, Wu Tian, and Wukong's chests in turn. In fact, there are more than just Mark and the other 3 who should be awarded medals. But time is limited, and now is the busiest period after the war. Everything can only be kept simple. At the simple medal awarding ceremony, the king announced in front of the camera lens that all those who participated in this battle will be awarded the title of Earth Guardian. This also includes the Defense Force soldiers who have just been resurrected. Fortunately, because of the existence of Dragon Ball, the loss of the Earth this time is not too big. The collapsed houses can be rebuilt slowly. The destroyed roads and bridges can also be rebuilt. But the reconstruction of the Defense Force and the King's Guard is imminent. This is also the reason why the king cordially invited and expected Mark to come. After the brief ceremony, the king invited Mark and the other 3 to meet in the reception room alone. Mr. Satan, Mr. Wu Tian, the National Defense Force and the King's Guard need to revise their training outlines. In order to prevent this from happening, we hope to improve the combat effectiveness of the kingdom's army. So, I hope to hire you 2 as special advisors to the kingdom's National Defense Force. After both parties sat down, the Dog King couldn't wait to express his thoughts. The existing army can no longer cope with the enemies from the universe. Mark's Satan Martial Arts School, and the disciples of the Kame Senryu. In this battle, they all showed remarkable combat effectiveness. The Dog King's idea is to hope that Mark and Kame Senryu will help improve the personal combat effectiveness of the soldiers of the National Defense Force. At this point, Kame Senryu is quite embarrassed. Such a large-scale martial arts training. He had never tried it before. After all, training 1 or 2 apprentices at a time is different from training a group of soldiers at a time. These are completely different things. Kame Senryu, who was helpless, turned his head and looked at Mark. Mark took out a thick document from the folder he was carrying. Your Majesty, these are some new products that my Satan Technology Company has recently developed. This is the plan for strengthening the physical fitness of the whole people that I have developed after discussing with teacher Wu Tian. This is an introduction to the most advanced planetary defense system. Wait until you finish reading these materials, and then we will talk in detail. These materials were compiled by Mrs. Elsa and Pilaf within 1 day. Mark handed them to the king with a smile. Chapter 74. Before waiting for the fruit of the spirit tree to mature, Mark had carefully considered the path to take in the future. Comprehensively enhance the genetic strength of the Earthlings. This matter was set to be the first to bear the brunt. This time, Nandu also encountered the invasion of the miscellaneous soldiers of the Frisia army. However, because of the existence of the Satan Martial Arts School, Kalanai and Paoki joined forces with dozens of martial artists, completely eliminated several miscellaneous soldiers, and then rushed to join Piccolo and others. Pilaf and the other 2 were not affected. After the battle, Pilaf learned that Mark had returned to Earth. Soon, through Mrs. Elsa, a recent scientific research result was passed on. First of all, the most important Satan fruit has been cracked. Based on the Satan fruit, Pilaf developed the first generation of Earthling gene enhancement medicine. Taking 10 grams of this medicine can remove 10 to 15% of the junk genes in the body. The short-term effect is that the combat power can soar by about 10 to 15%. The long-term effect can extend life and potential. Whether it is taken by a martial artist or not, it has such an effect. The production cost of such a magical gene enhancement potion is only 400 soni. In the quotation provided to the defense force, Mark set it at 1000 soni. The market retail price is set at 3000 soni. Based on the current average monthly income of the people, it only takes about 1 month of work to buy a tube of enhancement potion. This potion will only work for the first time in a person's life. This research took Pilaf 3 months. As for the new spacecraft, treatment device, combat uniform, energy beam hand cannon, cultivation, intelligent robot, and other achievements, relatively speaking, the pressure of scientific research is much easier. After all, Mark has extorted a lot of various technologies from Jilo. With technology, it is not difficult to replicate these. Mass production to reduce costs is more important. Therefore, Mark will also provide these equipment and devices to the military. But the price is much more expensive. However, you get what you pay for. With space battleships, the Earth has a means to defend against enemies. With combat uniforms and treatment devices, the casualty rate of soldiers will also decrease. With energy beam hand cannons, the soldiers of the Earth Corps can also be armed to the teeth like those miscellaneous soldiers of the Frisia Corps. As for the addition of cultivators and intelligent robots, it can also make up for some of the shortage of troops. Mark can now sell these things to the king. What business can make money like the arms business? Of course, these weapons and equipment will be settled with Sony at present. In the future, when the strength of the Earth Army is improved, interstellar exploration can be carried out. When that time comes, Mark will naturally use blue crystal, rare metals, and scarce elements for settlement. In addition to these, Mark intends to announce to the world how to conduct training. In addition, some secrets of commonly used martial arts will be made public. Kame Senjin provided Kame Pakigong and 10,000 nations shocking palm of Kame Senryu. Tian Shinyan provided Tsuru Senryu's whole wave, air dance, and Qigong cannon. Mark provided Chi Yuan Zhan, Kaioken, and Spirit Bomb. It is no exaggeration to say that the essence of the Earth's martial arts schools will be sold at a price. As the copyright owner, the proceeds from the sale of secrets will be completely owned by the individual. Moreover, there will be no tax. More importantly, Mark proposed to establish a warrior administration bureau to supervise and manage warriors. Just like buying martial arts secrets, you must buy them through formal channels. Unauthorized resale of martial arts secrets is not allowed. In this way, not only can the rights and interests of Mark and others be guaranteed, it can also increase the enthusiasm of warriors to sell secrets and experiences. In addition to these proposals, Mark personally said the most important suggestion. Your Majesty, I propose to add the subject of martial arts to our education system. Primary and middle schools should offer this subject, and a martial arts university should be established, so that it can be promoted. If everything goes well, within 10 years, the average combat effectiveness of the Earthlings will be raised to an unprecedented level. By then, our police and army will be replenished with fresh blood. Of course, this involves changes at the social level, and we need to carefully formulate rules. Mark talked freely. Master Kame sighed in his heart, and Gaku was puzzled. The king noticed the problem, so he did not hesitate and said bluntly, "But if the bad guys become powerful, won't the security of the earth become very bad in the future?" Master Kame heard this, nodded. Mark sneered at the words and said, "Your Majesty, I have no intention of offending you. However, there were the Red Silk Army a few years ago. Now, there are always many armed robbers in cities of all sizes at all times. Bad guys will always exist. Whether the weapons in his hands are stones, guns, or martial arts, he can always do evil. My personal opinion is that a series of regulations should be passed to prevent good people from having no means to check and balance bad guys. Let's imagine that the gangsters on the street are holding machine guns and shooting innocent passers-by. Citizens who have no guns in their hands and can only hide in embarrassment can only pray for the arrival of the police. But in the era of universal martial arts, a thug with a combat power of 1,000 is doing evil on the street, and dozens of passers-by with the same combat power of 1,000 can stop his atrocities in minutes. How can you make the vast majority of people follow public order and morality? This is the meaning of you taking the trouble to make rules." Mark's words are very straightforward. I am responsible for improving the military force, and you are responsible for stabilizing social order. Otherwise, with my strength, why should I cooperate with you? This is not a threat to the king, Mark is just stating a fact. Mark's words also made the Dog King silent for a long time. Well, it seems that His Majesty the King needs time to consider. To be honest, I also have urgent troubles to solve here. Why don't we end today's conversation first? If Your Majesty is interested in cooperation, I welcome you at any time. However, the advent of a new era is inevitable. Your Majesty, thank you for your hospitality, goodbye. Whether the king accepts Mark's suggestion. In fact, it doesn't matter. If Mark wants to accomplish these things, the king can't stop it at all with his ability, and he is powerless to stop it. These things will not be effective overnight. At present, Mark has to go to Jilo Star. It's really hard to say whether the Earth has been exposed. Mark needs to go to Jilo to get the latest intelligence. As for the situation on Earth, leave it to Kolonai, Piroki, Pilaf and others. What's more, there are Gaku, Klin, and others, so the problem is not big. Mark's farewell did not receive the king's retention. All of a sudden, Mark came up with so many new concepts. His Majesty the King also needs to think about it carefully. In this way, Mark and the other two returned to Zidu that night. Chapter 75. Zidu, Bulma's house. It was late at night, and the midsummer sky was bright. The sky was full of stars, clearly visible. When Mark walked into Bulma's house, Krillin was lying on the billiard table, gesturing the line of hitting the ball. Yamcha stood aside with an unhappy look on his face, wiping the head of the cue. Is this how you exercise your strength? Mark looked at the broken cue thrown away casually on the ground and the broken billiard wreckage that was like slag, and couldn't help sighing. Don't mention it, the sudden increase in strength was too great, and I couldn't even take care of myself at the beginning. Yamcha said, and opened his mouth to signal Bulma to feed him fruit. Bulma was quite helpless, but she could only temporarily serve as Master Yamcha's maid. There was no way, the fighting power suddenly soared. After more than a day, several people have caused countless troubles. Yajirobe knocked on the door casually, and the all-metal door was directly scrapped. When Krillin was eating steak, he cut the steak and the solid wood table into 2 pieces with 1 knife. Yamcha hugged Bulma. The unlucky young lady almost died young. In order to adapt to the new power, these guys decided to play billiards to control the power. The effect was pretty good, and when the game ended in the evening, at least a few people were able to take care of themselves. Compared with Goku, he got familiar with the new power in less than half a day. These guys are still far behind. The sudden war came and went quickly. Now, the situation is generally stable. Everyone gradually began to resume their lives. Goku, Tien Shinyan, and Jiaozi went to the temple to practice together. Piccolo left Zidu alone and his whereabouts are unknown. Yajirobe followed the cat fairy and returned to Galanta to eat and drink. Krillin followed the turtle fairy and returned to the turtle fairy house to live. Others also have their own lives. Mark, on the other hand, did not return to Nandu. After staying in Zidu for 1 night, he said goodbye to Ties and took the latest model spaceship alone to Jilo Star. On the other side, deep in the northern Milky Way, Frisia's #1 administrative planet. Click, click. A strange sound spread throughout the hall. Frisia put his hands behind his back and said in a cold tone, "Bilibulu, what did you find?" "Sir Frisia, Kikano has deciphered the records of the 9th Legion's detector. The last place they appeared was on a low-level planet on the edge of the northern Milky Way. Bilibulu, who is shorter than Frisia, has been taking care of his life. In addition to the trivial matters in life, he is also a think tank that Frisia relies on very much." "Oh? Does that planet have a name?" "A legion lost contact, and such a thing naturally could not be concealed. After a few days, it has been reported to Frisia layer by layer. Kikano is the scientist behind Frisia's army." Frisia still recognized his technical strength. Upon hearing this, Bilibulu said concisely, "Earth." Taking advantage of the situation, he displayed the star map in the form of holographic projection. "Oh! Interesting." Frisia stroked his chin with his fingers and turned his head to ask, "I remember there was a guy named Jilo in the nearby star field. What did he say?" "Jiro, the leader of Jilo Star, said that he did not find any activities of our army." Bilibulu stopped talking halfway. Obviously. From the slightly exaggerated tone, it also showed that she did not believe what Jilo said at all. Oh. I haven't seen him for a long time. He seems to have forgotten my horror." "Bilibulu, what are the preparations on Camilla planet?" Frisia's thinking is very jumpy, and ordinary people can't keep up with his thinking at all. But Bilibulu was not surprised at all, and directly talked about the situation on Camilla. "It's not going well. The king of Camilla has a combat power of 130,000, and his methods are weird. Captain Jinyu and his men have no way to win a quick victory. Other legions are gathering on Camilla, but it will take at least 4 months." After briefly describing the battle situation, Frisia fell into deep thought. After a while, the style of the painting changed and he said, "Does the Earth have a satellite?" "Yes, and there is a full moon every month. Should I notify Vegeta to go there now?" Bilibulu knew Frisia too well, and he spoke the secret. "It's really Bilibulu, let those wild monkeys conquer the Earth. Tell Prince Vegeta to kill all the Earthlings without leaving a single one. If there are no special resources, there is no need for this planet to exist." A ray of anger flashed in his scarlet eyes. If a legion of people is destroyed, there must be unknown things on the Earth. In the 9th Legion, the combat power of the Legion commander reached 12,000 points, and the Deputy Legion Commander reached 11,000 points. Both of them can be destroyed, the enemy is very strong. At present, the Jinyu Special Forces, which exist as a mobile force, are tied down on Camilla Star and cannot move. Frisia himself does not want to spend too much time to destroy the Earthlings. Therefore, Vegeta, who can turn into a gorilla, became the best candidate. Vegeta's current combat power exceeds 10,000. After transforming into a giant ape, the combat power can exceed 100,000. If Vegeta completes the task, everyone will be happy. If he fails or dies, it will not be too late for him to go there. As for Vegeta's life or death, Frisia has not taken it seriously for the time being. He is just a dog he raised. Well, it is more appropriate to describe it as a monkey. However, who cares about these details? After confirming all this, Frisia no longer bothered about it. Not long after, Vegeta, who happened to be fighting in the star field near the Earth, received the latest order. Unlike Frisia who knew nothing about the Earth, Vegeta knew about the Earth. Unknown planet. Hey, trash! Has your trash brother Kakarot been sent to the Earth? Standing in the sea of corpses and blood, Vegeta kicked Raditz. Raditz, who was bullied, was not angry, but smiled and said, "That's right. My father told me about this, and I didn't care too much at the time." Very good. Congratulations Raditz, you two brothers will meet soon. With a wicked smile on his lips, Vegeta directly called Nappa over in the communicator. After a while, Nappa, covered in blood and sweat, flew back. Vegeta, why do you want to stop the attack? We are about to take it down. Raditz's fighting ability is too poor to handle the heavy task. Vegeta is a prince, and only Nappa can do the dirty work. He didn't know why, so he asked Vegeta directly. Frisia gave us the latest order. We have to go to Earth and destroy all the people on Earth. As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, Nappa kicked Raditz beside him. Didn't your useless brother go to Earth? How come it hasn't been taken down for more than 10 years? You are really a useless brother. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let's go now, and we will reach Earth in 5 days. After Vegeta made a battle plan, he called the spherical spaceship directly. After a while, the three of them left the unknown planet. Full speed, heading to Earth.